In the aftermath of the cataclysm, humanity's forces underwent a profound reorganization. The immortal mechanical beings, the genetic warriors of Dawn City, and the mechs atop the beacon of civilization, among others. After being bitten by a zombie, Su Chen awakened the Ember Seed chip, which enabled him to summon players from Blue Star. Thus, a mysterious power rapidly emerged from the wasteland. They are indomitable and fearless, daring to engage in combat with the undead. They possess keen intellect, often sacrificing sleep and health, and are willing to infiltrate the lairs of monsters. Su Chen refers to them as the supreme fighting force of the universe. They share a common title: players. Their rallying cry is, "As long as you dare to show your health bar, even the gods will fall before you." Chapter 1. Awakening the Ember Seed chip. As per our usual arrangement, he'll distract the zombies while you scavenge for supplies at the supermarket. Su Chen instructed softly, pouring the foul-smelling excrement from a bucket over his sister. Su Xiaoyu pinched her nose, allowing the filth to drench her from head to toe. Once covered in the repugnant substance, she donned her mask and whispered, "Brother, please be careful." With his filthy hands, Su Chen affectionately ruffled her sticky hair, smiling as he reassured her. "Don't worry, my speed now surpasses even Lu Xiang." "Who is Lu Xiang?" Su Xiaoyu asked, her face a mask of confusion. Su Chen casually explained, "A person known for his incredible speed." After this exchange, he picked up a sealed bag from the ground, revealing a packet of vivid red blood. "Get ready. Once I draw the zombies away, you can enter." After giving her a final instruction, he walked in the opposite direction from his sister. Upon reaching his target, Su Chen's expression turned serious as he gazed at the dilapidated street ahead. This forsaken town had been abandoned for an unknown duration. The concrete pavement was riddled with cracks, overrun by bizarre and twisted vegetation. The small houses were cloaked in a sinister green ivy. Even in broad daylight, the town exuded an eerie aura. The duo's objective was a nearby derelict supermarket, its faded sign barely legible with the word Zhongsan General Store. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen burst the blood packet, soaking a frayed towel with its crimson essence. The scent of blood began to permeate the air. Just as he wrapped the bloodied towel around his wrist, a disturbance echoed throughout the town. Uproar! A beast-like growl gradually resonated. From the small houses emerged a dozen bizarre figures. Su Chen bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Yijio Woli Jio Jio." With that, he turned and fled. Behind him, the figures on all fours pursued him with frenzied intensity. They appeared human, yet their fur was unnaturally thick. Their hair was disheveled and coarse, and their limbs extended with razor-sharp claws, akin to the talons of a wolf. Their faces were withered and decayed, their eyes a ghastly white, and their canine teeth protruded sharply from their lips. These were the creatures Su Chen referred to as zombies. In truth, those in the wasteland called these monsters heartless ones. Su Chen's expression remained stoic as he sprinted, stabilizing his breath while maneuvering through the prearranged barbed wire obstacles. He mentally calculated the distance. Upon exiting the wire-laden zone, he propelled himself over a patch of fallen leaves. Kneeling down, he halted, swiftly unwrapping the bloody towel from his wrist and discarding it onto the leaves. He then retrieved a bucket of excrement from beneath a tree, dousing himself with it without hesitation. After thoroughly coating himself like soap, he crouched behind the tree. Although the excrement was filthy, it effectively masked his scent. Just as he completed this task, a horde of heartless ones surged out from behind the wire. They howled as they lunged towards the bloodied towel on the leaves. With a soft thud, the leaves collapsed, and the heartless ones plummeted into a pit he had dug. Stepping out from behind the tree, Su Chen peered down into the pit. The barbed wire ensnared the heartless ones, who writhed and howled, unable to rise for the time being. Hete! Su Chen exhaled sharply, spitting into the pit as he grasped the bucket, preparing to return. Just as he crossed over the pit's edge, a figure sprang from the wire. Hoo-hoo! The heartless one's ghastly white eyes fixated on Su Chen. "It's over." A fleeting thought crossed Su Chen's mind before he turned and sprinted away. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu observed the heartless ones depart from the small building. After waiting for a moment, she tiptoed to the supermarket entrance. Cautiously scanning the area, she ensured it was safe before swiftly rummaging through the shelves. This small supermarket had evidently been raided by numerous survivors, as skeletal remains littered the floor. The disarrayed shelves were strewn with various items, yet food was scarce. After searching 2 shelves and finding nothing edible, anxiety began to creep in. Her brother had instructed her that the time for gathering supplies should not exceed 10 minutes. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Through the light streaming in from outside, she spotted a packet of instant noodles at the bottom of a shelf. Found it. Ecstatic, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly reached beneath the shelf to retrieve the prize. Moments later, clutching the packet, she dashed out of the small town. Upon arriving at their agreed meeting point, she scanned her surroundings but saw no sign of Su Chen. Cautiously, she hid in the thicket, waiting patiently. Time passed slowly, and the silence around her deepened. Anxiety began to gnaw at her. Typically, Su Chen would return promptly, yet over half an hour had elapsed. "Brother, why aren't you back yet?" Clutching the food tightly, worry filled her eyes. An hour later, her concern morphed into panic. Rising from her hiding spot, she gritted her teeth and headed towards the trap site. "Brother, please be safe. I found food." Su Xiaoyu whispered a prayer, taking just 2 steps when a familiar voice emerged from the nearby woods. "Su Xiaoyu, stop right there." "Brother." She turned back in surprise, spotting Su Chen emerging from the shadows of the trees. "How many times have I told you not to go near the traps? If I'm not back in an hour, you should return to the shelter on your own." Su Chen's filthy face bore a hint of helplessness. However, Su Xiaoyu paid no heed to his words, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. "Brother, I'm so glad you're safe." Eagerly, she opened the plastic bag in her hands, exclaiming with delight, "Look, I found a packet of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, 2 sausages, and half a chocolate bar. We've struck it rich." "Quite impressive indeed. This haul is substantial," Su Chen praised, affectionately tousling her dirty hair. The joy on Su Xiaoyu's face was unmistakable. "Brother, let's go home." She tugged at Su Chen, eager to return, but he remained unmoving. Puzzled, she glanced back, only to see the bitter expression on his face as he said, "Xiaoyu, I'm not going back. From now on, you must be careful on your own." Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to speak, her gaze fell upon the tattered cloth wrapping Su Chen's right hand, stained with blood. A thunderclap of realization struck her, and her body trembled as she stammered, "Brother, you're your hand." With a wry smile, Su Chen nodded. "I was bitten." With a clatter, the food fell from her grasp, and while she seemed to want to cover her mouth, her arms quivered uncontrollably, her throat constricted, rendering her unable to utter a word. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. In the wasteland, being bitten by a heartless one equated to a death sentence. The afflicted would soon mutate into the very monsters that plagued them. Watching his sister's helpless tears, Su Chen felt a tightening in his chest. Gently, he embraced Su Xiaoyu, whispering, "Xiaoyu, live well. If you can't bear it any longer, there's a bottle of poison hidden in the crevice beneath the bed. Take it, and you'll sleep soundly." "No, brother. You will be fine," Su Xiaoyu cried out desperately. Su Chen covered her mouth. "Keep your voice down, the zombies will be upon us soon." He then pointed to a large iron hammer beside a tree, smiling as he said, "You wouldn't want to witness me transform into a monster, would you? Please do me this favor, strike my neck and sever my spine." Su Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Chen sighed deeply. He had initially intended to remain hidden. If his sister could return to the shelter, he planned to find a place to end his life before the transformation. But Su Xiaoyu was too stubborn. The siblings had relied on each other since childhood, wandering the desolate wasteland without ever having seen their parents. They faced hunger, cold, and the constant threat of monster attacks, struggling to survive. Su Chen felt that death might be a release. His only concern was for Su Xiaoyu, a 16-year-old girl, whose chances of surviving in the wasteland were alarmingly slim. The people in the shelter were hardly kind-hearted. Thus, he had mentioned the poison beneath the bed. "Alas, I've brought shame upon the transmigrators." Su Chen chuckled bitterly. He had been in this wasteland for 3 months, and nothing particularly remarkable had transpired in his life. This world was devoid of civilization, the rule of law, and resources were scarce, with lives treated as mere weeds. Barbarism, desolation, bloodshed, violence, despair, confusion, and chaos were the prevailing themes of the wasteland. At times, Su Chen questioned whether he had died and found himself in hell. Each day was filled with hunger and fear. During the initial period, had it not been for Su Xiaoyu begging for food in the shelter, he would have perished several times over. The two of them huddled together in silence. Cough, cough. Minutes later, Su Chen coughed up darkened blood, clutching his abdomen. Black veins spread across his neck. He sensed his nerves beginning to numb, and in his mind, the only desire that remained was for flesh, for sustenance. If you refused to act, then hurry and leave, we're out of time. Su Chen's voice was stern and fierce as he snapped at Su Xiaoyu. She gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, then furiously wiped her face, forcing a pained smile. "Brother will send you on your way." With that, she approached, laboriously lifting the iron hammer. Su Chen sighed inwardly. He could distinctly sense the despair in her tone. It was likely that after ending his life, she would not survive alone either. Su Chen opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Perhaps this was how it was meant to be. In the desolate wasteland, the burden of survival weighed heavily upon him. His sister's decision to join him in death sparked a fleeting hope that perhaps they could traverse to the great celestial empire together. Su Chen reclined on the ground, casting a gentle smile towards his sister, envisioning a return to that peaceful and stable world where they could indulge in barbecues and meander through night markets. Beep. Mutated gene detected dark matter energy absorption in progress. The ignition chip has been activated. As Su Chen faced death with a sense of calm, a voice resonated within his mind. Simultaneously, an electrifying sensation coursed through the back of his neck. Could it be the standard system for a time traveler? The system had activated? Overwhelmed with joy, he barely had time to celebrate before noticing his sister had already raised a hammer. He shouted urgently, "Wait!" With tears streaming down her face, Su Xiaoyu choked out, "Brother, don't be afraid. I will strike true and spare you from suffering." Su Chen attempted to roll away, but the tingling numbness in his neck rendered him immobile. As the hammer descended, he anxiously exclaimed, "No, I believe I can still be saved." Bang! The hammer struck the ground beside his head, sending a spray of dirt into the air. Su Xiaoyu dropped the hammer and collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. She lacked the courage to lift the hammer again. Su Chen silently marveled at his narrow escape just as the system activated. He nearly perished. After approximately 10 seconds, the numbness in his neck dissipated, and he was finally able to move. Rising to his feet, he immediately assessed his injuries. His arm bore dark red scabs, while the gray-black veins returned to normalcy. Phew! Su Chen exhaled deeply and hurried to comfort Su Xiaoyu. The ignition chip has been activated. Please establish a base and summon beings from Blue Star as soon as possible. The system chimed again, causing Su Chen to pause, unable to restrain his curiosity. System, your purpose is to summon beings from Blue Star? Ignition chip. Indeed. Chapter 2. The Slave Capture Squad and Establishing a Base. The afternoon sun beat down with a slight intensity as the siblings emerged from the dense thicket, making their way toward the refuge. "Brother, are you truly all right?" Su Xiaoyu, still reeling from their recent ordeal, spoke with a tremor of disbelief. "Yes. Fear not, I have survived a great calamity and shall be blessed henceforth." Haha. Su Chen's complexion had returned to normal, and his tone was lighthearted. Seeing her brother's demeanor, Su Xiaoyu smiled in return. Although she did not comprehend how her brother had resisted the heartless infection, it mattered little as long as he was unharmed. There was no need for explanations. They had long cultivated a deep mutual understanding through shared adversity. Meanwhile, Su Chen continued to converse with the system in his mind, contemplating its functionalities. "System, is there no novice gift pack?" The system replied tersely, "Please refrain from such wishful thinking." Su Chen's face twitched. Having awakened a system, what could possibly be beyond the realm of imagination? In other novels, don't hosts receive novice gift packs that allow them to dominate the world effortlessly? The system remained composed. "Apologies, this system does not offer gift packs. Please establish a base promptly to acquire dark matter energy." Feeling somewhat dejected, Su Chen pondered the implications. Thus far, the ignition chip system granted him immunity from the heartless infection, yet such a power was rather commonplace in the wasteland. To his knowledge, certain gene warriors from powerful factions also possess similar immunity. Furthermore, the ability to summon beings from Blue Star was mentioned. As if sensing his thoughts, the ignition chip elaborated. Based on energy detection, a low-tier dark energy magnetic field fluctuation is located 2.5 kilometers to your 6 o'clock position. You may establish a base there. Glancing in that direction, Su Chen remarked, "Oh, isn't that towards the refuge?" 10 minutes later, as the siblings approached the refuge, they heard distant shouts and cries of anguish. "Chill, don't move," Su Chen instructed, pressing Su Xiaoyu down. They crept closer, observing the dilapidated village surrounded by rusty barbed wire. At that moment, the wire fence at the village entrance had been broken. 3 modified military SUVs were parked nearby, and a group of rugged individuals, armed and resembling mercenaries, were capturing those hiding within the refuge. "Brother, it's the slave capture squad," Su Xiaoyu whispered. Su Chen nodded, signaling her to remain silent. In the wasteland, aside from major powers like Dawn City, there existed a band of nomadic outlaws refusing to be bound by authority. These individuals led perilous lives, scavenging for resources and small refuges. The population was a scarce commodity, and ordinary people taken captive would be sold to powerful factions, often meeting grim fates. For instance, in Dawn City, These slaves would be forced to venture into old-world ruins as vanguards to clear mines. The Genesis Corporation would utilize them for genetic experiments, and slaves on the floating lighthouse would become playthings for the nobility. Despite the refuge's concealed location, it had still been discovered by the slave capture squad. Within the village, the captors were herding a group of individuals outside. Their faces were grimy, as if they had never been washed. Most of their emaciated bodies exhibited varying degrees of deformity, bloody tumors on their heads, distorted features, and sharp nails on their hands and feet. Ha! Boss, this batch is mostly polluted deformities. They aren't worth much, a burly man with a beard grumbled. His left leg was exposed, revealing a metallic limb. In front of the military vehicle, another one-eyed man with a metal prosthetic arm deftly held a cigarette, speaking indifferently. After all, this area is close to a low-level pollution zone. These people are starving and will eat anything, resulting in varying degrees of contamination. It's unavoidable. Over the years, the number of nomads in the wasteland has dwindled. Gathering points are hidden deep in the mountains, making slaves more expensive, yet increasingly difficult to capture. Recently, the North Zay district has been unstable. After we finish with this batch, we should head south. The bearded man hesitated. Boss, I've heard there are treasures in the ruins of North Zay City. Should we go become cannon fodder? The one-eyed man turned, his gaze piercing like a venomous snake. The burly man quickly shut his mouth, daring not to speak further. The treasures of the ruins are not for us to covet. We'll only have a chance to scavenge the scraps after those major powers are done. After a cold reprimand, the one-eyed man exhaled a puff of smoke and turned to another gaunt man beside him, asking, "Is there anyone left behind?" The man nodded, bowing obsequiously. "Most are here. I instructed them not to leave yesterday." "Oh, and there's a pair of siblings, probably in their teens, who went into the pollution zone for food this morning and haven't returned yet." The one-eyed man nodded. "Forget it, they're likely devoured by the heartless. Let's pack up." With that, he tossed a pack of biscuits and a jug of water before turning to leave. The slave capture squad then bound over 30 individuals from the refuge with ropes and drove them away. Only a gaunt man remained, ravenously devouring the biscuits. "Brother, they didn't capture the old ghost," Su Xiaoyu said, her voice chilling. Su Chen replied coldly, "It seems the old ghost sold the people from the refuge." This refuge was exceptionally secluded and close to a low-level pollution zone. Without a guide, the slave capture squad would not have come looking. "Will they return? Should we escape?" Su Xiaoyu asked, her worry evident. Su Chen shook his head. "It's all right, they have already searched here and shouldn't come back." There was no alternative. The system had indicated that the refuge contained a dark energy magnetic field, and only here could they establish a base to summon beings from Blue Star. The siblings waited over an hour for the slave capture squad to leave before cautiously approaching the village. "First, we must find the old ghost." Su Chen spoke calmly, and Su Xiaoyu immediately understood her brother's intent. The old ghost had to die. "Be careful, he has a gun." Exchanging glances, they searched each house at the village entrance. Soon, they found their target in a dilapidated room. The old ghost was rummaging for food, having already made arrangements with the slave capture squad. Once he collected the supplies, he planned to leave the refuge and blend into the next gathering point. "Old ghost." A voice suddenly called from the entrance, startling him. Turning around, he saw Su Xiaoyu. Quickly donning a smile, he asked, "Ah, Xiaoyu, where's your brother?" With a pained expression, Su Xiaoyu replied, "We went to Lionheart Town for food, but he was accidentally bitten by a heartless. I don't know what to do." The old ghost's gaze shifted to the instant noodles in Su Xiaoyu's hand, greed flickering in his eyes. He feigned comfort, saying, "It's all right, don't be afraid. Uncle Ghost will take care of you from now on." As he approached her, Su Xiaoyu instinctively took a step back. At that moment, a hammer loomed large in her vision. Bang! Su Chen, hidden by the door, struck the old ghost squarely in the face with the hammer. He collapsed, his face caving in, twitching briefly before falling still. Su Chen dropped the bloodied hammer, his expression unchanged. Bury him otherwise, the heartless will be drawn to his presence at night. Su Xiaoyu remained equally composed as they dragged the old ghost to the village entrance to dig a grave. The siblings were no strangers to such cooperation, having eliminated many heartless and nefarious individuals before. With no one else left in the village, the old ghost corpse would not last until the next day. The flesh would be devoured entirely. The meat from the refuge was never wasted. After disposing of the body, they found a crystalline energy handgun on the old ghost. This weapon was his means of asserting dominance within the refuge. Returning to a small, modest house, their sanctuary, Su Xiaoyu declared, "Brother, he'll go prepare dinner." Su Xiaoyu gleefully waved the instant noodles in her hand as she dashed towards the kitchen. Even though the noodles had long since expired, They were a rare delicacy for them. Xiaoyu, there should still be food in the village. You'll go take a look, Su Chen instructed before leaving the house. Following the system's guidance, he made his way to the village center, a spacious square that, in the old world, likely served as a threshing floor for the villagers. Curiously, while the village was overrun with bizarre, contaminated vegetation, this square remained utterly barren. The concrete surface, though cracked in places, remained largely intact. System, is this the location? Su Chen inquired mentally. The fire seed chip responded, indeed, dark matter energy magnetic field detected. Area locking in progress. Please confirm whether to establish a base at this location. Su Chen promptly replied, confirmed. Energy area locked. Extracting energy computation underway. Base established. Acquired 189,546 points of dark energy. In an instant, a computer-like screen materialized before Su Chen's eyes, displaying a series of blue glowing numbers. 189,546. Simultaneously, rows of futuristic options appeared. Ecology, weapons, genetics, architecture, heritage. Su Chen could hardly contain his excitement. His consciousness instinctively clicked on the weapons option, revealing an array of weapon templates. From melee weapons like swords and spears to firearms such as the 54 pistol and AK-47, there were also some black-tech weapons he had never seen before, like laser missiles, ERP electromagnetic cannons, and interstellar battleships. Haha, impressive. Su Chen chuckled calmly, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, for he had noted the energy points required to exchange for these weapons. Particle sniper rifle, 500,000 points. Laser cannon, 6 million points. Interstellar battleship, 99,999. The list went on. The energy extracted from the magnetic field was a mere 189,546 points, making those high-tier weapons unattainable. Closing the weapons tab, he opened the genetics tab. Inside lay a myriad of colorful genetic potion templates. Initial potions: TOF 001009, TOE 001007. Advanced potions: TOA 001003, TOS 001. A dizzying array of genetic potion codes overwhelmed Su Chen. Each potion was accompanied by a corresponding description. Before he could examine them closely, the fire seed chip system spoke again. Next, the host consciousness will connect to Blue Star. Su Chen felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, and the scenery before him transformed instantaneously. It felt as though his soul was being extricated, and torrents of data surged towards him. Before him stood towering skyscrapers, lush tree-lined streets, and vibrant flowers in full bloom. The clean, spacious roads bustled with traffic, supermarkets thronged with lively crowds, and people leisurely selected goods and clothing. The evening rush of workers embracing couples, using internet cafes, and speeding motorcycles flashed before his eyes, momentarily overwhelming Su Chen's capacity for thought. This was his hometown, wasn't it? As he regained his senses, he slowly realized that his perspective seemed to be presented through various cameras. It was as if he were an entity from a film, peering into the lives of people in the digital realm. System, is this the consciousness connecting to Blue Star? Su Chen asked with wonder. The fireseed chip replied nonchalantly, to be precise, it is the host consciousness that can connect to the Blue Star network, possessing the highest authority. In other words, you are a deity within the Blue Star network. Su Chen exclaimed after a moment's pause, uttering two words, impressive. After reveling in the digital world for a full half-hour, Su Chen finally inquired, System, how do I return? The fireseed chip replied, simply think the word return. With a flicker of his consciousness, the scenery shifted once more, back to the dilapidated square of the refuge. He hurriedly asked System, can you allow me to return to Blue Star? This time, the fireseed chip seemed to ponder for a moment before answering no. Su Chen sighed, a touch of regret in his voice as he asked, well then, how do I summon people from Blue Star? The fireseed chip explained, the host merely needs to connect to the Blue Star network with their consciousness and select 100 individuals' consciousnesses to summon their spirits. Su Chen questioned, what does spirits mean? Why only 100? Spirits can be understood as the souls of Blue Star inhabitants. Currently, the magnetic field energy is only 180,000. Summoning too many Blue Star spirits is inadvisable. Souls? Su Chen's eyes widened. What use is summoning souls? Rest assured, they are merely carbon-based life forms. Dark matter energy suffices to reshape simple bodies for the Blue Star spirits to inhabit. Su Chen suddenly understood. Wasn't this akin to creating game characters? In other words, when the people from Blue Star were summoned, they would perceive the wasteland world as just a game? With this thought, Su Chen knew exactly what to do. Chapter 3. the first test players in the vast expanse of the universe. Apart from the intense heat radiating from the sun, countless stars, including black holes and white holes, continuously emit various streams of energy. According to the seed chip, its energy source is a substance known as dark matter. The chip regaled a plethora of technical jargon, which Su Chen found utterly incomprehensible. He had no intention of understanding it. To him, the seed chip was akin to a system from a novel, a tool to aid him in ascending to the pinnacle of life. Su Chen did not immediately opt to summon his companions from Blue Star. Instead, he utilized the seed chip to connect with the Blue Star network, spending a few minutes constructing a gaming website. He recorded the environment surrounding the shelter with the seed chip and subsequently published the video on the official website. Following this, he released a game advertisement across various platforms. The world's first virtual reality MMORPG, Doomsday Wasteland, is recruiting its first batch of beta testers. With a satisfied clap of his hands, Su Chen turned to head home. For the first time, the seed chip proactively inquired, "I do not comprehend your approach, host. You could have summoned them directly. Under my control, these spirits cannot defy your will." Su Chen chuckled, gesturing towards the desolate wasteland. "Do you really think the people of Blue Star would accept such a world without this method?" The chip fell silent. Su Chen continued, "Do you know what the foremost combat unit in the universe is?" The chip replied, "The universe is vast. There is no definitive strongest combat unit," Su Chen calmly stated. "Remember this. They are referred to as the fourth calamity, another name for players." After rummaging through the village, Su Chen discarded all dried meat products, uncertain of their origin, as he did not wish to be contaminated and transformed into a grotesque being. After searching, he managed to find only a few pieces of minimally contaminated plant roots. Upon returning home, a familiar aroma wafted through the air. "Brother, you're back. The instant noodles are ready," Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, holding a small iron bowl and unable to suppress a gulp of saliva. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. "What about the food from the supermarket today? Bring it all out." Watching his sister treat the food with such care as she placed it on the table, Su Chen peeled 2 sausages and tossed them into the noodle soup. "This is how to make it delicious." Su Xiaoyu swallowed hard and said, "Brother, isn't this a bit wasteful? This food could have lasted us a week." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, eat as much as you want. Brother has his ways." The siblings joyfully dug into their meal, which was the most satisfying one Su Chen had enjoyed in 3 months. With a contented expression on her little face, Su Xiaoyu remarked, "Brother, I wish we could have a meal like this every day." Su Chen wiped his mouth and scoffed, "Humph, such a lack of ambition. I will surely ensure you eat well in the future." With that, he slurped up the last drop of broth from his bowl, savoring the moment. Once dinner concluded, and while it was still light outside, Su Chen instructed Su Xiaoyu to wash up. The only water source in the village was an old well. A treasure for the entire community, now belonging solely to the siblings. The mindless creatures detested sunlight and primarily roamed at night. After washing up, Su Chen secured all doors and windows tightly, nailing them shut. Before lying down in bed, the room was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. His sister, sleeping on the upper bunk, was already fast asleep. Through the seed chip, Su Chen connected to the Blue Star network. Logging into the newly established Doomsday Wasteland official site, he noted numerous messages on the forum. "Schwarzenegger, damn, this game advertisement is everywhere. Can't I just reserve a spot?" "Wild Boar Peppa, a cyberpunk-themed MMORPG? Is it RPG style? I've signed up, eagerly awaiting beta access." "Cool leg hair. Is this another fraudulent game company? Virtual MMORPGs are utterly unattainable." "Kelly Go Die. Clearly a cash-burning game. Farewell, I'm off to work on my side hustle." "Honest person, looking at the animation quality, I must say it has potential. I've reserved a spot." "Aizen Joro, Doobie. I've reserved a spot." "Official, hurry up and grant me beta access. I hope you don't disappoint." "Mysterious Monk. I am a gaming influencer with 1 million followers. I've reserved a spot, hoping the official grants me beta access." Familiar patterns, familiar sentiments, and the typical antics of online commenters made Su Chen smile as he scrolled through the messages. Thanks to his adept advertising, the website's reservations had already surpassed 100,000 and continued to rise. With over 100,000 comments, the majority expressed anticipation for Doomsday Wasteland.as for the disparaging remarks. He simply deleted them, blacklisted the authors, and muted their accounts. Ultimately, gazing at the clean panel of praises, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then edited and posted an announcement on the official site. Beta testing for Doomsday Wasteland will commence tomorrow at 7 o'clock sharp. 100 lucky players will receive access. The list has been published. Subsequently, he located the addresses of the 100 selected individuals online and dispatched parcels, essentially the so-called gaming helmets. While lacking in technological sophistication, these helmets were designed to help players subconsciously treat the wasteland as a game. After completing these tasks, Su Chen resumed his exploration of the system's various functionalities. After much deliberation in the genes section, he could not find a suitable genetic serum. Each set of genetic serums required sequential injections. For instance, the primary serums ranged from TOF 001 to TOF 009.1 must start from TOF 001 and end with TOF 009. Upon completing a sequence, Su Chen would possess the physique of a primary genetic warrior. However, the primary serum had a low upper limit, capping at D-grade warriors. Yet, this set of primary serums demanded 10,000 energy points. High-tier serums were far more expensive, often costing several million energy points, far beyond his means. In the wasteland, various factions standardized the ranks of genetic warriors into categories A, B, C, D, E, and F. Genetic warriors were no longer considered the same species as humans, possessing abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, yet they were not supernatural beings. At close range, a single bullet could still kill an A-grade genetic warrior, provided it hit its mark. Disinterested in the low-tier serums and unable to afford the high-tier ones, Su Chen decided to postpone any exchanges for now. Additionally, in the ecology section, there were numerous advanced technologies available, such as mechanical prosthetics, biological prosthetics, and intelligent AI. Replacing limbs could also serve as a means to enhance strength. However, Su Chen had no desire to transform himself into a robot. Moreover, mechanical modifications required higher-grade materials and equipment for exchange. If he was not enhancing his strength for the time being, he needed to fortify the shelter. After some contemplation, he clicked on the construction section. Basic constructions included small smelting furnace, 5,000 energy points, low-tier alloy house, 10,000 energy points, small command center, 20,000 energy points, 300 storage bunker, 15,000 energy points. Advanced construction blueprints included Maya Ecological Laboratory Blueprint, 600 million energy points, Floating Lighthouse Ecological Zone Blueprint, 800 million energy points, Particle Transporter Blueprint, 1 billion energy points, Interstellar Light Particle Transporter Blueprint, 10 billion energy points. Su Chen browsed through the options. While basic constructions could be generated by the system, those advanced technologies were merely blueprints and could not be generated through the system. Furthermore, he lacked the funds to purchase them. With players set to be summoned the following day, he needed a few suitable constructions to guide them in gathering resources for him. Early the next morning, Su Chen awoke to find that the wound on his arm was healing remarkably well. Additionally, his mental and physical states were notably better than usual. After inquiring with the seed chip, he learned that since the system had been activated, the chip had been continuously absorbing dark energy and feeding it back to Su Chen. According to its explanation, as long as the energy was abundant enough, it could elevate his physical condition beyond that of a genetic warrior. The beings from Blue Star that the host summoned could also absorb dark matter energy to enhance their physiques and subsequently provide feedback to the host. Su Chen was elated. This meant that not only could he create a legion of genetic warriors, but he could also benefit from the player's enhancements. What a lucrative prospect. Receiving such good news early in the morning, Su Chen felt buoyant. He entered the official forum and noted the most liked comments beneath the announcement. Schwarzenegger, oh yeah, I secured beta access, thanks to the official's generosity. Mysterious monk, I have my beta access in hand. Brothers, watch as I vanquish demons, haha. Drunken comrade, are you kidding? Only 100 slots? I demand 1 million slots, pronto. I no longer like earthlings, 10,000. I'll buy a beta access code. Angry twists, what are you dreaming? The beta access has already reached 20,000. Dog head, glancing at the time, Su Chen realized it was 6:40. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the door. Perhaps due to the overwhelming events of the previous day, Su Xiaoyu was still asleep. Securing the old pistol at his waist, Su Chen stepped outside and made his way to the plaza. After surveying the area, he commanded the system, establish a small command center in this location. The seed chip replied, area locked, construction in progress. After the system's response, particles almost invisible, akin to dust, began to coalesce in the vacant space before him. In 10 minutes, a gray structure the size of 2 basketball courts took shape. This is a bit surreal, isn't it? Su Chen gaped in astonishment, unable to suppress his sarcastic remark. The fire seed chip calmly remarked, host, there is no need for astonishment. Your current inability to comprehend dark energy is akin to your inability to perceive Wi-Fi signals. The existence of invisible energy does not imply its non-existence. Such reasoning was undeniably compelling, leaving Su Chen at a loss for a rebuttal. Glancing at the energy points on the panel, he noted a deduction of 20,000. He tapped on the wall, feeling a twinge of regret. The construction material was rather mediocre, resembling a haphazard stack of foam bricks. The interior was stark and devoid of any equipment, leaving Su Chen with an unsettling sense of loss. Subsequently, he constructed a small smelting furnace on the opposite side of the square, utilizing a pre-stored 10,000 points of dark matter energy as fuel. With a slight mental probe, he sensed that 100 players with public testing qualifications were already online and waiting. Truly, they were a meticulously selected group of hardcore gamers. At precisely 7 o'clock, with a mere thought, Su Chen observed a ripple across the square, akin to the air above flames distorting and dancing. The space appeared to shimmer with waves. Su Chen watched, wide-eyed, as a cluster of light particles swiftly coalesced before him. In less than 10 seconds, 100 individuals, both male and female, materialized before his eyes. Each clad in plain white short-sleeved shirts and shorts, their faces and physiques varying 80 males and 20 females, each with a floating white ID above their heads. Concurrently, Su Chen was deducted 10,000 energy points. Summoning one individual consumed 100 energy points, and each time a player died, reconstructing their body required 10 energy points. Just as he was momentarily dazed, the blue star players before him opened their eyes in succession. They gazed around, wide-eyed with bewilderment and astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wow! Is this real? The immersive experience is incredible. I thought this game was a scam, but it truly is hardcore. Look, this scene resembles a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The game modeling is astonishingly realistic. If it weren't for you lot, I might have believed I had time traveled. I wonder if there are zombies. I'm a bit scared." As they marveled, they began to disperse. Curiously wandering around the square, one player tugged at his plain white shorts, muttering, "What a terrible game. I can't even take off my pants." Another chimed in, "Right? It's still a human simulation. We can't change genders. I wanted to try switching genders. Reproductive isolation? Anyone? What the heck? There's not even a beginner's guide. No game panel either. The loading screen has a pain sensitivity adjustment. Can this game simulate touch? Hey, bro, come slap me." Smack, stop, ouch damn, that really hurts, impressive. Observing the group of foolish players, Su Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. That moment, a man with the ID, Spicy Strip Lord, spotted Su Chen. "Look, there's an NPC here." A crowd quickly rushed towards Su Chen, surrounding him with curious glances. This NPC model is incredibly lifelike, just like a real person. He is handsome, albeit a bit skinny, and his attire appears somewhat tattered. Is this the village chief of the novice village? Will he issue quests? Hey, is that a weapon in his hand? Su Chen was overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices buzzing around him, just as he pondered how to issue the first quest to these players. A bold individual reached out to snatch Su Chen's energy pistol. Bang! Su Chen raised his hand and fired, instantly disintegrating the player's head. The player with the ID, Headwear Prairie, collapsed on the spot, eliciting shocked gasps from the surrounding players. What? His green hat just got blown off? Wow. Is this game truly that hardcore? Incredible. That weapon looks so cool. Where can we get one? It's just like the black technology from movies. The players began to point and discuss animatedly. At this juncture, Su Chen cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. "Survivors, welcome to the wasteland of the apocalypse. You stand within, Stellar Sanctuary." Upon hearing his voice, the surrounding players fell silent. "Shh, don't speak. The NPC is about to issue a quest." Chapter 4, Version 1.01 Update. Monster Compendium. In the aftermath of the calamity, survival conditions have become increasingly dire. We require a sanctuary for our existence. Our immediate priority is to seek sustenance and establish a reliable refuge. Su Chen maintained a serious demeanor, striving to embody the role of a competent NPC. He gestured toward the direction of Lionheart Town, stating, "There lies an abandoned town, rife with resources, yet fraught with peril. Brave survivors, set forth and seek the supplies." Simultaneously, a translucent light screen materialized before all players, displaying two tasks. Task 1. Proceed to Lionheart Town to gather supplies. Task details. Lionheart Town has been utterly ravaged. Only mutated creatures remain within. However, a wealth of resources lies buried beneath the rubble. Seek these supplies to earn energy points. Task rewards. Food. 1 to 5, energy points. The quantity of food determines the reward amount. Instant noodles. Compressed biscuits, bread, ham, tools. 1 to 50, energy points. The integrity and utility of the tools determine the reward amount. Electronic components, chipsets, knives, abandoned vehicles, special items. 100 energy points. Energy crystals dropped by slain crazed individuals. Task 2. Strengthen the defenses of Stellar Sanctuary. Task details. Collect iron ore and metallic items, and deposit them into the smelting furnace to bolster the outer perimeter of Stellar Sanctuary as per the plan. Task rewards. 1 to 10, energy points. The progress of the task determines the reward amount. Having issued the tasks, Su Chen turned to leave while the players remained momentarily stunned. The task screen was undoubtedly a feature of the Fire Seed chip. The players who received the tasks began to chatter excitedly once more. "I triggered a task. What about you?" "I did too. This is absurd. No map and no beginner weapons. It seems we're free to explore. How interesting. Can we form teams? There is no dialogue box. How do we level up? Wait, where did the NPC go?" The players were filled with enthusiasm, intrigued by the environment of the wasteland. A portion of them pondered for a while before heading towards Lionheart Town in pairs. While the majority continued to explore around the square, as Su Chen exited the square, he spotted Su Xiaoyu, who was stealthily approaching with a kitchen knife pressed against the wall. Upon seeing Su Chen, she visibly relaxed and hurried over. "Brother, I heard a lot of voices." Su Chen smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. A new batch of survivors has arrived at our sanctuary. They will all follow my lead. You can interact with them without any danger." In Su Chen's mind, he was acutely aware that these players were under his surveillance. With a mere thought, he could control their fates. Su Xiaoyu looked puzzled. "But this area is close to the low-level contaminated zone. How could so many survivors suddenly appear?" She leaned against the wall, surveying the square. On either side of the square, two gray structures had appeared, with dozens of individuals wandering about. These people appeared quite young. Su Xiaoyu felt an odd sense about this group. As she observed, her eyes widened, and her expression became blank. She witnessed the peculiar antics of the players in the square. For instance, someone picked up a stone from the ground and began chewing on it, seemingly savoring the taste. Another player plucked a blade of grass, exclaiming, "Wow, the veins on the grass blades are so clear. This is too realistic." Yet another struck their own head with a stone, muttering, "No health bar? Why isn't my health dropping?" Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere in the square, shouting, "I'm alive again." Several players immediately surrounded him, inquiring, "Green hat, how long does it take to respawn? Is there any penalty for dying in this game?" The resurrected player was none other than the one Su Chen had just shot, Headwear Prairie. Meanwhile, his original body had turned to dust and vanished. Headwear Prairie scoffed, "I set my pain sensitivity to 0. I didn't feel anything. The respawn time is about 10 seconds, and I didn't perceive any penalties." The others nodded in agreement. "Maybe it's because we haven't leveled up." Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu was greatly alarmed. Noticing Su Chen deep in thought, she urgently said, "Brother, those people." Observing his sister's panic-stricken expression, Su Chen contemplated for a moment before explaining, "Xiaoyu, do you know about the mechanical church?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. "I've heard people in the wilderness talk about it. They are a group of mechanical life forms known as the Immortal Ones." Su Chen affirmed. "Exactly. The Immortal Ones achieve eternity by uploading their consciousness into mechanical bodies. The group outside, in a sense, can also be considered a form of Immortal Ones. However, they are not as brutal, and they will all heed my commands." Gradually, Su Xiaoyu calmed down, though many questions lingered in her mind, leaving her at a loss for where to begin. Su Chen tousled her hair and said with a smile, "Rest assured, brother has it under control. There's no need for recklessness." "Okay, brother, I trust you." Su Xiaoyu lowered her head, a flicker of unexplainable emotion in her eyes. She refrained from asking further questions, breaking into a smile. "Then I'll go find some food. We finished all the food yesterday." Su Chen waved his hand. "No need. Those fellows will bring food to us. Just wait." The players in the square engaged in discussions, unanimously concluding that the energy points from task rewards functioned as the in-game currency. Most players began diligently working to complete tasks, following the system's guidance. Certainly, a segment of female players from the scenic faction is busily scouring for mutated floral specimens, striking various poses for photographs. The sanctuary village, temporarily designated by Su Chen as Starry Haven, is encircled by rudimentary barbed wire. With certain sections in disrepair, players are diligently searching for sheets of metal, wire mesh, and the like, to feed into the smelting furnace. A female player bearing the ID, Wild Boar Peppa, discovers a rusted metal sheet in a corner of the wall, exerting herself to hurl it into the furnace. Moments later, molten iron flows from the furnace, forming a 10 by 10 alloy steel plate in the mold. Peppa retrieves the steel plate from the condensation, securing it in the designated position on the perimeter. She glances at the luminous taskbar, which displays Task Progress 100. An entry appears in the lower right corner of the screen, indicating energy points. 1. "Oh yeah," Wild Boar Peppa exclaims in excitement, hastily setting off to search for more protective materials. Meanwhile, in a small grove outside Lionheart Town, over 20 players are cautiously advancing. This game is truly remarkable. The scene simulation is indistinguishable from reality. A man with the ID, Spicy Strip Lord, gazes at the surrounding mutated flora, unable to suppress his amazement. Indeed, he nods towards Trickster Monk. "I've been a gaming content creator for 7 or 8 years. And this is the first time I've encountered such an immersive simulation in an online game." He gestures towards the distance. Whether in close or far view, it appears utterly lifelike, devoid of any blurriness or frame drops. It's hard to fathom the power of this game's processor. It must be from a world-class gaming company. It feels as if I've gained a new body. This is exhilarating. I've decided to quit all other online games and devote myself to this post-apocalyptic wasteland. Haha, I'm fortunate to have drawn a first test qualification. Otherwise, I would have missed out. Hehe. I've activated the recording function. I'll post it on the forum later to let those who lack qualifications stew in envy. Haha, did I have a premonition that this game is destined to be a massive hit? No kidding, if this game doesn't succeed, I'll eat my hat. A group of players laughed and chatted as if embarking on a spring outing. 10 minutes later, they emerged from the grove, lifting their heads to behold a dilapidated town ahead. Cracked concrete pathways extended inward, accompanied by a rusty sign. Welcome to Lionheart Town. Is this the quest location? Charge forth. This must be a monster spawn point. Let us go hunt some creatures. The players, brimming with excitement, rushed in, fearful of lagging behind and having the monsters snatched away by others. Just as they approached the town, chilling low growls emanated from within. Their steps gradually slowed. From the decaying buildings surged a horde of fur-covered, deranged beings. Good grief, zombies. 10 seconds later, heart-wrenching screams echoed through Lionheart Town. Players fled in terror. While those who lagged were tackled and mauled by the deranged, after their demise, they appeared drenched in blood, the scene gruesomely visceral. However, mere seconds later, both blood and bodies swiftly disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. The deranged, having dined in vain, erupted into a fit of rage. 5 minutes later, particles coalesced in the square, and over 20 players resurrected, their eyes still reflecting terror. What the hell? Is this a horror game? Everything on television is a lie. These zombies are terrifyingly real. Damn. I nearly died of fright. It felt so real. How did this game even pass certification? After the initial shock, the players gradually exhibited signs of exhilaration. This is thrilling. Who wants to team up to take on the zombies? Absolutely. But wait, I need to log off to change my pants. Did you really wet yourself? Su Chen observed through the system as the players were annihilated by the deranged. Initially, he harbored concerns that these individuals might be too frightened to continue gathering resources. However, it was evident that he had overestimated their apprehension. For gamers, the more sensory stimulating the experience, the more invigorated they became. System, will their resurrection cause any harm to their souls? Su Chen inquired, noting the energy points had dwindled by several hundred. The spark chip replied, the shaping of their bodies depends on the energy available from the dark magnetic field. As for their souls, the chip's protection ensures they suffer no injury. Su Chen nodded, contemplating. Currently, the players are no match for the deranged. The resource collection rate is rather slow. After a moment's thought, he began drafting another announcement on the official website. 10 minutes later, it was published. Post-apocalyptic wasteland first test version 1.01 update, background introduction. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, a significant portion of humanity succumbed to a madness akin to insanity. Driven by primal instincts of consumption and reproduction, often attacking living beings with feral ferocity. They prefer to avoid daylight, yet possess heightened senses of smell and hearing. After a century of propagation and mutation, the deranged have evolved into sentient beings known as advanced deranged. Although most advanced deranged congregate in the ruins of the old world, many lower-tier deranged roam the wilderness, hunting like beasts. Lionheart Town was destroyed during the cataclysm, leaving behind remnants of lower-tier deranged. These lower-tier deranged possess minimal intellect akin to beasts. Some of their brain cores crystallize into green crystals, which have various uses. This update opens a new map for testing, Lionheart Town. Update contents. One of this update is a hotfix. 2. Monster compendium. Lower-tier deranged, commonly referred to as zombies. Creatures mutated from humans, lacking intelligence, with sharp canine teeth and claws, extremely sensitive to the scent of blood. Severing their spine will incapacitate them, while destroying their heads will kill them. Monster level, LV1, LV3. Dropped items. Biological crystals. Image, skills, none. Note. Collect biological crystals to exchange for energy points with the leader of Starry Haven, Su Chen. Zombie rat, a mutated rat resulting from pollution, now oversized and somewhat aggressive, hiding in burrows during the day and emerging at night. Monster level, LV1. Dropped items. Sharp rat teeth. Skills, none. Note. Collect rat teeth to exchange for energy points with the leader of Starry Haven, Su Chen. Vine snake, a mutated plant resembling a snake, which actively attacks living beings, covered in spines and possessing neurotoxic venom. Monster level, LV1. Dropped items. Vine snake spines. Skills, venom spray. Note. Collect vine snakes to strengthen the defenses of Starry Haven. This update takes immediate effect. Energy points can be exchanged for weapons, armor, and other items at the quest hall from the leader. Chapter 5. Boss farming. Less than 2 seconds after the announcement, players began to comment below. This face is unacceptable. 666, less than an hour into the first test, and there's already a patch update. The official speed is quite impressive. Unbeatable in the bridal chamber. Does this update mean public testing is imminent? Understanding attire. Hurry up, officials. Speed up the public testing. The handsome scoundrel. Huh? The updated version seems to have opened a new map. From handsome to great. The description of the deranged in the monster compendium is quite similar to that of zombies. Cool city listening to warmth. Energy points seem essential for weapon exchanges. They appear quite significant. As the comments continued to pour in, The 100 players in the first test received the news and logged onto the forum to check the update information. After perusing the details, they gained a general understanding of Lionheart Town. The creativity of players is remarkably strong. Having grasped the basic information about the monsters, they began strategizing on how to deal with the deranged. A group of players led by Trickster Monk congregated to discuss their plans. Minutes later, over 20 players set off towards Lionheart Town once more. Su Chen, too, was eager to witness their actions. Soon, they arrived at the grove. This time, they refrained from recklessly entering the town and instead gathered sticks, stones, and other tools in the woods. Before long, one player stumbled upon the location of a trap previously set by Su Chen. "This is the spot. With all this barbed wire, the monsters shouldn't be able to cross," remarked Trickster Monk. The others nodded in agreement. Then, they all turned their gaze towards grassland above. "Why should I be the one to lure the monsters?" Grassland above protested, clearly displeased. Spicy Strip Lord chuckled. "Didn't you die once already? Don't worry, you'll definitely get a share of the rewards. Indeed, Green Hat Boss, your experience in self-destructive antics makes you the ideal candidate for this task." The others chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Reluctantly, Grassland above grumbled, "If any equipment drops, you must leave one for me." Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, with the group watching, Grassland above tied a length of rope around his waist, walked towards Lionheart Town, picked up a stone, and hurled it at a nearby building. Crash, glass shattered, and a deranged creature was startled into charging out. Grassland above taunted the deranged. "Come on, bite me, haha." The deranged roared in pursuit. Grassland above turned and fled. Reaching the barbed wire, he shouted, "Quickly, quickly, attack it." Just as he finished speaking, he was tackled by the deranged. He was too slow. Spicy Strip Lord seized the opportunity to advance, grabbing the rope. And together with a few others, they dragged Grassland above towards the barbed wire. Then, the prairie above was suspended over the barbed wire, with the afflicted grasping and gnawing at it. On the other side of the wire, players seized wooden planks, steel pipes, and stones, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the afflicted. Su Chen, observing from the shadows, was dumbfounded. "Fishing? These fellows are using humans to lure zombies. Is this some sort of bug exploitation?" In no time, the afflicted's head was smashed to a pulp. The prairie above, with one leg gnawed to a bloody mess, excitedly shouted, "Brothers, did we get any loot?" The afflicted, reduced to shreds, was met with the disappointed response from the Trickster Monk. "No, nothing dropped." Beside him, Spicy Strip exclaimed, "I think I gained experience." At that moment, a segment of an experience bar appeared beneath his character ID. 100. Upon checking, the others joyfully discovered they too had gained experience. Inside the house, Su Chen inquired, "Is this what you refer to as dark energy?" The fire seed chip confirmed, "Indeed. After being tainted, the afflicted accumulate dark energy matter, which dissipates upon death and can be absorbed by nearby players." Su Chen suddenly realized and asked, "You previously mentioned that I could extract a portion of the dark energy absorbed by the players. Are you certain you wish to extract it now? These players require dark energy to enhance their physicality. Otherwise, they will be quite weak." After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen nodded. "That makes sense. They should wait until their levels are higher for it to be more effective." By the barbed wire, players discovered that killing monsters increased experience, and their enthusiasm surged. The prairie above, injured, decided to commit suicide to respawn, intending to attract monsters once more. "Damn. I'm losing out." Anger welled up in the prairie above as he realized his recently gained experience had been wiped clean. This was Su Chen's way of economizing resources, utilizing the player's own energy to mold their bodies, by deducting a bit of energy from the prairie above. Su Chen only needed to expend 9 points of energy. The Trickster Monk then suggested, "Since dying results in experience loss, let us not waste it." Consequently, they first removed one of the prairie above's legs as bait and managed to take down another afflicted. "Hey, this is quite the deal. If we don't die, we lose experience." The prairie above's thigh gushed blood, yet he seemed entirely unfazed by the pain. Then, they removed his other leg. Over the course of the morning, players engaged in this fishing-style combat, dispatching over a dozen afflicted with remarkable efficiency. By noon, the surrounding afflicted had been largely cleared, and the players boldly ventured into the town to gather supplies. Su Chen strolled out of his quarters and made his way to the mission hall. Soon after, the players who had gone scavenging returned one after another, each carrying bags of supplies, eagerly seeking to exchange them for energy points with Su Chen. A box of expired compressed biscuits yielded 30 energy points. A pack of moldy ham garnered 10 energy points. Su Chen, feeling elated, counted the provisions, realizing that the food would last him and his sister for quite some time. As for the players, their bodies were composed of dark matter energy, rendering them indifferent to food and drink. The energy expended during activities could be replenished through the energy field. Truly, they were mere tools. In addition to food, The subsequent players collected an array of peculiar tools. An old alloy table. Useless, a porcelain bowl. Useless. An alloy basin. Useless, a silicone cup. Useless. As Su Chen continued gathering supplies, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it was the fourth catastrophe, leaving nothing in its wake. Boss, this looks like some sort of advanced technology. How much is it worth in energy points? Call me Rice Bucket, handed Su Chen a black iron rod resembling a flashlight. His face brimming with anticipation, Su Chen, unsure of its purpose, consulted the system. Abandoned energy rod. Useless. With that, he tossed the rod aside. Rice Bucket muttered in disappointment, I thought it was something good. Subsequently, players approached Su Chen with all manner of items for exchange. Two players even collaborated to haul a dilapidated motorcycle to him. Old world junk bike, 90 damaged, exchange for 5 energy points. 4 or 5 players dragged a crumbling car towards the shelter with a steel wire rope. Even the welcome to Lionheart Town sign had been dismantled and brought back. Su Chen was left with a frown. Was this a scrap collection operation? Amidst the useless items, Su Chen did manage to find some valuable goods. An old-world intelligent robot, 60 damaged, exchanged for 50 energy points. A civilian electronic integrated circuit board, 20 energy points. While these items held little value compared to a loaf of bread in Su Chen's eyes. The Systems, Ecology, section offered an option for item repair. Low-tier intelligent robot. Requires 500 energy points for repair. Would you like to proceed? No. Su Chen immediately shook his head. It resembled a Tmall genie. And repairing it would serve no purpose, especially since he lacked the expertise to program the robot. Aside from the repair option, the Ecology section also had a decomposition option. Low-tier intelligent robot. Decomposing yields electronic integrated circuit boards and 10 nanometer storage chips. Would you like to decompose? After a moment of thought, he chose to proceed with the decomposition. Nanometer storage chips, now that S something valuable. Within the system, this storage chip could be utilized to create a storage item. Akin to a spatial ring. Its principle was to employ dark energy to digitize material particle data, retaining its encoding as data, and subsequently storing it. When retrieved, the data would reassemble into physical form. Of course, this was merely Su Chen's interpretation. He couldn't grasp the more profound principles and lacked the energy to analyze them further. The scavenging players continued to exchange energy points, quickly returning to their relentless pillaging. Su Chen, carrying 2 large bags of supplies, prepared to return home when the prairie above approached him stealthily, producing a pea-sized green crystal. Boss, this dropped from a zombie's head. Is it valuable? Su Chen's eyes lit up. It was indeed a biological crystal. He hastily took it, and after confirming with the fire seed chip, it was verified as a biological crystal. Biological crystals are formed in the brains of certain monsters post-catastrophe. This substance's formation is related to radiation, dark matter, and genetic mutations. It contains a wealth of extractable energy sources. In the wasteland, biological crystals are referred to as energy blocks, akin to food, serving as hard currency. However, low-tier afflicted rarely produce biological crystals. With this item, power generation was now possible. Su Chen, brimming with joy, said to the prairie above, well done. Biological crystal, exchange for 100 energy points. The prairie above looked at Su Chen in astonishment. Wow, this NPC is surprisingly intelligent. The conversation feels quite real. Su Chen, smiley face. Watching as his energy points increased by 100, the green hat guy excitedly sought to exchange for a Desert Eagle pistol and a 7-round magazine. Haha, I'm the first person to have a weapon. He gleefully handled the pistol, laughing boisterously, drawing envious glances from the players around the square. Su Chen returned to the mission hall and exchanged for 4 10-meter-long low-level safety display cabinets and a biological energy particle reactor from the system. Arranging them in a line within the hall, each display cabinet could hold 10 items. After calculating, he spent 50,000 energy points to acquire a batch of low-tier weapons, placing them in the safety cabinets and labeling their prices. Desert Eagle, 100 energy points. AK-47 rifle, 1,000 energy points. Kar 98K sniper rifle, 1,000 energy points. 7.62 mm bullets, 10 rounds for 20 energy points. Fragmentation grenade, 1,000 energy points. Crystal energy gun, 5,000 energy points. Additionally, Su Chen crafted a storage electronic watch from the newly acquired nanometer storage chip. Storage electronic watch, 2,000 energy points, stores items in a 10 by 10 square. Of course, the watches in the display cabinets were mere replicas, serving as samples. Presently, there was only one storage chip, which Su Chen needed for himself. After all, the players did not yet possess sufficient energy points to exchange for weapons. Su Chen deemed his pricing quite reasonable, merely doubling the original cost. The biological energy particle reactor functioned as a rather advanced generator, fueled by biological crystals. Once everything was arranged and the generator activated, the safety cabinet sealed automatically. Unless authorized by Su Chen, the alloy glass could not be opened. Glancing at his remaining energy points, he noted just over 30,000 left. Su Chen refrained from reckless spending, aware that should players die, they would lack energy for resurrection. Merely within a morning, the players had brought him significant gains. Upon returning home with a large bag of supplies, Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. She had never seen so much food in her life. After a sumptuous lunch, Su Chen was about to check the comments on the official forum when he suddenly sensed a multitude of player deaths. Upon reviving in the square, players shouted, "A boss has emerged. Lionheart Town is spawning bosses." Su Chen's heart raced. Could it be that Lionheart Town had mid-tier afflicted? Stay home and don't wander off. I'll go take a look, he instructed his sister before departing his quarters. At that moment, in the square, a group of players were excitedly exchanging information before teaming up to sprint towards Lionheart Town. Su Chen discreetly followed behind. Avoiding their gaze, from a distance, he spotted a black boar. Its body covered in tumors, black hair protruding like steel needles, and fangs jutting out from its lips, roaring ferociously. Su Chen furrowed his brow. A mutated beast. Chapter 6. Treasures of the Old World in the Old World. This wild boar might have been domesticated, serving as sustenance for humans. However, after the cataclysm, many livestock became tainted, transforming into ferocious monsters. Su Chen had visited Lionheart Town on numerous occasions, aside from the nocturnal zombie rats. He had never encountered mutated beasts. After all, in Lionheart Town, there were many lost souls who would swarm and devour any living creature, including mutated beasts. They must have escaped from the contaminated zones. Su Chen speculated. 10 miles north of Lionheart Town lay a bizarre and surreal area, rife with various pollutants. Any creature within was grotesque and savage. For humans, it was a death zone, utterly inhospitable. Such polluted zones were abundant in the wasteland. Classified into tiers, low, medium, high, and forbidden. Lionheart Town, being slightly closer to a low-level contaminated area, was already perilous. Ordinary individuals could not survive here without at least an F-grade Gene Warrior squad to cleanse the area. The higher-tier polluted zones were often located within the ruins of the old world cities. For instance, there was a small city just north of Lionheart Town, teeming with numerous lost souls, some of whom had reproduced for 1 or 2 generations. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted, snapping Su Chen from his reverie. He saw grassland above, at the forefront, brandishing a gun and shouting, "Don't you dare steal my kill. I'm going to solo this boss." However, his marksmanship was atrocious. Out of a 7-bullet magazine, 3 went astray, clearly indicating a lack of shooting experience. The remaining bullets struck the mutated wild boar, causing black blood to erupt. "Haha, it's bleeding," Grassland above exclaimed in excitement. Yet, despite being shot, the mutated wild boar was not mortally wounded. Instead, it became enraged, with a deafening roar. It glared with blood-red eyes and charged with a speed exceeding 120 miles per hour. With a sickening sound, Grassland above was impaled on the boar's tusk, dangling helplessly as his intestines spilled forth, a gruesome sight. The other players were taken aback by the boar's ferocious burst of power. "What are you all doing? Attack it!" Grassland above yelled fiercely, even while suspended on the boar's tusk, striking its skull with the grip of his pistol. Nearby, Spicy Stick hastily shouted, "Green Hat, shoot it already. I'm out of bullets." Grassland above felt his strength waning, sensing his imminent demise. Spicy Stick urged, "Quick, toss me your pistol. I'll buy some bullets." Green Hat contemplated that if he fell, he would also lose his equipment, so it was better to lend it to Spicy Stick. Just as he uttered those words, Green Hat threw the pistol with all his might, then gloriously sacrificed himself to respawn. The other players surged forward, wielding various makeshift weapons, stabbing at the mutated wild boar in a frenzy. Spicy Stick snatched up the pistol and rushed towards the mission hall. Su Chen observed everything, having already set the safe's lock with his fire seed chip. After deducting Spicy Stick's energy points, he retrieved 21 bullets from the safe. Although the players were fearlessly relentless, the mutated wild boar had a tough hide and thick flesh. Aside from the pistol, it was challenging for them to inflict effective damage. Watching the players respawn repeatedly and the energy points being deducted, Su Chen felt a pang of sympathy. However, he would never intervene in such a scene. If the mutated wild boar shifted its target, he would be in dire straits. It was better to remain hidden and let the players charge forth. Gradually, the battlefield shifted. Su Chen's gaze fell upon a sign in the town. Police station. This was an armed institution from the old world. With a sudden thought, Su Chen stealthily moved forward. In the absence of civilization, old world cities appeared as treasures to the denizens of the wasteland. Not only did they contain remnants of resources, but they also held invaluable information. They believed that within the ruins of the old world lay the secrets of the cataclysm, including the reasons behind humanity's transformation into lost souls. Additionally, while old world weapons were considerably outdated, they remained precious resources. For example, the Dawn City of the wasteland was said to have gained immense benefits from the ruins of the old world. enabling it to dominate and become a formidable power. Thus, various factions formed numerous exploration teams to delve into the remnants of the old world, taking advantage of the chaos between the players and the mutated wild boar. Su Chen quietly entered the police station. Armed with a crystal energy pistol, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of mutated monsters before proceeding upstairs to search. The archives were thick with dust, and some skeletal remains lay scattered. All paper documents had disintegrated, and the computers were severely damaged. Su Chen wasted no time. Utilizing the decomposition function in the ecology section, he swiftly dismantled some useful items. Suddenly, he discovered a special item. The system provided a prompt, causing Su Chen to pause and rush to a counter in the archives. The fire seed chip embedded in his neck acted like a radar, guiding him to clear away the powdery remnants and discover a small USB drive at the bottom of the cabinet. What use could this possibly have? Su Chen pondered, perplexed. In the old world, USB drives had become obsolete, replaced by advanced micro-nano crystal disks utilized by major powers for record-keeping. Finding a device to read a USB drive was now a challenge. The fire seed chip responded. The contents remain unknown, but according to dark energy readings, the data within may prove beneficial to the host. Su Chen nodded, touching the electronic watch on his wrist. The USB drive promptly vanished. This storage watch is truly convenient, he remarked with approval, continuing his search down the corridor. The numerous decayed bones beneath his feet crumbled at the slightest touch, while dark red stains on the walls, having dried for an extended period, made it difficult to discern their sanguine hue. After searching the second floor, Su Chen finally located the armory in the underground vault. With the electronic lock absent, he pried open the rusted metal lock of the iron gate. On a corner shelf, he finally found a box of weapons, 1069 style pistols, 1 submachine gun, and 2 boxes of ammunition. All the weapons were wrapped in oiled paper, appearing to be in working condition. The system's inspection revealed that their integrity was above 90%, meaning these weapons were still usable. This cash could exchange for at least 2 slaves, or a week's worth of food in the wasteland. Elated, Su Chen stowed away all the items. Upon exiting the police station, he found the players still engaged in combat with the mutated wild boar. Bang bang bang. Spicy Stick, wielding a desert eagle, unleashed a barrage at the boar. He displayed a modicum of intelligence, realizing his shooting skills were lacking, so he closed the distance for a closer shot before turning to flee. As the players attacked at the cost of their lives. The mutated wild boar sustained numerous injuries, its body drenched in blood. The ferocity of its roars diminished significantly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the players subdued the mutated wild boar. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, truly deserving of the 4th catastrophe. Impressive. Chapter 7. Player level up. Though the players' combat prowess was mediocre, they possessed no sense of pain and were utterly fearless. Their reckless bravado rivaled that of the lost souls. After over 2 hours of attrition, the mutated wild boar finally let out a pitiful howl and collapsed. The players surged forward, hacking, smashing, and stabbing until it was slain. Quick, check for loot. Don't snatch it. I want a pig leg. The tusks are mine. Whoa, Spicy Stick, why are you red-named? One player exclaimed, astonished at Spicy Stick. His previously white ID now bore a faint crimson hue. Spicy Stick grinned triumphantly. Hee hee, I leveled up. On Spicy Stick's panel, the level section indicated LV2.AS levels increased, players' IDs changed color. I'm just 10 experience points away. Cunning Trickster Monk chimed in. They had kept a safe distance during the assault on the mutated wild boar, only dying once at the start. After the boar's demise, the dark matter energy it released was absorbed by the surrounding players, significantly boosting their experience. Grassland above swiftly severed the boar's head and ran off, having discovered a biological crystal while fishing for evidence from a lost soul skull. Given that the wild boar was a boss, its skull would undoubtedly contain a crystal. Other players realized too late, as Grassland above had already vanished from sight. Subsequently, the players divided the spoils and continued to scour Lionheart Town for resources. Su Chen had quietly returned to the shelter, placing the firearms he had found in the police station within the display case of the mission hall. These items could fetch players several thousand energy points. After a brief wait, Grassland above indeed returned, beaming with delight. Boss, I found another biological crystal. He excitedly handed a pea-sized crystal to Su Chen. This crystal was slightly larger than the previous one but was still a low-tier variant, rewarding Green Hat with 100 energy points. After perusing the counter, he found that he couldn't afford equipment with the energy points and instead purchased 50 bullets, leaving with a spring in his step. This is excellent. With these 2 crystals, the shelter will have electricity for 2 months, Su Chen mused, feeling quite pleased. Currently, other areas of the shelter required no electricity, and the mission hall's safe display case consumed little power. The energy from the 2 crystals would last quite a while. Upon returning home, Su Xiaoyu, like a little hamster, meticulously sorted the food Su Chen had brought back, storing it lovingly throughout the room. Su Chen chuckled softly, Xiaoyu, there's no need to hide it. It's just expired food, really unnecessary. However, Su Xiaoyu persisted, brother, we must plan for the future. What if Lionheart Town runs out of supplies? That's a valid point, he conceded, Su Chen acknowledged with a sound. Yet his mind was troubled by the thought of consuming expired food daily, which would undoubtedly harm his health. He needed to devise a way to procure some vegetables and fruits. Sources of vital vitamins. Previously, he had little choice. Merely avoiding starvation was a significant achievement. However, circumstances had now changed, allowing Su Chen to create better living conditions. After tasting the porridge prepared by his sister, he pondered the functionalities of the system's ecology section. Holding 2 compressed biscuits, he attempted to decompose them. The moldy bread yielded 0.8 g of protein upon decomposition. Should he proceed with the decomposition? No. After attempting this, Su Chen formed a general idea in his mind. Decomposed food would reveal its most fundamental state. He decided to experiment with plants. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with daylight still present, Su Chen ventured into the abandoned vegetable garden of the shelter and discovered a mutated plant. The radiation-polluted tomato seedling, when decomposed, would yield 6 radiation-grade tomato seeds. Should he decompose it? Yes. The seedling in Su Chen's hand seemed to be swept by an invisible wave of energy, transforming into black powder in an instant. He clapped his hands to shake off the powder, revealing 6 dark green tomato seeds in his palm. System. Will these seeds produce edible plants? Fire seed chip, of course. The genetic sequence of the radiation-grade seeds has been altered, allowing them to be cultivated in contaminated soil. Their nutritional value slightly surpasses that of pre-apocalypse food, and they have a faster production cycle. The downside is that their yield is only 70% of that from the old world. Su Chen clenched his fist in excitement. 70% is sufficient. Those who survived in the wasteland understood the preciousness of food. Sometimes, a human life was worth less than a mere piece of bread. Vegetables and fruits were rare resources found only in the ecological gardens of powerful factions, likely unattainable for ordinary people in their lifetimes. If the starry shelter could cultivate these radiation-grade foods in abundance, Su Chen would no longer worry about sustenance. However, the seeds could not be exposed just yet, as it would invite dire consequences. Putting the seeds away, Su Chen glanced at the sky. Darkness was approaching. As he wandered through the plaza, he observed a multitude of players still laboriously gathering resources. To his astonishment, some players were attempting to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Surprisingly, their efforts bore fruit, and a small bonfire was ignited in the plaza. A few individuals surrounded the fire, skewering something on sticks to roast. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen was taken aback. These players were indeed roasting meat. The chunks of meat were evidently from the mutated wild boar slaughtered earlier that day. Regrettably, the pig's kidneys had been swiped by someone, leaving him with only a pig's trotters. Call me Rice Bucket, wore a look of regret. Nearby, a voluptuous female player, Sweet Gourmet, hesitated and asked, Rice Bucket, can we eat in the game? Rice Bucket nodded vigorously. I discovered upon entering the game that this simulation system is remarkably impressive. Hearing, smell, touch, and taste are all simulated with absolute realism. I truly marvel at how it was achieved. He gestured towards the walls outside and continued. Most of those plants are toxic. I've died from poison 5 times today. Sweet Gourmet expressed her admiration. Your willingness to test the poisons is truly exemplary for us food enthusiasts. Ah, it's nothing, Rice Bucket dismissed modestly. I never expected that delicious food could be developed in-game. The pig's trotters sizzling over the fire caused fat to drip and splatter, creating tiny flames. Not far away, Su Chen was utterly astonished. Indeed, these players were fearless foodies, willing to consume even mutated beasts. System. Will they mutate from eating this? The fire seed chip seemed momentarily taken aback before replying. The host need not worry. They are merely composed of dark matter and will not be contaminated at that moment. Su Chen recalled that players were also immune to the infection caused by the Heartless. Suddenly, a strange sound of sizzling meat wafted through the air. It smelled divine. Sweet Gourmet could not resist swallowing and stared wide-eyed at the roasted pig's trotters. Rice Bucket then sprinkled some dried leaf powder over the roasting trotters, enhancing the aroma even further. What is that? Sweet Gourmet inquired, her curiosity piqued. Rice Bucket grinned proudly. It's a fragrant herb I discovered. Can you detect a hint of cumin? Sweet Gourmet nodded, wiping her mouth. Rice Bucket continued, it does have a slight toxicity. Consuming too much could be fatal, so I used it sparingly. Su Chen silently applauded this daring culinary exploration. Before long, Rice Bucket had finished roasting the pig's trotters, and the group began to share the feast. Watching them devour the meat with such relish made Su Chen feel ravenous. Just as they were preparing to return, Rice Bucket suddenly gasped. His ID had transformed to a pale red. The unexpected news, he had leveled up. Chapter 8, Zombie Rat Siege System. Can players absorb energy points by consuming mutated beasts? Su Chen inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. The fire seed chip hesitated, seemingly caught off guard by the player's antics before finally responding. Perhaps. It should, might, could, possibly absorb it? You must be kidding. This is utterly unreliable. Moments later, the fire seed chip regained its composure and analyzed earnestly. Mutated beasts have endured various forms of radiation and pollution. The dark matter energy contained within their bodies is significantly more abundant than what dissipates. Thus, it stands to reason that players consuming the flesh of mutated beasts would absorb dark matter energy without succumbing to infection. While many mutated beasts roam the wasteland, people would rather starve than consume them, knowing all too well that doing so would lead to contamination and transformation into a monster. Yet, this common knowledge seemed ineffective against players. Meanwhile, Call Me Rice Bucket, devouring his roasted pig's trotters, noticed a change in his experience points and exclaimed in excitement, "By the heavens, I've leveled up!" His shout drew the attention of nearby players. "Rice Bucket, how did you level up?" they inquired eagerly. Rice Bucket replied cheerfully, "I simply ate a pig's trotter," and no sooner had he spoken than Sweet Gourmet, with grease smeared across her face, saw her ID transform to pale red as well. She had leveled up too. The players erupted in excitement. "What the hell? I've been grinding zombies all day and haven't leveled up as fast as you two. Give me some, damn it. I moved bricks all day and only gained 30 experience points. I need to find some roasted meat too." The throng of players clamored around, rushing to locate the wild boar carcass. Before long, a bonfire was ignited in the plaza. The more astute players abandoned the idea of starting fires with sticks and instead rushed to the smelting furnace to ignite wood. The aroma of slightly charred roasted meat wafted throughout the plaza. When Su Xiaoyu arrived, drawn by the enticing scent, she was horrified to witness the bizarre scene of players roasting mutated meat. Some even biting into it without cooking. It resembled a terrifying gathering of cultists, indulging in raw flesh. Seeing the terror in his sister's eyes, Su Chen was at a loss for words. He could only reassure Su Xiaoyu. These individuals may not be the brightest, but their digestive systems are robust. They won't mutate, so don't worry. Let's head home. Glancing at the bonfire in the plaza, Su Chen sensed that the night would not remain tranquil. Drawing from his experience wandering the wasteland, he knew it was best not to light fires at night. While mutated beasts feared flames, they were drawn to areas with human scent. The aroma of the players' roasted meat would likely travel far. Su Chen contemplated that the monsters in Lionheart Town should have been mostly cleared out by now, and even if some were to attack, it shouldn't pose too great a problem. He'll be safe. While daylight still lingered, he took his sister home, securing the doors and windows, observing player activities solely through the system. In the plaza, players chatted casually while feasting on meat. The game scene simulation was remarkably realistic, with day and night mirroring the real world. "Bro, are we pulling an all-nighter?" "Yeah, let me grab a bite first. I'll grind monsters all night." One player, finishing the last bite of his roasted meat, lay down on the ground. Motionless. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes. "I'm done eating." Su Chen glanced at the time. It was already 6:30. The time in the wasteland coincided with that of Blue Star, which he had discovered while establishing the website. He interpreted this as a parallel universe where time was equivalent, yet the spaces differed. Now that it was mealtime, most players had logged off to eat. At 8 o'clock, remarkably, all 100 beta testers were online. Impressive dedication, Su Chen mused, comfortably reclining on his bed. The sight of players in the plaza, brandishing torches and busily gathering resources, was utterly endearing. In just one day, the outer protective wall of the shelter had reached 50% completion. Remarkable efficiency. Players who reveled in combat continued to venture outside, torches in hand, to clear the land. Just as Su Chen was on the verge of falling asleep, he suddenly sensed the deaths of several players. His mind jolted awake, and through the players' perspectives, he discovered that the explorers had indeed come under attack. "Damn. What a massive rat!" "Cunning sorcerer," exclaimed. From all corners of Lionheart Town, a horde of shadows surged forth. Mutated rats. The zombie rats, during the day, they typically remained hidden in their burrows, only emerging at night to forage. These zombie rats were larger than adult cats and exhibited fierce aggression, much like the Heartless. Going berserk at the sight of blood. Caught off guard, the players suffered significant losses, especially the one in the grasslands, who was bitten to death by the zombie rats, losing all his purchased gear. "Aw, my gun!" Emerging from the revival point, Green Hat Guy was in a frenzy. Nearby, Spicy Strip Guy angrily shouted, "Damn it, I've lost a level." His ID had reverted to a blank white. Cunning Sorcerer swiftly fled, panting as he dashed back to the shelter. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, he shouted, "The zombie rats are coming." The players peered over the walls of the shelter, witnessing a tide of dark, undead rodents surging toward them. If the shelter were to be breached, a penalty from the system was certain to follow. The cunning monk yelled, "At this point, there's no need for hesitation. Use all your energy points to exchange for weapons and defend the city. Let us exterminate these filthy black rodents. At this moment, Su Chen cooperatively sent out a global announcement. Monster Siege. Zombie rats attack. All players participating in the defense will be rewarded with 10 to 100 energy points. A series of 3 announcements appeared before every player's screen. This time, the players who received the system notification sprang into action. Weapons from the task hall were hastily exchanged. Hey, spicy stick, transfer me 120 energy points. I need to get a flame gun, said the cunning monk to Spicy Stick. Spicy Stick was taken aback. You can transfer energy points? The monk shot him a sidelong glance. Of course. Energy points are akin to gold coins or vouchers in online games. They can definitely be transferred. Seeing Spicy Stick still hesitating, he urged, stop dawdling. This is just the early phase of the first test. Energy points are crucial. Based on my experience, the officials will surely open a recharge channel later. I can't possibly scam you out of this little amount. After some thought, Spicy Stick gritted his teeth and replied, all right, monk, I've only accumulated 128 points after grinding all day. I'll transfer them all to you. Upon receiving Spicy Stick's energy points, the monk borrowed more from others and finally amassed a total of 1,000 energy points. He then exchanged them at the counter for a flame gun. Haha, with this, I fear no dark, furry rodents. Monk, let me try out this new equipment later. They set off, ready to roast some rats. The players surged toward the protective wall with great enthusiasm. Chapter 9. The mechanical immortal. That night, within the star shelter, dozens of torches shone brightly for miles around. 10 miles north of Lionheart Town. At the outskirts of a low-level contaminated zone, 3 bizarre nightwalkers brazenly traversed the darkness. To be precise, these nightwalkers were not human. They were entirely composed of dark metallic skeletons, each arm equipped with gun barrel launchers, their metallic faces adorned with pairs of flickering blue eyes, resembling intelligent robots from a science fiction film. This was a peculiar creature from the wasteland, known as the Immortals from the Mechanical Church. They possessed the capability to upload their consciousness into a chip resembling a storage card through a special device, rendering them ageless and impervious to illness. Even if their mechanical bodies were destroyed, they would not die as long as their consciousness chip remained intact. They possessed thinking and logical capabilities akin to humans, with a belief in technology as their path to enlightenment. However, in the wasteland, the general attitude toward the Mechanical Church's Immortals was one of fear, due to historical incidents of large-scale massacres committed by these beings against humanity. People believed that these robots could no longer be classified as human, and some speculated that the Great Cataclysm might be directly related to these Immortals. The onset of the Cataclysm. The Mechanical Church lost a significant amount of data and suffered considerable losses in equipment. The consciousness chips could not be mass-produced, and the technological locks of the old world remained beyond their ability to reverse engineer. Thus, the Mechanical Church could only produce Immortals in limited numbers, while continuously scouring the ruins of the old world for lost technological information in hopes of deciphering the method of consciousness chip production. Just as the players engaged in a firefight with the horde of zombie rats, faint gunfire echoed, and the 3 robots simultaneously turned their heads toward the direction of the star shelter. 23.8 kilometers, high thermal energy fluctuation, one of the robots intoned coldly. Subsequently, the 3 robots fell silent, moving in perfect unison as they turned and raced toward the star shelter. For the robots equipped with night vision, the night was no different from day. Outside the newly constructed protective wall, the horde of zombie rats swarmed beneath, emitting a chorus of squeaks. Blocked by the iron wall, they frantically gnawed with their sharp teeth, creating a sound that grated on the nerves. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the wall, players armed with newly exchanged weapons unleashed a barrage of gunfire, reveling in the chaos. Step aside, for I shall exorcise these great black rodents. The cunning monk fumbled behind the wall for a while before finally igniting the flame gun. Whoosh! Flames erupted, igniting the player, Grassland above, who was too slow to dodge. What the hell? You dog monk. The cunning monk sheepishly scratched his head, saying, my apologies. I mismanaged the flame. The fire raged fiercely, and it was certainly beyond extinguishing, as Grassland above appeared like a fiery figure. Calmly awaiting his fate, he continued to hurl insults at the monk's female relatives. Spicy Stick quickly shouted, Green Hat, don't waste the body. Jump in and you might take down some monsters. Grassland above reconsidered and thought, indeed, killing a few monsters could still grant him some experience. Thus, a fire-drenched figure leaped from the wall into the midst of the rat horde, incinerating several zombie rats before his body disintegrated into ashes. Meanwhile, the monk stood atop the wall, wildly spraying flames. The entire square was filled with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Observing this, other players also took their positions on the wall to contribute. Those with weapons fired indiscriminately, while those without resorted to wielding steel pipes and throwing rocks. Call Me Rice Bucket had not completed many tasks that day, had no energy points left, and had died from poison several times.
Even though he had leveled up to LV2, gaining a bit more strength than ordinary players, he felt it was of little help. He sniffed the air, seemingly detecting the scent of something charred. After a moment's thought, he picked up 2 zombie rat corpses from the corner, skillfully skinned them, and skewered them with a metal rod. "Hey, monk, could you help me roast this?" Rice Bucket approached the cunning monk, holding up the skewers. The monk was momentarily confused, and Rice Bucket seized the opportunity to twirl the skewers over the flame gun. They might be a bit charred. Muttering to himself, Rice Bucket sprinkled some toxic dried leaf powder onto the skewers. "Nice, it smells great." He then took a big bite of the rat meat. "Ugh," the cunning monk immediately retched, exclaiming, "What the hell, are you Rice Bucket? Will you eat anything?" The other players looked on in shock. Rice Bucket, however, gleefully declared, "This rat meat is even tastier than pig trotters. It's rich and not greasy, with a delightful chewiness." Just as the monk was about to respond, he suddenly noticed the ID color above Rice Bucket's head deepening. "What the heck? You leveled up again?" "Really?" Rice Bucket squinted at his stats panel and exclaimed in delight. "Wow, I really did. I've leveled up to LV3. Is that even possible?" The players were left dumbfounded. The cunning monk wore a perplexed expression. Could it be that this game allows one to level up by eating? Sweet Gourmet was the second to try. Upon tasting the roasted rat, her eyes lit up. "Wow, this is quite delicious." After finishing one, she too leveled up. As they witnessed others leveling up rapidly, the remaining players could no longer sit idle, and many began fishing out rat corpses from beneath the wall. Moments later, the players' gazes toward the rat horde changed dramatically. They stared at them as if they were a pile of experience points. With the first brave soul having taken the plunge, some eager players easily overcame their psychological barriers. After all, it was just a game. They weren't actually eating rats. Unbeknownst to the players, 3 towering robots were slowly approaching from behind the rat horde. Upon witnessing Grassland above fearlessly leap into the fray, their steps briefly faltered, seemingly astonished by his bravery. When they observed the group of humans beginning to retrieve zombie rat corpses to roast, they froze mid-motion, their legs suspended in the air for a moment, as if their systems had encountered a glitch. The blue lights in their eyes flickered incessantly, as if their programming was on the verge of crashing. Could it be that humans have evolved to possess an immunity to machinery? The leading robot mused, laden with confusion. "Capture samples and take them back for research." Subsequently, the 3 robots resumed their march toward the shelter. Along the way, their arms began to shift and transform. Precise mechanical components whirred as 6 arms combined to form what resembled Gatling gun barrels. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The thunderous gunfire suddenly echoed through the night sky. A torrential downpour of bullets rained down chaotically. The violent gunfire startled the horde of zombie rats, sending them into a panicked scramble for escape. The players were left bewildered, catching glimpses of the 3 2-meter-tall robots unleashing a barrage of firepower. "What is this? Transformers? Mechs? Incredible. Is that you, Gundam?" Some players were elated, even contemplating moving closer to touch them. At that moment, they all received a system-wide announcement. "Congratulations! The defense of the siege was successful, rewarding 10 energy points. Wasteland Apocalypse will undergo offline maintenance in 10 seconds. All players are advised to log off voluntarily to avoid losses." The announcement echoed 3 times. All players were taken aback. What the heck? Another update? Frequent updates are quite normal during the early testing phase of a game. Could those robots be part of a new storyline? Surely there will be new gameplay after the update. Right? How long will the maintenance take? I don't want to log off. Let's head to the official website to check what's new. Most players began preparing to log off. However, a few particularly addicted players protested. "Updates? Hell no, I don't want to log off. I still want to play. If I don't log off, I can still grind." Thud. The last stubborn player collapsed against the protective wall. All players simultaneously experienced a moment of darkness. They were forcibly disconnected from the game. Chapter 10. The Enigma of Xuanji. The abrupt disconnection of the players was undoubtedly orchestrated by Su Chen. The instant the robots commenced their attack, he promptly inquired with the system. "What should I do? Why did 3 robots suddenly appear?" The Fire Seed chip replied with a hint of seriousness. "Host, be cautious. They are mechanical life forms." "Mechanical life forms?" Su Chen quickly deduced, exclaiming, "Are they the immortal ones?" Upon receiving confirmation from the system, his first instinct was to flee. The Fire Seed chip calmly stated, "There is no time. Given your current physical condition, you cannot escape the pursuit of the immortal ones." Furrowing his brow, Su Chen suggested, "Let the players distract them while I hide in the basement. I should remain undetected, right? The thermal imaging detectors of the immortal ones are exceedingly advanced. They have likely already locked onto your position." "Have I already been discovered?" Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. "Quickly tell me what to do. I do not wish to be captured by the immortal ones and transformed into a robot." He seemed confident that the system had a solution. Indeed, The fire seed chip did not disappoint him. The solution was quite simple. As long as the host could make contact with one of their bodies, I would be able to capture their signal source. Brother, outside, the gunfire seems too intense. Su Xiaoyu, curled up in the darkness, spoke with a quiver in her voice. Su Chen hurriedly reassured her, don't worry. Xiaoyu, those individuals are under my control and will not come to harm. With that, he stood up, pried open a door panel, and stepped into the dim starlight, revealing a radiant smile. I'll go take a look. Just stay quiet. He then secured the door panel back in place and sprinted towards the square. Su Xiaoyu responded softly, brother should be fine. As Su Chen ran, he sent out an announcement to all players. Upon reaching the square, every player collapsed simultaneously. The three robots appeared to be taken aback by this bizarre scene, their gunfire ceasing. A net-like blue light erupted from their eyes, scanning over the bodies of all players. Unknown life form. Similarity to human vital signs. 99. Life signs stable, but inactive. Unknown signal source in the brain has been severed. A cold, indifferent tone echoed as the robot strode past the surrounding walls. The lead robot, with its Gatling arms aimed at the corner of the square, coldly uttered two words. Come out. Simultaneously, the other two robots positioned themselves in a triangular formation, their gun barrels extended, vigilant of any surrounding movement. Su Chen raised his arms and calmly stepped out from the shadows, allowing the blue light from the robot's eyes to scan over him. He knew he stood no chance in a fight. Any display of resistance or aggression would undoubtedly result in him being riddled with bullets. Human male, no genetic modification traits, mild infection symptoms. The lead robot reported Su Chen's current state before coldly stating, there should not be any survivors here. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, everyone has the right to survive. While speaking, his mind raced. How could he simultaneously make contact with all three robots? Host, these three robots are, in fact, just one immortal. You only need to touch one of their bodies. Point one immortal, three bodies? No wonder immortals are incredibly difficult to kill. This is akin to a function of duplication. Su Chen felt a jolt in his heart. You are indeed correct. I am very intrigued by your method of survival, the robot replied indifferently, aiming its Gatling gun at the fallen players, continuing, additionally, could you explain the origin of these life forms? Poor Taoist? Your Excellency? Su Chen's expression turned peculiar. Why does this robot speak with the tone of a wandering Taoist? The crucial detail is that its Gatling arms are still smoking. Su Chen, almost without thinking, asked, may I inquire your Taoist name? The robot's head twitched slightly, emitting a faint mechanical hum, and its eyes locked onto Su Chen as it earnestly replied, only monks are referred to by their Taoist names. Her Taoist name is Xuanjizi, Xin. Xuanjizi? Wang Defa. Does it truly have a Taoist name? Su Chen felt his worldview shatter. Have you ever seen a Taoist clad in armor, wielding Gatling guns for arms? This is utterly absurd. An overwhelming sense of the surreal washed over Su Chen's consciousness. At this moment, he remained unaware of the profound notoriety of the immortal Xuanjizi across the wasteland. Among the lists of major factions, its annotations read, extremely dangerous. Su Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Xuanjizi appeared unfazed and posed another question. Your pulse is quite erratic. From your reaction, it seems you have heard of my sect. Su Chen, slightly dazed, replied, I have heard of Taoists, but I have never encountered such a peculiar, unique Taoist. The light in Xuanjizi's eyes flickered with urgency. Taoist is the term used by the old world to refer to my sect. It seems you have indeed come across certain relics of the old world. With a series of mechanical clicks, Xuanjizi transformed one of its Gatling arms into a hand, revealing a compartment in its chest that opened to reveal specially designed metallic handcuffs. I kindly request that you accompany me to the mechanical church for a discussion of the Tao. Xuanjizi tossed the handcuffs before Su Chen, signaling him to put them on. Discuss the Tao? Am I to be dissected and have my consciousness extracted to create a robot? However, this being was far too cautious. Keeping its distance and seemingly sensing something, Su Chen frowned inwardly. Under the ominous gun barrels, he dared not make a single move. Although they appeared to be only 2 or 3 meters apart, Su Chen knew that even if he charged forward, he would be turned into Swiss cheese. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen picked up the handcuffs and secured them around his wrists. For now, he could only wait for Xuanjizi to lower its guard to seize an opportunity. Indeed, upon witnessing Su Chen donning the handcuffs, Xuanjizi's arm lowered slightly. There is another companion ahead. Please have her join us. Xuanjizi gestured toward the direction where Su Xiaoyu was located. Su Chen's heart sank. They had indeed discovered Xiaoyu's position. This was it. Stealing his resolve, Su Chen connected to the Blue Star network in an instant. Among the 100 players he had summoned earlier, 3 remained online, browsing the official website. With a mere thought, he forcibly recalled the 3. The 3 players, who had originally been sprawled on the ground, looked utterly bewildered. What's happening? Hey? What the? A hallucination. Before they could even rise, the Gatling guns erupted into a flurry of fire. The three players barely had time to comprehend the situation before they were turned to Swiss cheese. Seizing the moment of distraction, Su Chen lunged forward. With his hands still shackled, he grasped Xuanji's mechanical thigh. Ding! System signal source capturing. A notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. Simultaneously, the guns of the three robots pivoted towards him. But before they could fire, Xuanji seemed to seize up, its eyes shifting from blue to red. Flashing frantically, the other two robots emitted mechanical sounds. Unknown virus intrusion. Unknown virus intrusion. Su Chen's blood surged, gripping Xuanji's leg with all his strength. In this life-and-death crisis, his only hope was that the system could restrain Xuanji. Otherwise, even if all 100 players were online, they would still be no match for its barrage. Chapter 11. Dimensional Suppression, Chip Decoding. ZZZZ. The Xuanji that Su Chen had seized began to emit arcs of electricity. The passive defense mechanism of its mechanical body had been triggered, and the current struck Su Chen's body, causing him to stiffen, his hair standing on end. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even so, he clung desperately to Xuanji's mechanical leg. Quick! Su Chen strained to shout. The three robotic bodies' eyes glowed redder and redder. They remained locked in this standoff for approximately 30 seconds when, with a hissing sound of hydraulic release, Xuanji's arm abruptly dropped. Its eyes dimming. It appeared as if a robot had run out of power. No longer moving. Quick! Extract its biological chip. The Fire Seed Chip's voice sounded somewhat urgent in his mind. Su Chen gritted his teeth against the tingling sensation coursing through his body, managing to rise with difficulty. He pressed a switch behind his left ear. Short press for 3 seconds, long press for 8 seconds, followed by 4 quick taps. Following the Fire Seed Chip's instructions, Su Chen indeed discovered a silver button at Xuanji's ear. Pressing it like Morse code, he performed the sequence. Xuanji's skull popped open, revealing a complex array of circuit boards and wires. From the right, the 6th wire in the 3rd row. Pull it out. Su Chen grasped the wire and yanked with all his might. Another circular metallic ring, exuding a sense of advanced technology, ejected from Xuanji's chest. It resembled the energy core of Iron Man. Xuanji was indeed cautious. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of apprehension. The smart mechanical brain is a critical component. The enemy would undoubtedly find ways to target its head, incapacitating it in battle. However, the back of Xuanji's head was merely a decoy. It contained no biological chip. Consequently, even if its head were destroyed by the enemy, it would not affect its combat capabilities. Quickly removing the energy core from its chest, Su Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He was safe at last. Generally speaking, Immortals possess only one body and one biological chip. Destroying or removing the chip is akin to decapitating the Immortal. System, does it only have one chip? Su Chen glanced at the other two bodies. Feeling somewhat uneasy, the Fire Seed chip seemed to be running low on energy, its response lagging significantly. Yes. Receiving this affirmative answer, Su Chen finally felt reassured. Xuanji was indeed far too unique. Immortals, like humans, could normally only control one body. Just as a human possesses only 2 arms, the notion of spontaneously growing an additional pair may not guarantee perfect control. In fact, it could become a hindrance during combat. However, Xuanji possesses the extraordinary ability to multitask, simultaneously manipulating 3 bodies, significantly enhancing its strength. At this juncture, the Fire Seed chip interjected. Moreover, it carries the source biological chip. The source biological chip? What does that mean? Su Chen was perplexed. The Fire Seed chip elucidated. Under normal circumstances, the biological chip carried by the Immortals should be a replica. The data source chip is stored within the database of the mechanical church. Thus, even if the body is destroyed, they can still be resurrected within the mechanical church. Su Chen suddenly comprehended. So, Xuanji cannot be resurrected in the mechanical church? Correct. That is splendid news. A radiant smile spread across Su Chen's face. With Xuanji unable to be resurrected, it could not be summoned from the mechanical church. The sanctuary remained secure. System, how on earth did you manage this? Su Chen could not restrain his curiosity. Judging from Xuanji's mechanical form, it had not even begun to unleash its full potential before the Fire Seed chip forcibly disabled it. The Fire Seed chip replied nonchalantly. Consciousness uploading essentially involves extracting human consciousness and replicating memories. This technology has become rather antiquated. If the host possesses greater strength, it can invade the data source merely through biological brain waves, without physical contact. Understood. This is what one might call a dimensional strike, isn't it? It appears that the Fire Seed chip's capabilities far surpass those of the Immortals. From this perspective, the Fire Seed chip is indeed the nemesis of the Immortals, a true bane. Just as Su Chen believed, he had acquired 3 formidable robotic allies and was thoroughly satisfied. The Fire Seed chip once again delivered a weighty revelation. The host can invade Xuanji's source database. Thus, it will be unable to escape your control, akin to creatures from blue-starred. Su Chen's eyes brightened. Is there such a method? If I can subdue Xuanji, wouldn't I gain a powerful ally? System, how should I proceed? The fire seed chip responded. Without auxiliary equipment, it may be somewhat painful. Su Chen, displaying a resolute demeanor, declared, no problem. A man can endure a bit of pain. I assure you, I will not utter a sound. After a brief silence, the fire seed chip instructed, position the source biological chip against the nape of the host's neck. I will extract its data. Su Chen complied, bending the energy block towards the back of his head, asking, is this correct? No sooner had he spoken than Xuanji's biological chip erupted with an eerie blue glow. As if in struggle, Su Chen felt a shiver at his nape. A strand of silver, thinner than a hair, darted from Su Chen's neck and precisely pierced Xuanji's biological chip. At that very moment, as the silver thread emerged, Su Chen felt as though he had been bitten by a venomous snake. The pain penetrated to the marrow, transmitting clearly to every nerve ending. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Losing his grip, the energy block fell. Yet, the silver thread appeared remarkably resilient, clutching Xuanji's energy block. The pain intensified. Su Chen trembled from the agony, unable to suppress his cries of torment. Damn! Is this what you call a bit of pain? This is far more excruciating than a death by 1,000 cuts. The fire seed chip offered no response. Within Xuanji's energy crystal, the eerie blue light writhed like a serpent, struggling in vain against the silver thread that forcefully extracted it from Su Chen's neck. Amidst Su Chen's shrieks, the eerie blue glow dimmed progressively. Ultimately, a chip the size of a fingernail, as thin as a cicada's wing, was forcibly extracted from the energy block by the silver thread. Whoosh! Su Chen's nape felt as though it had been sliced open by a sharp blade, and the silver thread retracted, along with Xuanji's chip vanishing into the flesh of Su Chen's neck. Writhing on the ground, Su Chen remained oblivious to the intricate red-blue chip, adorned with a complex and exquisite design. Now shimmering like stars within the flesh of his nape, it appeared ethereal yet exuded a profound sense of futuristic technology. This was the fire seed chip. However, Su Chen could not see it. The hacking was complete, and the biological chip had been acquired, now reading data. Even after the pain subsided, Su Chen lay on the ground convulsing for quite some time. He vowed never to endure such agony again in his lifetime. Brother, are you all right? Su Xiaoyu approached, having arrived unbeknownst to him. Observing Su Chen's torment, she hurried to assist him. Cough, I'm fine. Did I not instruct you to stay put and not come out? Su Chen, his forehead slick with beads of sweat, spoke weakly. Concern filled Su Xiaoyu's eyes. I heard the gunfire stop. After a moment's pause, the pain completely dissipated. Su Chen rose, comforting Su Xiaoyu while gritting his teeth in anger. System, are you kidding me? Was that merely a bit of pain? The fire seed chip replied. Data reading is complete. Xuanji's chip has been hacked. Just as Su Chen was about to inquire further, he suddenly noticed the energy points on the panel had seemingly increased by several digits. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Over 120,000. Chapter 12, Taoist, join me. Su Chen was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that Xuanji's energy block could yield such a vast amount of energy points. The biological chip is of utmost importance to the Immortals, and the energy block protecting it holds a capacity equivalent to that of a small nuclear bomb. The fire seed chip explained. This is also the self-destruct mechanism of the Immortals. This energy is sufficient to maintain the biological chip's activity for over a century. Nice, Su Chen shouted in excitement. All this energy now belongs to me. Xiaoyu, I'm hungry. Su Chen chuckled, ruffling Su Xiaoyu's hair. Let us head home. I'll cook for you. Su Xiaoyu grasped his hand. You go back first. I'll find a way to unlock these handcuffs. Su Chen raised his hands, indicating he was still restrained. After dismissing Su Xiaoyu, Su Chen inquired, System, can you unlock this thing? The energy suppression handcuffs cannot be forcefully dismantled by the host's current physique. Xuanji can unlock them. Where is Xuanji? In the chip. However, it may be reluctant to serve the host. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, unwilling to cooperate. He bent down to pick up Xuanji's energy block. The energy within had been significantly drained by the fire seed chip. Its glow dimmed. He reinstalled the energy block back into the mech bay. With a mental prompt, Suyu established a connection with the mech, akin to summoning a player, clearly sensing a mental wave linking with the mech before him. The mech's head lifted, its eye sockets regaining their radiance. Taoist, how about joining me? Su Chen crouched beside the mech, his face close to Xuanji's eye, smiling amiably. It was restricted by the fire seed chip, unable to move at all. Should Su Chen choose, he could obliterate Xuanji's chip in an instant. Your methods are commendable. I only wish to know, are you an ascendant? Xuanji countered with a serious tone. Su Chen was taken aback. An ascendant? Isn't that something out of a fantasy novel? The fire seed chip interjected. The belief of the Immortals lies in technological ascension. They have long held that humanity can utilize machinery to escape the shackles of the flesh. Achieving ascension as their lifelong goal. So that's how it is, Su Chen mused. Xuanji perceives itself as a higher-grade robot. With a slight shift in thought, Su Chen feigned profundity. While that is a valid perspective, in a certain sense, I indeed am an ascendant. Having traversed from Blue Star, I ascend that akin to ascension. Su Chen's intentions were clear. He aimed to deceive Xuanji into serving him first. With a mechanical Taoist at his side in the wasteland, he would have the means to safeguard himself. Xuanji's eyes sparkled with excitement. It would be prudent for you to visit the mechanical church and consult with fellow Taoists regarding the path of ascension. Su Chen smirked coldly. On what grounds? Do you truly believe the mechanical church would trust me and heed my commands? Xuanji fell silent, its gaze dimming slightly. After a lengthy pause, it spoke again. Practitioners seek great freedom. Having fallen into your hands, I shall never bind myself, nor become your tool or slave. Oh, this mechanical Taoist possesses quite the spirit. However, Su Chen recalled that Taoists from Blue Star also tended to be carefree, unwilling to be confined. Despite Su Chen's relentless persuasion, whether through threats or enticements, Xuanji remained unyielding, seemingly intent on self-destruction. It must have lived too long, lighting a fire in a latrine, seeking death, perhaps. Growing impatient, Su Chen surveyed the three towering mechs, unwilling to squander their potential. Suddenly, the robot on the left stood up with a mechanical clatter. What the hell? Su Chen was startled and turned to flee. Yet, the mech took 2 strides, transforming its barrel into an arm, and seized Su Chen to its over. Just as despair enveloped Su Chen, the mech grasped his handcuffs, pressing both sides, and with a beep, the electronic sound resonated. The handcuffs were unlocked. Host, unlocked. The robot spoke. Su Chen paused for a moment before exclaiming in excitement. You are the system? The fire seed chip? The robot mechanically nodded. Yes. You can control the robots? The fire seed chip replied. Although the structure of the Immortals' body differs from ordinary machinery, it is not overly complex. As it spoke, it opened its palm, seemingly assessing its new form. Su Chen felt a chill within. The system had found a body for itself and had come back to life. Would it still bind itself to him in the future? Would it eliminate him? Sensing Su Chen's unease, the fire seed chip mecha proactively assured him, rest assured, host, your authority in the hierarchy will always surpass mine. And I cannot contravene your will. If you prefer that I do not control the body, I can withdraw. Su Chen soon regained his composure. Indeed, with such an impressive system at his disposal, if it had intended to eliminate him, it would have acted long ago. There was no need to wait until now. He realized he had been overly sensitive, perhaps a bit alarmist. It would be a waste to leave the mecha idle. He'd gifted away. He casually declared this, yet a flicker of trepidation towards this enigmatic system lingered in his mind. Meanwhile, the figure of Xuanji, lying on the ground, shimmered with a fervent light in his eyes. Seemingly overwhelmed with emotion. Impossible. My body could never be deciphered. How did you manage it? Ha! With one body taken from me, Xuanji is in a panic. Su Chen flexed his wrist and replied nonchalantly, Taoist, your body is not particularly sophisticated. Decrypting it is merely a matter of moments. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Xuanji continued to repeat in disbelief. Su Chen, at a loss for words, mused, what is this? Has the shock turned the Taoist into a parrot? Suddenly, Xuanji fixed his gaze upon Su Chen and asked, is it also your creation? He seemed to refer to the fire seed chip. Before Su Chen could respond, the mecha controlled by the fire seed chip interjected, indeed. I am merely a tool to assist the host. A flicker of light danced in Xuanji's eyes as he addressed Su Chen. Very well. I am willing to join your ranks. You yield so readily? Just a moment ago, you were defiant to the death. Very well. You shall remain in the Starlight Sanctuary henceforth. Do not attempt to escape. If you stray beyond a certain range, you will lose connection. Do you understand? Su Chen commanded firmly, releasing Xuanji's mobility permissions while completely locking down his weapon systems. In essence, Xuanji could move but could not utilize any weaponry. Moreover, with a mere thought, Su Chen could render him as lifeless as any player. Xuanji stood up, maintaining an air of calm, to the left of his thigh. A hatch opened, from which he retrieved a small oil canister. He then unscrewed a metal cap located at his throat and began to pour oil. Su Chen, taken aback, inquired, what is he doing? Maintenance, upkeep, the fire seed chip replied. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Are you worried I can't afford to maintain you? There are plenty of high-grade lubricants in the system, of all sorts of scents. They won't kill you. Chapter 13. New NPC. After dealing with Xuanji, Su Chen, concerned about taking too long and worrying Su Xiaoyu, decided to return home for a meal. Once he had lulled Su Xiaoyu to sleep, he opened the system and perused the gene section for quite some time. Resolutely, he spent 1 million energy points to exchange for a genetic serum. TOA, 001, A-tier high-grade genetic serum, sequence number 001-006. With an injection interval of 30 days, the genetic modification aims to enhance limb and stem cell activity, strengthening the skill. Crisis reflex. Indeed, the TOA genetic serum comprises 6 vials, with the potential to ascend to an A-tier genetic warrior. Starting with TOA 001 and concluding with TOA 006, each injection must be spaced 1 month apart. This set of serums primarily boosts human sensitivity. Completing the entire series grants the skill of crisis reflex, allowing one to evade imminent threats based on muscle memory before the brain can react. After experiencing this crisis, Su Chen deeply felt his lack of strength. Had it not been for the fire seed chip's natural counter to Immortals, he and his sister would likely have perished. Thus, with energy points in hand, he contemplated enhancing his strength. At the very least, he aimed to secure his own safety. Initially, he considered the weapon list but ultimately dismissed it. His own capabilities were too weak to wield such formidable weapons, much like giving an AK-47 to a 3-year-old. They simply wouldn't know how to use it. After much contemplation, he opted for the genetic serum. The first vial cost 1 million, the second 2 million. Su Chen winced at the exorbitant prices. The genetic serums were incredibly costly. Although there were even superior serums, such as S-tier and S-tier, their prices were beyond his reach. Furthermore, A-tier combatants were already considered elite in the wasteland. As he held the blue genetic syringe, he was about to administer it to himself when the fire seed chip cautioned him. It is advisable for the host not to inject the genetic serum. Su Chen paused, replying, I am aware that the genetic serum has limits, but I require the means to protect myself. Moreover, isn't there a gene dissolution reagent in the system? Once I accumulate enough energy points, I can dissolve the A-tier serum and exchange it for a higher tier one. The fire seed chip responded, currently, the host can automatically absorb dark matter energy. In the early stages. This is less effective than the genetic serum, but its growth potential is limitless in later stages. After hearing this, Su Chen hesitated. While the genetic serum could indeed enhance combat capabilities, it would also inadvertently restrict his genetic evolution potential. Do not forget, host, that you have recently acquired 3 immortal bodies. Although they cannot compare to high-tier mechas, they are sufficient to handle the present environment. Upon hearing the fire seed chip's reminder, Su Chen slapped his forehead. Indeed, the sanctuary now possessed 2 intact robots and Xuanzi. Under the system's control, they could adequately respond even if the previous slave-capturing squad returned. Why didn't you mention this earlier? As Su Chen gazed at the blue serum in his hand, his heart ached painfully. 1 million. System, can I return it? All sales are final, came the reply. A black market dealer that doesn't allow returns within 7 days? Having already made the purchase, he could not let it go to waste. Su Chen resolved to use the serum on Su Xiaoyu. After all, it was an A-tier serum, invaluable to any faction. Currently, in the wasteland, an A-tier powerhouse was the pinnacle of combat strength. The number of individuals who could break through to S-tier was few and far between. Awakening Su Xiaoyu and explaining the situation, she showed no hesitation, trusting Su Chen entirely. Let us do it, brother. I'm not afraid of pain. Watching her roll up her sleeve without a second thought, Su Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Rest assured, after the injection, you'll just sleep it off. After administering the serum, Su Xiaoyu fell into a deep slumber. Upon arriving at the square, Su Chen witnessed Xuanzi tossing players one by one onto the ground. Their bodies piling up. A twitch at the corner of his eye revealed that some players were flung a considerable distance, their bones likely broken upon impact, while others were crushed beneath the heap. Suffocating to death, the deceased players disintegrated into dust, and Xuanzi, observing this, squatted down to inspect them closely. He seemed to take a keen interest in the players, deliberately killing many and meticulously dissecting their bodies for research. Stop this at once, Su Chen intervened, sternly warning, Taoist, you are not to kill my people within the sanctuary, understood? Xuanzi tilted his head, appearing quite puzzled. My lord, where do these individuals originate? Su Chen corrected him, call me leader. You need not concern yourself with their origins. In a certain sense, they share many similarities with the Immortals. You will understand in due course. With a few dismissive words, Su Chen pondered how to handle Xuanzi. Through the fire seed chip, he recognized that Xuanzi was a B-tier immortal. No wonder he had the confidence to carry the primordial biological chip. However, his power source had been nearly drained by the fire seed chip, and his weapon permissions were restricted, implying his strength might only be at D-tier I. In addition to possessing commendable combat capabilities, Xuanzi was also a high-tier mechanic, proficient in prosthetic modifications. A thought struck him. He could serve as a mentor-type NPC. Su Chen's eyes lit up. All players had chosen to become genetic warriors, which was somewhat monotonous. As a high-tier mechanic, Xuanzi could easily take on the role of a vocational mentor for the players. Noticing Xuanzi's keen interest in the player's remains, Su Chen smirked and approached him, asking, Taoist, do you believe these individuals are suitable for mechanical modifications? Xuanzi shook his head. I lack specific data and cannot make a determination. What if I provide you with a laboratory for you to experiment on them? Xuanzi turned to scrutinize Su Chen, seemingly analyzing his intentions. Su Chen smiled. You wish to research them, do you not? As long as you adhere to my instructions, they will cooperate. After a moment of silence, Xuanzi nodded in agreement. With this plan in mind, Su Chen designated the other two robots as NPCs as well, one as a weapon merchant and the other as a potion merchant. With the Fire Seed chip operating them, Su Chen still had some intelligent AI chip funds remaining. Subsequently, he established a trading hall and a job transition hall within the sanctuary. Following Xuanzi's specifications, he also purchased a batch of low-tier prosthetic modification equipment using energy points, along with 10 sets of F-tier genetic serums for the players to buy. After all these expenses, the over 120,000 energy points he had just obtained dwindled to less than 50,000. System, why summon players? Su Chen grumbled. With so many energy points, wouldn't it be better for me to enhance my own strength? The Fire Seed chip replied. Relying solely on the host is insufficient to absorb vast amounts of dark matter energy. Investing in players in the early stages will allow the host to reap boundless energy points as their levels rise. Su Chen comprehended the system's intent. He simply felt a pang for the energy points expended. Upon returning home, Su Chen reclined on his bed, connecting his consciousness to the official website, and commenced editing the update announcement. Just before dawn, he finally configured the announcement, which was published on the official site. Wasteland of the Apocalypse, First Test Version 1.02 Update. New Profession Mechanic officially launched. Chapter 14 Version 1.02 Update. Player First Test Strategy. Wasteland of the Apocalypse, First Test Version 1.02 Update. New Profession Mechanic officially launched. Background Introduction. During the cleanup of Lionheart Town, the survivors inadvertently disturbed the zombie mice lurking in the caverns, leading to a ferocious nocturnal assault on the Starry Haven. The valiant warriors fought valiantly, their fierce struggle capturing the attention of the Eternal One, Xuanjizi. The Eternal One joined the fray, aiding the shelter's warriors in successfully repelling the mouse tide. The courageous and fearless display of the warriors deeply impressed Xuanjizi, prompting him to beseech Su Chen, the leader, to join the Starry Haven as a voluntary mentor for mechanics. Details of version 1.02 update. 1. This update introduces new buildings, trading hall, job change hall. Image, 2. The method of purchasing equipment has been optimized. Subsequently, players can consult relevant NPCs at the trading hall for weapon and equipment purchases. Note: the original task hall will no longer sell items. 3. New types of weapons have been added, which players can purchase using energy points at the trading hall. Note: new weapon types include LV1 mechanical prosthetics, low-tier exoskeletal armor, microparticle battle blade, grenade launcher. 4. TOF 001 gene enhancement serum is now officially available for purchase at the trading hall from NPCs. Note: gene serums can significantly enhance players' physical attributes, making them essential for becoming exemplary gene warriors. Injection requirement: player level must not be lower than LV 10.5. New NPCs added. Job change mentor, Xuanjizi. Image, weapon master, Xiao Jia. Image, potion merchant, Xiao Huang. Image, mechanic profession overview. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, humanity strives to create more advanced weaponry and equipment in the realm of technology. The mechanic is one such high-tier profession. They not only manufacture robots and repair firearms, but can also become furious warriors piloting mechs. Initial skills: proficiency in handguns, proficiency in rifles, firearm maintenance, self-destructing robots, exoskeletal armor operation. Profession characteristics: capable of limb modification and mecha piloting. Note: energy points can be used to learn skills from mentors. Update duration: 12 hours. Following the version update, all players logging in will receive 10 energy points. Finally accomplished. After the announcement was released, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the time, he noted that players would likely log in around 8 in the morning. System, remember to wake me up at 7:50. Understood. After instructing the system to set the alarm, Su Chen browsed the official forum. To his astonishment, in just a day, forum posts had surpassed 200,000. Checking the backend, the website's view count had already exceeded 10 million. Among the most popular posts was one published 2 hours ago. Wasteland of the Apocalypse, First Test Ultimate Strategy. In a mere 2 hours, this post had garnered over 100,000 views and more than 50,000 shares. Oh, there are strategists among the first test players. Su Chen, intrigued, clicked on the post to read. Hello everyone, I am your beloved old friend, Guishu Yaosing. Fans familiar with me from Bilibili, gather round. I have been fortunate enough to obtain a first test qualification, and I am deeply grateful to the official team for not letting me miss out on this game. As a professional gaming content creator, I must express my thoughts on this game. It is invincible. I am absolutely blown away. Don't doubt my sincerity. I haven't posted any related videos on Bilibili, and I am purely awestruck by this game. Let me first share my initial experience with this game. Wasteland of the Apocalypse is undoubtedly a groundbreaking virtual online game. The 100 immersion mode is not an exaggeration. Like everyone else, I initially thought it was just a gimmick to lure players in. However, upon entering the game, I was left questioning whether I had been transported to another world. Everything in the game is incredibly realistic. The character's body exhibits complete freedom of movement. I can breathe, experience clear sensations, and freely manipulate any object within the game environment without it reverting. The most astonishing part is that pain can be distinctly felt. Though it can be adjusted within the game, I recommend new players set their pain sensitivity to none or minimal. Forgive my ignorance, but I have never encountered such remarkable technology in any game before. A friendly tip: do not provoke NPCs in the game, especially bosses, as they will attack players. Alright, enough chit-chat. Here is my comprehensive strategy following my gameplay experience. Friends, take notes. Notebook.jpg. After donning the game helmet and completing identity verification, you can enter the game.at. The beginning of the game. Gender selection is not an option. You can only slightly adjust your character's facial features. The game character is modeled after real human faces. Game IDs cannot contain special symbols. They can include Chinese characters, letters, or numbers. The ID will be displayed above the character's head. The game is set in a post-apocalyptic wasteland era, and the scene modeling is incredibly impressive. It looks more realistic than any current sci-fi blockbuster. Upon entering the game, the initial respawn point is called Starry Haven, where there is only one NPC leader, Su Chen, akin to the village chief of a novice village. I wonder if this update will introduce new NPCs. Looking forward, the leader will issue tasks, and completing these tasks will reward you with energy points. Note that energy points are the currency system in this game and are of utmost importance. Currently, the only way to obtain energy points is by completing tasks or exchanging collected materials with the leader. Energy points can be used to purchase weapons and equipment, and it is expected that they will have more significant uses in the future. The weapons in the shop are quite impressive. There are also numerous high-tech weapons, such as storage watches. The storage watch functions like an expanded backpack in the game, and I covet it dearly. Unfortunately, it is too expensive for me to afford, so I must work hard to earn resources. I wonder when the officials will open up the recharge channels. I have my card ready, prepare to spend money. Additionally, this game does not feature health or mana bars. Initially, I found this quite disconcerting, but later realized the developer's thoughtful intention. The absence of health and mana bars greatly enhances the immersive experience, eliminating any feeling of detachment. Fantastic. Regarding the leveling system, I am currently at level LV2, and experience can be gained by defeating monsters or consuming food. Moreover, consuming food allows me to genuinely taste flavors. However, it does not sate my hunger. Incredible.jpg. There is also a death mechanism. Dying in the game results in loss of experience and level, and players cannot retrieve their corpses, making the penalties quite severe. So players should cherish their lives. Now, let us discuss the monster design. Brace yourselves, zombie gif. How about that? Exciting, right? Haha, these are the zombies in the game, officially referred to as the mindless ones. A fierce bunch. Fans of horror games will be thrilled. It will surely satisfy your craving for sensory stimulation. However, the spawn time for wild monsters in the game remains unclear. Defeated wild monsters do not respawn for several hours. By the way, the game helmet has a photography function and can connect to live streaming platforms. If given the opportunity, I will live stream on Bilibili. Finally, I'll attach a video of the game scenes I recorded. The quality is absolutely phenomenal. Video. In conclusion, based on my years of gaming testing experience, this game is bound to become a massive hit, a huge success. The strategy ends here for now. If there are any additions, please leave a comment below. Having said all this, I am still overwhelmed with excitement. This game is simply too enjoyable. Therefore, I won't be updating on Bilibili for the time being. I need to go collect materials in Wasteland of the Apocalypse. If I have time, I will create a dedicated video strategy. For those who enjoy this, feel free to follow me. I'm out. Goodbye. Su Chen finished reading the post in one breath, internally marveling. This is what professionalism looks like. Truly a professional gaming content creator. Beneath this strategy post, there were already thousands of humorous comments from netizens. Qin Shang. Alas, I lack education, but a simple wow suffices. Dr. Chow. Video read. Is the game's graphics for real? Is the budget sufficient? Gu Ling. The game modeling is unbeatable. It can't possibly be real-life cosplay, right? Self-closed youth. I'm intrigued. What should I do? I want to play so badly. Lu Yuan. Only 100 first test qualifications? What the hell? Why don't I have a first test qualification? Storm cries. Yi Wang Wu Qian. Wahahaha, I'm a first test player. The mechs strategy is absolutely true and effective. This game is definitely a blockbuster, said Joshua. I just hope the officials hurry up and initiate the open beta. I can't wait any longer. Cold Wind. A heartfelt plea. Officials, please expedite the open beta. Young and Balding. Upvote for the comment above 1. Cheng Yaojin Mao. Upvote for the comment above 10086. The humorous players were in high spirits. Su Chen gazed at the posts and comments. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. After perusing over 1,000 layers of messages, he reluctantly exited the forum. Casting a glance at the update announcement below, he was astonished to find that within just a few minutes, there had already been thousands of replies. This particular update, especially with the introduction of the mechanic class, had greatly invigorated the players' enthusiasm. They could hardly contain their eagerness to dive into the game and experience it for themselves. Chapter 15. Has the Taoist master crashed? Host. The time has come. In the early morning, Su Chen, still in a daze, heard the system calling out to him. Peering through the gap in the door, he noticed that the sky outside had already brightened considerably. Stretching comfortably, he instinctively called out, "Xiao Yu, it's time to get up." Receiving no response, Su Chen glanced down at the lower bunk, only to find Su Xiaoyu still fast asleep, her small face flushed. He hurriedly climbed down to check on her, and upon touching her forehead, he found it to be burning. System, what is going on? The ember chip replied calmly, the gene serum is taking effect. Her constitution is too weak, and her sleep is a brain protection mechanism. It is estimated that she will need 30 hours. Upon hearing the system's confirmation, Su Chen finally felt relieved. He casually munched on some compressed biscuits before hastening towards the square. As he passed the class change hall, he spotted Zuanjizi staring blankly at the entrance. Last night, while Su Chen exchanged items at the hall in its presence, Zuanjizi had been left dumbfounded, as if it had entered a state of system crash. And it had yet to recover. It completely failed to comprehend how Su Chen had conjured those items. Bang bang. Su Chen tapped gently on Zuanjizi's head. Taoist master, wake up, do as I instructed yesterday. We preparing to receive customers now. Noticing its eyes beginning to sparkle, Su Chen chose to disregard it further. He arrived at the resurrection point, and as soon as the time was right, 100 players immediately logged in. A swarm of players scrambled to their feet, those who had perished reconstituting their forms and dashing out from the resurrection point. The square erupted with the lively chatter of players. Damn, who's pressing down on my neck? Can you guys move a bit? I'm about to suffocate. Who wrapped their legs around my neck? Zuanjizi watched in astonishment as the pile of corpses from yesterday sprang back to life in such a horrifying manner. Its thoughts, which had just begun to clarify, became chaotic once again, a flurry of garbled code flashing rapidly in its eyes. Just as it was crashing, the players began to survey their surroundings before rushing towards it. Whoa, there's a new building. Let us go check it out. Huh? Didn't they add a new NPC? Where is it? Can't you see? The picture on the announcement clearly shows this robot, damn it. Zuanjizi, what kind of name is that for a robot? The planners must have been out of ideas. Hey, how do you trigger a conversation? This robot doesn't seem to move. It looks pretty cool. Just a bit slow. The majority of players were eager to find Zuanjizi to change their class to mechanic, surrounding it with fervent discussions. Faced with the overwhelming attention of the players, Zuanjizi felt its scalp prickle. The metal plate atop its head thumped incessantly. Normally unperturbed by monster waves, Zuanjizi now wished to scream, "Please don't come any closer." Standing off to the side, Su Chen pondered, system, what's wrong with Zuanjizi? The ember chip replied, the chip's operating rate is too fast. It has crashed at Su Chen? Is the immortal so easily startled? And yet it's supposed to be cultivating? Not calm at all. As the players began to take action, seemingly intent on dismantling Zuanjizi for a closer look, Su Chen hastily instructed the ember chip to emit a shockwave. Finally, Zuanjizi's systems rebooted, regaining its composure. Its instinctive reaction was to swiftly retreat and activate its combat systems to obliterate these curious beings. However, its weapon system permissions had been locked by Su Chen. As soon as Zuanjizi moved, the players exclaimed in astonishment, "Hey, it moved! Robot, can you talk? Damn it, say something. How do we change classes?" Zuanjizi yearned to kick these peculiar beings away, yet Su Chen was right beside it. Suppressing its urge to react violently and recalling Su Chen's earlier instructions, it began to speak. To change to mechanic, you must reach level 10, and your combat power must not be lower than 10. It did not fully comprehend the meaning behind these words, awkwardly relaying them as instructed by Su Chen. What? Level 10? I'm only at level 2. What even is combat power? It's not on my panel. Who knows? Perhaps I will understand when I reach level 10. Let us go hunt some monsters. Let us form a party in Lionheart Town to farm zombies. Those with gear get priority. Zuanjizi's mechanical eyes were filled with confusion. It could not grasp the strange human's words at all. Upon hearing there was a level requirement, the players immediately lost interest and turned to grind for levels instead. In the trading hall, many players gathered around the potion merchant Xiao Huang and the weapons master Xiao Jia, both controlled by the ember chip. The ember chip itself operated like an NPC, handling interactions with ease. Players were keenly interested in weapons and gene serums, their motivation to grind unwavering. Seeing everything falling into place, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just as he prepared to investigate the mysterious USB drive obtained from the police station, he suddenly noticed a fire pit had been ignited in the corner of the shelter. Call Me Rice Bucket had piled up a dozen zombie rat corpses and somehow acquired a wire mesh frame. Swiftly skinning and eviscerating the zombie rats, he then skewered them over the fire. While sprinkling seasoning, he called out, "Grilled rat meat, 2 energy points each, first come first served, damn? A barbecue stall." Su Chen was utterly bewildered. Last night, in order to prevent the zombie rat corpses from attracting other mutated beasts, he had disposed of them all. Where had Rice Bucket acquired the rat meat? Unbeknownst to him, Rice Bucket had noticed that eating rat meat could grant experience points and, amidst the chaos, had collected a pile, burying it in a corner of the square. Originally, Rice Bucket had assumed it would be refreshed after the version update. Upon logging in, he discovered it was still there, counting. He found there were 18 in total. Fearing he might poison himself by eating too much, he decided to sell some for energy points. Having experienced the experience boost from rat meat, the players quickly gathered around, snatching it up in no time. Truly a talent, Su Chen silently scoffed before turning to head home. These foolish players, with the system keeping watch, surely wouldn't encounter any issues, right? Trickster Monk and Spicy Strip Lord formed a party and made their way to Lionheart Town. After searching around, they found not a single lost soul. What's going on? Aren't zombies supposed to respawn? Spicy Strip Lord queried, puzzled. The others looked to the monk, a professional game streamer, for insight. The monk shrugged. Why are you looking at me? I don't know if it's a game design choice or a bug. I'll try reporting it to the officials later. Report what? There's no customer service on the official website. So what do we do? No monsters to farm means no leveling up. What else can we do? Let us head north and continue exploring. If we can't handle low-level zombies, what happens if we encounter higher-level monsters? Our gear will be toast. After some discussion, the monk stated, I remember that the zombie rat wave from last night seemed to have emerged from Lionheart Town. Spicy Strip Lord replied, stop overthinking. Those rats only come out at night. The monk pondered for a moment and said, according to the official monster guide, zombie rats hide underground during the day and come out at night. Perhaps there's a nest down there. Spicy Strip Lord's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we go dig for rats? Why not? This game has incredibly high freedom. Let us not judge it by the old MMORPG standards. Having tasted the experience boost from rat meat, the group was no longer interested in farming lost souls. It was simply too enticing. If it weren't for the fact that lost souls were inedible, the players certainly wouldn't pass up the chance at that experience. Without further ado, they gathered tools and started digging at the corner of Lionheart Town. Chapter 16. The foolish players' ingenious thinking dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. Rat offspring know how to burrow. The zombie rats' nests were much deeper than average burrows. Monk, I found a large hole. Come take a look, Spicy Strip Lord shouted, and everyone gathered around. The entrance was littered with rat droppings, indicating it was likely a nest. They began to dig. Within 10 minutes, they had excavated a large pit at the corner of the wall. Eek! A piercing shriek echoed as a plump zombie rat burst forth from the hole. Baring its sharp teeth, damn! Spicy Strip Lord screamed as the zombie rat bit into his neck, its sharp claws leaving bloody scratches on his face. It's out! It's out! The trickster monk and his companions rejoiced, drawing their guns and firing wildly. Damn it! Spicy Strip Lord fell into a pool of blood, quickly turning to dust and rolling off to respawn. Awkwardly, the trickster monk and his crew scratched their heads. Their shooting skills were atrocious. They couldn't even hit a target up close. Although they managed to kill the zombie rat, Spicy Strip Lord became a collateral casualty. When Spicy Strip Lord returned in a fit of rage, the others didn't dare to claim the rat meat and instead offered it to him. Look, we actually found a rat. This method works. The trickster monk and his companions' confidence soared as they continued their search for zombie rat nests in Lionheart Town. Several hours later, the trickster monk's team returned to the shelter, each carrying 3 to 5 zombie rats, laughing and chatting. Other players flocked to them, inquiring about their success. Spicy Strip Lord and the others shared their rodent hunting experiences openly. As there were simply too many zombie rats, if they didn't clear them out during the day, they might face another wave at night in the absence of formidable foes to vanquish. The players discovered new avenues for acquiring experience, prompting a fervent exodus to Lionheart Town, where they commenced a frenzied excavation. The zombie rats, utterly oblivious to the impending threat, could never have anticipated that one day, humans would dare to invade their very lair. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Call Me Rice Bucket quickly devised a plan and scurried to the abandoned structures of the shelter to rummage through the remnants. He unearthed some discarded barbed wire and ingeniously fashioned it into a rodent trap. With great enthusiasm, he dashed off to Lionheart Town to capture the rodents. As evening fell, Su Chen remained at home. Preparing a meal from afar, he caught a whiff of roasted meat. Upon arriving at the square, he was taken aback. A row of bonfires was ablaze, each crackling with roasted rats, resembling a lively bonfire party. Su Chen's heart raced with surprise. What was happening? Was there another rodent tide? Did the zombie rats not emerge only at night? After inquiring with the fire seed chip, he was left utterly bewildered by the player's peculiar antics. Xuanzi, equally perplexed, approached Su Chen and asked, "Leader, are you certain these are humans? They should be, right?" Su Chen replied dismissively. Xuanzi tilted its head, seemingly deep in thought, before asking, "Is the spread of the North Sea pollution zone you're doing?" The mention of the North Sea pollution zone startled Su Chen, prompting him to frown and inquire, "What do you mean?" Xuanzi appeared taken aback as well. "You don't know." Su Chen's expression darkened. He urged it to elaborate. 30 kilometers north of Lionheart Town lies the North Sea pollution zone. Though it is merely a low-level contaminated area, it remains outside Su Chen's current reach. Should the pollution zone expand, the star shelter would be in grave peril. Xuanzi scrutinized Su Chen closely, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After a moment's pause, it continued, "A month ago, I received information in Dawn City that the North Sea pollution zone exhibited signs of unusual activity, potentially indicating an expansion. Typically, the spread of a pollution zone can be attributed to three primary causes. First, the deployment of nuclear radiation weapons within the zone, resulting in secondary pollution mutations. Second, the emergence of new mutated creatures or the migration of monstrous clans leading to the merging of pollution zones. Third, leakage from remnants of the old world. Su Chen's brow furrowed. He realized he had overlooked a significant issue. How could Xuanzi, a high-tier eternal being, find itself in a low-level pollution zone? There should be nothing within such a low-tier relic of the old world to attract it. A B-level powerhouse would not idly wander the wilderness without purpose. Xuanzi continued, "As far as I know, there have been no conflicts in the North Sea pollution zone recently. Major factions have not ventured into this area, so nuclear contamination is unlikely. The pollution zone contains only a small relic, known in the old world as the North Sea City of the 18th Line. There are no large monster clans residing nearby, and thus, it cannot be a case of monster migration. Therefore, I deduce that there is a leak of pollutants from the North Sea City relic, leading to the expansion of the pollution zone. Generally, such leaks indicate the presence of an old-world laboratory or military base. At this point, Su Chen grasped the situation. Xuanzi was drawn to the North Sea City laboratory. While passing by the star shelter, it was inadvertently ensnared by the players. Witnessing the players' bizarre behaviors, Xuanzi mistakenly believed the pollution zone's expansion was orchestrated by Su Chen. "Based on my observations, the pollution from the North Sea zone will likely reach here within a month," Xuanzi remarked, turning to Su Chen. "Shall we visit the mechanical church?" Su Chen shot at a sidelong glance. "Do you think I fear pollution?" After retorting to Xuanzi, he chose to ignore it, strolling away with an air of nonchalance. In truth, however, Su Chen was inwardly anxious. Although he was immune to the infection from the Lost Minders, the viruses in the pollution zone were numerous and potent. Moreover, the area was likely teeming with mutated creatures, and there could even be second-generation Lost Minders. "System, can we relocate the base?" Su Chen queried internally. The fire seed chip responded, "Yes, but we must locate a new dark matter energy field. Otherwise, establishing a player respawn point will be impossible." Yet, evidently, finding a dark matter energy field was no simple task. "Do not fret, host. Players will not be contaminated and can absorb dark energy to provide feedback to you. Once you accumulate sufficient energy to enhance your genes and elevate your strength, you will also be immune to ordinary pollution." Hearing this, Su Chen felt a slight relief and then inquired, "What about Xiaoyu? She has already injected the gene serum. After the gene enhancement, she will not be easily contaminated." Thank goodness, Su Chen thought, a sense of urgency bubbling within him. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly to confront the unknown crises ahead. As night descended, the players, having feasted on rat meat, began to level up. The highest level reached was Call Me Rice Bucket at LV7, while the average player level soared to LV5. That night, the zombie rats indeed re-emerged to forage. Su Chen commanded the fire seed chip to prepare 2 robots for defense, but they were hardly needed. The players had already set various traps outside the shelter: pit traps, rodent cages, snap traps, and steel snares. Several players even ventured out to lure the monsters. Su Chen observed from behind the protective wall as the players coordinated their efforts, utilizing traps to decimate the zombie rats. Consequently, the rats ceased to approach their vicinity. Some players, intent on grinding through the night, even brandished torches and chased after the fleeing creatures. Indeed, the players were quite resourceful and absurd. "What a spectacle," Su Chen remarked, content to return home and rest. Chapter 17. Inquiring of the officials, can the leader kill? 10 days later, the zombie rats surrounding the shelter had been swiftly eradicated by the 4th catastrophe. Vanishing at an astonishing rate, during the day, they were scarcely seen. Some rat burrows had been unearthed, revealing emptiness within. Perhaps the creatures had fled or relocated. The players were compelled to log in at night, seizing the opportunity to capture the zombie rats during their most active hours. As Su Chen reflected on the situation, he stepped outside the shelter to the small grove beyond. with a resounding crack. A mutated tree, thick as a bowl, was cleaved in two as Su Xiaoyu shook her arms and leaped 2 meters high, issuing a sharp shout as she swung her fist toward Xuanzi once more. Easily dodging her attack, Xuanzi swept its mechanical arm, sending her flying. Following her gene modification, Su Xiaoyu had shattered several bowls while cooking, her heightened strength still beyond her full control. Su Chen sought out Xuanzi to train her in combat, promising to provide a barrel of specialized lubricant each week. After her gene enhancement, Su Xiaoyu had experienced a significant boost in physical capabilities, rendering her impervious to such minor impacts. Yet, Su Chen remained somewhat apprehensive about Xuanzi, often coming to observe the training sessions. In truth, under the watchful eye of the Fire Seed chip, Xuanzi's every move was closely monitored. Without sufficient energy to sustain its power core and with its weapon privileges locked, Xuanzi was effectively at D-tier strength. However, Su Xiaoyu resembled a toddler just learning to walk in its presence, repeatedly being knocked down. Be mindful of your vulnerable spots when attacking. Avoid jumping attacks unless absolutely necessary. When your feet leave the ground, your movements will be uncontrollable. The point of force in your punches is not solely your arms. The waist is where the power originates. While attacking, remain vigilant of your opponent's movements and be prepared for counterattacks. Each time Xuanzi toppled Su Xiaoyu, it pointed out her flaws. Time and again, she fell and rose, her youthful face brimming with determination. She was unaware of where her brother had procured the gene serums or the origins of the robot. Yet she understood the value of such serums. Armed with unprecedented strength, her sole desire was to protect her brother. Thus, she exerted every effort to swiftly master her newfound power, determined not to become a burden. Su Chen watched her with a twinge of sympathy but refrained from intervening, knowing that enduring some hardship now was far preferable to facing danger and injury later. An hour later, the training session concluded. "Thank you for your hard work, Taoist," Su Chen remarked, handing over a barrel of lubricant. Xuanzi accepted it and turned to return to the shelter. Su Xiaoyu, glistening with sweat and sporting some bruises on her arms, smiled and replied, "I'm fine, but I still want to practice a bit more. Brother, you can head back first. We can practice tomorrow. There's no rush. No, I'm not tired yet. I want to train a little longer." Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Su Chen relented after a few more words of caution before heading back. Over the course of 10 days, more than 50 players had reached LV10. However, transitioning to the mechanic class required 200 energy points as a transfer fee. As a result, the players began to toil industriously. The protective wall surrounding the star shelter had grown over a meter thick and more than 3 meters high. Aside from leaving a large gate at the village entrance, the entire community was encircled, adorned with a ring of snake, vine corpses, and some thorny brambles. The fortified perimeter resembled a proper shelter at last. Moreover, the players had dismantled nearly half of Lionheart Town. Supplies piled up like a small mountain: rat teeth, snake vine thorns, and beast pelts, among other items. Although Su Chen had no use for them, they could be exchanged for considerable resources in the wilderness. Consequently, he established a large warehouse behind the shelter to store these materials. Perhaps due to the expansion of the pollution zone, the area surrounding the shelter occasionally witnessed wandering lost minders or mutated beasts. Each time they appeared, the eager players would rush forth to eliminate them. Currently, the players' primary objective was to transition classes, earn money to purchase gene serums, and thus had not engaged in extensive exploration. Furthermore, with the zombie rats proliferating at an alarming rate, the players found ample opportunity to grind for experience. To Su Chen's astonishment, the players had once again added peculiar recipes to their repertoire. Within the damp and shadowy confines of Lionheart Town, contaminated insects such as beetles, cockroaches, and earthworms, originally the sustenance of the zombie mice, had become the center of attention. Ever since Call Me a Glutton had sampled them, players had begun to vie with the zombie mice for food. One player humorously remarked on the forum, "Could this possibly be a culinary game?" This peculiar phenomenon led to the Star Sanctuary being remarkably clean. Not a single mouse could be seen, let alone a dung beetle. How absurd! As Su Chen stepped through the entrance, he noticed a player cheerfully dashing past him, clutching a metal sign. Upon closer inspection, the player's ID revealed it to be Call Me a Glutton. What mischief was he up to this time? Puzzled, Su Chen followed him into the shelter. Glutton entered one of the rooms and, having procured some paint from an unknown source, began inscribing words onto the metal sign. Glutton's Barbecue. After completing the inscription, he prepared to hang it on the door. Goodness, was he truly planning to open a barbecue joint within the sanctuary? Su Chen was taken aback. What kind of thought process was this? "Stop right there," he commanded sternly as he approached. Glutton appeared bewildered. Why was this NPC speaking to him? Typically, players seldom encountered Su Chen, as he primarily engaged with them to issue tasks, leading to a gradual loss of interest over time. "Lord Leader, are you here to issue a task?" Glutton ventured to ask. Su Chen replied coldly. "The sanctuary's housing resources are not to be privately occupied. If you do so, you will be expelled from the sanctuary." Why should that be? Glutton exclaimed in frustration. The place is empty and unused. Why not? Before he could finish, he noticed Su Chen had drawn his gun. Glutton quickly fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. Su Chen issued him another warning before turning to leave. The sanctuary comprised only about 20 houses, and it was imperative that players not be allowed to occupy them without permission. Otherwise, it could lead to unnecessary disputes. If players started brawling, it would be no trivial matter. One shot from you, and I retaliate with a bomb. Wouldn't the sanctuary be blown to bits? I need to devise a method to sell the houses to the players while also reaping some benefits. As Su Chen contemplated this, he remained oblivious to Glutton's furious glare directed at his back. That evening, after finishing his meal, Su Chen instinctively connected to the official website to browse the forum posts. One particularly heated thread caught his attention. Question to the official: can NPC leaders be killed? Do they drop loot? Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Good heavens, were they actually contemplating rebellion? These foolish players even wished to eliminate him. Upon noticing the original poster was indeed, "Call me a glutton," he saw that the thread had amassed over 20,000 replies, making it a hot topic. Upon clicking the post, he felt his temper flare at the comments. "Qin Sheng, glutton, you truly are a fool. Wanting to kill even the village chief in the newbie village? Red Lotus Sword Immortal. Surely the original poster must be delusional? NPCs are usually invincible in the early game. Magical Girl Guadi Gang, not necessarily. This game has a high degree of freedom, so it's possible to kill them. Vitality Girl Siegwankuin, my friend, I support you. Eliminating the leader means players can take charge themselves. Doesn't that sound appealing? Cold Wind. A true man born between heaven and earth cannot be subservient. Orcs will never be slaves. Charge. Undercover Explorer. Perhaps killing an NPC might refresh the game? Dragon Young Master. The robotic NPCs appear tough to kill, but the leader seems to lack combat power. Night Owl Champion. To be honest, it's quite feasible. It might even develop into a new gameplay style. Spicy Strip Guy. Honestly, I've had my eye on that energy pistol the leader wields for quite some time. Count me in for a team. Most of the comments were jesting, while some were earnestly analyzing the feasibility of the situation. It was outrageous that some were even coveting the energy pistol in Su Chen's possession. As a game master, Su Chen felt his dignity had been challenged. System, can players truly attack me? The Fire Seed chip replied. Rest assured, host. Should players harbor any hostile intentions towards you that exceed a certain threshold, they will automatically disintegrate. What does automatic disintegration mean? In simpler terms, it translates to an instant explosion. Excellent, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Planning a rebellion, are we? Allow me to impart a profound lesson. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen set up an administrator account on the official forum and left a comment beneath the thread. Administrator, Cheng Ge. As a high-freedom exploration and adventure game, the official team is dedicated to providing players with the highest quality and freest experience. In this game, you are free to unleash any imagination. Currently, the game is in the testing phase, and first test players can boldly engage in any activities they desire. This greatly assists our testing efforts. However, the consequences of your actions must be borne by the players themselves. Just seconds after Su Chen posted his comment, players began to flood the thread with responses. Wow, the administrator has emerged. Finally, someone from the official team is here. Is that you, the dog planner? Why do I feel like this is a scheme from the dog planner? LOL, the official response has come, which implies NPCs can be killed. Let me interpret. The game offers 100 freedom, do whatever you wish, but whether you can kill the NPC depends on your capability. Glutton, if you take action, remember to report back on the results. Administrator, could you grant me a beta testing qualification? I beg you. I seek a beta qualification. I promise to be online for 24 hours straight. Qualification request 10,086. Within 2 minutes, responses to Su Chen's comment flooded the forum. A staggering 90% of them were requests for qualification codes. Su Chen's dark energy reserves had dwindled to just over 20,000 points. The players' deaths and respawns consumed a significant amount, and summoning again would be too costly. Choosing not to reply to the comments, he exited the forum and fell asleep. After all, with the Fire Seed chip monitoring, he felt secure. The following morning, Su Xiaoyu went to the small woods behind the mountain to train as usual. Su Chen strolled to the square, spotting, "Call me a glutton," huddled with a group of individuals, whispering conspiratorially. Upon noticing Su Chen's arrival, the group of about 10 rushed toward him. Nearby players paused their work, many activating their recording functions, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Su Chen calmly counted. There were 13 individuals, 8 of whom were already at level 10. What do you intend to do? Brothers, charge. Let us take down the leader. Without further ado, Glutton shouted, drawing his pistol and aiming it at Su Chen. The others followed suit, brandishing their weapons in preparation to assault Su Chen. Su Chen chuckled coldly, raising his hand leisurely and snapping his fingers. Snap, boom, boom, boom. The players surrounding him erupted like fireworks, disintegrating into fine particles. All the players were left dumbfounded. Their faces a picture of shock. What the hell? The leader is that powerful. So cool. Was that a skill just now? The Thanos snap? It turns out the leader is the mightiest NPC? The onlookers erupted into animated discussions. Su Chen, secretly amused yet maintaining an icy demeanor, declared, "Those who dare to attack me shall be expelled from the sanctuary. All weapons will be confiscated." Simultaneously, players received a full frequency announcement. Ding, due to call me a glutton and spicy strip guy. Attacking the sanctuary leader, affection level -50, level -1, respawn time extended by 24 hours. Ding, within the confines of the Star Sanctuary, player PK is prohibited. Violators will be expelled from the sanctuary. Ha! Glutton's attempt to steal has backfired spectacularly. How amusing. The leader's affection level is certainly something valuable. In other games, NPC affection levels play a significant role, such as in granting titles. Now Glutton and his friends have truly suffered a great loss. Haha, that I should post about this on the forum. It's too hilarious. Su Chen confiscated all the equipment that Glutton and the others had dropped and, with a stern expression, turned to leave. Other players in the sanctuary roared with laughter at their misfortune. After tossing the weapons back to Little Jia for resale, Su Chen returned home and connected to the official site. The forum had erupted. Since last night, with the administrator's appearance, the players' interest in the matter had skyrocketed. On the forum, a thread had surged to the forefront with the title, "Glutton Challenges NPC Leader, Live Broadcast, Unexpected Outcome." Curious, Su Chen clicked to view it, and the video displayed the moment he snapped his fingers, causing Glutton and his cohorts to detonate. The first comment read, "Call me a glutton. I swear, dog planner, dog administrator, come out here. Compensate me." Would Su Chen indulge him? He swiftly issued a ban. Notification. "Call me a glutton" has been muted by the administrator for 10 days. Seeing the notification beneath the post, the foolish players erupted into even more jubilant laughter, their comments filled with mockery. Haha, who would have thought? The administrator was watching. I'm laughing so hard. A glutton. The fool was me all along? Ha! The leader's authority cannot be challenged by players. Little glutton, how laughable that you dared to provoke the administrator. Is it not merely to satiate your curiosity and encourage you to challenge the NPCs? How could you dare to insult such a benevolent administrator? 100 days of silence would be a fitting consequence. Now, considering my fervent admiration, would the esteemed administrator grant me a qualification number? To those above, cease your flattery. If flattery were of any utility, I would have flayed the administrator with my adulation. Faced with the collective mockery of players, I, the rice bucket, found myself at a loss for words. Spicy strip. Several individuals had already pinned thousands of words in the style of Zwan poetry, only to delete everything upon witnessing my fate. Spicy strip. Administrator Daddy, I was wrong. Could you lift the resurrection restrictions? I shall never dare again. Forward without hesitation. I too have erred. I beseech you to release the seal, for a day without playing Doomsday Wasteland would surely spell my demise. Chapter 19. The first mechanic, mysterious monk, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thankful for his caution in abstaining from the reckless endeavor, upon witnessing the plight of the rice bucket and others on the forum, he felt a wave of relief. After some contemplation, he thought it best to post a tribute to these brave souls who dared to challenge the NPCs. Mysterious monk. The rice bucket has perished. For any matters, offer paper to burn. For minor matters, summon the spirit. For significant matters, unearth the grave. Should he log in again, it would merely be a transformation into a corpse. Having completed his tribute, the monk logged into the game. He glanced at his attribute panel. Character ID. Mysterious monk. Level. LV10. Maximum reached. Please proceed with class change. Profession. None. Combat power. 5. Energy points. 1589. Weapons. Flame gun. Model 96 handgun. AK. 47. Items. Cleansing potion. Bandages. Medical kit. Skills. None. Having accumulated sufficient funds and reached the required level, he lamented that his combat power was still woefully inadequate. The mysterious monk felt a pang of frustration. Upon reaching level 10, a combat power section appeared. Initially, he had believed that purchasing weapons would increase his combat power, even going so far as to buy an AK-47 from the weapon shop. To his dismay, it proved utterly futile. Combat power is not determined by the quality of one's weaponry. Counting the remaining bandages in his pocket, only 2 left, he resolved to visit the potion shop for supplies. The game is far too realistic. If injuries are not treated, one could truly die. Indeed, in this game, severe external injuries must be bandaged with medical supplies. Moreover, the recovery speed is remarkably swift. Within minutes, wounds vanish. As for internal injuries, one simply awaits death. Entering the trading hall, he beheld a row of showcases filled with various weapons on the left. In front of the showcases stood a robot. the weapons merchant. Xiaojun on the right. Another row of showcases displayed an array of potions. The mysterious monk approached the counter and addressed the potion merchant. Xiao Huang, Master Huang, I would like 10 bandages and 3 medical kits. Please. Certainly, Xiao Huang replied, turning to retrieve the requested items for the mysterious monk. Upon receiving the items, a prompt appeared on his panel. Purchase 10 bandages, energy points -10. Purchase 3 medical kits, energy points -6. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed a vivid red syringe of potion on the counter. He instinctively inquired, "What is that?" Xiao Huang explained, TOF 001 genetic potion, priced at 1,000 energy points. Genetic potion? What is its purpose? It enhances physical constitution, transforming one into a genetic warrior, effectively increasing combat power. The mysterious monk's eyes sparkled. This can increase combat power? Indeed. Would you like to purchase one? I assure you, it is worth every point. The price. The mysterious monk hesitated. Could it be offered at a lower cost? 1,000 energy points would require days of hard labor to earn. Xiao Huang replied, original product. No negotiations, dear. Cursing under his breath, the mysterious monk clenched his teeth. I'll buy it. Subsequently, Xiao Huang handed him the genetic potion, cautioning. For injection, aim for the heart and push the potion in. Purchase TOF 001 genetic potion, energy points -1,000. The mysterious monk grimaced, then, in front of Xiao Huang, injected the potion. Few it feels, slightly warm. Within mere seconds, the monk's body turned a bright red, resembling a well-cooked lobster. Injected F-grade genetic potion, combat power 10. He hastily opened his panel to check. Combat power, 15. Goodness, it truly works, nice. The monk was elated, and he dashed towards the class change hall. Unbeknownst to him, he was running at an incredible speed. As he passed through the plaza, players gaped at the crimson figure of the monk sprinting by. Whoa! Has the monk taken drugs? Running so fast? Huh? That movement speed is quite impressive. Curiosity piqued, players followed suit to join the excitement. Upon entering the class change hall, he found it desolate, devoid of any presence. Hey, where is the class change mentor? The monk searched frantically, calling out. Just then, a player outside pointed to the roof. Exclaiming, on the roof! The monk stepped outside and saw the mentor, Xuanji Zi, gazing upwards, silver crystalline panels extending from his arms as if basking in the sun. Mentor, come down quickly. I wish to change class. Hearing the call, Xuanji Zi retracted the panels and leaped down from the roof. Curious players asked, Mentor, what were you doing just now? Xuanji Zi replied nonchalantly, charging? Solar-powered charging. A robot that appears to embody advanced technology relies on solar energy for power. How utterly beneath the standards, in reality, solar charging was a desperate measure, as Xuanji Zi's energy had been siphoned by Su Chen, and the Starlight Sanctuary lacked new energy crystals for replenishment, leaving him with no choice. The mysterious monk was momentarily taken aback, then quickly stated, Mentor, my combat power has reached the required level. I wish to change class. Without him needing to elaborate, Xuanji Zi had already turned his attention. The soft blue net-like glow scanning the monk's form. You? Injected the genetic potion? The monk nodded eagerly. Xuanji Zi's tone betrayed a hint of skepticism. Did it not hurt? In his understanding, injecting an F-grade genetic potion entails a tumultuous process of cell breakdown and reorganization. This process is exceedingly painful. Many genetic warriors develop psychological trauma after their first injection, too fearful to undergo a second. Yet, this individual before him, clearly still in the throes of genetic transformation, displayed no signs of distress, quite peculiar indeed. The monk grinned. Not at all. I adjusted my pain threshold to 0. It's just a bit warm. Mentor, look, my combat power is now 15. I can change class, right? Xuanji Zi paused for a moment. Then, adhering to Su Chen's instructions, nodded. Very well, follow me. Upon entering the class change hall, Xuanji Zi inquired. Are you certain you wish to change class to mechanic? He posed the question merely as a formality. In truth, he found it somewhat amusing. Every mechanic must undergo extensive training and possess a thorough understanding of mechanical modification. What use is such a hasty question? Could he truly become a mechanic? However, as he posed the question, the mysterious monk's perspective revealed a prompt on the screen. Are you certain you wish to change class to mechanic? Confirm, cancel. Confirm. The monk promptly selected confirm. Congratulations, class change to mechanic successful. Energy points, -200. Class change successful, level 1, combat power 10. The monk beamed at the panel. Character ID, mysterious monk, level, LV11. Profession, junior mechanic, combat power, 25. Energy points, 373, nice. I successfully changed class, waha, the mysterious monk laughed triumphantly. He was the first player in the entire server to achieve a class change. Surrounding players gazed at him with envy. At this moment, The monk's ID color transformed from a pale red to a vibrant crimson. Strikingly eye-catching.it is worth noting that player IDs are visible only to Su Chen and the players themselves. Others cannot see them. Monk, did your successful class change grant any attribute bonuses? Please take me along. I wish to farm with you. Oh great monk, does the mechanic possess any skills? Players clamored with questions, their excitement causing the monk to feel a bit elated. Meanwhile, Xuanjizi observed quietly, finding this peculiar group of humans to be akin to a bunch of lunatics. Spouting nonsense. Did he truly believe that declaring himself a mechanic would make it so? Absurd. The cacophony of chatter began to irritate him. Initially intending to disperse these individuals, he recalled Su Chen's directive and patiently inquired, "Do you wish to learn skills?" Chapter 20. Have you learned? Do you wish to learn skills? As the words left Xuanjizi's lips, although he did not entirely comprehend the term skills, the mysterious monk was electrified, hastily nodding. Yes, 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 follow me. Xuanjizi led the way into the laboratory of the class change hall. Players buzzed around, following eagerly. The laboratory, specifically constructed by Su Chen for Xuanjizi's research on players, required their voluntary consent for any experimentation. Upon entering the laboratory, numerous devices were visible, including a surgical table-like apparatus featuring 2 mechanical arms. This setup was intended for prosthetic modifications. However, players' physical constitutions were currently too weak for such enhancements. Once inside, Xuanjizi retrieved a transparent glass panel from the surgical table and casually handed it to the mysterious monk. Choose for yourself. It remains unclear what purpose this luminous panel serves. The individual merely follows the prescribed procedures. Eager to hasten the departure of the loquacious humans, the enigmatic monk takes the panel, gliding a finger across it, causing the screen to illuminate in a brilliant azure hue, exuding an air of advanced technology. Please select the initial skills for the mechanic. Pistol Mastery, 100 energy points. Rifle Mastery, 150 energy points. Firearm Maintenance, 100 energy points. R&M Basic Self-Destructive Robot Manufacturing, 500 energy points. Basic Alloy Exoskeleton Armor Operation, 1000 energy points. A plethora of skills, which leaves the monk drooling with excitement. Impressive. Each appears formidable, igniting a desire to learn them all. However, upon glancing at his remaining energy points, a mere 300 linger. Reluctantly, the monk resolves to activate the first 3 skills. Ding, congratulations, skill acquired. LV1 Pistol Mastery. Energy points, -100. Upon realizing that acquiring LV2 Pistol Mastery requires 110 energy points, he finds the same applies to Rifle Mastery and Firearm Maintenance. All starting at LV1. Opening his attributes panel, he discovers 3 new skills in his skill bar. Overjoyed, he reviews the skill descriptions. LV1 Pistol Mastery. Activating this skill consumes 20 stamina, allowing mastery of various pistol shooting techniques for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. LV1 Rifle Mastery. Consuming 30 stamina, this grants mastery of various rifle shooting techniques for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. LV1 Firearm Maintenance. Passive skill. Basic firearm repair and maintenance. Quite impressive. The monk, brimming with delight, returns the panel to the enigmatic guide, eager to test his newfound skills. The guide, taking the panel back, inquires with a hint of mockery. Have you truly learned? Surprised by the NPC's question, the monk nods affirmatively, responding, Of course, I have learned. Thank you, mentor. With that, he rushes out of the sanctuary, followed by a throng of curious players. A flicker of intrigue glimmers in the guide's eyes. Though skeptical that the peculiar human has mastered the mechanic skills, the monk's confident demeanor piques their curiosity, prompting the guide to follow the players to uncover the truth. The players swarm around the monk as he steps outside the sanctuary, scanning for wild monsters. Typically, it is rare to encounter the lost souls near the sanctuary. However, in recent days, players have seldom ventured out to hunt, and they indeed discover a wandering lost soul in the woods toward Lionheart Town. Everyone, stand back. Let me handle this, the monk shouts, drawing his 96-style pistol and charging at the lost soul. Pistol Mastery. In that exhilarating moment of skill activation, the monk feels an uncanny familiarity with the firearm in his grasp. Just as the lost soul lunges forward, the distance between them diminishes to 50 meters, and without hesitation, the monk raises his weapon and fires. Bang, bang, bang. The first shot pierces the lost soul's left knee, causing its body to lose balance. The second shot strikes true at its heart. The third shot obliterates its head. 3 precise shots, and the enemy's head bursts, the lost soul never even nearing within 30 meters of the monk. The gunfire resonates, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The players stand in shock, witnessing the scene unfold before them, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. It is the first instance of a player triumphing in a duel against a lost soul. And to such a decisive victory, the monk too is momentarily stunned. Following the activation of his skill, He had instinctively fired with remarkable accuracy, surprising even himself. As the 60 seconds elapse, the skill enters cooldown, and the sensation of effortless familiarity with the pistol dissipates, leaving him with a slight feeling of fatigue. Incredible! How astonishingly accurate! The monk revels in his prowess. Master, please, take me along to level up. I too wish to become a mechanic. This shooting skill is absolutely magnificent. The players erupt in excitement. Witnessing the monk's performance, their envy is palpable. 200 meters away, the guide observes the unfolding events, their eyes flashing with chaotic electric coding. How is this possible? Did he truly learn? The player's actions transcend the guide's understanding of the Eternal Ones, nearly causing another system crash. Meanwhile, basking in the admiration of the players, the monk strides forward to collect his spoils. Approaching the lost soul, he notices a shimmering green crystal cord. A biological crystal? Overjoyed, he discreetly bends down to collect the crystal. Delightful. Just as he finishes gathering his loot, darkness suddenly envelopes him. The guide, having approached unnoticed, points toward a distant tree and commands, "Demonstrate once more." The guide's voice carries a distinct emotional weight. The monk, somewhat bewildered, nevertheless wishes to test the power of rifle mastery. He retrieves an AK-47 from his back. Rifle mastery. As the skill activates, the familiar sensation of control over the weapon surges through him. Crouching, shouldering the rifle, he aims and pulls the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A flawless shooting motion, executed in one seamless sequence. A hail of bullets rains down upon a tree trunk 200 meters away. The guide calculates the bullet strikes with remarkable precision, astonished to find that not a single round misses the target. Every bullet hits the mark, achieving the standard of a novice mechanic. Ha! I am a sharpshooter. The monk lifts the rifle with one hand, expertly inserting a magazine with the other. Click! A fluid magazine swap, completed in under a second. The rifle rests on his shoulder, exuding an undeniable coolness. The guide stands utterly stunned. Realizing it has become unresponsive, the monk calls out several times, yet receives no reply. This time, it seems the guide is genuinely overwhelmed to the point of system failure. Following this, the monk begins to explore the transformations of his new profession. After some experimentation, he discovers that the mechanic not only possesses extraordinary shooting accuracy, but also enjoys a significant boost in strength. He engages in a 1-on-5 player duel without firearms, easily overpowering them. With a single punch, he sends ordinary players flying. Incredible! The monk exclaims, exhilarated as he throws a punch. The players, a mix of admiration and astonishment, swarm around him with questions. In high spirits, the monk answers their inquiries without reservation. Find Huang Yaoshe to purchase genetic potions. Yes, using skills does consume stamina. Stamina is not displayed on the panel, but is linked to combat power. I currently possess 25 combat power, equivalent to 250 stamina points. And the recovery rate is not particularly fast. Ultimately, the monk feels that such a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess should be shared with a wider audience. Clearing his throat, he announces, "Everyone, please be patient. Shortly, I shall post a guide on the forum." The players erupt in applause, a chorus of excitement as they chatter and laugh, departing together. Left behind is a single deactivated Eternal One. With flickers of electricity sparking from its eyes, Chapter 21. Finally able to reap the rewards. Are the machines of the Eternal Ones truly so inadequate? Constantly crashing, is the CPU in their heads of such poor quality? In the transfer hall, Su Chen can't help but express his thoughts to the guide. The guide remains perplexed. IT is still processing the events, its mind racing to analyze how the players acquired mechanic abilities. In truth, the principle is rather straightforward. The Ember chip acts as the administrator of the program settings. Once players inject the genetic potion, their physical constitution enhances, allowing them to accept mechanic abilities. The players' bodies, in a certain sense, resemble advanced machinery. The Ember chip replicates and instills mechanic capabilities within the players, a simple process of skill formation. All skills originate from the guide's data. Extracting the guide's data and subsequently breaking it down into individual skills, which are then duplicated onto the players, is the essence of it. Yet, the guide likely cannot fathom this even if its circuits were to overheat. Host, after players advance, the energy required for revival will also increase. The Ember chip reminds, ordinary players require merely 10 dark particles for revival. F-grade players, however, necessitate 50 dark particles. Glancing at his account balance, which now sits at just over 20,000 dark particles, Su Chen feels a sense of impending economic crisis. However, after advancing, players can extract a portion of the dark particles they acquire. Finally able to reap the rewards. To aid his memory, Su Chen designates the dark matter energy as dark particles. Dark particles, used for summoning players, reviving players, exchanging for system resources, and enhancing genes, among other purposes. Energy points, the currency system created by Su Chen for players, unlimited. Players earn experience points by absorbing dark particles from monsters, which is the energy Su Chen requires to enhance his power. He decides not to extract too much. A 50-50 split seems reasonable. With a thought, a wave of dark energy is drawn forth. Inside the sanctuary, the monk shudders slightly, sensing something amiss. However, his experience points remain unchanged. Su Chen's dark particles, however, increase by 50 points. Excellent. Once 100 players have matured, he can extract dark particles daily, relishing the benefits. Just as he revels in this thought, a small face leans in closer. Brother, your smile seems quite sinister, Su Xiaoyu remarks. Blinking innocently, Su Chen quickly suppresses his grin. Is that so? No, I was simply reminded of something joyous. Is the training complete? Let us go home for a meal. As the two prepare to leave, the guide suddenly jolts awake, exhaling a visible plume of white smoke. I must study those individuals. Su Chen waves his hand dismissively, as long as they are willing. Feel free. As the siblings stepped out of the class change hall, players turned to gaze at them in unison. Huh? Who is accompanying the leader? One remarked, I've seen this NPC before. It always flees upon encountering others. Impossible to catch. Clearly, this must be part of a hidden storyline. Perhaps it is also a significant NPC. Besides the leader, this is the first normal NPC we've encountered, and I must seize the opportunity to inquire about any potential quests. Indeed, there might even be a chance to trigger a hidden mission. Players buzzed with speculation yet dared not approach. Earlier that morning, Su Chen's snap of his fingers had collectively obliterated a dozen players, leaving a lingering air of intimidation. Now, they were all acutely aware of the leader's formidable prowess and were reluctant to provoke him. As they passed by their home, they noticed Xiao Huang hauling a pile of supplies towards the warehouse. Host, the warehouse is overflowing with supplies. Should we consider expanding it? Upon hearing the system's suggestion, Su Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. The items collected by the players held little value for him personally. However, if taken out to the wasteland, they could be exchanged for a considerable amount of resources. Retaining them seemed futile, yet discarding them felt wasteful. That moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a dilapidated pickup truck next to the warehouse. An idea sparked within him. Perhaps he could take these items and venture out to trade for some resources in return. Utilizing the ecological bar to repair the vehicle felt somewhat excessive. Yet, with 3 robots at his disposal, all skilled mechanics, they could certainly modify the truck. Regarding the idea of sending players out to exchange supplies, Su Chen had contemplated it, but currently, the players were unable to stray too far from the base due to their low levels. And any audacious plan seemed unreliable. System, can you modify this vehicle? The fire seat chip paused for a moment before responding, yes, but several essential parts are missing, and there is no fuel. TO fully upgraded. Biological crystalline fuel and a replacement engine would be required. Su Chen nodded in agreement. No problem. Just issue a mission in the task hall to gather the missing components and expedite the vehicle's modification. Understood, host. The night passed without incident. The following day, after the Trickster Monk had released a class change guide on the official website, an increasing number of players were transitioning to mechanics. In just one night, 15 players had successfully changed their classes to mechanics. With that, the Starry Shelter now boasted 16 F-rank Gene Warriors, significantly enhancing its strength. Such a faction could easily establish a small camp in the wasteland. I am finally unsealed, a player exclaimed at the revival point. The players who had exploded the previous day were finally able to log back in after their revival time had elapsed. Upon re-entering the game, excitement nearly brought them to tears. Spicy Strip took a deep breath, savoring the moment. The days without the game were unbearably torturous. Others nodded in agreement. Call me Rice Bucket grumbled. I lost all my gear and even dropped a level. Spicy Strip retorted angrily. You have the audacity to complain. It was your ridiculous idea. Wu Qian attempted to mediate. Let's forget about it. Brothers, let's team up and level up quickly. Let us go. The monk's already far ahead of us. Every day, they watched the monk flaunt his achievements on the forum, and once he successfully changed classes, he was determined to challenge him to a duel. The group bantered as they made their way towards Lionheart Town. 3 days later, Wu Qian had tirelessly ground for 2 nights and finally caught up in levels, purchasing a gene potion in the process. With a heart full of anticipation, he arrived at the class change hall, locating the enigmatic figure and successfully transitioning to a mechanic. Just as he was about to boast about his achievement, the enigmatic figure suddenly inquired, "Are you willing to undergo modification?" Wu Qian, taken aback, asked, "Modification? What kind of modification?" The enigmatic figure gestured towards the laboratory behind him. "Accept this modification, and you may become even stronger." Wait, is this my lucky day? Have I triggered a hidden quest? Wu Qian's mind brimmed with exhilaration at the thought of hidden quests prevalent in online games. He quickly nodded. I agree, but I lack funds. I have no energy points. The enigmatic figure's eyes sparkled. No need for money. That's fantastic. Thus, Wang Wuqian eagerly followed the enigmatic figure into the laboratory. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days prior, a post had circulated on the forum. A player recounted their experience of seemingly triggering a hidden quest during their class change, only to be taken by the class mentor to undergo experiments, resulting in their dismemberment into parts. They not only lost a significant amount of experience, but nearly dropped a level as well. Following this cautionary tale, many players expressed their reluctance to comply with the enigmatic figure's request. However, Wang Wuqian had been too preoccupied with grinding monsters, earning coins, and saving up to pay attention to the forum. Thus, he remained oblivious to the warnings and believed himself fortunate. Bang! The laboratory door slammed shut. Wang Wuqian lay on the operating table, unable to move as mechanical arms restrained him. The sharp saw word to life. Swish! Wang Wuqian watched in shock as his right arm was detached. He was momentarily dazed, only to regain his senses and see the enigmatic figure inspecting his severed hand with great interest. Chapter 22. Prosthetic Modification Mentor. What are you doing? Wang Wuqian panicked. You just cut off my arm. Who can withstand this? If a player becomes disabled, their best course of action is to commit suicide and respawn. The enigmatic figure scrutinized Wang Wuqian's arm structure. Casually dismissing, do not worry. This is merely part of the modification process. Afterward, he procured a test tube filled with a sample of blood and produced an oversized syringe, stating, I also require a small amount of bone marrow. You don't mind, do you? Before Wang Wuqian could respond, the enigmatic figure swiftly jabbed the syringe into his spine. Oh, that feels exquisite. Wang Wuqian emitted a sound of ecstasy, feeling as if he were being hollowed out. The enigmatic figure raised an eyebrow. After extracting the bone marrow, the enigmatic figure fixated on Wang Wuqian's head. I also need a bit of cerebrospinal fluid. You? I do mind. Wang Wuqian interrupted hastily. You want cerebrospinal fluid? Could you at least stop the bleeding? I'm on the verge of passing out. The enigmatic figure reluctantly set down the scalpel, realizing it couldn't afford to kill him. Otherwise, all the collected blood and samples would disintegrate into dust. After a moment's thought, the enigmatic figure considered attempting to equip these individuals with prosthetics and observe the changes. However, this violated Su Chen's regulations. Players were required to spend energy points to receive prosthetics. As he pondered, he spotted a silver long knife resting in the corner. Let us try this. The enigmatic figure approached and retrieved the long knife, which was currently the highest grade cold weapon available at the shelter's weapon shop. The microparticle blade, priced at 5,000 energy points, Su Chen had only exchanged for 2. One was given to Su Xiaoyu, and the other was displayed in the shop, as players were unlikely to afford it in the short term. Using the excuse of teaching Su Xiaoyu sword techniques, the enigmatic figure took the blade for research. However, this advanced technology proved impossible to dismantle. Since equipping prosthetics was off-limits, he decided to attach a blade instead, which wouldn't count as a violation of the rules. Tilting his head, the enigmatic figure muttered to himself before affixing a neural junction device to the hilt of the knife. Wang Wuqian was utterly immobilized, powerless to do anything but watch as the enigmatic figure attached a 1.5-meter-long sword to his right arm. Afterward, the enigmatic figure yawned, feeling somewhat bored. Having pulled 2 all-nighters, he was rather fatigued. Mentor, take your time. I'm logging off to catch some sleep, he said, yawning. I'm exhausted. With that, his head drooped, and he fell silent. The enigmatic figure was left in a state of confusion. Assuming he had fainted. 3 hours later, the connection stabilized, with no signs of rejection. Vital signs were normal, and the gene modification proceeded uninterrupted. No cellular tissue? A remarkable specimen. Is this truly human? The enigmatic figure observed Wang Wuqian's reactions while muttering to itself. By afternoon, the modification was complete. Yet Wang Wuqian still had not logged back in. After waiting a while, a metal plate on the figure's abdomen popped open, revealing a flat device resembling a tablet. Once identity authentication was complete, the screen illuminated, displaying 4 prominent characters. Cultivation Journal. The enigmatic figure transformed its finger into a data cable-like connector, linking it to the tablet. Subsequently, text began to materialize on the screen. Wasteland Calendar, July 8, clear, radiation index moderate to low. Today marks the 15th day since I arrived at the Starry Shelter. The specimen suspected to be human, experiment number 2 data record. The enigmatic figure documented its findings in the Cultivation Journal. Just then, Wang Wuqian, sitting upright on the operating table, instinctively stretched out his arm only to discover that his right arm had transformed into a sword. What the? Wang Wuqian joyously swung his new arm a few times and exclaimed excitedly to the enigmatic figure. Mentor, is the modification complete? The enigmatic figure hesitated but nodded. Incredible. This sword looks stunning. Ha, thank you. With that, Wang Wuqian dashed out, brimming with excitement. The enigmatic figure silently recorded in the tablet. Microparticle blade modification defect. Potential risk of neuronal damage and disorder. Meanwhile, the trickster monk and his companions had just returned from outside, witnessing Wu Qian sprinting towards them, waving his arm and shouting with exhilaration, "Holy cow! Holy cow! Look at me, how cool!" Other players were left in utter shock. What in the world is this? A throng of people immediately gathered around Yi, intensely spectating him. The enigmatic monk inquired in astonishment. "How did you manage this? How did your hand transform into a blade?" Nearby, curiously reached out to touch it. As soon as he grazed the blade, a flash of silver light flickered, and his finger fell to the ground like a piece of tofu. "Oh my goodness!" The players gasped in shock. Yi, grinning with pride, declared, "I triggered a hidden quest." He recounted the events of his transformation by. The others listened in disbelief. "Did you not check the forums? The mentor previously transformed someone and ended up dismembering him." "Indeed. Did you perhaps provide him with a special item or other tools? How exactly did you trigger the quest? Please elaborate." The players clamored for more information. Looking perplexed, shrugged and replied, "I have no idea. I just lay there without moving while he toyed with me for a day, and when I logged back in, the transformation was successful." The players exchanged strange glances. The enigmatic monk pondered aloud. Could it be? There are forbidden elements in this game? That mentor is a robot, after all. How does that even work? Upon reflection, it seemed rather thrilling. "Damn, you're quite the pervert." He, visibly annoyed, remarked, "What are you all thinking? It's not that kind of play, you know?" "Understood, understood. We all get it," the others chimed in. The enigmatic monk patted him on the shoulder and asked, "How many energy points did this transformation cost you?" "What about the attribute bonuses?" E, beaming with delight, replied, "None at all. Just look at my attribute panel. Character ID, E.level, LV11.class, novice mechanic, combat power, 35. Energy points, 20. Weapon, 54. Pistol, particle blade. Items, bandages 3, medical kit 1. Skills, pistol mastery, rifle mastery, limb modification, right arm, exoskeleton blade. Incredible. It's indeed a limb modification. That must be an advanced skill for mechanics, right? And it added an additional 10 combat power? A particle blade? This is the most expensive melee weapon in the shop, utterly invincible in close combat," said from the side, grinning. "Haha, face the gale." He was ecstatic, swinging his right arm, the silver blade gleaming brilliantly, undeniably impressive. The onlooking players gazed in envy. In the transfer hall, with a dark expression, confronted Taoist. "What on earth are you doing?" Maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "I have not installed a prosthetic. It is merely a combat blade." Felt a pang of regret. A particle blade costs 2,000 dark particles. Moreover, players are utterly inept with swordsmanship. Forget it, keep an eye on that modified person. When he dies, we can reclaim the blade. After giving this instruction, turn to leave. Simultaneously, he pondered, "System, what happens if a player with a limb modification dies and drops their equipment?" The fire seed chip seemed to have anticipated this, promptly responding, "Rest assured, once a player's genes are modified, the genetic data will be re-recorded, and their revived state will reflect the modifications. Limb modifications work the same way. Players simply need to bind their prosthetics, allowing the data of the limbs and other items to be preserved, existing even after resurrection. Realized, akin to identity binding in the game, that items cannot be lost. That's a clever method." The fire seed chip continued, however, "Reviving bound items requires a greater expenditure of dark particles. Then we must set a higher price for the binding card. 5 days later. During the night, sat atop a rooftop, observing he slaughtering through a horde of zombie mice via the fire seed chip, his face filled with exasperation. Remarkably, this individual had not perished even once in the past 5 days. Thwarting S plans to reclaim the combat blade, an increasing number of players injected genetic serums, significantly enhancing their physiques. Coupled with their mechanic skills, they dispatched these low-tier mutated creatures with ease. It seemed that even if the contaminated zone spread, it would not pose much of an issue. Reflected wistfully, gazing up at the night sky, stars twinkled against the deep blue, with a crescent moon suspended above. He could hardly recall the last time he had enjoyed the night scenery so leisurely. Rest assured, based on the current combat power ratio, without a D-class expert intervening, the shelter is exceedingly secure. The fire seed chip chimed in, "Indeed." After a moment of contemplation, suddenly asked, "How is the car modification coming along?" The fire seed chip paused before responding, "We are still short of a few critical components." Side. "I know you are stalling for time." The fire seed chip remained silent. "I need to go out and deal with the accumulated supplies." Redirecting his gaze, stated, "Everything I possess is due to you. While I am unaware of your intentions, since you saved my life, I assume you do not wish to see me perish. There is insufficient food in the shelter." The fire seed chip replied, "Your authority will always surpass mine." "Very well, then tell me about your origins. Apologies, but your current strength is insufficient to access the relevant data." narrowed his eyes. Deep down, he was a highly rational person. Although traversing to this world made it difficult for him to maintain his composure, he initially viewed the mysterious fire seed chip as a blessing for saving his life. However, the image of systems controlling robots lingered in his mind, making him feel like a puppet of the system. He could not ignore the origins of the system like the mindless protagonists of typical novels. After the initial shock, analyzed and concluded that events such as establishing bases and summoning players were all orchestrated by the fire seed chip. Initially, he did not mind this beneficial guidance. After all, survival in a post-apocalyptic world was no small feat. Being a puppet didn't seem too bad. He could simply lay back and let things unfold. However, as time passed, grew increasingly suspicious of the fire seed chip's intentions. He worried that one day, these summoned players might bring unforeseen calamities to his homeland, Blue Star. He even contemplated whether the wasteland transformation of this world was somehow related to the fire seed chip. If his actions led to Blue Star's downfall, he would be a historical sinner. Yet, the fire seed chip had always shown complete obedience to him, and there were only 100 players summoned. Thus, he had restrained his curiosity about its origins, fearing unpredictable repercussions. Now, with food shortages in the shelter, he felt compelled to confront the system. In 3 days, will the car modification be ready? Asked. The fire seed chip replied. Yes, however, I advise against you venturing out on an expedition. Brother, what are you doing sitting on the rooftop? Gracefully approached and sat beside. Stargazing. Oh, how beautiful. It's been ages since I've seen the stars. The siblings fell silent, both gazing at the starry sky, relishing this rare tranquility. A moment later, S' stomach grumbled. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she scratched her head. I think I've eaten too much lately. Feeling a bit bloated. Chuckled. You're clearly just hungry. Come on, let us head home for a late-night snack. No, it's all right, brother. We don't have much food left. Nonsense, brother has a way. Eat your fill. The system had everything except the necessities for survival. Was in a growth phase, and her genetic modifications continued to exert effects, requiring substantial nutrition daily. If she didn't receive adequate nourishment, the enhanced genes might absorb pollutants, leading to potential failure of the genetic modifications or, worse, mutation. Hence, insisted on going out. The next morning was awakened by the fire seed chip. The first order of business upon rising was to check his post-sleep earnings. Not bad. He had gained over 5,000 dark particles. Quite satisfactory. Currently, among the 100 initial test players, 99 had reached LV10 or above, all having injected genetic serums. Only one female player remained. Players who had transition classes were leveling up by defeating monsters daily, with half of their experience being siphoned off by. Moreover, the frequency of player deaths had decreased considerably, significantly reducing dark particle consumption. The initial investments were finally yielding returns. System, how was the infrastructure progress for the players yesterday? Asked as he got out of bed, maintaining an indifferent expression in his mind. It was as if last night's events had never occurred. The fire seed chip responded, the outer defenses of the shelter are now 100 complete. As per the plan, sanitation cleanup task and ground restoration task have been published in the task hall. After this, it added, the car modification progress stands at 89, and it is expected to be completed within 20 hours. All right, continued. A significant number of mutated beasts have been sighted in the direction of Lionheart Town, and the incidence of wandering madmen has increased. The contamination zone expansion issue mentioned by has been verified. Have any high-tier mutated beasts been discovered? None so far. Nodded in satisfaction. Have the players stirred up any trouble? Some players have been rather aggressive, venturing beyond Lionheart Town towards the contamination zone. Additionally, a few players have attempted to scale the mountains behind the shelter. Ignore them. If they exceed the limits, they will disconnect anyway. By the way, has he died yet? Not yet. Still alive. Has it become more mundane? Moreover, there is another matter. The demand among players for the storage watch is exceedingly high. Currently, the collected micro-nano storage chips are only sufficient to produce 30 units of the storage watch. The store shelves are presently out of stock. Naturally, Su Chen lightly touched his wrist and retrieved a compressed biscuit from the storage watch. Taking a bite. An expanded backpack is something every player surely desires. When I go out this time to exchange supplies, I will also trade for some chips. This time, the spark chip did not deter him. Instead, it suggested, the host's strength is too low. It is advisable to use dark particles to enhance your physique. Su Chen glanced at his savings. Over 90,000 dark particles. To modify his genes using dark particles would require a minimum of 50,000. And that would only cover partial enhancements to his limbs. Very well, let us strengthen the right hand first. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen felt a slight tingle at the nape of his neck. As a surge of electricity converged towards his right hand, the entire palm transformed into a glossy obsidian hue, gleaming like metal. Su Chen raised his hand and waved it before his eyes, then gently prodded the cement wall, which yielded as easily as tofu. With a mere thought, his palm swiftly reverted to its natural flesh tone. Why does this feel akin to a prosthetic modification? Su Chen extended his fingers, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. The spark chip responded. There is a significant difference between the two. Once the host undergoes full-body enhancement, the subtle advantages will become apparent. Full-body enhancement requires at least 300,000 dark particles. It's still early for that. Su Chen smiled faintly. This was his way of compromising. He had previously hesitated to accept the dark particles for gene improvement. Today, with the spark chip acquiescing to his request, he finally agreed to the genetic enhancement. The host can take a mechanical body with him when venturing outside. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. No, that would attract too much attention. Didn't you say that the mechanical entity holds a significant position in the mechanical church? If news leaks, it could be even more perilous. It's best if I go with Xiaoyu, keeping a low profile, especially since we have been to that camp before and 1T stand out too much. Let us discuss this later. There are still matters to arrange concerning the shelter. The spark chip fell silent, seemingly a bit dejected. After finishing the biscuit, Su Chen walked towards the well in the shelter, preparing to fetch some water. From a distance, he spotted a female player struggling to carry a water bucket beside the well. Su Chen was taken aback. This was the only water source for the shelter. A crucial resource for both him and Su Xiaoyu to survive. To prevent players from causing damage, Su Chen had long ago surrounded the well with iron plates. What are you doing? Su Chen rushed over, frowning as he glared at the female player before him. Leader. The female player, whose ID was Dreaming Flower, became flustered and nearly tipped over the water bucket. It really her. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Among the 100 initial testing players, she was the only one who had not chosen a class. Moreover, since entering the game, she had never left the shelter, nor did she undertake any quests. Her level was a pitiful LV1. Dreaming Flower was an odd player. She preferred to remain alone in a deserted garden behind the shelter, spending her days collecting and nurturing various flowers and plants. Su Chen had only discovered her presence a couple of days ago. Clearly, she was a life-oriented player. Chapter 24. Preparing for the new version, Forum Strategies. I want to water the garden. Dreaming Flower stammered, looking timidly at Su Chen. There is a stream behind the shelter. From now on, go there to fetch water, and do not return here, Su Chen warned sternly. But there are monsters outside, Dreaming Flower pouted. Murmuring softly, I'm scared, Su Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead. Don't you know to take on quests? Earn some energy points, and then ask other players to help you fetch water? Is that possible? Dreaming Flower looked confused. Su Chen felt exasperated. When selecting initial testing players, it was based on their online duration in the game. Yet, Dreaming Flower had the highest online time, playing 24 hours a day, averaging 19 hours online. A true gaming addict. Why doesn't she understand even the basic rules of the game? Su Chen didn't want to waste time teaching her how to play, preparing to send her away. Suddenly, he had an idea. He pulled a small packet of seeds from his storage watch and handed it to Dreaming Flower, saying, Here are a few seeds. If you can cultivate them, I will reward you with 1,000 energy points. Ding, special quest. Cultivate the leader's seeds. Quest reward, 1,000 energy points. Accept decline. A prompt box suddenly popped up, and Dreaming Flower, somewhat dazed, instinctively clicked accept. Remember, if you grow anything, do not take it outside the shelter, Su Chen reiterated. Oh, okay, I will remember. Dreaming Flower quickly accepted the seeds, cradling them carefully in her palms. All right, you can go now. Dreaming Flower hurriedly scampered away. After running a distance, she finally sighed in relief, clutching her chest. These seeds are truly beautiful. Hey, Xiaoming, what are you looking at? Suddenly, she felt a pat on her shoulder, startling her. Tian, you scared me to death. Tian the foodie grinned, saying, Look, I found a strange flower outside just now. It seems alive and even eats meat. Dreaming Flower frowned slightly. No, I don't want it. I have to start taking on quests now. Tian was astonished. Wow, you finally figured it out. What is the use of planting those flowers? Come with me to hunt monsters. I'll help you level up. No, my task is to grow these seeds. Huh? Why didn't I receive this quest in the task hall? I just encountered the leader, and he gave me these seeds. The leader? Oh my gosh, Xiaoming, did you trigger a hidden quest? Su Chen took out his water jug, filled it, and planned to find the mechanical entity. Those seeds were collected from radiation-level seeds, decomposed using the Ecology tab. The quantity is not large, but it serves as an experiment. If he could truly cultivate vegetables in the shelter, it would be a significant achievement. Upon arriving at the class transfer hall, the mechanical entity was basking in the sun. Charging. Taoist, I intend to go out in 3 days. Please keep an eye on the shelter for me. Su Chen stated directly. The mechanical entity tucked away the charging panel and tilted its head, saying, Aren't you afraid that I might leave without saying a word? Su Chen chuckled lightly. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. After all, there is no other star shelter in the world. The mechanical entity looked at him expressionlessly. The contaminated area has already spread. Do you intend to withdraw? No, No, I'm merely going out to exchange some supplies. It'll only take about 10 days round trip. In my current state, if I encounter high-level mutated monsters, I would be unable to assist. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you seeking energy blocks? Would you provide them? Do you think that is possible? After a moment of silence, the mechanical entity replied, 10 barrels of unified lubricant. Deal. Su Chen nodded with a smile, immediately retrieving 10 barrels of lubricant from his watch and handing them to the mechanical entity. Upon returning home, Su Chen inquired, System, if I leave the shelter, can I still monitor the mechanical entity? Currently, the host level is too low to maintain long-distance control over the shelter's movements. Su Chen frowned. The stronghold established by the Spark chip, centered around the Revival Square, can cover a radius of up to 50 miles. Players who exceed this range will automatically log out. Likewise, if Su Chen steps outside this range, he will also be unable to gain real-time insight into the shelter's happenings. He can only connect to the Blue Star network through thought. Leave an intelligent terminal behind. Everything will continue to operate as usual. If the mechanical entity exhibits any unusual behavior, eliminate it immediately, Su Chen said coldly. Understood, the Spark chip replied. The established protocol has been set, with instructions executed by Xiao Jia and Xiao Huang. The Spark chip itself must accompany Su Chen, while the remaining Xiao Jia and Xiao Huang will function as intelligent robots, executing Su Chen's commands. They will handle routine task issuance, receive player supplies, and distribute rewards adequately. Additionally, both possess C-rank combat power. However, the Immortals' body requires maintenance. After a battle, their weaponry may be depleted, significantly reducing their combat capability. Su Chen did not trust the mechanical entity as much as he outwardly expressed. In the wasteland, even kin may not be trustworthy, let alone a stranger like the mechanical entity. The mechanical entity knew this well. Since Su Chen dared to leave so openly, he undoubtedly had a backup plan. Until it understood Su Chen's contingency, it would not dare take any rash actions. After all, it currently lacked energy blocks and its weaponry was inoperative, rendering it weak. Its lifeblood, the biochip, still rested in Su Chen's hands. Before leaving, he needed to ensure the shelter was secured. Su Chen pondered, connecting to the official website to check the players' movements on the forum. The forum serves as a communication platform for players, where many issues within the game can be reflected. For instance, a post published an hour ago by the Trickster Monk, Wasteland Survival version 1.02 new guide and game bug feedback. Hello everyone, I am your old friend, the Trickster Monk, back with another guide. After the last version update, I have been busy gathering materials, playing all night, and haven't had the energy to create a guide. But here it is now. First, after the 1.02 version update, 4 new NPCs have been added. Let me introduce them one by 1.1. Potion Merchant, Xiao Huang, also known as the Yellow Pharmacist. Image, doesn't he look much cooler than Iron Man from the movies? The Yellow Pharmacist sells potion products, primarily for treating external injuries. To enhance game realism, players can actually die from injuries in the game, so new players should take heed. However, the efficacy of pharmaceutical treatment is quite evident, as it can halt bleeding within mere seconds. In the case of internal injuries, self-destruction is recommended, as revival occurs rather swiftly. 2. Weapon Merchant, Little Jia, also known as Jax. Image, he bears an uncanny resemblance to Little Huang, as they are twins. 3. Class Transfer Mentor, Xian Jizi, referred to as Taoist. Image, indeed, they are triplets, all remarkably identical. While the design is exquisite, one cannot help but critique the game development team for seemingly economizing by utilizing a single model. If funds are scarce, they ought to simply activate an in-game shop or recharge channels. I'm already prepared with numerous credit cards. Would it not be more delightful to create several intricate models? Moreover, the names of these NPCs might lead one to believe they are in a cultivation-themed MMORPG, which feels rather incongruous. Nevertheless, given the grand design of the game, the name Xian Jizi may hold deeper significance. And it remains to be seen whether the official team will unveil the NPC's backstory. Otherwise, how can one rationalize the seemingly arbitrary names of Little Huang and Little Jia? Of course, it could also be that the designer is simply lacking in creativity. Manual Humor, 4. Mysterious Girl, Image. This NPC resides in the Novice Village, yet rarely makes an appearance, often seen only with the boss and fleeing at the sight of others, moving with remarkable speed. I have attempted to approach her multiple times, only to be eluded. I suspect this NPC is connected to the boss and is a pivotal character for future plot developments, if any early testers happen to trigger a quest involving her. Please do not hesitate to message me. Having discussed the NPCs, let us now address the issues arising from the version update. In the game, defeating wild monsters does not refresh their spawn, and the locations for monster spawns lack consistency. Currently, aside from Lionheart Town, which boasts a higher spawn rate, it is quite challenging to encounter wild monsters elsewhere. Recently, many players have leveled up and changed classes, and we initially intended to form a team to venture beyond the Novice Village. However, the monsters in Lionheart Town have suddenly increased in number. I have keenly observed that the ground color in the Lionheart Town scene seems to have darkened, and the surrounding flora appears increasingly lush, which strikes me as somewhat eerie. Especially at night, the wild monster spawn rate surges. This aspect of game design feels quite inhumane, as I find myself inverting my day and night in pursuit of leveling up through monster hunting. Game designers, while I understand the intention for realism, I must propose a slight adjustment. Could monster spawns be shifted to daylight hours? My stamina can hardly withstand it. I am sure everyone remembers the boss-killing plan, which provided me with a week's worth of amusement. Thanks to Fan Tong Jun, I extend my gratitude. After the incident, I inquired with Fan Tong to understand the sequence of events, only to discover it was a ruckus caused by an attempt to seize the Shelter S structure. The boss had previously warned Fan Tong against occupying the Shelter S buildings. This suggests that such structures may indeed house new NPCs or other game-related buildings in the future. Additionally, when Fan Tong faced punishment, there was a notification indicating a -50 affinity with the boss, which seems to be a hidden game mechanic whose purpose remains unclear. Following the last incident, player versus player combat has been restricted within the shelter, so it is advisable to refrain from firing weapons there. Now, having addressed the version update issues, let us discuss class changes. The class change process does not require any specific quest, and the method is quite straightforward. For further details, please refer to my class change guide posted 5 days ago. Here, I must reiterate the hidden tasks associated with the class transfer mentor. Players pursuing class changes will invariably encounter this transformation task, but most end up being sliced, diced, and dismembered, with a rather grim fate awaiting them. In summary, the configuration of Xian Jizi seems to possess a rather grotesque undertone reminiscent of a mad scientist. Apart from Yiwang Wuqian, no one has succeeded in the transformation. A little birdie has whispered that Yiwang Wuqian purportedly established an indescribable relationship with the class transfer mentor, which enabled his successful transition. He himself has acknowledged this, and many have borne witness. Now, let us discuss the direction of advancement post-class change. Currently, the mechanic class appears to have 2 systems, melee and ranged. As evidenced by their skills, proficiency in handguns and rifles increases with level, enhancing accuracy with each skill used. The self-destructing robot skill may also be considered ranged. However, its creation necessitates materials, which have yet to be available in the store. The exoskeleton armor-driving skill likely corresponds to melee combat. Judging by the names of the skills, future advancement skills may very well involve piloting mecha-like weapons. However, these skills can be quite expensive, and acquiring mechs will undoubtedly require significant financial investment. Thus, it is advisable for affluent players to engage. Furthermore, Yiwang Wuqian's profile includes a prosthetic modification attribute, confirming that the mechanic class possesses skills related to human augmentation. However, only one player has triggered this hidden attribute thus far, making it difficult to assess its implications. It is undeniable that prosthetic modifications significantly enhance combat prowess. Currently, Yiwang Wuqian is undoubtedly the unrivaled melee champion of the server. Additionally, let us discuss the enhancements after injecting gene serums, which warrants a commendation of the game design. The boost in combat power has rendered the changes in my strength exceedingly apparent. This is not merely a numerical enhancement. It genuinely imparts a palpable sense of unprecedented physical power. The game does not delineate attributes such as strength, stamina, or intelligence, which greatly preserves the authenticity of the experience. Kudos to the developers. It is truly hard to fathom the robustness of the game's servers, surpassing those of inferior companies by several magnitudes. Now, having completed the strategy discussion, let us move on to feedback regarding the gaming experience and the submission of certain bugs. First, the storage wristwatch at the weapon shop functions similarly to an inventory item. It is noteworthy that the game lacks any backpack items. Thus, all weapons, materials, and other items must be held in hand. While this enhances the game's realism, it proves rather inconvenient. The backpack available in the store seems particularly valuable, yet I have been waiting for 3 days only to find it perpetually out of stock. What is going on? Many players, including myself, have been unable to acquire the storage wristwatch. Could this be a bug? I sincerely hope the officials will restock the wristwatches. Second, upon dying in the game, equipment is dropped. Although End of the World, Wasteland emphasizes realism, items should not be so frequently lost. Imagine laboring for 3 days to purchase a weapon only to have it drop upon being killed by a monster. Such an experience would render those 3 days of effort futile. Who could endure that? Players with fragile mental states might very well rage quit. I recommend that the officials optimize this aspect of the game to avoid overly harsh penalties. Third, there exists a rather severe bug in the game. Players often experience disconnections upon leaving a designated area of the shelter. While I have not calculated the precise distance, numerous early testers venturing into the wilderness have reported similar disconnection incidents. However, it must be acknowledged that encountering bugs during the initial testing phase is quite common, and achieving this level of development is already commendable. To conclude, I would like to share an explosive piece of news. It is rumored that a lifestyle player, the esteemed Meng Shihua, has triggered a hidden task for the boss, yielding substantial rewards. This indicates that End of the World, Wasteland offers a highly diverse gaming experience, allowing players of the lifestyle class ample opportunities to shine. Thus, it seems prudent to engage with NPCs more frequently, as one might inadvertently trigger hidden tasks. With that said, I have completed this post. Dear readers, in light of my earnest efforts, might I kindly request a threefold support? Remember to follow me so you don't lose your way. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Chapter 25 version 1.03 update. Equipment enhancement. After reading the post, Su Chen pondered briefly. Setting aside other matters, the issue of players' demand for storage wristwatches must be addressed. As for the concerns regarding equipment drops leading to players' frustrations and potential exits from the game, such notions are utterly unfounded. Given the current popularity of End of the World, Wasteland, even if it were to adopt a more stringent approach, players would still clamor to participate. The idea of quitting is simply implausible. Nonetheless, Su Chen resolved to tackle the issue of binding equipment carts. After much contemplation, Su Chen concluded that the crux of the player's dilemma lay in an excess of energy points. The storage wristwatch is valued at 2,000 energy points. Initially, Su Chen assumed that in the short term, they would be unable to afford it. However, he underestimated the players' fervor for the game and their capacity for grinding. Currently, players are experiencing a sense of having money but nowhere to spend it. Given this, I shall not hesitate to unveil my trump card. Su Chen wore a cunning smile as he inquired of the system. Is it possible to enhance the weapons in the shop? Fire seed chips. Most melee weapon materials are primarily metallic, with the exception of the unique microparticle blade materials, which can indeed undergo a certain degree of optimization. This merely requires exchanging for a few metal synthesis recipes. What about firearms? By replacing gun parts, one can enhance range and penetration and even load special ammunition, such as incendiary rounds. Excellent, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Commence the design of the relevant program for the equipment enhancement task and assign it to Little Jia. Reminiscent of the 1-2 mechanics found in MMORPGs. Additionally, a binding program for equipment should be established, wherein each weapon is outfitted with an authentication chip, accompanied by a list of equipment attributes. It is imperative that these attributes are presented in vibrant colors, exuding a striking aesthetic. The equipment should be categorized into various tiers: common, white, superior, green, rare, blue, elite, purple, epic, gold, and legendary, orange, the specifics of which are left to your discretion. The equipment binding card is priced at 5,000 energy points, and the equipment must not be of a quality lower than superior. After conveying these details, Su Chen felt that it was still insufficient, pondering before stating. There are some leftover beast hides in the warehouse that can be fashioned into leather armor and shoes. The walls of the shelter have been completed, and there is excess metal that can be crafted into bracers and other forms of protective gear. The database of Zhuangjizi contains skills for melee weapons, which should also be incorporated into the mechanic skill set. Furthermore, 3 additional class branching systems should be established for the mechanic S advancement. As evening approached, Su Chen finally finalized the relevant matters and exchanged for a considerable number of superior weapons from the system. The dark particles were nearly depleted. Thus, at precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen issued a server-wide announcement to the first test players. Wasteland of the End Times will undergo offline maintenance in 30 minutes. All players are requested to log off voluntarily to avoid unnecessary losses. A series of 3 announcements were made to ensure every player received the notification. Some players, being quite distant, had a half-hour window to log off. Damn it! I was all set for an all-nighter, and now there's an update. Just as I fed my girlfriend, finally managing to find time for an all-nighter, the update hits. Ugh, my brother is in luck. The game is updated, and he has a girlfriend to play with. How enviable. Nonsense. Where's the fun in a girlfriend compared to gaming? I want to play games. Let us get out of here. Find a decent spot at the Resurrection Square to lie low, lest I lose my gear upon logging back in. Indeed, move quickly to secure a position. Players gradually returned from outside the shelter, gathering in small groups at the Resurrection Square to log off. Zhuangjizi was originally observing the players in battle, diligently taking notes on a tablet. Suddenly, he noticed everyone paused for a second or two before swiftly dashing back to the shelter. Thinking something significant had occurred, Zhuangjizi hurried back, nearly colliding with a player on the way. Huh? Do NPCs walk so arrogantly? Almost knocked me over. This game truly adheres to a hardcore realism. The irate player cursed as he walked away. Zhuangjizi had no time to pay him mind and hastily entered the shelter, only to see a group of players leaning against the wall or lying flat on the ground, subsequently becoming motionless. Half an hour later, a full 100 players lay sprawled in the square, transforming what was once a lively scene into an eerie silence. Zhuangjizi contemplated, seeking out Su Chen to report this occurrence. He spotted Su Chen hurrying over with Xiao Jia, leader. These individuals, before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen raised a hand to interrupt, saying, "Oh, I see." He then proceeded directly toward the shelter's exit. Xiao Jia carried Su Chen, traversing past Lionheart Town and advancing 50 kilometers toward the contaminated area. easily dispatching any monsters they encountered along the way. This seems about right. Let us stop here. System, instruct Xiao Jia to activate the recording function, raise the height a bit, and capture footage from multiple angles. Monsters on screen would be ideal. Subsequently, Xiao Jia sprinted over several nearby hills, even encountering a small group of mutated sparrows. After more than 2 hours, Su Chen returned to the shelter just before nightfall. He commanded the Spark chip to edit the recorded video and, after confirming the new version of the announcement was satisfactory, clicked to publish. Wasteland of the End Times, First Test Version 1.03 Update, New Expansion Pack Live. Background Introduction. Ruins of the old world often experience various anomalous events. Recently, unusual disturbances have been reported in the North Sea pollution zone, situated north of Lionheart Town. Numerous mutated monsters are increasingly active, even visible during daylight hours. The safety of the star shelter is consequently under severe threat. To investigate the cause of these disturbances, the esteemed leader, disregarding personal safety, has decided to venture forth and has equipped the shelter with stronger weapons to combat the unknown dangers. Brave survivors must remain vigilant, prepare for monster attacks, and protect our home. New Expansion Pack, North Sea Zone Disturbance, Video. 1.03 Version Details. 1. The Weapon Shop has added new weapon and armor equipment. Details. Melee weapons. Titanium alloy spear, magnesium alloy saber, tungsten steel short sword, alloy short bow, firearms, Gatling gun, M762, rocket launcher, berserker submachine gun, ice pistol, flame grenade, armor, bracers, armor, chest plates, leather shoes, leather armor, materials, self-destruct robot components, mecha outer shell materials, basic circuit components, TUD. The Potion Shop has introduced new gene potions. TOF 002. Equipment binding card, equipment unbinding card, details. The equipment binding card only supports binding superior, green, equipment and above. Bound equipment cannot be dropped or traded. TO unbind. Please purchase an equipment unbinding card. TOF 002 Gene Potion. Significantly enhances physique and increases combat effectiveness. 3. Introduce secondary advancement professions for the mechanic. Mecha Master, Gunslinger, Intelligent Warrior, details. Base requirements for advancement, LV 100, combat power value of 1000. Mecha Master, mechanical reconstruction, self-destruct robot skills, minimum LV 100, and ownership of a superior, green, or above mecha. Gunslinger, proficiency with pistols and rifles, minimum LV 100 and ownership of a superior, green, or above sniper rifle. Intelligent Warrior, exoskeleton armor driving skills at minimum LV 100, at least 2 prosthetic enhancements, and ownership of 2 or more mechanical limbs, with prosthetic tiers not lower than superior, green. 4. Optimize the equipment system. Details. Equipment now includes an attribute list for a more intuitive understanding of attack, defense, and other attributes. Equipment tier classifications. Common, white, superior, green, rare, blue, elite, purple, epic, gold, legendary, orange. 5. Introduced an equipment enhancement function. Details. At the Weapon Master Xiao Jia, players can pay materials and energy points to enhance equipment levels, including but not limited to melee weapons, firearms, armor, mechas, and prosthetics. 6. Launched a reputation system. Details. NPCs may issue special tasks to players who achieve a certain level of fondness. Completing these tasks grants reputation points for the Star Shelter. Players with high reputation may receive titles, outfits, and other special rewards. 7. Optimize the task hall display. Details. 2 screens have been added to the hall, one for task announcements and another for the reputation leaderboard, showcasing the top 10 players by reputation value. One of the duration of this update is 15 hours. 2. House sale announcement. Within the Star Shelter scene, there are 25 abandoned houses. In consideration of some life-oriented players, the game development team will expedite related settings to allow players to genuinely experience the warmth of a home in Wasteland of the End Times. Subsequently, houses will be sold based on reputation points, combat power values, NPC fondness, and other criteria. Once optimized, residential area houses will be launched as soon as possible, expected during the second round of game testing. Players who had long been waiting on the official website immediately flooded in upon seeing the update announcement. Moments later, the comments section below the announcement was frantically refreshing at a rate of dozens per second. Demon Dragon Young Master, Sofa, Rainfield. Here he comes, finally updated. This version's update is quite substantial. Saint of the Zither. The animation for the expansion pack is absolutely stunning. This production is leagues ahead of Hollywood. Chun Imo. Analyzing rationally, the background of the animation indicates many new monsters appearing, and they seem quite advanced. Han Luobai. The secondary class advancement for the mechanic is impressive, but why does the level requirement have to be 100? Overnight Champion. No worries, I'm in the late stages of liver cirrhosis. I can totally handle it. Worst case, I'll grind for 24 hours. Potato. Mecha Master. I want to pilot a Gundam. Wandering Dreamer. What the hell? Did I just see equipment enhancement? Toxic milk powder ruined me. The source of all evil has been unleashed. Playing Yasuo is 2B. Spin, face the storm. A silly sand sculpture. This is denying the common players any chance. Divine being, I'm done. My head hurts. Spicy strip lord, I'm seriously feeling the strain. E Wong's forward. Damn developers, what a mess. Kyrie go die. Alright, I've already chopped off my hand. Preparing to spend money on gear. Twisted pain. Oh ho ho, how can one grow stronger without spending? Oh my, I go. Seriously, I haven't cleared my real-life mortgage, and now I have to continue being a mortgage slave in the game? Young Bao Qing Tian. Enough said. I see hope for the second test. Looking forward to it. Dear officials, please choose me this time. Iron-boned Wang Jingza. Whereas the second test sign-up channel? Get it going. Jiaba is here. Offering 10 million for a qualification account. The layout upstairs is rather cramped. It would require at least $1 billion in sponsorship, wouldn't it? B. Stop pretending up there. The qualification number is bound to one's identity and cannot be utilized or sold by others. Currently, we are on version 1.03. What is the public test version? Is it version 2.0? Will I live to see the public test in my lifetime? I am still in 6th grade. The comments refresh too rapidly. Even Su Chen struggles to keep up with the browsing speed. Lo and behold, 2 hours have passed. It was only when Su Xiaoyu called him for dinner that Su Chen reluctantly exited the official website. During the version update, he did not mention the matter of the storage watch at all. The truth is, there are currently no surplus raw materials for the micro-nano storage chips. Moreover, Su Chen is convinced that after this version update, players will not have any extra funds to purchase the storage watches. A plethora of monetized projects awaits their indulgence. After dinner, Su Chen hurried off to find Xian Gizzi, clearly delineating the matters following the version update. All the weapons exchanged from the system were moved to the trading hall, where items were categorized and neatly arranged. Subsequently, accompanied by Xiao Jia and Xiao Huang, he sifted through the resources collected by players in the warehouse. Many discarded metals were taken to the smelting furnace, where, following the alloy recipe provided, they were refined into blocks of high-strength metal. A portion of the beast hides was extracted to craft leather armor and shoes. It must be said, the efficiency was quite high with the assistance of 2 intelligent robots. Most resources were transformed into equipment. Su Chen packed some into the pickup truck's bed, while other unusable items such as beast bones, fangs, and snake vines were all placed in the vehicle. The car, modified with a spark chip, utilized a biocrystal fuel engine, providing ample power. Thus, the rear compartment was entirely constructed from alloy, forming a square box. The front bumper was equipped with a collision pin made from the strongest alloy currently available. Just as Su Chen was finishing up, Su Xiaoyu entered from outside the shelter. With her hair tied back in a single ponytail, she sported a violent storm submachine gun slung over her shoulder and a microparticle blade on her back, her pant legs stained with splashes of blood. After nearly a month of training, not only had she grown several centimeters taller, but her youthful features had faded, revealing a vibrant and spirited demeanor. Brother, are you heading out? Su Chen patted the truck bed and nodded. Yes, I am going to Blackwater Town to procure some supplies. Oh, then I will head home to get ready. No rush. We shall depart tomorrow. All right, I will go fetch some water and take a shower. Go ahead. Su Chen had no intention of leaving Su Xiaoyu behind. He was well aware of her personality. If he tried to prevent her from going, she would sneak along regardless. Additionally, Su Xiaoyu had been fighting mutated monsters for over a week now. Xian Gizzi had mentioned that combat skills without practical experience are of little value. Thus, he had assigned Su Xiaoyu a task requiring her to eliminate a certain number of mutated monsters each day. Initially, Su Chen had been concerned, but after witnessing her in action a few times, he felt entirely at ease. Su Xiaoyu had already become a D-rank genetic warrior. Aside from the 3 robots, she was the strongest combat force in the entire Star Shelter. Moreover, in the remote wilderness nearby, a D-rank genetic warrior was already considered a formidable expert. Coupled with the weapons Su Chen had exchanged for her, there was almost no danger as long as they did not encounter wild bandit groups or slave-capturing teams. Once everything was prepared, Su Chen clapped his hands and turned to return home. Now, all that remained was to await the player's arrival the following day. Chapter 26. Player's log on the next day. Early morning. Host, the time has come. Su Chen was promptly awakened by the spark chip. After rising and having breakfast, he set out with Su Xiaoyu. The items required for the journey had already been organized the night before, mostly stored in Su Chen's storage watch. Su Xiaoyu also carried a watch containing the weapons specially prepared for her by Su Chen. Outside the door, the modified pickup truck was loaded with supplies. Once seated, Su Chen retrieved a biocrystal, pressing it into the slot beneath the steering wheel. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle started. Currently, players had contributed 6 biocrystals to Su Chen. Each of the 3 main hall structures utilized one for power. Leaving the remainder with Su Chen, he drove to the Resurrection Square. Xian Gizzi seemed to have observed the area throughout the night, holding a tablet and recording something. Lowering the car window, Su Chen smiled and said, Daoist, we are setting off. I will leave the shelter in your capable hands. Su Xiaoyu also poked her head out, sweetly calling, Teacher, thank you for your hard work. After spending some time together, Su Xiaoyu had become less formal with Xiangizi. Nodding, Xiangizi replied, Be cautious on the road. As the window rolled up, Su Chen focused his thoughts. 100 first test players logged in precisely on time, in the blink of an eye. Players who had previously lain lifeless sprang up swiftly. Soon, the square was filled with the lively chatter of players. Finally logged in. A day without playing makes me feel utterly restless. The monster-slaying group in Lionheart Town, those with combat power over 300. Come join, forget that. Let's first check out the weapon shop's gear. Look, a vehicle. It's the leader. Where is he off to? Didn't the update note say to investigate anomalies in the North Zay district? Quick, let's chase. We might trigger a hidden quest. Players gazed curiously at the pickup truck, as it was their first time encountering an intact vehicle in the game. Su Chen wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and swiftly dashing out of the shelter's gates. Behind him, players shouted in pursuit but were soon left behind. Before the transition, Su Chen had been an experienced driver. Alas, I analyzed that if we could follow the leader, we would definitely trigger a quest. But alas, the trickster monk lamented. Beside him, Spicy Strip exclaimed, Damn it, when will the game update to include vehicles? I want to buy one too. Let's head to the weapon shop first. Upon arriving at the weapon shop, they found the entrance crowded with players. Squeezing inside, they were met with a dazzling array of weapons and equipment displayed on the counter, their eyes turning green with envy. However, the prices marked for the weapons made their hearts ache. After a prolonged hesitation, one player finally couldn't resist. Jax, get me an alloy short, I want a Gatling gun. Armor and leather shoes for me, please. As they watched others donning new gear, the trickster monk could no longer hold back and purchased a rocket launcher. A consumption of 3,000 energy points. Once the rocket launcher was in hand, a translucent light blue screen materialized, floating like a card. M20 rocket launcher. Quality. Exquisite. Green. Ammunition. 1-1 durability. 100-100. Physical attack power. 600-1000. Attack range. 350 meters. Note. Usable only by a level 15 mechanic, with splash damage included. After 5 seconds, the blue light automatically dissipated, and it reappeared with a swipe of his hand over a chip location. This weapon's attack power is off the charts, long-range strikes from 300 meters away, plus splash damage. The trickster monk looked delighted and was extremely satisfied. Next to him, Spicy Strip reminded, Monk, do you know how to use that thing? The trickster monk nonchalantly replied, There must be something in the mechanic skills. I'll just learn it later. What did you buy? Spicy Strip raised his leather armor and boots, saying, I opted for some defensive gear. Going barefoot in the wilderness can easily lead to injuries, and constant healing wastes medicine. Let me see the attributes. Spicy Strip brushed over the leather armor, and blue light immediately emerged. Survivor leather armor, quality, exquisite, green, defense, 220. Durability, 100-100. Note. Usable at level 15, with considerable elasticity, perfectly covering vital areas of the torso, providing some resistance against monster bites. Wow, this defensive gear is impressive, the trickster monk remarked after inspecting it. Gritting his teeth, I'll buy a set too. He purchased the survivor helmet, leather armor, leather boots, and gauntlets, spending 4,000 energy points. Spicy Strip continued, I feel that the self-destructing robot is also quite impressive. I'll buy some materials to experiment. I want to purchase mech shell materials to prepare in advance. Once I reach level 100, I'll directly transition to a mech master. After their shopping spree, as they exited the weapon shop, they finally realized they had exhausted their energy points. Crap, I still haven't bought the gene serum. Damn, I haven't purchased the equipment binding card. Let us see how much they cost. They turned to the potion shop, where several players were already holding green serum syringes. Spicy Strip approached and inquired, Bro, is this the second serum? Yeah, it's ridiculously expensive. A whole 10,000 energy points. My heart bleeds. Damn, bro, you're a tycoon, truly wealthy. Not at all. This thing requires level 100 to inject. I didn't even check the attributes before buying. As he spoke, he handed over the serum attribute board for the two to examine. TOF 002 Gene Serum. Injection effect. Significantly enhances physical constitution and improves genes based on TOF 001. Injection requirement. LV 100. Must have injected TOF 001 Gene Serum. Note. Increases combat power by 500 to 800 points. After reading the description, both were relieved, thankful they hadn't purchased it. Yet, the thought of needing to buy it in the future caused their smiles to freeze. 10,000. How ridiculously expensive. Haha, I've struck it rich. Enhancement successful. At that moment, an excited scream erupted nearby. The trickster monk and Spicy Strip curiously walked over to see what was happening. Only then did Head in the Grassland laugh heartily while brandishing an M762. Green Hat, have you enhanced your equipment? Indeed, 3 times. All enhancements were successful. I am incredibly fortunate. Ha ha, damn, such incredible luck. Let us check the attributes. Hee come, take a good look. Head in the Grassland smugly opened the attributes panel. Simultaneously, 3 striking green lightning stripes appeared at the muzzle of the M762, looking exceptionally cool. M762 Assault Rifle 3, Quality, Premium, Green, Ammo, 40-40 Durability, 130 Physical Attack Power, 230 Attack Range, 230 meters. Remarks: requires LV-18 Mechanic and LV-18 Rifle Proficiency to use, compatible with special ammunition, armor-piercing rounds. What the hell? An additional 30 points to attack power and 30 meters in attack range. It even has armor-piercing effects. I'm envious. Damn. Combined with rifle proficiency, a single burst could probably take down a mutated wild boar. Players around them were turning green with envy. At that moment, Spicy Strip approached and said, "Green Hat, your luck is off the charts today. Why not take the chance to enhance again?" The Trickster Monk chimed in. Based on experience, there are fewer players enhancing equipment now, so the success probability is quite high. Really? Head in the Grassland appeared somewhat hesitant. Really? If you succeed in enhancing, I'll buy that gun for 3,000 cash. Payment upon going offline. Get lost. I'll offer 5,000, and the money will arrive instantly. Damn. So you're all wealthy. Other players nearby also encouraged, eager to bid. Ultimately, Head in the Grassland gritted his teeth. Damn it. Let us do it. After purchasing enhancement materials at the weapon shop, Head in the Grassland found himself bankrupt. He then cautiously handed the gun to Little Jia. "I want to enhance." Little Jia mechanically inquired, "Would you like to proceed with the enhancement of the M762 Assault Rifle 4? Head in the Grassland?" Nervous, nodded vigorously. "Confirm." He then watched eagerly as Little Jia placed the M762 into a nearby machine. Buzz, the green display light illuminated, and the machine began to activate. Head in the Grassland clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the machine, unconsciously chanting, "Success, success, make it successful for me." The onlookers also stared anxiously at the machine. Hiss, the machine suddenly halted, emitting a plume of black smoke while a red light flashed. Little Jia, expressionless, retrieved the scrapped rifle from the machine and tossed it into a nearby waste bin. In a mechanical tone, he announced, "Weapon enhancement failed. No." Head in the Grassland knelt down, clutching his head and wailing in agony. The Trickster Monk and the others exchanged glances, silently turning away and quickly slipping out the door. Chapter 27. Magpie Feather, Crossfire under the azure sky. White clouds floated gently. July's weather felt somewhat sultry, especially near the contaminated zone, where half-grown weeds covered the soft ground, and the evaporating moisture made one feel clammy all over. Whoosh! A modified pickup truck burst forth from the grass and sped southward. Su Chen steered with one hand while the other toyed with a black USB drive. The vehicle system had been damaged, rendering the USB port incapable of data retrieval. The spark chip in his mind revived, and Su Chen casually stowed the USB drive into his storage watch. This USB, found in Lionheart Town, had yet to present an opportune moment for inspection. However, something that the system specifically alerted him about would be regarded with careful attention. He believed it must contain some relics of the old world. Yet, in a small village, the value of such data should be limited, right, brother? This watch is so magical. Su Xiaoyu, in the passenger seat, continually retrieved items from the storage watch, only to return them. Su Chen chuckled. "Stop playing around. If the energy runs out, you won't be able to retrieve anything. Itcha. Remember, never take things out of the watch in front of outsiders." "Michem, I remember." Su Xiaoyu peeked out the car window, gazing at the undulating mountain range behind them, desolate under the bizarre vegetation. The Star Sanctuary was nestled within a valley of the mountains, in a remarkably concealed location. "Brother, are we going back?" "Huh?" Su Chen replied, puzzled. "Of course we are. Don't you want to return? But it's too close to the contaminated zone. We could use these supplies to acquire residence in Blackwater Town." Su Chen pondered for a moment. "Xiaoyu, Blackwater Town may not necessarily be safer than our sanctuary. You must believe that our sanctuary will surely flourish more than Blackwater Town in the future." Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Wherever you go, brother, I will follow." Setting off in the morning, the siblings finally exited the contaminated zone as noon approached. Gradually distancing themselves from the polluted area, the environmental changes became increasingly evident. The mutated vegetation diminished, and the weeds and trees began to return to their normal appearance, as if they were surfacing from the dark depths of the sea. The siblings breathed more easily. The ground dried up, and the cracked pavement was overgrown with weeds. Su Chen drove along a barely discernible abandoned road. In the wilderness, there were no intact roads, but fortunately, the modified vehicle had enough power. Apart from some bumps, it was far more comfortable than walking. "Brother, look quickly." Su Chen turned to see a large gray rabbit darting swiftly through the grass by the roadside. This was a normal animal, unaffected by pollution. Wild beasts and mutated beasts are distinctly different. In the contaminated zone, the food and environment gradually lead to their distortion, transforming them into aggressive and highly territorial monsters. These monsters typically do not venture out of the contaminated zone. Normal wildlife is usually prey for the wanderers of the wilderness. Brother, there's a dog over there. That's a wolf. Wow, that mouse is so cute. That's a groundhog. That sparrow is so small. It probably got caught by a mutated bee and was devoured in one bite. Along the way, small animals occasionally emerged from the roadside, and Su Xiaoyu was always curiously observing. However, the animals she recognized were even fewer than the mutated monsters. Her excitement continued until the afternoon. They encountered no one along the way, Su Chen remarked while gazing out the window. This area is still too close to the pollutants. Ordinary wanderers would not dare approach. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Yes? And encountering people may not necessarily be a good thing. Those who can operate in this region are either armed hunters or bandit groups, and the distinction between the two identities is not always clear. After driving a few more kilometers, a cluster of dilapidated buildings came into view. Su Chen checked the time and suggested, "Let us rest there. We can continue our journey tomorrow." The car came to a halt, and Su Chen unfastened the biological crystal, holding a crystalline energy gun as he stood outside to observe. It appeared to be a collapsed gas station, with a convenience store nearby. The walls were unrecognizable, covered by a tangle of weeds and rubble. The fuel tanks had vanished, and the well had long since run dry. The ruins, rummaged through countless times, revealed not even a trace of mouse droppings. Brother, this place is safe. Su Xiaoyu, wielding a particle blade, had already explored the interior. Having experienced multiple life and death crises, the siblings had long adapted to the survival rules of the wasteland. Though seemingly delicate, Su Xiaoyu was actually more alert than Su Chen. Let us eat before nightfall. They took out biscuits, bread, and boiled water, and began to eat. Su Xiaoyu, intrigued, said, "Brother, we could hunt and catch a dog to eat. It's getting dark. Let us not take risks." Su Chen would love to eat meat as well, but unfamiliar with the surroundings, he knew that lurking monsters could pose significant dangers. Su Xiaoyu nodded, licking the breadcrumbs from her palm before taking a sip of water. After a day in the car, neither of them wanted to return inside. They gathered some dry branches from the roadside to prepare a fire. Unlike the contaminated zone, most beasts in the wilderness still feared fire. Moreover, a fire could illuminate the surroundings, allowing them to detect dangers early and respond accordingly. "Brother, look what I found," Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, clutching dry branches with a white, feather-like plant in one hand. Su Chen glanced over and remarked, "Oh, quite beautiful." Su Xiaoyu beamed. "It's magpie feather. You picked it up when you found me and used it to coax me." Su Chen's expression became somewhat awkward. He believed Su Xiaoyu was referring to events before the calamity. Yet he had no memories of the past. Su Xiaoyu continued, "My name, Xiaoyu, was given to me because of the magpie feather. I really liked it. You also taught me how to read and how to set traps." Su Chen stiffly smiled. "All right, let us not dwell on the past. In the future, I will ensure you are well-fed and well-cared for." Being well-fed and well-cared for was a luxury for most in the wasteland. Su Xiaoyu set down the dry branches and patted the sidearm at her waist, declaring, "I'm quite formidable now. From now on, I'll protect you. Ha ha. All right, as long as you're formidable." Su Chen replied with a smile, unaware that a complex expression had crossed Su Xiaoyu's face as she turned away, a mix of relief and subtle disappointment. The sun was about to set, leaving only the last rays of twilight in the distance. The wilderness echoed with occasional wolf howls. The two ignited their fire pit. Leaning against the vehicle, Su Xiaoyu played with the magpie feather, her eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings. Su Chen took out a .54 pistol, skillfully disassembling and reassembling it. "System, what level must I reach to replicate higher-tier combat skills?" The spark chip responded. "Once the host has enhanced 2 of their limbs, they will attain a combat power of F and will be able to replicate the data of the enigmatic child." Su Chen nodded slightly. Given the current rate at which players are contributing dark particles, it won't be long before the enhancement of all 4 limbs is completed. However, at this moment, Su Chen can only replicate some fundamental techniques. The skills that players are capable of replicating will be mastered by Su Chen at a superior level, facilitated by the formation of subconscious recognition through neurons, muscle memory, and instantaneous reflexes. After all, the chip is an integral part of Su Chen's body, albeit unbeknownst to him. "Xiaoyu, you should rest now. I'll take over during the latter half of the night." The two had agreed to alternate their night watch. Just as they were about to enter the vehicle, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from a distance. Su Chen's expression hardened as he listened intently. The sound grew closer. The siblings rose simultaneously, and Su Chen drew his handgun, loading the bullet. Su Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved a Gatling gun from the compartment. This was a weapon favored by the enigmatic child. Illuminated by the firelight, Su Chen spotted a group of 5 individuals sprinting towards them, 4 men and 1 woman. each armed with a firearm. Behind them, a swarm of small, dark flying insects frantically pursued them. 3 of the individuals bore a plethora of these insects crawling on their backs. Their fire. Someone over there. The foremost man immediately noticed Su Chen and his companion. The 5, filled with surprise and dread, turned to flee towards their direction. Taking cover behind the vehicle, Su Chen raised his weapon without hesitation and fired. Bang. The shot rang out, and dust erupted beneath the feet of the leading man, causing them to falter momentarily. If you wish to live, leave, Su Chen shouted, his voice resonating with authority. He had discerned the truth. The pursuers were a swarm of mutated mosquitoes. Encountering these creatures was far more troublesome than dealing with ordinary mutated beasts. Their saliva, when injected, could paralyze the nervous system, and without special means of restraint, one could be drained of blood in no time. It was evident that these 5 intended to lure the swarm towards them. The leading man shouted anxiously, "We mean no harm. We need fire." Bang, bang, bang. The response to him was the gunfire of Su Chen's warning. The man's face contorted in frustration, revealing a ferocity in his eyes as he hissed. "Returning means death. Push forward. Eliminate them." The 5, with eyes ablaze, charged forward like desperate beasts, simultaneously raising their weapons to suppress Su Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, they spotted a rotating barrel protruding from the rear of the vehicle. The leading man's expression changed drastically as he swiftly pulled one of his companions in front of him as a shield. Rat-a-tat-tat. Su Xiaoyu, wielding the Gatling gun, opened fire without hesitation. Bift, bift, bift. Bullets rained down, and the 3 men fell immediately. "They have heavy weaponry. Lina, run." The foremost man clutched his neck, having been struck by a stray bullet, yet he valiantly positioned himself to shield the woman. "No, Gu brother." The woman cried out in a voice filled with anguish, seizing the opportunity to roll away. Taking cover beneath the curb, 4 men lay lifeless, their blood attracting the swarm. In mere seconds, the bodies were engulfed by the insects. With extreme malice in her eyes, Lina cast a glance at the shooting Su Chen siblings before turning to flee deeper into the wilderness. As the bullets ran dry, Su Xiaoyu lowered the Gatling gun and said, "Brother, one has escaped." Su Chen had already opened the car door and retrieved a biological crystal, coldly commanding, "Get in." Su Xiaoyu quickly settled into the passenger seat, swiping her wrist to don a pair of night vision goggles. Her head peering out the window as she remarked, "To the right, at 2 o'clock, V-room." Su Chen pressed the accelerator, pursuing the direction where Lina had fled. Given that a rift had been formed, Su Chen would leave no room for future repercussions. Today, this woman must die. Chapter 28. Intelligence. Wilderness hunters. Lina fled in a frenzy. A wave of regret surged within her, festering. She should not have acted impulsively, insisting that Gu brother lead the team near the contaminated zone. The task information released by Heishui Town was simply too enticing. The anomalies in the Northsea contaminated zone required only a slight accumulation of valuable intelligence to yield immense benefits. Yet, she overlooked the fact that the higher the reward, the greater the danger involved. G brother was an F-tier powerhouse who had injected a gene serum, albeit a subpar concoction from the black market. Yet he had survived. The ally Lina had painstakingly found was thus lost. Before she could contemplate further, the roar of an engine reached her ears. They were in pursuit. Knowing she couldn't outrun the vehicle, she opted for a desperate counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. She turned and fired frantically at the CAR. As Lina spun around, Su Chen had already ducked his head, flooring the accelerator. Thud. A dull crash resounded as Lina was hurled several meters away. The vehicle came to a halt, and upon seeing Lina convulsing on the ground, her handgun flung far off, Su Chen finally emerged from the CAR. Be cautious. He urged Su Xiaoyu to remain vigilant, both pointing their guns steadily at Lina. At this moment, Lina was bleeding from her mouth and nose, her pupils slightly dilated, her legs grotesquely broken, exposing fragments of white bone. Cough. Please, don't kill me. I have much intelligence. Cough, cough. Lina gasped, desperately pleading. Just as Su Xiaoyu prepared to finish her off, Su Chen raised a hand to stop her, coldly inquiring, "What is the situation in Heishui Town?" In her despair, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lina's eyes. "You promised not to kill me." Su Chen nodded. "In your condition, you won't survive until tomorrow in the wilderness." "Very well, I won't kill you, but you must divulge all the intelligence you possess." Lina coughed up a mouthful of blood, grimacing as she replied, "In the wilderness, who contemplates tomorrow?" Recently, many hunters have flocked to Heishui Town due to a specific mission. The Northsea contaminated zone has shown signs of expansion, and they are investigating the cause of this spread, as well as the strength and quantity of the monsters involved. Many speculate that new treasures from the old world have emerged. There are also rumors of an old military arsenal hidden within. She chuckled. Nearly all hunters from the southern regions have arrived. Our team of 7 was targeted by the mosquito swarm at the edge of the contaminated zone. 2 of our members perished. Su Chen pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. With so many people arriving, can Heishui Town maintain order? Lina replied with a hint of sarcasm. It seems you are not an experienced hunter. Heishui Town has been under the wing of the Paladin Order for over a year now. With their protection, even a formidable force like Dawn City wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. The Paladin Order? Su Chen had never heard of this faction, but did not wish to reveal his ignorance, so he feigned a scoff. Since when did the Paladin Order disregard Dawn City? Lina nodded with difficulty. Indeed, no one dares to provoke Dawn City, but in the plains of the wilderness, the Paladin Order, with its exceptional mobility, reigns as the local tyrant. If Dawn City does not wish to see their supply convoys ambushed by the Paladin Order or their subordinate towns plundered, they would not easily engage in conflict with them. Noticing her silence, Su Chen pressed, "Is there anything else you wish to convey?" Lina shook her head earnestly, her eyes filled with sincere pleading and hope. "Please spare me. I dare not seek revenge against the strong." In truth, she had not revealed the most valuable intelligence. That was something her team members had paid with their lives to acquire in the contaminated zone. If she managed to survive, it would serve as her bargaining chip for survival. Su Chen nodded. "I have always upheld my promises." With that, he exchanged a glance with Su Xiaoyu. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Lina's forehead erupted, her body twitching a few times before falling still. Su Xiaoyu lowered her weapon, skillfully collecting supplies from the corpse. Su Chen approached to retrieve Lina's discarded firearm, only to turn back and see Su Xiaoyu attempting to remove Lina's boots. He hurriedly called out, "Hey, Xiaoyu, let it be. We're not in need of such items." Su Xiaoyu felt a twinge of regret, as though she thought her brother was squandering resources. Those boots could at least be exchanged for a pack of biscuits. The two rummaged through the corpse's waist pouch, uncovering 2 cans and a packet of biscuits before turning to climb into the vehicle. As for the body, it would soon be devoured by the beasts of the wilderness after tonight. The two decided against returning to the previous gas station. The mutated mosquitoes, having gorged on blood, would seek out water sources to breed. Su Chen did not wish to complicate matters further. After locating a relatively flat mound of earth, they halted the vehicle to rest. Traveling through the wilderness at night was exceedingly perilous. Subsequently, they kindled a campfire, taking turns to keep watch. Wild beasts occasionally passed by the tall grass, their green, luminous eyes scrutinizing the humans beside the vehicle before retreating silently. Though the beasts, humans armed with guns in the wilderness, were perilous predators. A night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the two resumed their journey. Approaching noon, they encountered a dilapidated building, but it had already been occupied. An old modified off-road vehicle and 2 motorcycles were present. 3 brawny hunters gathered around an iron pot, eating, while 3 others stood guard with submachine guns. Su Chen merely cast a distant glance before sharply turning the steering wheel to leave. "Boss, there's a vehicle. It seems to have only 2 occupants," one of the armed men remarked. The others rose, their eyes gleaming with a desire for aggression. A burly man, holding a bowl, pondered for a moment before saying, "Forget it, let us eat." The others were somewhat displeased. "Big brother, look at their trunk. There should be quite a bit of supplies." "Exactly, they might be a juicy target. Let us pursue them. It's not too far." The burly man frowned. "Can't you all think? We're near the contaminated zone. Hunters without strength have long been eliminated. Don't you think just 2 people would dare venture in without some capability?" There were still some dissenters who remarked, perhaps they were ambushed and lost their companions. The bearded man nodded, acknowledging the possibility. "Indeed, but our objective is not to plunder. If we miscalculate and suffer losses, this expedition to the Baizawa ruins will be for naught. Let us eat and remain vigilant." The others fell silent, casting reluctant glances at the direction in which Su Chen's vehicle had departed. Meanwhile, Su Chen, having driven several kilometers, glanced in the rearview mirror and, seeing no pursuers, let out a slight sigh of relief. "Brother, I've already reached D tier, and we still have the grenade launcher," Su Xiaoyu reminded him. Su Chen nodded, his tone serious as he replied, "I am aware, but one can never be too cautious in the wasteland." "Yes, you're right." Su Xiaoyu grinned in agreement. Su Chen's tone softened slightly as he explained, "Have you noticed how robust they appear?" "Huh?" Su Xiaoyu looked momentarily perplexed, furrowing her brow in contemplation. After a brief moment, a look of realization crossed her face. Unlike Lina and her companions, who, although spirited, appeared frail, the group with modified off-road vehicles seemed remarkably strong. This indicated they had ample nutritional resources and were not troubled by the scarcity of food. Typically, such hunters are individuals of considerable strength or members of ruthless raider bands that survive by plundering the weak. Such characters pose a significant threat, as they possess extensive combat experience and heavy weaponry. In cooperation, Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu might not be able to contend with them. While Su Xiaoyu, as a D-tier genetic warrior, might manage to escape unscathed, the supplies and Su Yu would likely suffer losses. "Brother, I will be more cautious in the future," Su Xiaoyu said earnestly. having grasped the implications. Indeed, Su Chen replied, ruffling her hair, reminding her, dealing with monsters in the wasteland is relatively straightforward. However, always be wary of your own kind. After all, no one understands humanity better than humans themselves, seemingly imparting wisdom. Su Chen's insights were, in truth, derived from the analysis provided by the spark chip after observing the surroundings. Upon leaving the star shelter, the spark chip could no longer cover the area like a Wi-Fi signal. It could only analyze the information visible to Su Chen and relay intelligence to him. Xiaoyu, bring out the grenade launcher and place it prominently at the window. Right? Let us mount it on both sides. Displaying strength can prevent many conflicts in the wild. Weak prey only attracts more wolves. As they headed towards Blackwater Town, the number of hunters they encountered gradually increased. Occasionally, modified off-road vehicles and motorcycle teams appeared in the vicinity. Upon noticing the dark barrel of the grenade launcher mounted on Su Chen's vehicle, they refrained from making any rash moves, merely observing from a safe distance as they passed. After 3 days of arduous travel, the duo finally spotted a sizable encampment in the distance. We have arrived at Blackwater Town. Chapter 29. Blackwater Town is a well-known encampment on the wild plains. Blackwater Town serves as a gathering point for many wilderness hunters and wanderers seeking to replenish supplies and trade goods. Su Chen and his companions had once attempted to seek refuge here, only to narrowly escape being captured as slaves, thanks to the cunning of Old Ghost, who had claimed they were infected and requested treatment. Thus facilitating their escape, a few dozen meters away loomed an ancient wall constructed from black-red bricks, towering over 2 meters high and stretching for miles. Rusty barbed wire adorned the top, while sharp spikes encircled the base to deter climbers. A gravel path led to the entrance of Blackwater Town, which was barricaded by iron gates manned by a dozen guards clad in various tattered garments. Su Chen brought the vehicle to a halt 300 meters away. As 2 guards raised their weapons and gestured for him to stop and disembarked a moment later, 6 guards approached the vehicle, standing 3 meters away as they scrutinized Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu. Where do you come from, kid? Do you have a citizen's permit? Their youthfulness rendered their tone somewhat flippant. Su Chen shook his head, responding, we are wilderness hunters, arriving from the south to exchange supplies. Hey, hunters, place your weapons where we can see them. It's best not to hide anything, or we might assume you intend to attack, one guard said. Raising his submachine gun, Su Chen signaled for Su Xiaoyu to comply, and she placed her 2 handguns on the hood of the vehicle. The other weapons had already been stored in their dimensional wristwatch prior to approaching Blackwater Town. 2 guards kept their gaze fixed on Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu, while the remaining 4 moved towards the vehicle. Roughly prying open the compartments to inspect, Su Chen remained unconcerned. These guards would not dare to pressure wilderness hunters excessively, as they enjoyed a stable and comfortable life in Blackwater Town, unlike the hunters who lived perilously in the wild, often disregarding their own lives when provoked. After a cursory search, several guards casually seized some supplies from the vehicle before waving them through. You may enter. There's a parking lot on the left. Vehicles are not allowed to drive within the town. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. As they drove into the town, the makeshift road paved with concrete was riddled with cracks. Turning left into the parking lot, Su Chen glanced around. The so-called parking area was merely a simple enclosure. 2 silver badges, or 2 cans of 500 grams of meat. We want to be responsible for any lost items in the vehicle. A man in a gray, tattered long coat, who had lost a leg, stated indifferently. Su Chen was unfamiliar with what a silver badge was but surmised it to be a form of currency. In the wasteland, various items serve as currency depending on local powers, though bartering is still the most common practice. Frowning, Su Chen inquired, is there any surveillance inside? The one-legged man replied impatiently, no, generally, nothing goes missing during the day. Su Chen ceased further questioning and handed over 2 cans in exchange. Concerned about the potential toxicity of the food obtained from Lena, he was reluctant to consume anything of dubious origin. After weighing the cans on an electronic scale, the one-legged man gestured that they could proceed. Choosing a corner spot, Su Chen parked the vehicle, pressing the biological crystal and stepping out with Su Xiaoyu. As long as the vehicle remained, they could not exhaust their supplies in a short time, and most vehicles in the wasteland ran on fuel, while those powered by biological crystals were exceedingly rare. Experiencing human gathering points outside of shelters for the first time, both felt a sense of novelty. Blackwater Town was 4 or 5 times larger than the Star Shelter. The streets seemed endless, with buildings reminiscent of old-world shops preserved alongside newly constructed 3-story structures. Wilderness hunters, armed and dressed in tattered clothing, were a common sight, their sun-kissed skin bearing various scars. Many had mechanical limbs replacing lost arms or legs. Though these prosthetics appeared worn and greasy, some even rusted. Every few hundred meters, a guard post was established, patrolled by numerous guards. The not-so-wide road was lined with a variety of shops, such as Old Wong's gun shop, Large Portions Noodle House, and canned pork, among others. Looking up, the highest building displayed a metallic sign reading Wanderer's Bar. Not far from the gun shop, a loudspeaker repeatedly announced, We buy old handguns, broken rifles, and junk cars. Su Chen even spotted a section covered with tents selling old cars and motorcycles. He couldn't help but ponder whether purchasing a batch of motorcycles to sell to players would be profitable. This seems like a potential opportunity for players to spend heavily. If coupled with successful modification rates and cosmetic skins, it would surely captivate players. Su Chen quietly noted this intriguing idea, planning to explore the possibility when the opportunity arose. In such an orderly environment, people's nerves instinctively relaxed. There are so many people, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, glancing around in awe, having never witnessed such a harmonious scene. Upon seeing steaming food such as noodles and flatbreads, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, Su Chen scanned his surroundings with keen interest, attempting to gather information through his eyes to relay to the spark chip. Exits could be found in the southwest, north, and east, with 20 guards stationed. A total of 172 gazes were observing the host, of which 41 bore malicious intent. There are high-calorie explosive materials 500 meters to the left. As Su Chen listened to the spark chips report while walking along the street, it soon alerted him, 150 meters ahead on the left, there is a large quantity of electronic components and a U-disc reader that the host requires. Pausing, Su Chen turned to see a shop with a sign reading electrical repairs. The front was cluttered with discarded electronics, televisions, laptops, and audio equipment. Stepping inside, he found a gaunt middle-aged man with thick glasses and thinning hair tinkering with an old computer tower. The sound of his entrance. The man looked up and asked, "What do you need?" Feigning casualness, Su Chen inquired, "Are these items still usable?" His implication was clear. Without the support of networks or signal towers, what utility could these televisions and similar items have once repaired? The bespectacled man replied flatly, "The discarded items of the old world hold significant research value. With luck, one may extract useful data from them," pointing to the computer tower in the man's hands. Su Chen asked, "What do you have there?" The man frowned at him but still answered, "It's a computer. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. If you have nothing else, then be on your way." After speaking, he disregarded Su Chen and immersed himself in repairing the computer. The damage was at 58, and energy points could be spent to utilize the ecological bar for repairs. Receiving a response from the spark chip, Su Chen remarked, "I have a keen interest in artifacts from the old world. Name your price for the computer you possess." The bespectacled man lifted his head again, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He did not inquire further but stated directly, 10 silver badges, or equivalent items in value. Su Chen was completely oblivious to the worth of items in Blackwater Town. However, he couldn't afford to appear overly ignorant. Otherwise, he would be severely taken advantage of. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen replied, "I have a batch of supplies. Once I make my move, I will return to collect. This will serve as a deposit." With that, he placed his pistol on the table. The bespectacled man squinted and suddenly asked, "Are you from out of town?" Su Chen's heart sank, realizing he had been careless. The pistol, obtained from Lena, likely exceeded the value of 10 silver badges. Thus, he candidly admitted, "Indeed, this is my first visit to Blackwater Town." The bespectacled man picked up the pistol from the table, disassembling it for inspection. It wasn't too damaged, with an actual value of 8 silver badges. After speaking, he looked up at Su Chen and inquired, "How much merchandise do you have? If it's substantial, I can call in some friends to assist in the acquisition." Su Chen's mind raced. He could not immediately discern whether the man was genuinely sincere. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu unexpectedly interjected, "Fine, we'll sell it to you, provided you can handle it." With that, she arrogantly turned to Su Chen and declared, "They wouldn't dare pull any tricks. Otherwise, they'd face expulsion from Blackwater Town." As her words fell, a metal plate in Su Xiaoyu's hand was crushed into a curled shape and tossed onto the counter. With her fingerprints clearly visible on the metal piece, the bespectacled man's eyes twitched. You are genetically modified individuals?" Su Chen also seized the moment to transform his right palm into an obsidian hue, tapping the golden counter and leaving several not-so-shallow impressions. With a tone tinged with sarcasm, he retorted, "What do you think?" Chapter 30. My name is Garen, and this is my sister Lux. Witnessing the actions of Su Chen and his companion, the bespectacled man forced a smile, assuring, "Rest assured, I, Oldly, conduct my business with utmost integrity. I failed to notice earlier, but this gun is not as worn as I thought. Its value is 20 silver badges. Therefore, the computer is yours, and I will also add 2 protein bars. How does that sound?" Su Chen replied with a smirk, "You truly are a man of integrity, boss." "Very well, I accept the deal. Most of my goods comprise leather products, mutated beast bones, teeth, and some old-world artifacts. If you can handle it, I shall make the trade." Mutated beasts? Old Lee's thick lenses sparkled with intrigue. He realized that these two were potential big clients. Most of these items originated from the ruins of the old world. These two hunters, appearing quite youthful, had surprisingly managed to procure supplies from such perilous locations. Could it be that they were genetically engineered warriors cultivated by a powerful faction? Old Li's smile grew increasingly cordial. May I inquire your names? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing the man's intent to investigate their backgrounds. He replied, I am Garen, and this is my sister Lux. Indeed, were they individuals of a hidden power? Old Li's suspicions solidified further, as he had never even heard of such surnames. These two were likely from regions beyond the Wild Plains. Coupled with the recent disturbances in the northern pollution zone, they could very well be sent by a major force to investigate the situation. After some mental extrapolation, Old Li's wariness of their identities deepened. Very well, Mr. Garen, I will promptly contact my business associates. Could you provide an estimate of the quantity of goods you possess? Listening to Old Li's respectful tone, Su Chen felt somewhat perplexed. Was there something amiss with the names Garen and Lux? Approximately 16 boxes, I suppose. That would be a little over double the amount of your current inventory. Old Li was elated, exclaiming, please hold on. I will contact others immediately. He hurriedly retrieved a hand-cranked telephone from behind the counter, cranking it a few times before excitedly announcing, Jackal, there's a significant deal here. Bring a few slaves over to help with the loading. Yes, it's a big one. Cut the chatter and hurry. Su Chen observed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Blackwater Town had functional telephones. Although it was a single-line call and could only be used within the town, it was still quite impressive. After hanging up, Old Li donned a cheerful demeanor. It's noon. Mr. Garen, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Shall we go for a simple meal together? Very well, Su Chen nodded casually, as they had no money on them anyway. Old Li swiftly tidied up the shop, locked the door and led Su Chen and his sister into a noodle shop. Inside, there were only 2 or 3 patrons, making it rather sparse. Mei Zi, bring me 3 bowls of white flour noodles. Old Li called out, hesitating for a moment before adding, and make sure to add chili oil. A middle-aged man, covered in blemishes and wearing a chef's hat, poked his head out from the counter. Oh, Old Li has struck it rich? You're actually splurging on chili oil? Just wait, it will be ready shortly. Old Li ignored Ma Zi and smiled at Su Chen. This noodle shop has been operating in Blackwater Town for 3 years and offers excellent flavors. He then lowered his voice. I've heard that the owner behind this shop is a noble lord in the town, which is why it has weathered various periods of upheaval without issue. Noble lord? Su Chen mused over this title, feeling a slight prick of discomfort. He did not delve into the subject of nobility but casually inquired, are riots common in Blackwater Town? Old Li waved his hand dismissively. Oh, no major riots, just minor skirmishes. Just 3 days ago, 2 groups of hunters had a shootout in the streets. The soldiers executed them on the spot, and their bodies are still hanging from the northern city wall. However, it has been 5 years since any large-scale battles occurred, when a high-tier mutated wolf king led a pack of wolf cubs and a horde of deranged individuals. The sight was enough to make one's legs tremble. Had it not been for the paladin order nearby, Blackwater Town might have ceased to exist. As they chatted casually, Su Chen learned from Old Li that Blackwater Town had a wide river running through it, along with a sizable water plant that provided a stable water source. The surrounding area was open with minimal tree cover, significantly reducing the risk of mutated creature attacks. Its geographical location was also close to major forces like Dawn City and Genesis Corporation, and being within the jurisdiction of the Paladin Order, it had gradually prospered. Here you go, Ma Zi announced, bringing 3 bowls of noodles to the table. Old Li tossed a golden hexagonal badge to Ma Zi, instructing, go find me some silver badges. Right away, Ma Zi replied, pulling out a handful of silver hexagonal badges and counting out 40 to hand to Old Li. Old Li scolded, Ma Zi, are you out of your mind? Ma Zi retorted, I'm not mistaken. The price of white flour has gone up again. You didn't know? And the chili oil too. What is going on? Are the slaves running low? Old Li frowned and asked. The Mei Zi sighed. The manor has enough slaves, but it hasn't reigned in ages. The nobles in town are worried there won't be enough food this winter and have already restricted supply. Enjoy your meal. I have to get back to work, Su Chen curiously interjected, but it's still July. Why are the nobles concerned about winter food? Of course, Old Li sighed. This year, it seems many will freeze to death in the wilderness. Su Xiaoyu chimed in. Why doesn't the town take in those vagrants? At least they could serve as labor. Old Li shrugged. There is enough land in the town. The arable land that is safe and capable of producing crops is quite limited. Most of it belongs to the nobles' private estates. There is hardly any left. If I could secure a piece of land, I wouldn't have to work this job. I've digressed. Let us hurry and taste this noodles. Su Chen ceased to inquire further. A weighty feeling settled in his heart, causing a sensation of heaviness. The slightly murky broth of the noodles was topped with a layer of bright red chili oil, emanating an enticing aroma that alleviated some of his oppressive emotions. The fragrance of the noodles stimulated both Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu's appetites, causing their salivary glands to go into overdrive. They swiftly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. After finishing their meal, Su Xiaoyu wore an expression of bliss. Had it not been for Old Li's imposing presence, she would have requested Ma Zi to prepare another bowl for her. Upon returning to the shop, a burly, bald man arrived with 8 emaciated slaves trailing behind him to find Old Li. After entering, the two engaged in hushed conversation for a while. Su Xiaoyu, with her enhanced hearing from genetic modification, could clearly discern their exchange. Old Li, what valuable goods could these two possibly have? Hush, keep your voice down. These two are not to be trifled with. Subsequently, Old Li shared his suspicions with Jackal, whose face displayed astonishment. He then whispered, "Can we handle it? Why aren't they seeking collaboration with the town's nobles? I've told you, they're from out of town and likely unaware of the situation. If we can manage this, we could make a considerable profit. So, what do you say? Are you in?" Jackal nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. We must do this. If we don't earn something soon, I won't even be able to pay the taxes. I'll surely be kicked out of town." Minutes later, Su Chen and his companion, along with Old Li and Jackal, made their way to the parking lot. Upon opening the trunk, Old Li and Jackal were filled with excitement. They quickly instructed the slaves to start moving the goods. "Mr. Garin, there are too many eyes here. Let us move the goods to Jackal's place first, and then we can tally the quantity. How does that sound?" Old Li's face lit up with excitement as he opened his mouth to inquire. Su Chen, with an air of indifference, replied, "All right. Please be quick. I am pressed for time." Observing Su Chen's confident demeanor, Old Li and the wolf dog became increasingly convinced that the two had an extraordinary background. Chapter 31. The disabled slave. As they traversed through the alleyways from the parking lot, this street was far less bustling than Old Li's previous shop, yet it was still populated by a considerable number of individuals. Scattered along the sides of the street were many haggard-faced, expressionless, raggedly clothed, and filthy people. Some even exhibited noticeable physical deformities, their hands bound by iron chains or hemp ropes. This sight inevitably reminded Su Chen of the livestock markets on Blue Star. This was the slave market of North Street, a domain in which the wolf dog was also engaged. Old Li casually explained, and Su Chen's expression grew solemn, remaining silent. He even spotted several children, no older than 5 or 6, nestled in their parents' arms, their dark eyes filled with confusion and curiosity as they scrutinized each passerby. Some elegantly dressed individuals, covering their noses, surveyed the crowd with disdain. "Brother, I really want to smash that guy's dog head," Su Xiaoyu whispered, her eyes fixed on a man in a white shirt with slicked back hair. At that moment, he was brazenly groping a female slave's sensitive areas. Passing judgment without restraint. 2 bodyguards, conspicuously armed, trailed behind him. Su Chen lowered his voice, saying, "As much as I would like to, now is not the time." Seemingly having overheard their hushed conversation, the wolf dog hurriedly leaned closer, whispering, "That's a noble from the town. Let us leave quickly." The two returned their gaze and followed Old Li to a makeshift shelter constructed of thin tiles, surrounded by cement walls and topped with barbed wire. It resembled a pig pen. Inside, a dozen filthy, dark-skinned slaves squatted or lay sprawled. 8 slaves who assisted in transporting goods, after placing their burdens down, obediently walked into a cage, even fastening iron collars around their necks. "Wolf dog, this batch of goods is rather pathetic. They are far too frail," Old Li remarked in a tone of casual mockery. The wolf dog cursed under his breath. "Don't mention it. I bought this batch for a bargain, yet sold 5 female slaves from its a total loss." Saying this, he pulled out a bucket of mushy food from the yard, dishing out a small spoonful into the bowls of the 8 slaves. While scolding, "You ungrateful dogs, just know how to eat. I'm losing money here." The 8 slaves came to life at the sight of food, devouring it hungrily, licking their bowls clean, even scraping the bottom for remnants. The other slaves, devoid of food, displayed a profound yearning in their vacant eyes. "What are you staring at? 1 meal a day is enough. If it were other owners, you'd have starved to death long ago." The wolf dog barked, taking the food bucket away amidst the slaves' desperate gazes. Their eyes dimmed once more, returning to a state of numbness. Suddenly, Su Chen pointed at a slave in the corner and asked, "What's his situation?" The man was strikingly different from the others, his body built with muscle. Despite having lost an arm and a leg, he emanated a fierce aura. He was not only shackled at the neck, but also had his remaining limbs tightly secured. However, his face was shadowy, with an old scar at the corner of his right eye, and he remained with his eyes closed, leaning against the wall, never opening them. The wolf dog glanced over and said, "Him? That's infuriating to discuss. The person who sold him claimed he was an E-class gene warrior, and even with disabilities, he could fetch a decent price." I coughed. "I was foolish to believe his nonsense and bought him. Who would have thought he was already infected and had been injected with inferior gene agents? He can't even be used as a test subject. Even those who deal in organs don't want him." "What a loss! E-class gene warrior." Su Chen was taken aback. How could someone of that caliber end up as a slave? The wolf dog looked at Su Chen with surprise, as if he hadn't expected him to ask such a basic question. "Mr. Guy, You may not know this, but some slaves with better physiques, who haven't been contaminated, are bought by large powers for gene experiments or human modifications. Others, particularly younger ones, are trained from a young age to become assassins. Therefore, those who undergo gene modifications are not necessarily free. Su Chen nodded in silence. Su Xiaoyu suddenly asked, what about those who haven't been bought by large powers? The wolf dog grinned. Those with good luck might be bought by noble estates to work the land or trained as private armies. But many end up in the flesh trade. Those with bad luck are dragged off to become miners, spending their lives underground with little sunlight. Noticing Su Chen's grim expression, Oldly approached and scolded. Wolf dog, why do you have so much to say? Come over here and help with the goods. The wolf dog realized that Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu were also slaves bought by large powers and scratched his bald head awkwardly as he followed Oldly. Su Xiaoyu sighed, alas, we are all human. Why can't some people live like humans? Su Chen forced a smile. Although he had been in the wasteland for 3 or 4 months, certain scenes still unsettled him. He muttered under his breath, what a damned world. After calming himself, he turned and walked into the courtyard, approaching the disabled E-class slave. Squatting down in front of him, he spoke softly, if you don't extract what's inside you, you won't survive for 3 days. The man suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at Su Chen with an intensity that was fierce. Who are you? His gravelly voice emerged like dry sandpaper. The wolf dog glanced back upon hearing the commotion but paid no mind. Su Chen chuckled softly, you'd better keep your voice down. How about a deal? I'll take you away from Blackwater Town if you give me what's inside you. The man coldly spat 2 words, dream on. Su Chen remained unfazed, responding slowly, if I buy you, I could just as easily cut you open to get it. The man's eye twitched noticeably, then he closed his eyes again, ignoring Su Chen. Think it over. With that, Su Chen stood up and left. He then asked in his mind, system, is it confirmed to be a biological crystal? The fire seed chip affirmed. The fluctuations are accurate. It is indeed a mid-tier biological crystal. Su Chen ceased his inquiries. Waiting alongside Su Xiaoyu. It was not until afternoon that Oldly and the wolf dog finished counting the goods. Mr. Guy, the items have been counted. This batch is of decent quality. Though some old-world artifacts are rather mundane, Oldly deliberated. Based on the current market price, it's worth about 18 gold badges. Wolf dog and I want to take much profit. How about we offer you 19? Su Chen replied coolly, 2,000. If it's less than that, I'll seek another seller. Furthermore, I don't need gold badges. I want everything exchanged for food. Oldly's expression turned troubled. Mr. Guy, you know food prices have risen recently. It's really not much profit. Su Chen remained unmoved, insisting, exchange the food. I need 1 ton of flour, half a ton of rice, and 50 pounds of canned meat or protein bars. Once you gather these, this batch of goods is yours. With a half smile, he added, Oldly, this isn't just a one-time deal. We'll be heading to the North Zay district soon. Oldly quickly calculated in his mind. After pondering for a moment, he exchanged glances with the wolf dog and nodded earnestly. All right. Mr. Guy is straightforward. Oldly, 1 dawdle either. It's settled. But we don't have that much stock. We'll need to sell off some goods first to gather what you need. Su Chen inquired. How long will it take? By tomorrow morning, we can surely have it ready for you. Su Chen nodded. That works. He suddenly pointed at the disabled man in the corner and said, I am particularly interested in him. The wolf dog hesitated momentarily before responding. This slave is just waiting to die. Since Mr. Guy has taken a liking to him, take him away. I find it distressing to look at. All right, I'll take him. I'll collect the goods tomorrow morning. After saying this, Su Chen retrieved a wheeled wooden board from the wall and, together with Su Xiaoyu, dragged the disabled man away. Oldly, what do you think about these two? The wolf dog squinted, his eyes gleaming. Oldly adjusted his glasses, saying, among the goods we just counted, there are many old-world electronic components and a broken engine. These items can only be found in the ruins of the old world. The wolf dog nodded. There are also many pelts from mutated beasts, capable of delivering fatal blows with a single strike. Using cold weaponry. It's impossible to achieve such feats without D-class combat power. Therefore, we cannot afford to offend such individuals. The wolf dog expressed concern. They know the price of the goods. Will they cause us trouble? Oldly pondered for a moment before replying, don't worry. They shouldn't stay in Blackwater Town for too long. Besides, we only made a 30% profit, and we still have to help him procure supplies. A person of stature shouldn't be too petty, right? That is true. I never expected they would have so much metal and that they wouldn't even want firearms. All right, let us hurry and process a batch of goods and get the supplies together. Food is easier to acquire than weapons. This time, we should make a tidy profit, haha. The two smiled, taking Su Chen's goods to exchange for supplies. In the wasteland, food and weapons held the utmost value. And the metals used to manufacture weapons had always been scarce. However, Su Chen was not particularly aware of the value. Nor did he lack weapons. He could surmise that Oldly and his companion had undoubtedly profited. But he remained indifferent, for he had garnered far greater rewards. As he navigated the narrow alleys of the slave market with the disabled man, he heard calls from various vendors. "Brother, would you like to customize a prosthetic limb? The price is reasonable and I assure you of its utility. Your companion is injured. Would you not consider acquiring an arm? The cost is fair. Care to take a look? I have all models of prosthetics available. With no modification fees, brother. Think it over. How about this model? So nimble. Would you like one?" Numerous onlookers observed Su Chen dragging the disabled man and eagerly emerged to peddle their wares. Most of them were individuals who had undergone prosthetic modifications themselves, with limbs, eyes, and noses being the most common alterations. They brandished mechanical arms, fervently attempting to persuade Su Chen. With a cold demeanor, he ignored their advances, particularly as Su Xiaoyu, standing nearby with her hand resting on her pistol, deterred the sellers from encroaching too closely. Upon exiting the alley and returning to the main thoroughfare, Su Chen contemplated finding a place to settle in town. Then it struck him. He had forgotten to ask Oldley for money. Now without a single coin to his name, unless he resorted to trading weapons, he truly had nowhere to rest. After some deliberation, he opted to spend the night in the vehicle with Su Xiaoyu. As they passed through the streets, he exchanged a few bullets for some flatbreads, dragging the disabled man back to the parking lot. Su Xiaoyu delightedly munched on the warm flatbreads and inquired, "Brother, what do you intend to do with him?" Su Chen chewed on the somewhat dry bread and replied, "He possesses something of value." With that, he tossed the man into the trunk and offered him a flatbread, asking, "Have you given it any thought? I wouldn't want to abandon your stomach. That would affect your appetite." It was evident that the man was famished, saliva pooling in his mouth, yet he still rejected Su Chen's offering. His tone icy as he declared, "If you have the guts, kill me." Su Chen took a sip of water, releasing a comfortable sigh, and replied nonchalantly, "I am well aware that killing is prohibited in Blackwater Town." He once again extended the flatbread, adding, "For someone like you, a genetically modified warrior, achieving E-class status is no small feat. You must have once enjoyed a position of esteem, yet you have fallen to the status of a slave. I am curious, why not end your own life? That would at least be somewhat dignified. Hunters of the wasteland are known for their disregard for life. The fact that you continue to exist suggests you must hold something dear. Or perhaps there are certain individuals you care for?" The man's hardened visage twitched slightly, the old scar at the corner of his eye seemingly coming to life as it trembled. With his remaining left hand, he seized the flatbread, tearing into it savagely. "I am Zhou Long. I can give you what you seek, but you must assist me in acquiring a prosthetic limb, and it must be a metal prosthetic of sufficient hardness to restore my capabilities." Su Chen scoffed lightly, responding coolly, "Do you truly believe you have the luxury of choice? Furthermore, a prosthetic capable of harnessing your E-class strength would far exceed your intrinsic worth." Zhou Long suddenly raised his head, speaking in a grave tone, "If I were you, I would flee Blackwater Town at this very moment rather than linger here awaiting death." Su Chen's demeanor turned icy. "Are you attempting to intimidate me?" Chapter 32. Zhou Long. The mysterious blue-haired girl Zhou Long regarded Su Chen with a derisive smile. "The goods you just traded with the jackals originated from the contaminated zone, did they not?" "To be precise, they came from the North Sea contaminated zone." Even furrowed his brow. "Indeed, and what of it?" Zhou Long continued. "You are clearly not familiar with Blackwater Town. Or perhaps this is your first visit. A hunter capable of surviving in the wasteland would not suffer from a shortage of meat in the short term, nor would they carry excessive perishable food. Hunters typically procure water, ammunition, diesel, energy cells for prosthetics, and a modest amount of food. The goods traded here are predominantly beast meat, hides, ores, salt, iron, and artifacts from the old world, of which there are scant few. The relics unearthed from the wasteland plains have long since been thoroughly scavenged. Even a single wire is hard to come by. Your sudden introduction of such a batch of goods will undoubtedly attract the attention of the town's aristocracy. You may be unaware of how much they value the North Sea contaminated zone. Those avaricious nobles will not let you escape unscathed." Su Chen was taken aback by Zhou Long's analytical prowess. He was astounded that mere observation of the traded goods could lead to such an accurate assessment of his origins. At the same time, he felt a wariness creeping into his mind. While he acknowledged the validity of Zhou Long's words, he suspected the man had ulterior motives. Thus, he responded coolly, "You speak truthfully, but in my eyes, those nobles are worth no more than excrement. Now, you may relinquish what you have concealed within you in light of your forthrightness. I will honor my commitment regarding the prosthetic." Zhou Long was forthright as well. He set down the flatbread in his hand and began to probe his mouth with his fingers. With a swift motion, he yanked out an embedded tooth, still stained with blood, connected to a transparent thread. Without flinching, Zhou Long extracted a small, thumb-sized object wrapped in plastic from his throat. He spat out the mucilage, unwrapping the plastic to reveal a green biological crystal that fell into the trunk. Su Chen, positioning his hand behind his back, retrieved a piece of paper from his storage watch, and picked up the biological crystal. The plastic could not entirely shield the crystal's energy. Your insides have been contaminated. If left untreated, you will not survive for more than a month. Zhou offered a grim smile. And what of it? Are you reconsidering your offer? Su Chen smirked. I am a man of my word. Once we depart Blackwater Town, the prosthetic will be a trivial matter. With that, he extended a bottle of water toward Zhou. Zhou appeared to suddenly deflate, an expression of complexity crossing his face as he accepted the water without uttering a word. By the way, who was it that sold you to the slaver? Su Chen inquired. Standing outside the vehicle, curiosity piqued. Zhou tone was frosty as he replied, my comrade through thick and thin. Su Chen shook his head with a chuckle. How pitiful. He then left 3 flatbreads, locking the trunk from the outside. Approaching the front of the vehicle, he handed one of the biological crystals to Su Xiaoyu. Whispering, I'm going to check out the town. You keep watch over the vehicle. If anything seems off, retrieve the explosives from the watch. He gestured toward the parking lot's entrance. Simply seal off the entrance. And we can break through the back wall. Su Xiaoyu accepted the crystal, softly replying, brother. I will await your return. Su Chen smiled. Aren't you the one who adores sweets? I will see if I can find some. He waved goodbye and turned to depart. Su Xiaoyu frowned, suppressing her impulse to follow him. Climbing into the vehicle, she retrieved a particle blade, a Gatling gun, and a roll of high-performance explosives from her watch. She resolved that if turmoil erupted in the town, she would create an even greater disturbance to draw fire, as she was a D-class and possessed superior escape abilities. Back on the streets, dusk settled in and Blackwater Town had no curfew. The main entrance was strictly monitored, making it nearly impossible to bring in any heavy weaponry or explosives. Additionally, with the vigilant patrols, firearms would primarily result in human casualties without damaging the town's infrastructure. However, the storage watch was seemingly an anomaly in this wasteland. Perhaps such technology existed but had not yet become widespread. The streets remained bustling with activity as night fell. Most shops were illuminated by kerosene lamps, with only the highest building glowing with electric lights. Atop that high-rise, for massive searchlights illuminated the surrounding districts, a group of scantily clad women, relatively clean, emerged from various corners, standing in the shadows of the street. Waiting for the wilderness hunters to approach, Su Chen observed as a hunter exchanged a pack of compressed biscuits for a woman's attention, and he followed them into the depths of the alley. In some corners of the alley, drunken hunters lay sprawled, seemingly unconcerned about being captured as slaves. Su Chen recalled Lena's words. Hunters have no tomorrow. In reality, most individuals in the wasteland live without the assurance of a future. They are oblivious to the fact that they could die inexplicably at any moment, which leads them to cherish the present and indulge themselves. Retrieving his gaze, he strolled casually down the street. As he passed certain shops, he would enter, feigning interest in selecting items, only to inquire about prices before departing. Through this process, he learned that the highest building, the relic of the old world, served as the town's center. As he wandered through the shops, he drew closer to the building. He looked up at the sign hanging from the 5th floor that read Wanderer's Tavern, mentally asking, Am I being followed? The spark chip responded. No signs of surveillance detected. Su Chen did not enter the tavern. Instead, his peripheral vision lingered on a whitewashed wall of the town before he turned to walk down another street. The spark chip in his mind displayed the contents of the town's notice board. Mission notice: long-term acquisition of biological crystals. Visit the town hall for exchange. March 12. Town announcement. The food station will begin limited food exchanges as of today, with a purchase limit of 1 kilogram of rice or flour per person. June 1. High-paying mission. Investigate anomalies in the North Sea contaminated zone. Rewards of abundant supplies and 1 million gold badges will be granted based on the accuracy and authenticity of the information. Depending on the significance of the intelligence, rewards may include residency rights in Blackwater Town or safety-grade gene serums. Note: evidence is required to verify the accuracy of the information. July 2nd. After perusing the notices, Su Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart. The rewards for investigating the anomalies in the contaminated zone were exceedingly tempting. The very fact that they were willing to offer gene serums indicated that this was not merely a scheme devised by the nobles of Blackwater Town. Only major powers would have access to such supplies. If that were indeed the case, then Zhou assertions held truth. The goods he had recently presented would inevitably attract the attention of the townspeople in Blackwater. After a moment's hesitation, Su Chen resolved to seek out Old Li and the Jackal immediately. Whatever supplies could be gathered must be collected without delay. It was imperative to leave as soon as possible. With this determination solidified, Su Chen hastened towards the slave market. Upon locating the Jackal, he informed him of his urgent need to depart. The Jackal, taken aback, exclaimed, Mr. Guy, Blackwater Town does not permit passage at night. Even nobles cannot enter or exit after dark. Why is that? Su Chen inquired. Previously, someone bitten by a deranged individual sneaked into Blackwater Town and nearly caused a calamity. Since then, Anyone approaching the red wall after 9 o'clock at night is shot on sight by the guards. Su Chen's expression darkened. What time does the entrance open tomorrow? 7 in the morning. I need to load all the supplies onto the vehicle before 7. The jackal was puzzled by Su Chen's urgency. Yet he dared not ask further and quickly nodded in agreement. After acquiring 10 gold tokens from the jackal, Su Chen asked, "Where can I find candy?" "There is only one shop in Blackwater Town that sells sweets and vegetables, which, I hear, is stocked through noble connections from Dawn City. It's located next to the town hall, but the prices are exorbitant, meant solely for the nobility." Having clarified the location, Su Chen urged the jackal to gather the supplies before turning to leave. Following the directions, Su Chen arrived at a brightly lit shop in front of the town hall. Upon entering, he was struck by the shop's opulence. It featured decorative green potted plants and an oil painting from the old world. The painting depicted an ocean scene, with a creature resembling a dolphin, its head raised as if calling out. Exquisite wooden shelves flanked either side of the shop, displaying a cornucopia of fruits and vegetables. For a fleeting moment, Su Chen wondered if he had returned to a candy store on Blue Star. At the back of the shelves, there was a small box wrapped in sugary paper containing granulated candy. At that moment, a young woman in a white dress with flowing blue hair sat before the shelves, one hand holding a paper book while the other reached for candy. "What do you need?" she asked without looking up, her voice ethereal and melodious. Su Chen felt an inexplicable sensation of being scrutinized, the source of which was the seated woman. This peculiar feeling made him uneasy, prompting an instinctive desire to leave swiftly. "Candy," he replied, placing the 10 gold tokens on the table. His gaze swept over the book in her hands, noticing its title, A Brief History of Life. The young woman did not divert her gaze from the book. Yet her other hand deftly pinched a piece of wax paper and placed it beside the shelf, saying, 10 pieces. "Take them yourself." Su Chen did not inquire about the price nor attempt to haggle. He quickly grabbed 10 pieces of candy, wrapped them up, and hastened towards the exit. Just as he reached the door, he heard the woman ask, "Do you know the origin of life? What is the essence of life?" Instinctively, Su Chen turned back to look at her. Her doll-like face, tinged with a rosy hue, was framed by a pair of deep, lustrous eyes that sparkled like stars, overshadowing the brightness of the incandescent lights. "I am uncertain about the origin of life, but the essence of each life is unique." Su Chen was puzzled as to why he felt compelled to respond. After speaking, he promptly turned to leave. The young woman's gaze remained fixed on Su Chen as he vanished around the corner, a faint smile revealing 2 shallow dimples on her face. Interesting, at that moment, a man dressed in lavish attire entered the shop. Seemingly preparing to close it for the day, he paused, astonished, and angrily pointed at the blue-haired woman, shouting, "Who are you? Why are you in my store?" The blue-haired woman closed her book and rose leisurely, not sparing him a glance as she removed the dolphin painting from the wall. "I quite like this painting. Though the candy is not sweet enough, it is passable." With that, she carried the painting towards the exit. The lavishly dressed man began to draw a firearm from his waist, his throat poised to issue a warning. However, the woman slightly parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. The man, as if frozen in place, stood motionless, his eyes fixed ahead with pupils dilated in a state of stupor. It was as though a shockwave had struck his brain, rendering him unconscious. The glass door beside him displayed visible cracks. Only after the blue-haired woman had disappeared did the man slowly slump down beside the door, drooling like a paralyzed invalid. Chapter 33. Leaving the town, the paladin ordered on the journey back to the parking lot. Su Chen found himself continually reflecting on the enigmatic blue-haired woman. It was not until he had put sufficient distance between himself and the town that his frayed nerves began to ease. At that moment, the spark chip suddenly remarked, "Host, that was exceedingly dangerous." Su Chen was taken aback. It only then occurred to him that the spark chip had been silent during the encounter, failing to provide any warnings. What on earth was happening? The chip's synthesized voice took on a serious tone. "From the moment you were 300 meters away from the candy shop, you were locked onto by a force akin to a biological electromagnetic pulse. The signal was exceedingly strong, rendering me unable to issue a warning. Otherwise, you would have faced even greater peril." Su Chen's heart raced with shock. Even the spark chip had refrained from revealing itself? What sort of biological electromagnetic pulse was this? It resembled ultrasound, with a detection strength surpassing that of a nuclear submarine's sonar. Under such scrutiny, flesh and skin would be rendered transparent, implying that an ordinary person would appear as nothing but a skeleton. However, due to the genetic modifications from dark particles, they should have been unable to fully perceive Su Chen, or at least only partially. Su Chen finally understood. That blue-haired woman was the one emitting the sound wave detection. Because she could not penetrate his disguise, she had taken notice of him. System. Was she using equipment to probe, or did she possess inherent sonar-like abilities? Unable to ascertain, it replied. Su Chen frowned inwardly. He could hardly believe that humanity could possess such terrifying capabilities. He needed to leave at once. A mere Blackwater town could harbor such dangerous individuals. Su Chen's urge to depart grew ever more urgent. Upon returning to the parking lot, Su Chen suppressed his anxiety and greeted Su Xiaoyu with a smile. "Look, what I've got." Upon seeing Su Chen return safely, her body visibly relaxed. As he unwrapped the wax paper, she exclaimed in delight, "Candy? Where did you find this, brother?" Without hesitation, she peeled open a piece of candy and fed it to Su Chen before popping another into her own mouth. "Oh, so sweet." Happiness radiated from Su Xiaoyu's face. Observing her cherubic expression, caught between wanting to bite into the candy and yet reluctant to do so, Su Chen felt a significant portion of his urgency dissipate. "Xiaoyu, keep watch tonight. As soon as dawn breaks, we shall depart." "Okay, no problem, brother. I can stay awake for 2 or 3 days and still feel energetic." "Good. Stay vigilant." Su Chen retrieved Zhou from the trunk and placed him in the back seat of the vehicle. Then he produced a strap, stating, "For your safety." Zhou appeared calm, allowing Su Chen to secure him to the seat. "It seems you have recognized the gravity of the situation. I hope you can leave Blackwater town tomorrow." Su Chen chuckled, "Of course. If I cannot make it out alive, who will install your prosthetics?" From their earlier exchanges, it was apparent that Zhou was an experienced wilderness hunter. Su Chen deliberately positioned him in the front seat to help keep an eye on certain details. After all, they were all in the same boat now. If something went awry, none of them would escape. Once Zhou was settled, Su Chen and Su Xiaoyu took their positions, ever watchful of their surroundings. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. At 6:30 in the morning, Oldley and the Jackal arrived at the parking lot's entrance, accompanied by several slaves, transporting supplies. After inspecting the goods, Su Chen noted that while the rice and flour were not of the highest quality, they were superior to most available grains. "Mr. Guy, time is tight. We couldn't gather all the flour, but we found some nutrient solution. What do you think?" Oldley inquired quietly, having learned during his shopping excursion that these nutrient solutions were slightly more valuable than flour. "Made mostly from discarded fruits and vegetables," Su Chen replied. "That's acceptable." He nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Bosley. I hope we have the chance to collaborate again." Oldley smiled broadly in return. "Pleasure doing business." Having loaded the supplies, the clock struck 7. The two parties waved goodbye, and Su Chen paid 2 cans as parking fees before driving out of the lot. There were not many people leaving the town early in the morning. Many wilderness hunters were still lost in drunken slumber. Su Chen generously offered some benefits to the guards at the gate, and after a brief inspection, he finally exited Blackwater town. As the pickup truck accelerated. Moving further away from Blackwater town, Su Chen's tense nerves finally relaxed. He chuckled, homeward bound. Su Xiaoyu had also sensed his earlier unease, but refrained from questioning at that moment. She suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for the shelter near the contaminated zone. Just as Blackwater town faded from view, Su Chen suddenly spotted a cloud of dust rising in the distance. A dozen motorcycles were speeding towards them with reckless abandon. Vroom, vroom. The motorcycles whizzed past the pickup truck at a distance of about a kilometer. Heading straight for Blackwater town, Su Chen glanced over and noted that the motorcycles had been heavily modified, some even equipped with gun-like weapons. The riders, each wearing helmets, carried firearms on their backs and donned matching tactical uniforms. With a pristine hexagonal badge on their shoulders, through the rearview mirror, Su Chen observed them riding directly into Blackwater town, the guards offering no resistance whatsoever. That the paladin order. Su Chen mused aloud. Zhou in the back seat suddenly urged, "Hurry, drive." Su Chen's expression turned serious. "Are you saying the paladin order will pursue us?" Zhou replied gravely, "It's highly likely. The White Eagle who just led is the captain of the night squad. A formidable force at the C-rank level, and there are rumors that he is a synthesizer." Su Chen had no time to inquire about what a synthesizer was. A C-rank combatant was already beyond their capacity to handle. Su Chen's nerves tightened once more. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the pickup truck surged forward, racing wildly towards the BI's district. "White team, you've worked hard on the way here. Breakfast is ready," said a middle-aged man in a pristine vest with a sycophantic smile, bowing respectfully. Before him stood a young man in combat attire with white bangs, who tossed his helmet to his deputy and fixed a sharp gaze on the vest-clad man, coldly asking, "Where is Zhao Kuan?" The vest-wearing man hunched over and replied, "Last night, the mayor's third son was attacked, left paralyzed, and is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the medical facility. We have already notified him, and he will arrive shortly." The White Eagle scoffed. In his own territory, his son gets attacked, and Zhao Kuan is becoming increasingly useless. After that, he decisively said, "Bring me all the recent data regarding the BI's pollution zone." The vest-clad man nodded and retreated. Soon, a stack of papers was brought in, accompanied by a square-faced middle-aged man who appeared somewhat fatigued. "White team, I apologize for not welcoming you properly," Zhao Kuan greeted as he entered. His demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. The White Eagle sipped his soy milk without looking at him and casually asked, "I heard your son is paralyzed?" A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Kuan's eyes, but he maintained a calm tone. Thank you for your concern, White Team. Have you found the culprit? Not YET. That moment, a Paladin team member approached the White Eagle and reported in a measured tone. Zhao Shi's entire skeleton is fractured in multiple places, and his brain nerves are severely injured. He is now the vegetable dung mem. The White Eagle grunted in response, raising his eyes to Zhao Kuan. What do you think? Do you need my assistance? Zhao Kuan took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, and forced a smile. In Blackwater Town, such a trivial matter. How could I trouble White Team? I will handle it soon. The White Eagle remained noncommittal. Although Zhao Kuan publicly aligned himself with the Paladin Order, he privately had unknown dealings with Dawn City or other factions. He had always been reluctant to allow the Night Order to intervene in any military mobilization matters. And the White Eagle had no intention of meddling either. While eating breakfast, he perused the intelligence regarding the BI's district, flipping through the pages with remarkable speed, seemingly not even taking the time to read closely. In just a few minutes, he finished reviewing the information and coldly remarked, "Humph. After all this time, this is the extent of the information. Not a single detail about the creatures deep within the pollution zone?" Zhao Kuan replied indifferently, "What you may not know, White Team, is that those hunters in the wilderness are all unwilling to venture deep into the pollution zone. Those who go and rarely come out. So no information has returned. Oh, the so-called low-level pollution zone is so perilous? Or are those hunters simply afraid of death?" Zhao Kuan was about to respond when the vest-clad man approached, bending slightly as he carried a piece of intelligence. "Mayor, White Team, here is new information related to the BI's pollution zone." He prepared to hand the information to Zhao Kuan, but the White Eagle barked, "Hand it over." A knight immediately stepped forward and snatched the information away. The White Eagle ignored Zhao Kuan's displeased expression and began reading it for himself. This time, he took a bit longer to scan through it. Suddenly, he stood up, leading his team outside without a word. Zhao Kuan stared intently at the White Eagle's departure and coldly asked, "Is it important intelligence?" The vest-clad man, not daring to breathe, quickly responded, "The intelligence indicates that a batch of old-world relics is being sold in town. Suspected to be from the BI's pollution zone. Our people have already gone to apprehend them." "Humph." Zhao Kuan snorted coldly. "Find the person selling the relics and report any new intelligence to me immediately." "Yes, and contact the informants in Dawn City. Let the news slip out and create some trouble for the White Eagle." "Understood. I will take care of it right away." In the slave market, the dog of prey crouched on the ground. Trembling with his hands on his head, the gray pickup truck left at 7 in the morning. "Sir, I really only know this much." The dog of prey stammered, recounting everything he knew about Su Chen. The White Eagle, holding a dagger and grooming his nails, seemed oblivious to whether he was even listening. Moments later, a team member approached. "White Team. His account matches that of Oldley." The White Eagle nodded. Looking at the dog of prey with a smile, "In the future, if they seek to trade with you again, remember to report it to the town hall. Understood?" The dog of prey hurriedly nodded. "Understood, I understand." After that, the White Eagle quickly departed with his men. After crouching for a while, the dog of prey finally managed to stand up, but his legs were too numb, and he fell back to the ground. A few minutes later, a motorcycle squad burst out of Blackwater Town, racing swiftly in the direction Su Chen had departed. Chapter 34. Approaching the shelter, pursued by knights on the wild plains, the pickup truck sped past. Kicking up a cloud of dust along the way on the flat road, one cannot outrun a knight. Zhou Long calmly analyzed from the back seat. Su Chen said solemnly, "If you have any thoughts, please share them. If we fall into the hands of the Paladin Order at this moment, I doubt they would waste an artificial limb on you." Without hesitation, Zhou Long replied swiftly, "The best course of action is to drive into the forest and then abandon the vehicle. As the tire tracks will lead the pursuers, if we have explosives, we could rig them to the vehicle. That might cause some trouble for the pursuers. However, abandoning the vehicle does not guarantee we can escape White Eagle's tracking. Traveling on foot in the wilderness without a vehicle to carry supplies significantly reduces our chances of survival." After speaking, he looked at Su Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen questioned the spark chip in his mind about feasible plans. However, without a stronghold to rely on, the assistance the spark chip could provide was exceedingly limited, capable of detecting energy fluctuations at most 800 meters away. Ultimately, Su Chen turned the steering wheel and drove towards the forest trail by noon. They arrived at a narrow intersection flanked by moderately sized trees. Stopping the vehicle, Su Chen signaled for Su Xiaoyu to get out with him. They then buried high-performance explosives on both sides. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Leng looked somewhat pale. Just when he thought Su Chen would abandon him, they returned to the vehicle. "What's wrong? Afraid I would leave you as bait?" Su Chen teased lightly. Zhou Leng turned his face away, remaining silent, though his expression softened considerably. Abandoning the vehicle was tantamount to gambling on whether there were pursuers. If there were, it meant placing their fate in the hands of others. Su Chen pressed down on the accelerator and continued forward, but he disliked gambling, especially when it came to entrusting his life to luck. Boom. The road was uneven, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. Yet Su Chen did not reduce speed at full throttle. He needed only 2 days' travel to reach the forest behind the star-sheltered in that familiar environment. Su Chen felt more confident in shaking off the pursuit. System, what is the effective detonation range? With a remote control chip, it can be detonated from 30 kilometers away. Good. Before we leave the detonation range, regardless of whether there are pursuers, detonate the explosives. Understood. As they advanced into the afternoon, a rumbling sound echoed from behind. Even at a distance of several dozen kilometers, the sound was exceptionally clear. Did you set a timed bomb? Zhou asked, then nodded. This is also a good idea. If there are pursuers, it will affect their judgment. Until night fell, there were still no signs of pursuers. Su Chen's tension gradually eased. Zhou cautioned, it's best not to let your guard down and avoid traveling at night. It's not only dangerous, but also exposes us more than during the day. Su Chen readily agreed. They found a suitable place to park and rest. For safety, they did not light a fire and simply consumed some biscuits and protein bars. Old Zhou, why did your companion sell you to the slave traders? During their meal, Su Chen took the opportunity to learn about Zhou Lung's background. He indeed was a wilderness hunter with considerable experience. Previously, he had led a team of 8 members. Zhou Lung was very cautious, rarely risking his team in old-world relic adventures, often scouring the edges of ruins for items that hunters overlooked or had not discovered. This kept his team away from contamination, and they thrived well. For over 8 months, he had not lost a single member. However, this merely allowed them to scrape by, watching other hunters reap rich rewards. His team grew restless, repeatedly urging him to search for supplies in more dangerous areas. After the rewards for the BI's district emerged, certain team members became even more restless. Unable to withstand the pressure from his comrades, Zhou Lung eventually led them to explore the fringes of the pollution zone. But perhaps having lived in relative comfort for too long, the team members' crisis awareness was lacking, and they were attacked by mutated beasts at night. To save his team, Zhou Lung fought valiantly against the mutated beasts. Though he saved his comrades, he lost a leg and an arm in the process. He had thought that his team would show gratitude for his past sacrifices and provide him with artificial limbs. However, when he regained consciousness after losing blood, he found himself treated as cargo, sold to the slave traders. The biological crystal was the core from the brain of that mutated beast. Being inherently cautious, Zhou Lung had kept a backup plan, hiding the crystal within his belly, hoping one day to sell it for a good price to procure prosthetics for himself. I have a daughter. She is very lovely. Like a little angel, therefore, I cannot die. She is still waiting for me to return, Su Chen inquired. What is your daughter's name? Xiaoxue. She was born when it was snowing. When speaking of his daughter, the tenderness in Zhou Lung's eyes could not be concealed. In Blackwater Town, there might be an opportunity to take her to my sanctuary. Zhou Lung shook his head but said no more. Su Chen understood. His daughter was Zhou Lung's motivation to survive. And he did not wish to be vulnerable. Is your injury manageable? Can you endure for another 2 days? Zhou Lung replied with a calm demeanor. After genetic modification, I possess a robust immune system and self-repair capabilities. I am not at risk of dying just yet. Very well then, we shall rest in the vehicle tonight and take turns keeping watch. However, Su Xiao, you countered, brother. You didn't sleep at all last night. Let me take the watch tonight. I can sleep in the car tomorrow. Su Chen did not refuse. Yet, in his mind, he instructed the fire seed chip to awaken him promptly if any danger approached. The night passed quietly. The following day, they resumed their journey to by noon. Su Chen spotted a seemingly endless range of mountains in the distance. The star sanctuary lay hidden within. Upon seeing the familiar landscape, Su Chen finally smiled. It appears the Paladin Order did not pursue us. Zhou Lung, however, wore a grave expression and asked, where exactly are you heading? Pressing onward will soon lead us into the contaminated zone. Just as Su Chen was about to make a quip, the fire seed chip in his mind suddenly issued a warning. Sniper, move left, quickly. At that instant, Su Chen's expression changed dramatically, and his hand instinctively reacted. He sharply turned the steering wheel to the left. Almost simultaneously, a bullet pierced through the ground, sending a spray of dust into the air to bang. Only then did the sound of gunfire reach the ears of Su Chen and his companions. Alongside it came the roar of a modified motorcycle. 800 meters away, a motorcycle soared several meters into the air, with White Eagle standing on the seat, hands gripping a sniper rifle, shooting mid-air. Before the motorcycle landed, he stowed the sniper rifle, steadied himself with one hand on the handlebars, and drove smoothly. Yet, his expression bore a hint of surprise. How could I have missed? Do they possess a warning system? With one hand, he placed the sniper rifle into a slot beneath the motorcycle, his right hand twisting the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward like lightning. Suddenly, from the rear of a pickup truck ahead, a pale blue flame erupted, dramatically increasing its speed. A biocrystal-powered vehicle? White Eagle's expression gradually turned excited, like a hunting eagle poised to strike. His right thumb pressed the switch beneath the throttle. and the motorcycle's exhaust emitted a pale green flame. It too was a bio-crystal-powered machine. Chapter 35. The cultivation notes of Xuanzi. Meanwhile, as Su Chen and his companions fled for their lives. Within the confines of the Star Sanctuary, Xuanzi sat atop the job transfer hall, glancing down at the square. Those peculiar humans had grown stronger once again. At the entrance, a 10-meter-long gray mutated giant python was being dragged back to the sanctuary by 7 or 8 people, accompanied by a cacophony of chatter. "Where is that slacker? Why hasn't he replied to my private message? This massive serpent is an absolute nightmare to kill. I couldn't even pierce its hide with a 3 heavy machine gun." Alas, it is, after all, an elite creature, perhaps even a minor boss. That's to be expected. Thankfully, the Wu Chen Master and his microparticle warblade are truly remarkable. I heard that the spicy strip Master S helmet has been enhanced to 6. That monk is a scoundrel. His rocket launcher is at 5. That guy is invincible with area damage. It was said that the monk had gone overboard, purchasing tens of thousands of energy points from players just to achieve that. Unfortunately, the big shots formed a team to hunt the major boss without including us. I'm only level 32. My combat power is too low. Where has that slacker gone? Hurry and come here to prepare a snake meat hot pot. Not far off, a fellow wielding a 5 saber approached joyfully. Here they come. Wow, this snake is incredibly fat. It's enough to feed us for a meal or 2. Watching the group gut the mutated python and toss its flesh into the boiling water, along with some toxic yet pungent mutated plants, Xuanzi silently withdrew his gaze. He could no longer bear to look, for he would invariably ponder whether these beings were truly human. If his cerebral chip became overloaded, he risked malfunctioning. Although he had witnessed such scenes many times before, he always found himself unable to refrain from contemplation. Xuanzi had never imagined that as an immortal mechanical being, he would struggle to control his analytical chip module. How absurd! No, he could not think any further. Shaking his head, Xuanzi retrieved his black tablet and began browsing. Though immortal beings' consciousness does not perish, they do possess significant flaws. One of which is the overwhelming accumulation of information due to prolonged existence, leading to the stalling of the analytical module. Simply put, excessive system clutter can cause lag. The memory chips within the analytical module will overwrite previous memories to ensure the module's operation. Hence, most immortals prepare a diary-like device to record essential information to safeguard against excessive memory loss. Ordinarily, a memory chip of an immortal can retain around a century's worth of information without loss, surpassing even hyperthymesia in clarity. However, since arriving at the Star Sanctuary, Xuanzi felt his memory storage chip was nearing its limits. Overloaded with information, he could not discern which of those bizarre human behaviors held value and which were mere junk. Unfurling his mechanical palm, Xuanzi began to read. Notes on cultivation. Wasteland calendar, June 18th. Overcast, low radiation index. Today, I received intel in Dawn City indicating signs of spread in the North Sea contaminated area in the southern plains of the wilderness. I intend to investigate. Iron Crown advised me to return the source biological chip to the mechanical cult or carry a micromissile module. I see no necessity. It is merely a low-level contaminated zone. Wasteland calendar, June 21, sunny, moderate radiation. I have arrived at Blackwater Town in the wilderness plains, but there is little useful information here. The town's mayor, Zhao Kuan, seems inclined to cooperate with the mechanical cult. I have sent the relevant information to the cult via the radio module. The lubricating oil here is of poor quality, with many impurities. Wasteland calendar, June 23, night, elevated radiation. I have traversed the plains and reached the outskirts of the North Sea ruins. Based on geological and mutated creature wave patterns, it is clear that the contaminated area is expanding. In 1 minute, I plan to enter the ruins to search for the cause of the contamination spread, hoping to gather some useful data. Wasteland calendar, June 23, night, I have been captured. The situation is dire. There is a seemingly feeble human here, yet he is capable of reverse invading my system. This is fatal. It poses a grave threat even to immortals. It is simply unbelievable. There exists a device capable of cracking the biological chip of immortals. Even the Civilization Lighthouse in Dawn City could not achieve this. Should I obtain the method and data of his cracking technique, advancements in biological chip technology could be significant. Unfortunately, my source biological chip has been seized by him. I hope that any immortal who reads this note after my demise can locate him. Image, Xuanzi's final words. Wasteland calendar, June 24, sunny, elevated radiation. I am not dead. This leader named Su Chen seems intent on enslaving me. The source biological chip is in his hands, and my weapon system permissions have been locked, leaving me with no choice. I should have chosen martyrdom to pursue the true path of great liberation. But there exists a group of peculiar humanoid beings here, perhaps significantly linked to immortals. I intend to seek answers within this Star Sanctuary. The lubricating oil is merely a ruse. The mechanical cult's specialized lubricating oil is something he could never acquire. To tempt me with lubricating oil is naive. Wasteland calendar, June 24, night. The unified lubricating oil is truly delightful. Compared to the cult's specialized lubricating oil, the one named Unified that Su Chen obtained from an unknown source is remarkably smooth. After using it, I feel a notable enhancement in the overall fluidity of my system. Besides Unified, there are brands like Gokul, Zhongqing, Longpan, Durex, Okamoto, and others. However, I find Durex and Okamoto to be rather ineffective. While they feel smooth upon use, they lack durability. Unified remains the most comfortable, yet the experience of so many premium lubricants is unprecedented for me. I must not appear too eager in front of Su Chen. Through observation, I have discovered that these strange beings within the star sanctuary can indeed consume mutated rats. Were it not for their clear consciousness, I would suspect they were deranged, truly disgusting. Apologies, I should not be exhibiting such emotional responses. Wasteland calendar, June 25, early morning. I have observed that all members of the star sanctuary have lost consciousness. I suspect that leader Su Chen has conducted horrifying biological experiments. I have yet to locate the laboratory. Su Chen has not restricted my freedom of movement. However, he has assigned me a task, astonishingly instructing me to teach those peculiar human mechanic skills. He even mentioned collecting energy points and provided me with a simple set of fixed phrases along with a crystal board. What are energy points? That remains to be explored. I find him rather ludicrous. Without genetic modification, neither his physical prowess nor his reflexes could possibly meet the fundamental requirements of a mechanic. Moreover, these individuals appear to be deceased. How could they possibly be resurrected? Seizing the opportunity, I proposed to study these humans. To my astonishment, Su Chen did not refuse. How splendid! I now intend to dissect these corpses and meticulously document experimental data each day. Date: June 26, year of the wasteland, clear skies, moderate radiation index, emotional state, astonished. Perhaps due to an extended absence of intense emotional fluctuations, I experienced a fright today, resulting in an overload of the emotional response module and causing a system crash. The reason for this was the sight of a group of individuals who ought to have perished, miraculously revived. Some even appeared out of thin air, seemingly resurrected by unknown energy particles. This is utterly astonishing. However, they seem to possess certain psychological deficiencies. Before me, they inquired if they could dismantle my mechanical cranium, and some even attempted to attack me. This is exceedingly absurd. I remain motionless, and they could never hope to displace me. Date: June 26, year of the wasteland, night. I have observed throughout the day, compiling a summary of the peculiar beings from the star sanctuary. Point 1. They exhibit a remarkable level of aggression and a voracious appetite. They frantically excavate the mutated zombie rat holes of Lionheart Town. Upon discovering a mutated creature or a deranged individual, they become wildly excited, engaging in life and death struggles. It is possible they harbor no fear of death and cannot die. 2. They possess characteristics akin to immortality. To be precise, they can resurrect, but there is a significant difference from the consciousness upload of the immortal beings, as there are no side effects. This represents a crucial avenue for research. Understanding their bodily structure is challenging, and I am exceedingly eager to dissect them. Point 3. They analyze the attack patterns of monsters and discern their weaknesses with astonishing efficiency, surpassing that of ordinary hunting teams. For their sociability is exceptionally strong. They chatter incessantly, resembling humans more than the majority of those in the wasteland. Point 5. They tend to safeguard each other's possessions, yet they will also attack one another, even to the point of lethal violence. Without it affecting their camaraderie, this is exceedingly complex. Point 6. They appear to suffer from psychological ailments. For instance, after consuming roasted meat, one expressed a desire to dine again, only to collapse on the ground for several minutes before rising. Date: June 27, year of the wasteland, clear skies, moderate radiation index, emotional state, despondent. Today, Su Chen did not provide me with lubricant. I do not wish to write. Date: June 29, year of the wasteland, clear skies, moderate radiation index. Su Chen finally supplied me with lubricant today. 10 barrels. I apologize. I should not have drawn recklessly. Continuing with the summary of the peculiar beings. Point 1. They frequently mention an energy point, seemingly related to their leader. Yet Su Chen has not disclosed the answer to me. Point 2. They typically exhibit disorganization, yet when confronted with monsters, they display extraordinary organizational combat prowess. Point 3. I often overhear them reference a term, official forum, which I seem to recall from the Old World S archives. But my data database has been overwritten, rendering it inaccessible. Date: July 1, year of the wasteland, clear skies, low radiation index. My energy reserves are dwindling. Su Chen must possess biological crystals, as I can sense them. Yet he deceives me, insisting there are none. I am left with no choice but to ascend to the rooftop to harness solar energy. Today, a member of the sanctuary approached me for a ludicrous job change. Following Su Chen's instructions, I facilitated his transition, He absurdly claimed to have mastered the mechanics of firearms, which is laughable. I plan to follow him to see the truth of the matter. Date, July 1st. Year of the wasteland, night, emotional state. Astonished, astonished. He has indeed mastered the precise control of handguns and rifles. This is simply unbelievable. Additional note. I once again suffered from an overload of the emotional module, resulting in 2 system crashes. This is quite dire. I somewhat regret not upgrading to a module with greater computational power within the mechanical sect. All previous resources were allocated to assembling weapon modules. Regretful. Date, July 6, year of the wasteland, clear skies, moderate radiation index. Today, a peculiar individual exhibited great excitement when I expressed my desire to study him. Consequently, I proceeded with his dissection. The findings from Subject 1 astounded me. Their bones, blood, and flesh appear to be composed of an unknown energy particle. In other words, they are not carbon-based life forms. I am beginning to believe Su Chen's assertions. These peculiar beings are more advanced than the bodies of the Immortals. Regrettably, that individual perished and all collected blood samples turned to dust. Furthermore, I endured a lengthy verbal tirade from that individual. Date, July 7, year of the wasteland, night. Following Subject 1, no other peculiar beings are willing to undergo my modifications. Research has come to a standstill. Date, July 8, year of the wasteland, clear skies, slightly weak radiation index. Today marks the 15th day since my arrival at the Star Sanctuary. Data record for Subject 2. A species suspected to be human. As Su Chen forbids prosthetic modifications, I plan to attempt altering a knife of unknown material. Date, July 10, year of the wasteland, clear skies, weak radiation index. Today, Su Chen intends to depart from the sanctuary. He entrusted me with the oversight of the Star Sanctuary and provided me with 10 barrels of lubricant. I should seize this opportunity to escape the Star Sanctuary. Date, July 10, year of the wasteland. Night. My original biological chip remains in Su Chen's possession. I cannot leave. The 2 bodies have also been stripped away from me, rendering my current strength insufficient for a safe departure. Moreover, I must not underestimate Su Chen's vigilance. Should I truly leave, I may face catastrophic consequences. Date, July 11, year of the wasteland, clear skies, weak radiation index. Su Chen has departed. Date, July 15, year of the wasteland, night. Today, a peculiar being hunted down a mid-tier deranged individual. The contaminated area has expanded to encompass Lionheart Town, and mutated creatures are proliferating. They acquired a biological crystal, yet I lack energy points, and they refuse to share with me why lubricant supply is nearly depleted. Date, July 18, year of the wasteland, night. My lubricant has run out. I have not performed maintenance on my body for 2 days, and I feel my mechanisms becoming increasingly stiff. If this continues, I may rust. Why has Su Chen not returned? Has he encountered danger? If he perishes, a wealth of information regarding biological chips will be lost. I hope nothing has befallen Su Chen. Silently perusing the entries, Zhuangzizi stowed away the journal, turned his gaze towards the sanctuary's entrance, and remained silent for an extended period. After a while, with the sun high in the sky, he extended his arms, combining them into solar panels, and commenced charging. Chapter 36. Diverting the Pursuers. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Over 200 kilometers from the rear of the Star Sanctuary, the air was thick with the sound of fierce gunfire echoing through the mountains. In the distance, mutated creatures raised their heads and pricked their ears, attempting to discern the source of the noise. Some, more irritable than others, let out furious roars and provocation. Beads of sweat trickled down Su Chen's forehead as he focused intently on the road ahead. Left, 30 meters. Right, 50 meters. Duck. Alerts from the spark chip echoed in his mind, warning him to evade the incoming sniper bullets. Beside him, Su Xiaoyu rested a Gatling gun against the window, unleashing a torrent of fire towards the rear. Once the Gatling gun's ammunition was exhausted, she would toss out a few grenades, triggering a cacophony of explosions. Behind the pickup truck, 13 heavily modified motorcycles were tightly pursuing them from hundreds of meters away. The riders, armed with one-handed firearms, fired relentlessly at the pickup. Their chase had persisted from noon until dusk. Zhou Long leaned against the car door, blood seeping from his wounds as the vehicle jolted. Yet he remained silent. This moment, he was overwhelmed with shock. Su Chen consistently managed to narrowly evade the sniper fire from the White Eagle. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu produced an array of weapons and ammunition seemingly out of nowhere. This surreal scene left Zhou Long in disbelief. Despite his myriad of questions, he dared not utter a word, fearful of distracting Su Chen while he drove. Ahead, a downward-sloping riverbed obstructed their path. Zhou Long felt a wave of despair wash over him. Should the vehicle slow down, they would be instantly overtaken by the riders. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, his expression calm, his grip on the steering wheel remarkably steady. Calculation complete. At a speed of 213 kilometers per hour, A left turn of 65 degrees, based on the vehicle's dimensions, there is a 78.2 probability of successfully navigating the turn by colliding with the riverbed stones. Hearing the response from the spark chip, Su Chen gradually pressed down on the accelerator while stating, "Xiaoyu, be ready to dodge the impact." The pickup truck's speed increased rather than decreased. Left turn. At the instant the prompt resonated in his mind, Su Chen abruptly yanked the steering wheel. The pickup truck soared off the slope with a thunderous crash. As the vehicle teetered perilously close to plunging into the river, its chassis scraped against a massive boulder at the riverbank, producing a harsh, grating sound. Sparks flew from the pickup truck as it executed a sudden 90-degree turn, maintaining its speed as it raced down the riverbank. The knights pursuing closely behind were caught off guard, and 7 or 8 of them tumbled into the water. Before they could regain their footing, a swarm of mutated fish, resembling bloodthirsty piranhas, surged towards them with razor-sharp teeth bared, ready to strike. White Hawk reacted swiftly. Within a couple of seconds, he retracted his weapon, lowered the vehicle, and knelt on his left knee, deftly spinning the motorcycle in midair before coming to a steady halt. Casting a glance at the fleeing pickup, White Hawk coldly instructed, "Leave 2 to rescue them. The rest, follow me. White team is nearly out of fuel and we need to refuel soon, and it will be dark shortly," he remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. After such a delay, the pickup had already vanished into the thicket, the sound indicating it was quite far away. Retrieve them, prioritize resupplying and counting ammunition. At this moment, White Hawk felt the weight of the situation more acutely than before. Despite his impeccable sniping skills, he had failed to land a single shot during the chase. Whether through prediction or aiming, the adversaries had evaded him effortlessly. Of course, this was his private competition, as he was determined to hit the driver. Had he aimed at Su Xiaoyu instead, he might have succeeded. Shooting the tires would be futile. The modified pickup was resilient, and hitting it would require a perfect volley. They surely possessed some form of early warning system. White Hawk was convinced of this. Otherwise, his sniping would not have been consistently ineffectual. 2 additional uncertainties plagued White Hawk's mind. Firstly, how had they managed to find a clear path through the jungle? Were they so familiar with the terrain? Secondly, the firepower they wielded was astonishing. He could not fathom how a vehicle carrying 3 individuals could possibly contain such an extensive arsenal. Was it somehow connected to the cargo area? Upon discovering that they possessed grenades, Gatling guns, explosives, and other items, White Hawk opted to keep his distance, ensuring that the enemy would remain on high alert. According to his tactical plan, the adversaries could last at most 2 hours before running out of ammunition. He had not anticipated that the chase would culminate in such a scenario, leaving him with a hint of frustration. More importantly, he felt his long-dormant hunting instincts reignited. From this moment forward, he would not underestimate his opponents. He was determined to bring them down tonight. Meanwhile, the pickup truck careened down the riverbank. The violent jolting caused Su Chen to feel dizzy. His taut nerves could no longer withstand the strain, prompting him to slam on the brakes, resulting in a deafening screech. Bang! The pickup collided with a mutated giant tree, coming to a halt. Panting heavily, Su Chen's face paled. "Brother, we've shaken them off." Su Xiaoyu lowered her overheated weapon and leaned heavily against the backrest. Silence enveloped the trio for a moment before Su Chen restarted the engine and continued down the path. "System, how far are we from the shelter? Specific data cannot be retrieved. Approximately 230 kilometers. Will we make it back into your magnetic field range before nightfall? The route has deviated. If we encounter no pursuers, we should arrive before dawn." Su Chen fell into silence, fully aware that the knights had already followed them this far and were unlikely to relent. Therefore, someone had to divert their pursuers. Glancing at the sky, he noted the sun was about to set. "Let us stop here. It'll be dark soon, and they probably won't pursue us further." Zhou Long was about to speak when Su Chen silenced him with a look. "Brother, let's eat something to replenish our energy." Su Xiaoyu retrieved some food from her storage watch and handed it to Su Chen, while Zhou Long quietly accepted his share, remaining silent. After a brief pause, Su Chen said, "Xiaoyu, you've undergone genetic modifications. Go on guard while I take a short rest." "Okay." Su Xiaoyu swiftly opened the car door and moved to the rear of the vehicle. Just as she took a bite of her compressed biscuit, her brow furrowed, and she stealthily approached the car door. "Old Zhou, the knights won't give up, will they?" "Indeed, they won't rest tonight. They will certainly pursue us." After a moment of silence, Su Chen continued, "There are tire tracks. We can't shake off the knights. I plan to drive away the pursuers, heading downstream along the river towards the contaminated zone. Xiaoyu is my lifeline. I can't let anything happen to her." Old Zhou spoke quietly. "I understand. Just watch for my signal. I'll find a way to divert Xiaoyu." At this, Su Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Biting her lip, she quickly finished her biscuit, crouched low, and stealthily moved toward the distant woods before letting out a piercing scream. In an instant, she saw Su Chen burst through the car door, sprinting towards her direction, shouting, "Xiaoyu! Su Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with moisture as she softly uttered, "Brother, I'm sorry that I can die, but you must survive." With that, she darted out, circled around, and raced toward the pickup truck. By the time Su Chen reached the woods, Su Xiaoyu was already in the driver's seat. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Su Chen shouted in anger. Su Xiaoyu flashed a smile, waved at him, and pressed the accelerator. The pickup truck veered wildly down towards the riverbank. Behind her, Su Chen shouted frantically. Su Xiaoyu wiped away a tear and said to Zhou Long, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I can't let my brother divert the pursuers." Zhou Long shot her a complex glance and replied softly, "I understand. Focus on the road. Keep your grip on the steering wheel. Don't press the gas too hard." As he instructed Su Xiaoyu on how to control the vehicle, he glanced down at his palm. A thumb-sized biological crystal lay there, the same one that Su Chen had handed him in the car, accompanied by a few words. Zhou Long understood that the one to divert the pursuers would be Su Chen. By the riverbank, watching the pickup truck disappear into the distance, Su Chen gradually came to a halt, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He knew Su Xiaoyu's temperament all too well. His conversation with Zhou Long had been intentionally crafted for her ears. Without this tactic, Su Xiaoyu would rather perish alongside him than allow Su Chen to divert their pursuers. Moreover, the path leading downstream along the river was towards the direction of the star shelter. Chapter 37. Hidden Mission. Brothers armed themselves that night. Buzz, buzz. The knights had to reduce their speed in the darkness. Yet, White Hawk's eyes, concealed beneath his helmet, were filled with a chilling intensity. The whites of his eyes had turned a pale yellow, his pupils dilating and contracting erratically. They resembled the keen gaze of a hawk. "Stop." White Hawk suddenly halted, approaching a tree that had been snapped in two. After a brief examination, he chuckled softly, "They're done for." Waving his hand, he continued the pursuit. Upon reaching the spot where Su Chen had halted, he paused again, scanning the riverbank. He first noticed the tire tracks and then discerned faint footprints trailing into the water. Even in the darkness, his vision remained sharp. They split into two groups? White Hawk sneered, convinced that the adversaries were likely employing a tactic of abandoning their vehicle to preserve their lives, unaware of his keen eyesight. Thus, he concluded that the individuals in the vehicle were not the primary targets. Rather, the one crossing the river was of utmost importance. However, the experienced White Hawk would not overlook any opportunity. "Lairs, take 5 men to pursue the vehicle. Leave 2 to watch over it, and the rest follow me across the river." One team member couldn't help but interject, "Captain Bai, it's too dangerous at night." And how did they manage to cross the river? Earlier, during the rescue, they had discovered that the river was severely contaminated, teeming with monsters. Swimming across was nearly impossible. White Hawk smiled confidently, "If even you think it impossible, then they surely crossed. Enough chatter. This is just the edge of the contaminated zone. There are no high-level monsters here." As he spoke, he disassembled his sniper rifle, slinging it across his back, and drew his dagger before leaping into the river. Other team members followed suit, armed with short blades. However, they failed to notice a slender aquatic plant being disturbed by one of their members. Beneath the water, a small packet of blood wrapped in plastic began to disperse rapidly. Splashing, before the night team could swim far, a horde of monstrous fish surged towards them. "Stay calm. Try to incapacitate them without spilling blood," White Hawk commanded in a low voice. "If they killed in the river, the scent of blood would only attract more monsters." Fortunately, the night team members were all quite capable. The weakest among them was an F-tier genetic warrior. After a flurry of activity, they quickly stabilized the situation. Half an hour later, as White Hawk finally emerged from the water, his expression changed suddenly. He rolled to the side just in time as a series of explosions detonated nearby. The blast was not powerful, causing limited damage. While it confirmed his judgment that the enemy had crossed the river, the splattering mud soaked him completely. "Very well, you've successfully enraged me." White Hawk flicked his white bangs away from his forehead. His pupils narrowing to pinpricks, he was gradually losing patience with this cunning prey. Hearing the explosions behind him, Su Chen asked, "System, was a trap triggered?" "Yes, the biological wave chip can only be activated by warm-blooded animals. While the river is filled with cold-blooded fish." That was swift. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at how the Holy Knights had lived up to their reputation, catching up so quickly. He retrieved another explosive and buried it underground. Then used the ecological barrier to dissect certain electronic components from his storage watch to create a biological wave chip, placing it nearby. After setting the trap, Su Chen quickly moved forward 500 meters to the right. "There's a biological wave." Upon hearing the prompt, Su Chen slightly slowed his pace, cautiously avoiding the designated area where mutated monsters lurked. Relying on the limited detection capabilities of the Fire Seed chip, he set traps and evaded the creatures, gradually advancing deeper into the contaminated zone. Uncertain of how much longer he could evade capture, he sensed the enemy drawing nearer by the changing sounds of gunfire behind him. Meanwhile, after some time familiarizing herself with the vehicle, Su Xiaoyu gradually mastered the art of driving. Thanks to genetic enhancements, her coordination and reaction speed far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. The white headlights illuminated the road ahead. As mutated monsters occasionally lunged at the vehicle, Su Xiaoyu did not hold back, firing her weapon with abandon. Before long, the roar of motorcycles echoed from behind her, bringing a smile to her face. She had indeed led her pursuers astray. Surely, Su Chen had found a hiding place and was now safe. With this thought in mind, she fired back even more recklessly. In the darkness, she could not discern how many were in pursuit. Zhou remarked, "Girl, hand me a gun. Focus on driving." However, Su Xiaoyu shook her head, replying, "Uncle, you're still injured. It's best you refrain from moving too much." How exceedingly cautious he was, Zhou sighed with a smile. He genuinely wished to assist, yet Su Xiaoyu clearly did not trust him. Nevertheless, from the sound of the motorcycles, Zhou deduced that Su Chen's plan had succeeded. The White Eagle sniper rifle had remained silent. If they could eliminate these pursuers, their safety would be assured. Under the cover of night, Su Xiaoyu drove with reckless abandon, the vehicle speeding along. The riders behind could not see the angles from which to shoot, and with the frequent attacks from mutated creatures in the woods, they could only follow, waiting for an error on her part. Vegetation along the riverside was predominantly low, as the monsters lurking in the waters gnawed at the roots of large trees, preventing their growth. The pickup truck navigated smoothly, miraculously avoiding any collisions. Unbeknownst to them, dawn began to break on the horizon, marking the end of a night spent in pursuit. As visibility gradually improved, the nights began to accelerate. A fierce determination flickered in Su Xiaoyu's eyes. Just as she prepared to stop and use the vehicle as cover to engage in a shootout with her enemies, several oddly dressed individuals suddenly appeared ahead. Some donned leather armor, while others sported iron helmets, brandishing various firearms. They seemed to have heard the gunshots and were rushing toward her with eager expressions. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. She recognized them well. They were the peculiar individuals from the Starry Haven. But why were they here? Wasn't he this deep within the contaminated zone? Bam! In her moment of distraction, the pickup truck lost control and collided with a tree, coming to a halt. The knights, initially planning to charge forward, became wary at the sight of the armed individuals ahead. They swiftly turned the vehicle, seeking cover in the woods while simultaneously opening fire on the pickup truck. A figure known as Top Grassland dashed to the front of the vehicle, exclaiming, "Holy cow! Isn't this our leader's truck? Hey, there's the mysterious girl inside. Where's the leader? And what about the riders behind? Are they NPCs?" Before the nearby trickster monk could respond, gunfire erupted, startling everyone. The trickster monk exclaimed excitedly, "Brothers, we've hit the jackpot. This must be a hidden mission." Top Grassland questioned, "But why wasn't there a system prompt?" The trickster monk scoffed, "Don't you get it? It's a cutscene. The NPCs will talk, and then the mission will commence." Just as he finished speaking, Zhou pointed at Su Xiaoyu and asked, "Do you know her?" The trickster monk clapped his hands. "See? I told you." Top Grassland gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." Latikio Jun approached Zhou in astonishment. "Is this a new NPC?" And she as disabled. Zhou was utterly perplexed, wondering where these lunatics had come from. Su Xiaoyu's mind was in turmoil as she realized that there were only 5 knights behind her. At this moment, she finally grasped the situation. "Brother, you deceived me," Su Xiaoyu cried out in distress. Her eyes filled with panic as she instinctively opened the car door, desperate to catch a glimpse of Su Chen. Bang! A bullet struck her abdomen. With tears welling in her eyes, she pulled out a Gatling gun and fired wildly. Latikio Jun scratched his head. "Is this cutscene still ongoing? What do we do?" Top Grassland echoed. "Those riders are shooting at our Haven NPCs. Should we intervene?" Zhou in the vehicle was nearly driven to madness, shouting, "Someone save her!" The trickster monk's eyes lit up. "A mission has arrived. Brothers, grab your weapons." Top Grassland immediately raised his AK and charged out, shouting, "Die, you bastards!" Bang! A bullet struck his head, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. "What the hell? Are these NPCs hostile?" Latikio Jun gasped, hastily drawing his submachine gun and taking cover behind the vehicle. The trickster monk grinned maliciously. "Everyone move aside. Don't steal my kill." Saying this, he pulled out his 5 rocket launcher. Chapter 38. Charge, grab the loot. After being shot in the head, Top Grassland's blood splattered into the air, and before it could fall, he disintegrated into dust. The 5 AK-47 he held simultaneously transformed into black grains of sand. Vanishing into thin air, the equipment was bound, non-droppable, and non-tradable. The dust and sand dissipated into the atmosphere, leaving behind scattered leather armor, helmets, and other items. Nearby teammates skillfully gathered the fallen equipment into their backpacks. At the Resurrection Plaza of the Starry Haven, a subtle, invisible energy began to coalesce, and Top Grassland, now clad in white undergarments, reappeared, He clutched the 5 AK rifle in his hands. Holy crap! He howled, tilting his head back in despair. Players around him paused their tasks to gaze over. Green hat, what is your problem? Damn. Can you not spam? My ears can't take it. It was clear. He had lost his equipment. After a moment of wailing, Top Grassland suddenly shouted with flushed excitement, Brothers, I've made a monumental discovery. Seeing his frantic demeanor piqued the curiosity of the surrounding players. What happened? Did you find a boss? Top Grassland animatedly gestured. A hidden mission? I triggered a hidden quest. Instantly, the players erupted in excitement, surrounding him like a pack of wild dogs, bombarding him with questions about the location. Then, Top Grassland enthusiastically recounted the events leading to this moment. I teamed up with Latikio and the monk to grind in the back mountains, and then, after hearing his chaotic narrative, the players' enthusiasm ignited. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Hostile forces. This had to be a significant plot twist. They dared to attack our goddess. We cannot let this slide. Where did these NPCs come from that dare to mess with the Starry Haven? Brothers, let us charge. We must rescue our NPCs. Come on. Let us all earn rewards together. Leading the charge, Top Grassland dashed ahead, followed by a throng of 20 to 30 players, chattering excitedly as they rushed outside the haven. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, the enigmatic Xuanji observed intently, its listening system having captured every word spoken by Top Grassland. The Holy Knight Core, Xiaoyu, is in danger. Its eyes gleamed momentarily before it retracted its charging panel, following closely behind the players. Players in the field received news of the hidden plot and began to gather in the back mountains. Some, anxious to reach the mission rewards, even resorted to self-harm to return to town quickly. Fearing they might miss out on the task, precision targeting, whoosh, boom. The trickster monk activated his skill, aiming at a knight's position. The rocket, trailing a white plume, exploded violently. Huh? They didn't die? The trickster monk scratched his head. Surprised at the NPC's quick reflexes, as he hoisted the rocket launcher, they had already begun to evade, maneuvering their vehicle to shield against the blast's aftermath while rolling to take cover behind another tree. Warning! The enemy has heavy weaponry, a knight shouted, cautioning his comrades. Seizing the moment of distraction, Latikio Jun charged forward, pulling Su Xiaoyu back. Behind them, another player, known as Maple Madman, wielding an M416 assault rifle, activated his weapon mastery skill and unleashed a barrage of fire on the knight's cover. Bang, bang, bang. A knight preparing to retaliate had his hand pierced, blood bursting forth. I hit one. They're losing health. Maple Madman shouted triumphantly as the trickster monk's rocket launcher entered cooldown. He switched to his rifle and prepared to retaliate. The intense gunfire and the pain in her abdomen momentarily restored Su Xiaoyu's clarity. With a furious swing of her arm, she nearly flung Latikio Jun away, glaring at the knights with unrestrained hatred. She retrieved her Gatling gun from her storage watch and unleashed a storm of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Latikio Jun climbed back to his feet, exclaiming, Wow, that est so fierce and cool. Simultaneously, he drew his submachine gun and activated his shooting skill. Under this torrent of firepower, the 5 knights desperately sought refuge behind their cover, unwilling to return fire. Boom. A motorcycle's fuel tank was struck, erupting into flames. Yet, the knights, seasoned by years of facing danger and possessing F-rank abilities, were far more experienced in combat than the players and Su Xiaoyu. As the players' skills entered cooldown or their ammunition depleted, the knights seized the opportunity to counterattack. The shoulders of Spicy Strip had been punctured. Yet he merely turned his head to glance, seemingly unfazed, and continued with the reloading procedure. Then, crouching down, he called out, Cover me. I'm going to bandage up. As he spoke, he rummaged through his backpack, extracting a medical kit. He administered a syringe to his chest and applied ointment to the wound. Zhou Long, in the vehicle, observed Spicy Strip's actions with a sense of admiration flickering in his eyes. Such a grievous injury. Yet he maintained his composure. At such a young age, possessing this level of fortitude, as long as he survives, he is bound to achieve greatness in the future. At that moment, he noticed a young man wielding a rocket launcher. Blood was already soaking his chest, yet he continued to fire his weapon with remarkable professionalism. Suddenly, he staggered, nearly collapsing. Damn it! When did I get shot? The trickster monk wiped the blood from his chest. It was too late to apply a medical kit now. Thus, he nonchalantly shouted, Madman, remember to help me retrieve my gear. After saying this, he fell forward. Zhou Long turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. He was still so young, yet he faced death with such tranquility. In a desperate bid to save others, he seemed oblivious to his own injury. Zhou Lung's heart was filled with a tumult of shock, admiration, compassion, and a hint of regret. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from below the mountain. Charge! Hurry! Grab the gear! Don't steal my kills! In Zhou Long's line of sight, a horde of disheveled youths, brandishing an array of weapons, rushed forward with fervor. In their eyes, he could only discern excitement, exhilaration, and surprise. This unexpectedly reminded Zhou of bandits in the wilderness, raiding with reckless abandon. The 5 knights behind the trees were taken aback. Observing the speed at which the group approached, it became clear that these individuals all possessed F-class physiques. A fierce battle erupted, only to conclude swiftly. Within less than 5 minutes, the 5 knights were overwhelmed by the fearless player horde. At the same rank, they had no chance to escape. Just as they mounted their motorcycles, they were inundated by an onslaught of grenades, rockets, and bullets. Zhou sat in the vehicle, his expression blank, utterly stunned. He had never witnessed such reckless, audacious, and fearless individuals. They charged forward, braving the bullets. Were they not afraid of death? While he was lost in thought, he saw the throng of youth swarm over, scrambling for the knight's equipment. Those who missed out wore expressions of regret, their faces filled with longing. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a mechanical figure approaching the blood-soaked, unconscious Su Xiaoyu. It lifted her and moved toward the pickup truck. A robotic intelligence, or a human-controlled mechanical warrior? Zhou speculated, his eyes filled with trepidation. The enigmatic figure approached the car window, its gaze fixed intently on Zhou, as it emitted a synthetic voice devoid of emotion. Where is Su Chen? This clearly human-like inquiry made Zhou eyes widen in shock. Why, you are an eternal? Zhou trembled as if jolted by electricity, rendered speechless for a moment. The enigmatic figure remained silent for a moment before placing Su Xiaoyu into the vehicle. Then, with one hand gripping the front bumper, it dragged the car down the mountain. Chapter 39. The dead city. Su Chen traversed through the forest, his eyes bloodshot. His sleeves were tattered from being caught by carnivorous plants, and he appeared disheveled and filthy. The sound of gunfire erupted behind him, alarmingly close. That giant lizard should be able to hold them off for a while. Estimating his chances, he forced himself to muster his dwindling energy and trudged down the mountain. He had just ventured into the territory of a mutated giant lizard, setting traps to incite a conflict with the knights. Had he not done so, he would have been captured by now. Dawn was approaching. Xiaoyu should be safe by now. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly slipped, losing his balance and tumbling down the mountainside. His numerous abrasions marred Su Chen's body as he gasped for breath. Suppressing the pain to rise to his feet. Shaking his head, he was struck by the sight before him, causing him to freeze in astonishment. Not far away, the hazy outline of a city began to materialize in the morning sunlight. Countless towering skyscrapers stood majestically, a grand spectacle. Under the early morning sun, the skyscrapers' glass facades shimmered like they had been coated in gold. Beja City, a relic of the old world. Having lived like a savage for months, witnessing such a scene was akin to a mountain dweller's first glimpse of a modern city. Su Chen was left speechless with shock. Host, there are numerous biological electromagnetic waves ahead, with some energy fluctuations extremely strong and highly dangerous. The fire seed chip's alert brought him back to his senses. Without hesitation, Su Chen swiftly made his way down the mountain path toward Beja City. Danger is relative. If he could find refuge within, he might have a chance to evade the knight's pursuit. Upon reaching the city's edge, Su Chen noticed a plethora of droppings on the ground. Without a second thought for bacteria or viruses, he smeared it on himself. Guided by the fire seed chip, he avoided areas dense with monsters and crept along the walls into an alley. The streets were littered with fallen leaves, exuding a foul stench of decay. As he drew closer, he could clearly see the building's exterior walls, grimy and pockmarked with corroded holes, with animal droppings smeared across them, giving an appearance of dirtiness. On the facades of the high buildings, mutated plants clung to the walls, sprouting from the crevices of collapsed structures. Numerous distorted birds circled overhead, their nests scattered throughout the floors. Signs of various services, foot massages, supermarkets, barbershops, adult services, grilled fish, commercial enterprises, and convenience stores, were either lying on the ground or hanging askew at doorways. While the streets were cluttered with abandoned vehicles, most reduced to mere shells, their engines and parts had been scavenged by wilderness hunters, with some blackened, decayed bones still inside. This was a dead city. Su Chen silently mused. System, locate a safe spot. Within an 800-meter radius, there are 157 mutated creatures, the closest being 100 meters from the host. Their movement trajectories are uncertain and cannot be assessed. Su Chen paused, glancing around. Not far ahead, he spotted a relatively intact low-rise building and quietly slipped inside. In such an environment, it was best not to move about carelessly. Once daylight broke and most monsters ceased their movements, he would seek a suitable location. Suddenly, the fire seed chip's synthesized voice conveyed a hint of joy. 1.8 kilometers to the host's right, low-level dark energy magnetic field detected. Su Chen's eyes flickered with interest. He furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to pursue this wave of dark particles. At the mountain slope where Su Chen had fallen, the rising sun appeared almost blinding as the white eagle squinted at the distant remnants of the old world. His team members behind him also seemed momentarily dazed. Even though they had ventured into more perilous city ruins before, each time they beheld such a scene, a sense of awe would unfailingly wash over them. What kind of world was the old world after all? This was a question lingering in every heart. White team, should we pursue? A somewhat disheveled team member inquired. In a calm tone, the White Eagle replied. The purpose of this mission was to uncover the cause of the pollution spreading in Beja City. Since we are here, we might as well take a look. The team member hesitated, without sufficient intelligence. The mutated ruins are quite dangerous, White Eagle scoffed. There are scouts ahead. What is there to fear? Someone couldn't he help but ask. White team, is it necessary to hunt that person down? White Eagle replied coldly. It was not necessary initially, but now that person must be captured, and alive at that. Glancing back, he explained softly, have you considered why he could evade my sniper shot? How could he find a suitable path through such a complex forest? This fleeing individual carried no heavy supplies, yet how many explosives did he set along the way? Where did they come from? Perhaps at first, their intelligence was not as significant, but now I suspect it is related to the mutations in the contaminated area. After explaining, White Eagle instructed in a frigid tone, check your gear and prepare to enter the city. Unless absolutely necessary, do not fire your weapons. The team members immediately sprang into action, gripping their daggers. Based on past experience, firing in the city ruins would only invite greater peril. The group maintained a respectful distance from each other, advancing swiftly while ensuring they could observe the widest range of movements. Just as they stepped onto the city streets, a sudden cacophony of gunfire erupted in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Interspersed with the anguished screams of humans, roars and howls reverberated in response. The sounds echoed throughout the ruins, triggering a chain reaction as howls erupted from all directions. The White Eagle's team quickly sought refuge in a corner, clearly observing countless figures emerging from various floors. They sprinted with incredible speed, adeptly climbing and leaping from walls to adjacent buildings, racing toward the source of the gunfire. The lifeless city was instantly animated. White team, the number of lost souls here is abnormal. A team member spoke gravely. White Eagle furrowed his brow, having noticed the same. During the cataclysm, the first batch of mutated lost souls behaved akin to beasts, preying on one another. After exterminating numerous humans, they also perished in rapid internal conflict. The subsequent generations of lost souls seemed to recognize their kind, foraging for roots, fruits, and hunting insects and beasts, yet their behaviors remained chaotic and disorderly. When starved, they would still resort to cannibalism. Until the next generation emerged, possessing tool-using capabilities, firearms, and a degree of dominance, the second-generation lost souls would arise. Also known as the hunter, generally, in the lower-tier contaminated zones of such urban ruins, the number of the lost minds should not be so abundant, unless there are sufficient resources nearby for them to prey upon. The distant gunfire, which lasted no more than a minute, swiftly fell into silence. It must be the hunters of the wilderness. Some formidable hunters indeed dare to venture into the ruins of North Zay City. For them, these ruins are akin to a gold mine. Ying, with a calm demeanor, analyzed the situation and directed his team forward, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he spotted a figure, grotesquely smeared in filth, several hundred meters away, hastily crossing the street and darting into an abandoned building while the lost minds were distracted by the gunfire. Identifying the target, he hissed, "Chase!" Ying led the charge towards Su Chen's direction. With his C-rank prowess, as long as there were no hunters present, he could easily dominate within these low-tier ruins. Chapter 40. Do not make me give you a thumbs up. This was a commerce center. Su Chen sprinted across the ground littered with shards of glass, in the already abandoned lobby on the first floor. Aside from some skeletal remains, the merchandise had been completely cleared out, evidently searched by hunters. Following the indicators from his fire seed chip, he quickly located the now powerless escalator and ran upstairs. The stairwell, two dusty, lifeless shells of intelligent robots hung with their heads drooping on their chests. Just as he reached the second floor, he spotted Ying and his team bursting through the entrance. Su Chen turned and continued his ascent. Ying's piercing gaze swept the area before pursuing him up the stairs. By the fifth floor, they cornered themselves in a somewhat enclosed space, where the wall bore the labels, male and female, accompanied by simple illustrations of a suited man and a skirted woman. The night team rushed in, and with a clatter, all raised their guns towards the imminent target. Ying sneered, planning not to escape. Su Chen slowly turned around, a smile spreading across his filthy face. Ying's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that the other held a metal-wrapped bomb. Su Chen raised his hand nonchalantly and stated, "Just a reminder, This is an NTX 057 nuclear hydraulic bomb. I've removed the delayed detonation fuse. If my finger accidentally slips, it will emit high-temperature hydraulics within 0.01 seconds, and upon contact with air, the nuclear particles will explode with a force capable of easily obliterating this building. If you are confident in escaping the blast radius within 0.01 seconds, then feel free to shoot. At the stairwell, the opposing team refrained from firing, revealing their intent to capture him alive. Hearing Su Chen's words, the night team wore expressions of suppressed anxiety. This man must be a madman. Having removed the delayed detonation fuse, he was essentially a dead man walking. Unless he intended to hold onto the bomb for life, or find a way to dismantle it, Bying squinted. His instinct screaming that the bomb in Su Chen's grasp was exceedingly perilous. An impulsive urge to flee surged within him. Are you with future technology? Bying suddenly inquired. Su Chen's face was grimy. Obscuring his expression, he refrained from answering directly and countered. Can we have a proper conversation now? It would be best if you do not attempt to subdue me. Even if my body were to freeze in an instant, I could still manage to give a thumbs up. I hope you won't compel me to do so. Bying glanced at Su Chen's darkened right hand. He holstered his pistol and raised his hand, signaling the others to redirect their weapons while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Why are you pursuing me? Su Chen asked coldly. Bying regained his composure and replied mildly, do you not find this question rather unnecessary? Su Chen nodded. Very well, then allow me to rephrase. What has become of my vehicle, or rather, the people within it? Unknown. Bying responded candidly. I dispatched 5 individuals to track them. Su Chen's expression darkened slightly. What is their strength? F rank. Genetically enhanced warriors without augmentations. Hearing this, Su Chen secretly sighed in relief. If they were merely F rank, then even if Su Xiaoyu were to struggle, she should still manage to escape safely. Now it is my turn to inquire, Bying interjected, rubbing his wrist. You were the one driving, correct? How did you evade my sniper's shot? No comment. Su Chen flatly rejected. Bying narrowed his eyes, pressing further. Along this route, where did you acquire the bomb you carry? Su Chen hesitated momentarily before removing the storage wristwatch from his right wrist and tossing it to Bying. The latter refrained from catching it. Allowing it to fall to the ground. One of the team members picked it up, scrutinizing it before handing it to Bying. This is a storage wristwatch. By touching the item to be stored, it records the microparticle data. The dial features a separate pointer that, when turned, can digitize the item. Do you see that row of squares? The illuminated ones represent storage capacity. By rotating the pointer in reverse, one can retrieve the item. After hearing Su Chen's explanation, the nearby team member retrieved a dagger and attempted the method, indeed witnessing a miraculous occurrence. At this moment, Bying's conviction deepened. The other was undoubtedly affiliated with future technology. After a brief trial, Bying returned the wristwatch to Su Chen, refusing to wear such an ambiguous artifact. Speak. What is the purpose of future technology's presence in North Zay District? Or did you instigate the anomalies occurring in North Zay District? Su Chen shook his head without hesitation. It has nothing to do with me. Had you not pursued me, I would not have come here. Bying's mind scoffed. Oh? How do you explain the resources from the ruins of Heishui Town? Su Chen shrugged. Those are resources I accumulated over a long time to trade for some food. Is that unreasonable? Seeing that the other refused to divulge any information, Bying suddenly smiled. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, then let us proceed together. He did not believe that Su Chen arrived in the urban ruins without a specific purpose. As long as he followed him, he was confident he would eventually uncover a flaw. Su Chen felt a headache coming on. However, upon further reflection, having this group of individuals as muscle might allow him to seize the dark matter energy field. Dio as you wish, but I must remind you once more. The bomb I hold has an instantaneous blast radius of 800 meters. If I come under attack, I cannot guarantee the stability of my finger. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, Bying replied, unfazed, appearing determined to follow him. Thus, the two parties descended the stairs together. The night team spread out about 10 meters away, while Bying maintained a distance of merely 2 meters behind Su Chen. As they passed the 3rd floor, Su Chen noticed several counters strewn with various electronic components. This seemed to be the digital district of the commerce center. He walked over while holding the bomb, and Bying and his team quickly followed suit. Then, Su Chen began rummaging through a pile of discarded items. With the fire seed chip's guidance, he swiftly searched a significant portion of the area, acquiring a substantial amount of electronic components that could be broken down into micro-nanoparticles. These were the essential materials for crafting storage wristwatches. Bying observed coldly, silently musing, and you claim you are not affiliated with future technology? Subsequently, both parties exited the building. By this time, daylight had risen, and most mutated creatures had returned to their nests. The desolate streets appeared eerily vacant. Following the coordinates from the fire seed chip, Su Chen headed towards the city center. Along the way, he picked up anything of use, including some relatively intact clothing from certain apparel stores. Bying couldn't help but inquire, are you here to scavenge? He simply could not comprehend the utility of those decayed garments. Su Chen, elated with his finds, paid him no mind. With a little dark particle repair, these clothes could become exquisite fashion pieces, guaranteed to incite fervent interest among players. As they passed a parking lot, Su Chen wore a look of regret. If only those vehicles could be salvaged, players would finally have a means of transportation. However, retrieving large objects from the ruins was exceedingly challenging, even for ruin hunters. They typically search for easily portable and valuable items. Only major factions like Dawn City would deploy combat teams to clear out monsters before daring to relocate substantial resources. Such items would need to undergo a series of disinfection and testing procedures upon return, as many factions within the wasteland had already begun producing these goods. Thus, large-scale items from the ruins, which required significant effort without reward, were not worth the trouble for major factions. System, having obtained the dark energy field here. Can your signal connect to the outpost of the Star Sanctuary? That will depend on the quantity of dark particles within this dark energy field. If it exceeds 1 million, after strengthening the host physique, there is a chance of connecting to the outpost. Su Chen nodded silently. During the day, gunfire frequently echoed in the ruins, mostly at the edges. Those were the ruin hunters venturing forth. As they delved deeper into the urban ruins, the density of monsters increased, while the traces of hunters searching diminished. Bai Ying's night team showcased exceptional combat prowess, exhibiting remarkable coordination and lethal close-quarters combat techniques, often resulting in instantaneous kills. At noon, Su Chen proposed a rest, taking out food for himself. Bai Ying commanded his team to replenish their supplies in turn. As they were eating, Su Chen suddenly turned to glance at a building behind them. Bai Ying reacted swiftly, following his gaze. They beheld a rigid, expressionless face peering out from a shattered second-floor window over 100 meters away, unkempt hair atop its head and an upper body draped in various tattered garments. Its pallid eyes fixated on Su Chen's group, raising an antiquated shotgun to aim at them. This was a second-generation lost mind, also referred to as a hunter. Before Su Chen could react, Bai Ying had already raised his hand with lightning speed, the elongated barrel of his sniper rifle unleashing a wave of sound. Bang! The sharp and resounding gunfire rang out. The hunter had yet to pull the trigger when its head exploded. Move! The white eagle nonchalantly slung his firearm across his back, calmly issuing commands. At that moment, gaunt faces, covered in dark hair, protruded from the surrounding high-rises, their pallid eyes collectively fixated on the direction of the gunfire. Chapter 41. Taking the white eagle to the starry sanctuary. Perhaps due to the daylight, the deranged did not pursue with relentless fervor. Under the noon sun, after Su Chen and his group fled down a street, the pursuers gradually ceased their chase, finding a concealed spot to regroup. The white eagle suddenly inquired, "How did you notice?" The recent assailant had been stealthily positioned behind Su Chen, and even the white eagle could not guarantee timely detection. Su Chen chuckled. Guess. He shook his wrist, exclaiming, "Ah, my fingers are a bit numb from holding the bomb for too long." The white eagle's eye twitched, and he turned away. As evening fell, the white eagle cautioned, "Once night falls, those creatures will not remain docile in their lairs." Su Chen nodded and pointed to an inconspicuous building not far around the corner. "Let us take a rest here." The white eagle raised his gaze, observing a metal plaque at the entrance. Its indented letters barely discernible. Infectious Disease Control Center. He did not decline and discreetly signaled his team to heighten their vigilance. "Is the system located here?" "Yes, a strong fluctuation of dark particles has been detected. This outpost possesses significantly higher dark energy than the Starry Sanctuary." "Are there monsters inside?" "There are indeed bioelectric signals, but curiously, the signals are weak despite the strong energy fluctuations. Host, exercise caution." After a brief hesitation, Su Chen voiced a warning. "The entities inside may be difficult to deal with. Remain alert." The white eagle's eyes turned a pale yellow as he waved his hand forward, leading the way upon entering the courtyard. The ground was unusually damp. Just like the resurrection square of the Starry Sanctuary, not a blade of grass grew within. The moment they stepped into the building, Su Chen sensed a familiar fluctuation of dark particles. Dark matter energy extraction in progress. The prompt from the ignition chip echoed in his mind, instantly alleviating his tension. Noticing Su Chen standing motionless, the white eagle also halted, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Drip! A drop of murky slime fell from the building's roof, landing on a knight's helmet. Sizzle! The faint sound of corrosion was alarmingly clear. The man instinctively looked up, his face contorting in terror. A monster. The white eagle swiftly aimed his weapon at the top of the building and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Pop, pop, pop. The bullet struck the structure but did not shatter any concrete. Instead, it was as if they had hit a mass of putrid flesh, splattering dark, viscous fluid. A ghastly, unpleasant low-frequency roar resounded, and to everyone's astonishment, the building seemed to come alive. During this transformation, its color rapidly shifted, and 2 seconds later, they finally discerned the creature's true form. It was a monstrous entity resembling an octopus, adorned with dozens of tentacles. Clinging to the top of the structure, its camouflage failed under gunfire, revealing its grotesque visage. Slippery tentacles, dotted with crimson suckers, descended like lightning towards Su Chen and his group. Retreat. The white eagle barked, quickly emptying the bullets from his handgun and drawing a short blade from his waist. With a powerful flick, the blade extended over a meter long. He leaped forward, aiming to sever one of the creature's tentacles. The other team members retreated while firing rapidly. Two among them were swept up by the tentacles, which coiled tightly around them. The crimson sucker's undersides revealed a mass of sharp teeth, gnashing at their flesh. With a swift motion, the white eagle severed one tentacle and forcefully pulled a teammate from its grasp. Tossing him outside the courtyard. In the face of such a large monstrosity, close combat clearly proved more effective than firearms. As a tentacle swept towards him, Su Chen rolled into a corner, carefully maintaining stability in his hands. System, how long until completion? 89-93. Dark particle extraction successful. Upon hearing the prompt, Su Chen clutched the bomb to his chest and sprinted towards the courtyard's exit. During this escape, he witnessed the white eagle skillfully dismantling the tentacles that threatened him. If not for the burden of his teammates, Su Chen felt confident that the white eagle could single-handedly vanquish this creature. Judging by the creature's energy fluctuations, it was roughly at the C-tier strength. However, such a creature should not have appeared in low-tier ruins. Having extracted all injured teammates from the courtyard, the white eagle was ready to eliminate the monster when suddenly, everyone was struck by a violent auditory assault. Including the white eagle, all members clutched their heads in agony, writhing on the ground in torment. Despite the absence of any discernible sound, it felt as if an ultra-powerful sonar transmitter was releasing sound waves. Although Su Chen was less affected, he still experienced severe tinnitus and dizziness. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Su Chen elbowed his ears, straining to glance back. A girl with deep blue hair, clad in a white dress, strolled leisurely down the street. As she passed Su Chen, her crystalline high heels halted, and her dark eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I is it you? What a peculiar fellow. What you're holding is quite dangerous. Do hold tightly." A charming smile graced her doll-like face, revealing two shallow dimples, before she continued towards the courtyard. The once rampaging octopus creature now lay prostrate on the ground, its body secreting copious amounts of slime, its tentacles quivering uncontrollably. Beneath its massive head, a pool of pitch-black liquid oozed forth. "What a little darling, hand over the transplant sample, and I want to kill you." The octopus monster seemed to comprehend the girl's words, its colossal head beginning to writhe, revealing a greenish test tube as thick as an arm. Resembling a tentacle, it voluntarily coiled its tentacles around the tube and pulled forcefully upwards. This action appeared to cause the octopus creature immense pain, making it tremble even more violently. After extracting the test tube, blood gushed from its head, and its trembling tentacles extended the tube towards the girl. The girl seemed somewhat repulsed by the filth covering the tube, extending a finger to gently flick it. As the slime slid off the test tube, she accepted it. Turning around, she glanced at the white eagle, who was still struggling to draw his weapon. With a dismissive pout, she remarked, "Is little eagle about to get angry? Well, I must be off. No time to play with you all. Goodbye." With that, she strolled leisurely out of the courtyard. The moment she vanished around the street corner, the sonic assault abruptly ceased. The octopus monster, as if driven mad, fled frantically in the opposite direction from the girl, disregarding the night team members who lay helpless on the ground. Moments later, the white eagle and the others gradually rose from the ground. The night team members' faces were pale, still bearing remnants of terror. Su Chen gripped the bomb tightly, unable to contain his curiosity. "Who on earth is she?" The white eagle brushed aside his bangs, his ears still ringing. However, he seemed to grasp Su Chen's inquiry. With a stoic expression, he replied, "A lunatic from Genesis Biology." "Genesis Biology?" Su Chen echoed the name. The white eagle then questioned, "Is this the cause of the mutations in Bi City?" Su Chen sighed. "It seems so." The white eagle, somewhat reluctant, fixed his gaze on Su Chen and declared, "You may have to accompany me." The fact that the items were taken by individuals from Genesis Biology signified the mission's failure. Having obtained not a shred of useful information was unacceptable to the white eagle. The commandants of the Holy Knight Order would undoubtedly exploit this failure at the command meeting. This setback could potentially place the Holy Knight Order in a disadvantageous position in the future, considering the proximity of their respective territories. If they could capture a person from future technology, they might uncover the underlying secrets, as Su Chen had already secured the dark particles. Moreover, with such an outpost established in Bi City, he was contemplating an escape. At that moment, the ignition chip chimed in. "Host, you have currently acquired 980,000 dark particles. If you utilize the dark particles to enhance your genetic makeup, The coverage could reach up to 120 kilometers, fully connecting to the Starry Sanctuary outpost. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After feigning hesitation, he said to the White Eagle, "Actually, I know of a rather peculiar location. It lies towards Lionheart Town, where there exists a sanctuary with individuals exhibiting bizarre behavior. I dare not approach, however. I am certain that the secrets hidden within are no less significant than those in Bi's city. Even if it leads to my demise, I at least wish to glimpse what lies within." The White Eagle scrutinized him intently. He understood Su Chen's intentions to exploit him. Yet, judging by his tone, it seemed that forcibly taking him away would be futile. Those from Future Technology were all fervent in their obsession with technological research. After much contemplation, the White Eagle coldly stated, "Lead the way." Su Chen turned and allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. That moment, he sensed the signal from the Starry Sanctuary in his mind. Chapter 42. Testing Activities, Rescuing the Leader. Retracing their steps along the cleared path was considerably faster than their entry into the city. Before darkness fell, Su Chen and his group departed from Bi's city. Looking back at the remnants of the old world under the twilight, vast and desolate, the last rays of sunlight glimmered off the glass of the buildings, reminiscent of flames consuming all roar. As night descended, the monsters emerged from their lairs. Once a thriving human metropolis, it had transformed into a paradise for monsters. Shifting his gaze, Su Chen noticed that the White Eagle and the others appeared somewhat dazed. "Let us find a place to replenish our strength. Lionheart Town is not far, and we should arrive before dawn." Su Chen spoke up, leading the way ahead. After traveling a considerable distance from Beija City, Bai Ying instructed his team to remain vigilant, ignite a bonfire, and take turns dining. The nightly members displayed commendable discipline, scanning their surroundings, ensuring none ventured beyond the glow of the firelight. Su Chen lowered his head, ostensibly engaged in his meal, yet his mind was already connected to the Blue Star Network. Accessing the long-awaited official forum, a surge of joy filled his heart. He promptly perused the forum, and indeed, found the desired information in a trending post. Shocking! I triggered a hidden quest. The mysterious girl in the game turns out to be a quintessential clickbait title. Su Chen hastily clicked to delve deeper. I was on the grassland, having pulled an all-nighter last night, still slightly dizzy from gaming, so I posted this thread for you all to read at your convenience. The situation unfolded like this. Just as I was preparing to log off this morning, I encountered a few big shots, Monk, Spicy Strips, and Madman. Initially, I declined their invitation to explore the back mountain, but their gear was simply too impressive. Thus, I took a liver-protecting supplement and continued to team up with them for some resource gathering. My intention was merely to fish for experience points, but unforeseen events occurred. The post elaborated on the sequence of events in detail. Upon reaching this point, Su Chen finally felt at ease. Given the D-rank genetic warrior's strength, as long as he wasn't shot in a vital area, combined with Xuanzi's demeanor, Xiao Yu should be fine. His mood instantly lightened. He continued reading, and so it was that I charged in too recklessly, dying twice without even retrieving my gear. The beasts involved in this escapade. If you possess even a shred of conscience, come to the Resurrection Plaza and contribute some energy points to mend my injured liver. Furthermore, this triggered plotline should be related to the upcoming version update. Judging by those NPCs riding motorcycles, it likely pertains to a storyline involving hostile factions. Also, that new disabled NPC seems rather dull-witted. As he refuses to speak no matter how many questions are posed, he appears to be merely a tool. Alright, I feel as though I might collapse from exhaustion. I'm off to sleep. If the version updates, do remember to call me at 138XXX. Su Chen was secretly astonished by the analytical prowess of these players. However, Zhou. He momentarily envisioned Zhou being ruthlessly surrounded by a group of players. Coupled with the bizarre antics of these absurd players, causing Su Chen to feel a twinge of concern, fearing he might not withstand the shock and develop some sort of mental affliction. After all, as an immortal, Xuanzi had been pushed to the brink of crashing multiple times. Viewing posts without commenting is akin to not reading them at all, so Su Chen continued scrolling through the responses. UC Shock Department, here, come to headquarters tomorrow. The monthly salary is 1800. Jin Yen of Shaowan. Tisk TSK. This ID has a story. Bao Di. What the hell, you don't think to go to the hospital for a procedure? Get a metal liver? Jin Bingo Z. Joining the big shot team and still dying twice. You truly embody the essence of tragedy. Gue Shu Yao Song. Green Hat. Did you steal my strategy? Emo de Ganqing's kill. Sigh. I managed to snag a helmet, but it has no attribute display. Probably needs appraisal. Heartbroken. I found a motorcycle, but it's damaged. Asking the experts, who can repair a motorcycle? ILL reward 100 energy points. Energetic girl Zhu Ganglai. Hey, do you have fuel to go with it? Only you don't understand. Envious of the big shots from the first test. I live off your posts daily. Tian Shi. Official. Did you see this? My roommate has developed epilepsy from not being able to play End of the World Ruins and has been sent to a mental hospital. The doctor suggested he play games 24 hours a day to possibly regain normalcy. Reincarnation Overseer. Can someone tell me what just happened? Can you drive in this game? Broken space-time. Is that vehicle you mentioned legitimate? What are you laughing at? Buying scrutinized Su Chen suspiciously. Having heard the latter chuckling quietly to himself, Su Chen mentally exited the official website, lifting his head to say, I just thought of something delightful. What is it? Someone gave me a one-click triple combo. A one-click triple combo? What sort of sword technique is that? Buying appeared perplexed. Su Chen ignored him. Returning his gaze to the ground, a nearby teammate pointed at his head and whispered, By team? Could he have been contaminated? Is something wrong here? Buying furrowed his brows, glancing at the bomb in Su Chen's hand, hesitating whether to distance himself from this ticking time bomb. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and remarked, It's fine. Most individuals from future tech tend to be a bit neurotic, he added. Perhaps he's feigning madness to scare us away. Seeing Su Chen hold the bomb rather tightly eased his worries slightly. Meanwhile, Su Chen once more lowered his head, beginning to compose an announcement on the official website. Moments later, all nightly team members had taken their turns resting. Buying urged Su Chen, and the two parties resumed their journey. Starry Haven, Class Transfer Hall Laboratory. Su Xiaoyu lay on the examination table, her eyes vacant, with clear tear stains at the corners. She had awakened a few hours ago. Xuanzi had already treated her wounds. Yet she appeared as if her soul had departed, uttering not a single word. The immortal, long devoid of human emotion, stood before the examination table, uncertain how to proceed. After a lengthy silence, Xuanzi turned to leave. Intending to inquire with Zhou Long for any clues in the class transfer hall, a pickup truck was parked at the entrance. Zhou Long remained bound to the vehicle, his expression one of confusion. As though his worldview had been shattered, for a moment, he had yet to complete his psychological reconstruction, resulting in a dazed state. In his mind, two faces replayed incessantly. The two young men who had died from gunshots had, not long ago, appeared vividly before him. They had spoken to him with unusual enthusiasm. Uncle, I saved you. Could you give me a quest? Uncle, why aren't you speaking? Why the silence? Damn. This disabled person is also mute? Truly tragic. From their tone and attire, Zhou Long could ascertain they were neither twins nor mechanical beings. They were human, people who had perished right before his eyes. Yet, they had inexplicably returned to life. Just hours ago, Zhou Long had been besieged by players, bombarded with questions. His mind swirling, he felt as if a barrage of questions should be plastered on his forehead. Who am I? Where am I? Is this still the world I know? Xuanzi exited the door, a blue light scanning Zhou Long. The mechanical brain shook. Consciousness has suffered a shock. Thought processes are temporarily suspended. Just then, he saw the strange individuals outside suddenly pause collectively for 2 to 3 seconds. Then, without warning, they abandoned their tasks and bolted out like rabid dogs, shouting incoherently. Xuanzi keenly sensed that something was amiss. It strode forward, blocking one of the players. Dong. The player, caught off guard, collided with Xuanzi's mechanical thigh, leaving a significant dent in his head. What the hell? Can't you watch where you're walking? Xuanzi unsheathed the particle battle blade. Protect the nation's boy, immediately caved, saying, Mentor, let's talk. There's no need for weapons. That's inappropriate. What happened? Where are you all headed? To participate in an event. What event? What the hell? Is this NPC interaction mechanism really that impressive? Xuanzi raised the battle blade. Stop, I'm saying it's the Rescue the Leader quest event. Moments ago, at the Resurrection Plaza, Protect the Nation's boy was laboriously hauling bricks when suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. Ding. Due to a player triggering a hidden quest, a large-scale server testing event, Rescue the Leader, has commenced. For details, please visit the official website for announcements. Those nearby exclaimed, Oh, I received a system notification, I got one too. Should we participate in the event? TCH, events like this usually offer no rewards. Don't even think about delaying my brick hauling. Ding. Players participating in the event will each receive 648 energy points and have a chance to obtain event costumes and elite purple gear. Clap charge. Nobody stop me. I'm off to rescue the leader. Energy points are inconsequential. The main goal is to rescue the leader. After hearing Protect the Nation's boy's words, Xuanzi stepped aside. The robot was not one to adhere to martial ethics. Protect the Nation's boy muttered something, rushing out with a head full of blood. Just as Xuanzi intended to inform Su Xiaoyu, he noticed that the pickup truck in the class transfer hall had already started. Su Xiaoyu's eyes reddened as she drove out at full speed. Simultaneously, in the trading hall, Xiao Jia, Xiao Huang, and the robust mechanical leg strode purposefully towards the shelter's exit. The sound of energizing mechanisms resonated. As Xuanzi's former avatar, he was acutely aware this was the sound of the weapons module program loading. Xuanzi gazed blankly at the empty shelter. After pondering for a few seconds, he took out Taoist notes and recorded. It has been confirmed that leader Su Chen has some secret connection with the oddities of Starry Haven. It may be akin to a radio wave. I should seize the opportunity to pry open one of the oddities' heads to check for a receiving device. Starry Haven may potentially engage in combat with the Holy Knight Order. In the absence of the Holy Knight joining the fray, the outcome with just my two bodies is undoubtedly predictable. Apologies, that was my former body, now usurped by Su Chen. I must now head to the scene of the incident, crossed out, combat to observe Su Chen's circumstances. Furthermore, according to our agreement, he still owes me 13 barrels of unified lubricant. Remember to remind him about it. Stowing away the manuscript, Zhuangzizi activated the machinery and sprinted forward, swiftly giving chase. However, after a short while, he was compelled to halt. The absence of daytime charging had rendered his kinetic energy somewhat deficient. Chapter 43. Player versus the Paladin Order just north of Lionheart Town, a few hundred meters away. Members of the Knightly Order, each gripping a rifle with a spotlight affixed to the lower end of the barrel, stood vigilant against the potential monsters lurking in every direction. Along their journey, they had already encountered dozens of attacks. Traversing the contaminated area at night proved to be an exceedingly exhausting endeavor. Stop, Buying suddenly raised his hand. All team members immediately obeyed, coming to a halt. What is it? We are almost at Lionheart Town. Su Chen feigned ignorance. At this moment, Bai Ying's pupils narrowed to the size of pinheads, as though he had detected movement from an extreme distance. There is an ambush ahead. Where? I can't see anything. Su Chen craned his neck, attempting to catch a glimpse. Bai Ying ignored him, coldly commanding, "Prepare for battle." Several team members quickly rearranged themselves, with Bai Ying leading the way. Rifles aimed forward as they advanced cautiously. Since the players were unable to venture too far beyond Lionheart Town, he had emphasized in the activity announcement not to exceed the town's periphery. Within 300 meters of Lionheart Town, Bai Ying raised his sniper rifle, and with a bang, a player digging a rat hole at the corner of a dilapidated building met an immediate demise. The gunshot echoed like a signal flare. Instantly, Lionheart Town erupted into chaos. Damn. The event has begun. I see it. Right ahead, there's a flashlight. They're equipped just like those on motorcycles. They must be hostile forces. Charge! Crush them! Dozens of players emerged from various corners, their frenzied assault matching that of the Lost Souls. In a crumbling building behind Lionheart Town, 3 mechanical entities and Su Xiaoyu observed the unfolding scene. She was unaware of Su Chen's location and could only follow the player's movements. Please do not act impulsively. We must not disrupt the leader's plan. Xiao Jia's electronic voice cautioned, while Su Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with anxiety and concern. Zhuangzizi also advised calmly, we still do not know the leader's position. He may be hiding. If you recklessly reveal yourself, it could expose him to danger or provoke the enemies into action. Su Xiaoyu glanced at Xiao Jia and nodded. I understand. My brother has his own strategies, but he must not come to harm. Bai Ying retracted his sniper rifle, firing a few rounds to eliminate several players. He turned to Su Chen and inquired, is this the peculiar individual you mentioned? Su Chen hastily nodded. Yes. Bai Ying replied nonchalantly, just a group of brutes. They are likely desperate pawns trained by some gathering point leader. He perceived their attacks as utterly chaotic, akin to living targets that a volley from several team members swiftly dispatched half of the players. The remaining players continued their reckless advance, undeterred by death. Su Chen vigorously shook his head. No, no, no. I refuse to seek death. Furthermore, with bullets flying everywhere, if I get hit, we shall all meet our maker. Maker? Bai Ying shot him a puzzled glance. Isn't that the faith of the intelligent mechanized realm? When did you shift your allegiance to future technology? Su Chen continued to shake his head, insisting, I will not go. Bai Ying warned, you had better not attempt to flee. At this distance, I do not believe you can evade my sniper fire, Su Chen retorted. At this range, if I explode, you all will meet your end too. Without further ado, Bai Ying signaled for the team to advance. He believed that with Su Chen wielding a bomb, he effectively had one hand tied behind his back, rendering him incapable of fleeing far. Most players were quickly dealt with, returning to respawn. These foolish players, once caught up in the moment, fired at anyone they SAW. To avoid triggering their own protective mechanisms and causing themselves to self-destruct. Su Chen kept his distance while seizing the opportunity to let the fire seed chip control Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia. Suddenly, a series of rocket trails appeared in the distance, 7 or 8 of them. The Knightly members evaded while raising their rifles to intercept. The moment the rocket launcher fired, Bai Ying aimed and fired 3 shots, all hitting their mark. The rockets exploded in a dazzling display of fireworks. Only 2 landed, injuring 1 Knightly member. By team, something's amiss. One member exclaimed in alarm, these people have no bodies. Bai Ying turned sharply, realizing that the dozens he had just slain had mysteriously vanished. The ground was left with nothing but a layer of dust and some leather helmets. No bodies to be found. This bizarre scene sent chills down his spine. Now he began to comprehend Su Chen's words. Ladieo, bring out my Italian cannon. The trickster monk shouted from behind a wall. Ladieo and a few other players struggled to maneuver an anti-tank, self-propelled howitzer against the wall. Monk, are you out of your mind? Why purchase this thing? The trickster monk scratched his head. I surmise there will certainly be monster siege activities in the future. I am merely preparing in advance. Now hold your ground. I am about to unleash a skill. Precision guidance, whoosh. The trickster monk activated the launcher. A fierce jet of flame ignited as a small artillery shell shot skyward, spiraling toward Bai Ying with intent to strike. Damn it, Bai Ying's expression shifted. He could not fathom where such heavy weaponry had come from in this remote refuge. The spinning shell could not be intercepted with precision, and the knightly members scrambled for cover. Boom! A violent explosion rocked the area, sending everyone flying. Oh yeah, we hit it! The trickster monk exclaimed, exhilarated. Yet, no one responded. Turning around, he saw Ladieo and 3 other players charred to cinders from the intense recoil of the launcher. Even their discarded leather armor was destroyed. Damn, what a loss! The trickster monk's expression darkened. Each missile cost 500 energy points, and compensating for Ladieo's equipment losses meant the activity rewards wouldn't even cover his expenses. Cough, cough, Bai Ying rose from behind a low stone barrier. The acrid smoke stung his throat, prompting a few involuntary coughs. He glanced at his subordinates, most of whom were injured, 2 of them with severed limbs. Only 3 could still maintain combat effectiveness. Had it not been for their genetic enhancements, they would have perished from that single shell, just as Bai Ying prepared to use his sniper rifle to eliminate the one launching grenades. He suddenly displayed a look of astonishment in his pale yellow eyes. You're a charge. The group that had just been wiped out bizarrely reappeared behind Lionheart Town, chanting incomprehensible slogans as they surged forward. Bai Ying distinctly remembered the faces of several he had just slain mere moments ago. Now they stood alive again. This was beyond Bai Ying's comprehension. Faced with the unknown and eerie situation, Bai Ying immediately issued the command. Retreat? Quickly! The physical prowess of F-tier players was remarkably superior, allowing them to run much faster than the lost souls. They charged forward heedlessly, not seeking cover, heads held high. All knightly members felt a surge of dread. They had never encountered such a scenario. This group seemed utterly deranged, showing no fear of death whatsoever. Had they not heard the chants, they might have mistaken them for mutated lost souls. Could it be that a new breed of mutated lost souls had emerged? Bai Ying had no time for further contemplation, hoisting the injured members as they frantically fled. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat, bullets rained down upon them. The angles of fire were alarmingly precise. Instantly, 3 members fell to the ground, shot. Xiao Wu, Bai Ying roared, ready to draw his weapon in retaliation. One member grasped him tightly, blood seeping from his mouth and nose as he rasped. Bai team, run! Bai Ying's eyes reddened as he fired off rounds, emptying his magazine. With a fierce shake of his head, he dashed away on his own. Hidden in the corner, Su Chen, seeing Bai Ying about to escape, immediately thought, system, send him a firework. Received. In a corner of the dilapidated building. Upon receiving Su Chen's command, Xiao Huang emerged from his hiding spot and sprinted forth. The weapon module hummed with energy, and its arms converged, transforming into a stout cannon through the intricate meshing of mechanical gears. The mechanical legs propelled it upward, and the thermal imaging system activated, creating a precise targeting box around Bai Ying's body. Beep beep beep, the thermal projectile locked on, and the box turned red in an instant. Boom. At the apex of its leap, the cannon roared to life. The recoil sent Xiao Huang plummeting downward. Yes, it landed. The cannon swiftly morphed back into an arm, bending down to brace itself against the ground, smashing into the earth and sending a cloud of dust into the air. Meanwhile, the artillery shell raced toward Bai Ying, trailing a white flame. In a life-or-death moment, Bai Ying suddenly froze, standing still as if welcoming death for a second. Then, as the shell descended toward his feet, he unleashed an inhuman burst of speed. Sidestepping 3 meters just in time, boom. A deafening explosion erupted. Bai Ying was hurled like a kite severed from its string, soaring dozens of meters into the air, blood raining down as he fell, leaving his fate uncertain in the distance. Xiao Huang's sudden appearance astonished the players. Witnessing Xiao Huang's display of skill, they erupted in admiration. So cool. Wow. Is this what a mech looks like? I'm in love. By the way, what's this NPC doing stealing the mission? Has the task been completed? Where's the leader? Damn. Did that foolish monk just kill the leader? I hope we haven't failed the mission and lost our rewards. System, let little Huang go check if he is dead. After the remaining knights were mercilessly shot down by the players, Su Chen finally emerged from his hiding spot. Following the command, little Huang made his way toward the direction where the white eagle had fallen. Upon arrival, he discovered nothing but a pool of blood. Is he still alive? Su Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Seeing the white eagle struck by a grenade, he had assumed the opponent was surely dead. It appears he had underestimated the strength of a C-rank powerhouse. He was injured and unable to flee far. Little Huang must pursue him. He needs to be eliminated. Su Chen issued the command. The fire seed chip alerted him. The opponent possesses a counter-tracking device. Thermal imaging has failed, and pursuing too far would deplete a significant amount of Little Huang's energy. Does the host wish to continue the chase? Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then decided against it. Let Little Huang return. He currently cannot procure energy for the Immortal's body. If the energy block runs out, replenishing it would require a substantial amount of biological crystals, which Su Chen cannot afford at this time. Moreover, those two B-rank bodies are the highest protection of the Starry Sanctuary. They also serve as NPCs for the Sanctuary. He cannot waste time daily charging them with solar energy. This was precisely why Su Chen had refrained from deploying Little Huang and Little Jia initially. The energy in the weapon modules diminishes with each use and is challenging to replenish. If tasks can be handled by the players, there is no need to squander resources. In the jungle, the white eagle was coughing blood and fleeing frantically, his back torn and charred. His mind was a chaotic mess. Unable to maintain composure, with only one thought driving him. Escape. An immortal. A B-rank immortal at that. The white eagle never anticipated that in such a remote location, an immortal still lurked. He dared not look back. Uncertain if he would survive the escape from the BI's district. Pulling out a silver syringe from the compartment of his combat suit, he injected himself with a high concentration of adrenaline. Forcing himself to escape. At the chest area, his combat suit held a thin counter-tracking device, emitting a beeping sound. Chapter 44, Warrior, I have high hopes for you. The chaotic battle came to an end. Aside from the fleeing white eagle, the Starry Sanctuary achieved a resounding victory. Su Chen stepped out from the shadows and announced to all players, "Congratulations! The event test mission has been completed. Reward, 648 energy points." The players who received the notification cheered exuberantly. Nice. The event reward is more than I've earned in 2 days of grinding. How delightful. If only the leader could be kidnapped a few more times. And more events would come our way. What about the costumes? Did anyone receive a costume reward? Not me, I didn't either. Perhaps it's because Huang Yaoshe participated in the battle and one got away, resulting in a lower mission completion rate. Damn it, who took the equipment? The players gathered together, excitedly discussing. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu rushed over, ready to leap into Su Chen's arms. Wait, don't come over. Su Chen quickly dodged, indicating that he still had a bomb in hand. With tear-filled eyes, Su Xiaoyu raised her fist in frustration, then gently brought it down, striking Su Chen twice. Brother, you must never deceive me again. Su Chen raised his right hand, using his left to ruffle her hair and wipe away her tears, jokingly saying, "With your intelligence, how could I possibly deceive you? All right, see, I'm fine. Stop crying." After a considerable amount of coaxing, Su Xiaoyu finally ceased her tears. Looking up, she noticed a group of players watching them with keen interest, discussing amongst themselves. The mysterious girl is actually the leader's sister. Can you date NPCs in this game? I want to be the leader's brother-in-law. My mother always said my stomach isn't good. I can't eat tough things. Hey, has the cutscene ended? Can we trigger a quest? Su Chen ignored the group of foolish players and turned to Xuanzi, asking, "Where is Zhou Long? Is he settled in the sanctuary?" Su Xiaoyu's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, "Oh no, I left him in the car." After saying this, the group quickly dashed toward the back of Lionheart Town. At that moment, Zhou Long sat in the car, expressionless as he gazed out the window at a deranged individual. The car door was rattling from the impact. The deranged individual outside was howling violently. A few hours prior, in her eagerness to rescue her brother, Su Xiaoyu had driven out without a thought for Zhou Long's condition. Upon arriving at Lionheart Town, she abandoned the vehicle and left. Zhou Long felt a flicker of gratitude that Su Xiaoyu had at least closed the door. In the dark, silent night, Zhou Long found himself solitary and bound in the car. Soon, the distant sound of explosions jolted him back to reality. But upon seeing his surroundings, he fell into deep contemplation. Who am I? Where am I? Perhaps the sound of explosions attracted the nearby monsters, as one deranged individual noticed the person inside the car and began to roar outside the door. In the past, Zhou Long would have felt a twinge of nervousness in the face of a deranged individual, but at this moment, he was exceedingly calm. Haha, it's all fake. Everything is fake. The dead have come back to life. Haha, haha. This world is all an illusion. Let it be destroyed. I'm tired. His gaze, devoid of focus, stared at the deranged individual outside the window, occasionally muttering incoherent phrases. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the deranged individual was shot in the head, blood splattering against the glass. Zhou Long jolted, slightly regaining his senses. The car door swung open, and Su Xiaoyu sheepishly said, "Sorry." Uncle, I forgot about you. Su Chen approached and asked, is old Zhou all right? Just as Zhou Long was about to respond, he spotted 3 towering immortal bodies stepping forward behind Su Chen, followed by a group of young people holding torches and chattering excitedly. Zhou Long could only manage a slight smirk, his nerves unraveling as he rolled his eyes and fainted. Huh? Su Chen stepped forward and patted his face. Old Zhou? What is going on with him? Xuanzi intended to scan with his eyes, activating the device, only to find it nearly out of power. Nearby, little Huang's blue light swept across, then replied. Consciousness in chaos, internal organs contaminated and corroded, wounds show severe signs of pollution. Never mind, let us take him back for treatment, Su Chen stated, and little Jia moved forward to drag the car away. Surrounded by players, Su Chen and his group made their way back. Along the way, he briefly recounted his experiences, omitting the perilous details. Brother, what will you do about that bomb? Su Xiaoyu frowned, glancing at his obsidian-colored hand. Xuanzi interjected. The best course of action is to seal the hand and the bomb tightly. Amputate the hand and remove the bomb. Su Chen disregarded this suggestion. Amputating his hand was out of the question. He had no desire to become disabled. Just as he pondered how to resolve the situation, suddenly a player approached, sneakingly asking, Leader, do you have a mission? Su Chen's eyes lit up, his expression turning serious. Indeed. Head-topped prairie? The excited player quivered in delight. Damn, there really is a mission. I am about to strike it rich. Haha. Su Chen handed the bomb in his right hand to him, saying, there are some ores that need to be excavated at the rear mountain of the sanctuary, but the task of mountain blasting is extremely perilous. Brave survivor, are you willing to take the bomb and venture to open the mine? The player nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Yes? Yes, ding dong, special mission. Take the bomb and blast open the mine at the rear mountain of the starry sanctuary. Mission reward, 300 energy points. Accept decline. He immediately clicked accept. Then he saw the leader looking at him with appreciation, saying, very good, warrior, I have high hopes for you. As he spoke, the leader took his hand and pressed it against the bomb in his right hand, his expression unusually serious. This bomb is extremely dangerous. You must hold it firmly. Crack, crack. The player looked at his deformed hand and could not help but exclaim, Leader, I think you might have broken my bones. Is that so? No worries, don't mind the details. Carefully transferring the bomb to the player's left hand, he tightly bound it with a layer of gauze. Su Chen was still not at ease. He instructed little Huang to step forward and spray a stream of extreme cold air onto the player's left hand. Hiss, watching as the hand froze solid, unable to move an inch, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and flexed his somewhat stiff right hand, saying, let us set off, warrior. Then, little Huang lifted the player and swiftly dashed toward the rear mountain. My goodness, my hand is frozen solid. How am I supposed to throw the bomb? The player was utterly bewildered, feeling that something was amiss. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Su Chen monitored little Huang's movements through the fire seed chip. They had reached 8 kilometers away. Still a bit close. Let us go a bit farther. Little Huang continued running until they reached the boundary where players disconnected, then set the player down without looking back and sprinted back. Huh? What the hell? Huang Yaoshi, why are you running so fast? Is this really the task location? The player stood in a dark valley, surrounded by pitch blackness. He glanced at his frozen hand and cursed. What a ridiculous task. If we're blasting the mountain, just blast it. Why freeze my hand? Placing his left hand against a rock wall, he picked up a stone and smashed it forcefully against his frozen hand. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted in the valley. The surrounding mountains trembled, and a multitude of debris was sent flying. The mountain closest to the explosion's center had its base collapse, revealing a dark cave. A foul stench wafted from within. Inside the cave, clusters of crimson light appeared. Upon closer inspection, the red dots moved irregularly. Such a scene would surely send anyone with a fear of clusters into a state of panic. Squeak! A cacophony of discordant sounds emanated from the hole. Chapter 45. Cautious development. Avoid recklessness. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated from the back mountain, audible even within the sanctuary. Players looked up in astonishment. What the heck? Is that thunder? Is it going to rain? Speaking of which, the game's scenery is indeed remarkably realistic. I wonder how the rain effect will be. It truly feels like rain is imminent. And I can sense it. After all, I possess extraordinary abilities. What? Did you receive a hidden quest? Or perhaps you've unlocked a hidden class? No, it's just that when I was a mischievous child, my father broke my leg, and ever since, I experience aching in my leg whenever it rains. Damn, you've been shot in the thigh. A bewildered individual emerged from the resurrection point, only to be notified by the system that the task had been completed and the rewards distributed. Though he sensed something was amiss, the energy points were now his, and he contemplated enhancing his weapons once more. After handing Zhou Leng over to Xuanji for treatment, Su Chen drove the pickup truck back home. From a distance, he was astonished to see that his modest apartment had collapsed. There were numerous gaping holes at the corners. Who the hell did this? Su Chen shouted angrily. The fire seed chip in his mind responded. Data feedback received from Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia indicates that players excavating insects caused the building's collapse. Su Chen was left with a dark expression. With no other option, he found a nearby house and temporarily moved in with Su Xiaoyu. Some supplies from the pickup had spilled during the bumpy ride, and the siblings cautiously carried the food into their new dwelling. After tidying up the house, washing up, and preparing a meal of pork-canned food with rice, both enjoyed the meal immensely. Aside from the bowl of chili oil noodles they had in Blackwater Town, this was their best meal yet. Looking at the substantial pile of food in the corner, Su Chen felt that the adventures of the past few days were worthwhile. However, upon reflection, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. The wasteland was fraught with danger. Hunters, bandit groups, the formidable White Eagle paladins, and that mysterious blue-haired girl, all felt far more perilous than the monsters in the contaminated zones. After witnessing the shocking scenes in Blackwater Town and Bi City, he deeply realized that the sanctuary's current defensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. Su Chen resolved to refrain from leaving the sanctuary whenever possible and to diligently manage his little piece of land. Build high walls, accumulate grain, and slowly claim kingship in simpler terms. Be cautious and develop steadily. Su Xiaoyu had yet to recover from her injuries and had consumed a significant amount of energy over the past few days, falling into a deep slumber after dinner. Meanwhile, Su Chen began contemplating how to construct the sanctuary. First, he checked the balance of dark particles, which remained at over 1.08 million. Previously, he had acquired 980,000 in Bi City and spent 100,000 dark particles to enhance his entire right arm's genes. After returning to the Star Sanctuary, coupled with the contributions from players during this time, the dark particles had surpassed a million. System. What do you think about summoning more players now? Su Chen inquired after some thought. The fire seed chip replied, that is feasible. However, the sanctuary's capacity is currently insufficient. The host may first expand the base's area before proceeding with the summoning. Indeed, Su Chen considered the destructive potential of these foolish players. If there were too many, he might struggle to manage them. Opening the construction panel and browsing through it for a while, he eventually selected a Disaster Type 2 Fortress Blueprint. Price, 300,000 dark particles. This was merely the blueprint. Most materials required for its construction could be directly exchanged, but certain special alloys needed to be synthesized into higher hardness metals. The blueprint included air and water purification systems, a reservoir, power and water supply networks, wells, sewage systems, a medical room, regional signal terminals, underground storage rooms, a comprehensive surveillance system, and even a helipad. This new fortress could not be built overnight, as many materials were still unlocated. Nevertheless, Su Chen had already formulated a plan. What level of power do I need to reach to expand the player's activity range? After using dark particles to enhance his limbs, the host's physique would elevate to E tier, at which point the player's activity range would extend to a radius of 100 kilometers. Su Chen's body functioned akin to the hardware of a signal transmitter. The stronger he became, the farther the fire seed chip could radiate. A 100-kilometer range would encompass the entirety of Bi City's ruins. Indeed, Su Chen had been eyeing the Bi's ruins, a veritable gold mine, and utilizing players for its development would be optimal. Each limb required approximately 100,000 dark particles, and the right arm had already undergone enhancement. Without hesitation, Su Chen spent 300,000 dark particles to successfully enhance all 4 limbs. The surrounding space seemed to ripple as a swarm of black particles, akin to shimmering lights, converged towards Su Chen's legs and left arm. Moments later, gazing at his obsidian hands, Su Chen could feel the explosive power contained within. After savoring the sensation, with a mere thought, the darkness receded, and the energy of dark particles seemed to lie dormant within him, easily perceptible. Once I enhance my entire body, will you be able to take control of me, system? Su Chen jested. The fire seed chip fell silent for a moment before responding in a seemingly pained tone. Rest assured, host, I cannot contravene your will. Then can you switch hosts and parasitize another? Currently, that is not possible unless the host experiences an accident. What if I command you to self-destruct and vanish? Will you comply? If the host completes the mission, I shall comply, but not at this moment, though. What is my mission? The host presently lacks sufficient power and authority to be informed. Su Chen nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He understood clearly that regardless of the origins of this enigmatic system, to survive in the wasteland, he still relied on its assistance. Without the fire seed chip, he might have already succumbed to becoming a mindless wanderer. If one day he were to become a puppet of the system, so be it. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. How could he resist the encroachment of such supernatural forces? Su Chen had no choice. Merely surviving was already a blessing, and what more could he ask for? With the remaining dark particles, Su Chen exchanged them for a substantial amount of basic weapon ammunition. F-tier and E-tier mechanical prosthetics, a set of mid-tier weapon manufacturing equipment, and used the ecological panel to repair 200 sets of clothing, along with micro-nano particle storage materials. After these expenditures, approximately 150,000 remained. Su Chen planned to reconstruct all existing buildings in the sanctuary, utilizing dark particles to construct a series of orderly small alloy houses. That should suffice. Tomorrow, I'll edit the version announcement. Stretching, Su Chen retrieved a black USB drive from his storage watch. He then took out a dilapidated computer tower. Using the ecological panel, he repaired the tower and brought the items to the class change hall. After connecting the power, he plugged in the USB drive. Without a monitor, Su Chen utilized the crystal tablet he had previously given to Xuanji to begin reading the information contained within. Opening the USB drive, he found only a single folder, which he clicked to open. Confidential document, please enter password. System, can you crack this? Su Chen inquired mentally, and the fire seed chip responded, cracked successfully. Upon opening it smoothly, he discovered a document resembling a command notice and an electronic map of the old world. Chapter 46, a treasure map. Can you read feng shui? Su Chen first glanced at the map, where the most conspicuous features were red dots marking specific locations. There were no explicit geographical names, but beside each red dot, a series of numbers were inscribed. Unable to ascertain the coordinates, Su Chen couldn't decipher their meanings. Therefore, he opened the document. Task area. Y0752.1. Promptly organize the populace of various villages and towns to proceed to hospitals for vaccination, cooperating with the troops for Control Point 2. Patients exhibiting signs of cognitive disorientation must be concentrated and taken to the 3rd Armed Police Brigade. Remember not to have direct contact with the patients. Point 3. Identify individuals with criminal tendencies among the rioters for armed control. Execution may be necessary if required. 4. The situation regarding the beastification disease in the upper city has been brought under control. All regions should be cautious of public sentiment and manage the populace's emotions. Point 5. Convoys carrying medical supplies have been dispatched to various regions for support. Emergency shelter plans have been initiated. Execute the above orders until further directives are received from higher-ups. The document bore no signature, no official seal, and was undated. From the literal information, it appeared that the people of the old world were already experiencing signs of catastrophe. The beastification disease mentioned in the text likely referred to the first batch of mindless wanderers following the disaster. However, Su Chen felt that something was amiss with this document. Its encrypted information had triggered a prompt from the fire seed chip, suggesting it was more than just a simple directive from above. Closing the document, Su Chen reopened the map, and suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a number beside one of the red dots. Y0752. Examining the geography surrounding the red dot, after a while, Su Chen's finger landed on that red dot, Bi City. Moving his finger along the mountain range markings on the map, he paused at a red marker, Z516227. Lionheart Town. Upon magnifying the area for a closer look, he discovered that this red was not located in Lionheart Town, but rather shifted downward by about 2 kilometers. This location was precisely where the Star Sanctuary was situated. Although the map's age was uncertain and it may have undergone geological changes, the position of the Star Sanctuary, flanked by mountains on 3 sides, was easily recognizable. What do these red dots signify? Su Chen pondered with furrowed brows. As he scrutinized the Bi's ruins and the sanctuary, a flash of inspiration struck him. The similarity between the two was that they both possessed dark matter energy fields. Could it be that the markings of these red dots all correspond to dark matter energy fields? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly examined the vicinity of the red dot and discovered that the nearest red to the sanctuary was situated on the desolate plains between the sanctuary and Blackwater Town. Marked as G324.I in terms of distance, it was approximately 200 kilometers away. Moreover, the hue of that red dot was significantly darker than that of the Star Sanctuary. System, do you think there is a possibility of a dark matter energy magnetic field here? According to the host's current strength, fluctuations in the dark matter energy magnetic field could only be detected within a 10-kilometer radius. Su Chen nodded, committing this location to memory. If a magnetic field could truly be discovered here, then this map would be akin to a treasure map for him. Aside from the G324 location, the other red dots were rather distant. Su Chen had never been there and could not discern what areas they represented. At that moment, upon seeing Xian Gizi exit the laboratory, Su Chen stowed away the map and approached him, asking, Taoist, how is old Zhou? Xian Gizi replied, his expression impassive, the potion you provided is remarkably effective. The internal organ contamination has ceased to spread. However, his consciousness has been impacted. I administered a sedative, so it will take some time for him to awaken. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. That's good to hear. There's one more thing I need your assistance with. He produced 2 metallic prosthetics from his storage watch and handed them to him for installation. Xian Gizi did not accept them and, in a synthesized tone tinged with irritation, remarked, you still owe me 14 barrels of lubricant. Su Chen smirked slightly and advised earnestly, Taoist, you mustn't indulge in the pleasures brought by lubricant, understand? It is detrimental to your cultivation. Xian Gizi maintained his stoic demeanor, stating, 15 barrels, and I will install them for him. Fine, fine. Su Chen replied impatiently, do you immortals treat lubricant like wine? Have you become addicted to it? He retrieved a dozen barrels of lubricant from his storage watch and handed them over to Xian Gizi. Upon receiving them, Xian Gizi took out 2 barrels and shook his head. I only require the uniform kind, not Durex or Gangbin. Su Chen pouted, Taoist, you truly lack discernment. This is a renowned brand, universally praised. Xian Gizi appeared somewhat tempted. Su Chen continued, constantly consuming the same flavor can become tiresome. Occasionally changing it up is quite enjoyable. Ultimately, Xian Gizi withdrew his hands. By the way, there's something else I wish to inquire about. Let's discuss it outside. They placed the items in the laboratory and exited the transfer hall. Su Chen purposely seated himself atop the sanctuary's wall, gazing skyward, where dark clouds obscured the moonlight. The stars were hidden, indicating an impending rainstorm. Xian Gizi instinctively looked up as well but remained silent. Su Chen smiled and asked, Taoist, have you noticed anything different about the sanctuary? Excluding my subordinates, I refer to the location itself. Xian Gizi replied. He nodded. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on one, making it a geomantically favorable site known as mountains encircling water. One side gathers qi. Su Chen was taken aback. You can read feng shui? Initially, he intended to subtly inquire if Xian Gizi had any perception of the dark matter energy magnetic field, but was surprised by this revelation. Xian Gizi answered calmly, our teachings are closely related to the ancient world's feng shui principles. However, immortals with a Dao title are more adept at scientific geomancy. Scientific geomancy. Has your sect truly melded science with metaphysics? After a moment of bewilderment, Su Chen asked again, does the knight who fled recognize you? Xian Gizi shook his head. He should not have recognized me, for while traversing the wasteland, I often change my body modules, resulting in an inconsistent appearance. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He probably won't report back to the mechanic church. He cannot find it. Xian Gizi added before hesitating slightly, in truth, regardless of whether he relays the information. Our sect will eventually come. Su Chen furrowed his brow. You transmitted the message? Xian Gizi shook his head. My radio wave module is locked by you, rendering me unable to send messages. Furthermore, this location is remote, and the church's informants cannot receive any transmissions. What did you mean by that earlier? Xian Gizi asserted firmly, because the head of our sect is skilled in divination and possesses an unerring strategy. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Did he truly hear that correctly? What kind of bizarre organization was the mechanic church? A high-tech robot discussing feng shui and fortune-telling with him? Was this reasonable? Did they not adhere to any laws? Chapter 47. The Bat Cave. From a macro perspective, all matter is merely a conglomeration of atoms, molecules, and microscopic particles. The motion of atoms conforms to physical equations. For instance, if you know the position, velocity, and forces acting on a small ball, you can calculate its future trajectory. Theoretically, if you accurately ascertain the state of every atom in the world and possess sufficient computational power, you could predict the future. Xian Gizi spoke earnestly, and the head of our sect is recognized as the most powerful computational ability in the wasteland. Su Chen appeared bewildered. So, they could genuinely predict the future? And not through metaphysics but through legitimate scientific methods. Did this mean their leader could foresee what was to come? Xian Gizi paused for a moment before replying, within a certain range. Indeed. Su Chen regarded him curiously. Isn't this classified information? Why would you divulge it to me? Xian Gizi hesitated momentarily, seemingly pondering the question. Ever since Su Chen had reverse-engineered the native biological chip, Xian Gizi had undergone certain changes. Despite lacking an emotional module, it occasionally exhibited fluctuations in emotion, which was inconsistent with the behavior of immortals. Enough of that. Let's not dwell on it. Su Chen, fearing that further contemplation might cause a malfunction, quickly redirected the conversation, asking, Taoist, how long have you lived? Xian Gizi's eyes flickered, and he replied somewhat vaguely, too long. I cannot recall. Have you seen the old world as it once was? Or have you lived from the time of the old world until now? No, the head informed us that after the cataclysm, only those chosen with an affinity for the Tao could achieve consciousness uploading. Consciousness uploading. A spark of inspiration flashed in Su Chen's mind, but unfortunately, this fleeting insight eluded him. After pondering for a moment, he continued, why did you choose consciousness uploading? Was it for the sake of immortality? Xian Gizi spoke in a flat tone. Being an immortal does not equate to true immortality. Only by utilizing technological power to comprehend the Tao and achieve consciousness ascension can one attain immortality. As for the choice of uploading consciousness, it is because I have witnessed many grotesque things, with human nature ranking first among them. Upon uploading consciousness, I can, through chip modules, eliminate unnecessary vile memories and useless emotions, allowing me to view the world with the most rational and scientific perspective. Pursuing the path of ascension, Su Chen nodded in agreement, then remarked, however, the most wondrous aspects of the human experience can only be perceived through the human body. Humanity is a fusion of divinity and beastliness. Those who have lost their minds and their beastly nature are grotesque, yet the brilliance of some ordinary people's humanity can rival that of the divine. Shin Gizi's eyes shifted, scrutinizing him as he questioned. Have you ever witnessed such a thing? Su Chen smiled brightly. I have been fortunate enough to witness it, and on numerous occasions. Where was this? That place is known as the ancient nation of Huaxia. With a rich historical heritage, the people there refer to themselves as the descendants of the dragon. As he spoke, a complex array of emotions, pride, nostalgia, and sentiment, unconsciously graced his face. Shin Gizi found himself unable to discern the truth of his words. Did such a place truly exist in the world? What manner of creature was this dragon? It is a spirit, one you may never comprehend. Su Chen clapped his hands and leaped down from the wall, declaring, all right, I shall return to rest. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back to ask, by the way, if it rains soon, Taoist, you won't short-circuit, will you? Shin Gizi replied flatly, my body is equipped with waterproof devices. Ha ha, that's good then. Please install old Joe's prosthetics. Having said that, Su Chen strolled back with a light-hearted gait. Shin Gizi gazed up at the sky, pondering a question. If it rains tomorrow, how will he charge? The next day, dark clouds loomed overhead. Behind the star sanctuary, the grassland above, and the team consisting of Cunning Sorcerer, Call Me Rice Bucket, and 3 others proceeded deeper into the mountains. Green Hat, we've been running for half an hour now. Can you be trusted? Lottie Tiao Jun expressed his impatience. Grassland above occasionally glanced up. Shut it. I was dragged around by Huang Yaoshi last night and couldn't see the path clearly, but I believe I am generally heading in the right direction. Cunning Sorcerer questioned, did you really receive a special mission from the leader? Don't trick us into running around for nothing. Grassland above retorted, why would I deceive you? With this time, wouldn't it be better to earn energy points by moving bricks? As they squabbled, suddenly, Feng Fengzi pointed to a mountain peak and exclaimed, Green Hat, is that it? The group looked up to see a sunken valley ahead, surrounded by scattered debris. Yes, that's it, Grassland above exclaimed with excitement. This is where I detonated the human bomb. The leader, that old silver coin, didn't come to drop the bomb himself and made me take the risk, saying there were minerals inside. The enigmatic monk of sorcery opined, in the realm of the game, ores are predominantly utilized as materials for fortifying equipment, and certain exquisite gemstones can be exceedingly valuable. Seizing the opportunity before any quests are unveiled, let us embark on our initial foray into mining. We are sure to unearth some treasures. The one called Call Me a Rice Bucket hastily exclaimed. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to take a look. The 5 of them jogged into the valley, immediately spotting the cavernous depths that had been blasted open. Is this the mine you detonated? Inquired Maple Madman with curiosity. Indeed, affirmed the one with the grassland above his head. I was here last night, and there was nothing but bones. But we have no pickaxe. How can we mine? Let us venture inside and see. With weapons in hand, they stepped into the cave, transitioning from the brightly lit surroundings to the pitch-black abyss. All 5 momentarily succumbed to a state of blindness. Goodness, it reeks in here. Is this a sewage ditch? I believe I've stepped into a muck pit. Monk, don't you have a Molotov cocktail? Light it quickly. The monk of sorcery retrieved a glass bottle from his backpack and struck a lighter against it with a few sharp clicks. Whoosh, flames erupted. He hurled the incendiary bottle forward. Crash, the bottle shattered, and an orange-red flame ignited, illuminating the cavernous scene. The ceiling of the cave, towering over 10 meters, was rugged and adorned with protruding stone columns. Every crevice was densely populated with large bats. Each one was larger than an adult owl. Their hind claws clung to the walls, suspended upside down, while their forelimbs bore sharp talons. Their heads and bodies were covered in dark fur, reminiscent of the mutated rodents from Lionheart Town. With fangs that protruded from their lips, poised to siphon blood. Squeak, startled by the flames, they began to stir restlessly. A multitude of dark eyes gradually radiated a crimson glow. Chapter 48. The cave ecological zone. The cries of the mutated bats filled the cave with a cacophony. Along the stone walls, massive, mottled pythons emerged, peering out from behind the rocks. Below, in the fetid mire, gigantic lizards exhaled flickering tongues, their vertical pupils visible above the muck. Countless cold gazes locked onto the 5 monks of sorcery. Some of the massive lizards swayed their heads, casting glances at the pythons clinging to the walls, as though inquiring, "Did you order takeout?" At this moment, the 5 players' minds went blank, their grips on their weapons slackened. They were paralyzed, completely immobilized. Not only did their scalps tingle, but their bones felt as if they had turned to jelly. They wished to scream, but the overwhelming sensation of terror rendered them breathless. Whoosh, the great bats, gigantic lizards, and pythons surged forth, charging at the five like a feeding frenzy. In less than 3 seconds, the five were reduced to ashes and returned to respawn in a chaotic flurry. The bats, lizards, and pythons found nothing to devour, and as natural enemies, they began to brawl within the cave. Respawn Plaza. The 5 monks of sorcery reformed their bodies, staring blankly for 3 seconds. The one with the grassland above his head exclaimed, "What the hell? Oh, spicy stick guy. So many flying rats and giant pythons." The enigmatic monk of sorcery. "I nearly got disconnected from fright. This is truly a terrifying game. Call me a rice bucket. I was so scared I drooled." Slurp Maple Madman intended to express his astonishment, but Rice Bucket's comments stifled his thoughts, leaving his words unspoken. The 5 exchanged peculiar glances at Rice Bucket. "Something's off with you." Curious players gathered around. "Is that the elite team? Did they get wiped out? Monk, what happened? Any new discoveries?" The 5 animatedly began to recount their encounter in the Bat Cave. 10 minutes later, players started to gather their gear, eagerly rushing towards the direction of the Bat Cave. After several days of toil, upon returning home, Su Chen fell into a deep slumber. "Host, there appears to be a situation outside." The prompt echoed in his mind, and Su Chen jolted awake. "Who's invading my territory?" "It seems players have discovered a horde of mutated monsters." Su Chen rubbed his eyes and rose to head outside. Before he reached the plaza, he heard players chattering excitedly, mentioning words like bats, pythons, and caves. Su Chen frowned, and with a thought, he sensed a multitude of player deaths at the back mountain. Through the perspective of a certain player, he beheld the scene of the Bat Cave. What is going on? Su Chen's head throbbed. In just one night, those foolish players had stirred up trouble again. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen issued a system-wide announcement. Wasteland Apocalypse will undergo offline maintenance in 30 minutes. All players are advised to log off voluntarily to avoid unnecessary losses. Following the 3 announcements, the plaza fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a flurry of curses directed at the game developers. Players adeptly found suitable spots nearby to lie down and die. Far away in the back mountain, players shouted in frustration, "Damn!" Another update. Most players, erring on the side of caution, returned to the shelter to log off. Some, deeply entrenched in their gaming obsession, insisted on staying until the last second, only to be forcibly logged off by Su Chen. After clearing the players, Su Chen gathered Xuanji, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Jia, and together they made their way to the back mountain. Along the way, they encountered several player corpses lying on the ground. He instructed Xiao Huang to collect them, lest they become fodder for monsters in the wilderness. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, Su Chen refrained from rushing in, first sending Xiao Jia to investigate. The creatures within evidently had little appetite for robots. Apart from a slight stir, they did not exhibit any aggressive behavior. It's a colony of vampire bats. "The cave is quite deep and the ground is a swamp. I can't venture further," Xiao Jia mechanically replied. Xuanji proactively explained. "This should be a cave ecological zone, certain unique environments in the wasteland. A cycle of mutated organisms can form in the Bat Cave. The densely packed vampire bats excrete droppings that create a swamp. Within this nutrient-rich muck, various plant seeds sprout, giving rise to mutated flora, which in turn attract small reptiles. The dark and damp environment lures in pythons and lizards to prey on the bats, keeping their population in check. Generally, unless disrupted from the outside, the cave's ecological zone can persist for a considerable duration, until more advanced mutated beings emerge to dominate the entire area. Will these creatures venture beyond the ecological zone? Given the proximity of this area to the shelter, Su Chen did not wish to be disturbed by these mutated nocturnal creatures after the upcoming update. Xuanji analyzed. Vampire bats are rare in the wasteland. Their hunting habits are ferocious, and their hunting range depends on the size of their population. From the numbers observed, they have already established a significant scale. If a C-tier ruling bat king were to be born, they might migrate and attack areas with a higher concentration of living beings. The shelter may lie within their hunting territory, Su Chen queried. Perplexed. Then why have we never encountered these creatures before? They are nocturnal. Are you certain you could see them? The cave likely has other exits. This explosion has essentially opened a shortcut. Su Chen pondered whether to seal the cave entrance or utilize high-performance explosives to obliterate the cave. However, given the complex environment within and the hardness of the ores, destruction would require the use of a small nuclear particle bomb, which would lead to secondary contamination and unpredictable results. Moreover, those foolish players had already discovered the cave. They would undoubtedly perceive it as a game instance to conquer, and sealing it would only prompt them to dig it open. Creatures targeted by players rarely escape unscathed. After some contemplation, Su Chen inquired within his mind. Are there any high-tier monsters inside? The Fire Seed chip promptly responded. Currently detected energy fluctuations indicate that 70% are F-tier, with the remainder falling between F and E-tier. Only a few hundred exhibit D-tier fluctuations. That's a relief. Su Chen sighed with slight relief. Presently, an average of 100 players had reached around level 40. After acquiring the mechanic skills, their combat capabilities were formidable. Since the bats would not emerge during the day, the players should be able to handle it. Su Chen considered his options and instructed Xiao Jia, go inside and record some video. It would be best to capture a few monsters in high definition. He then inquired further about the habits of the cave's various monsters from Xuanji. After gathering the necessary information, they returned to the shelter. As Su Chen edited the version update announcement, he asked in his mind, System, how is the extraction of Zhou Long's genetic data progressing? Extraction complete. Based on his muscle and neural memory, skills such as combat, agility, botanical identification, and gathering can be differentiated and combined. Please notify me as soon as he awakens. Last night, the prosthetic limb Su Chen entrusted to Xuanji cost him 80,000 dark particles to exchange. Not only was it aesthetically pleasing, but its performance was superior, sufficient to support a D-tier genetic warrior. However, Su Chen had added a data extraction chip at the neural junction, similar to what he had done for Xuanji, albeit not of the same caliber. Despite their shared trials, this was still the wasteland, and human hearts were inscrutable. Hence, Su Chen decided to keep a contingency plan. He could also appoint old Zhou as a transition mentor, enabling him to adapt swiftly to the players of Starry Shelter. I also need to have a word with him about his mindset. I wonder if Xuanji will assist with psychological reconstruction. Those priests with religious beliefs should be adept at persuading followers. Right? Just tell him he's a chosen one of the mechanic church. After all, he is disabled now, so why not guide him towards mechanical ascension? It seems feasible. I'll grab a few buckets of lubricant and discuss it with the Taoist priest later. Helping him develop followers should be an agreeable proposition, right? Su Chen chuckled to himself, continuing to edit the announcement. An hour later, after the Spark chip assisted in confirming the absence of typographical errors, Su Chen proceeded to publish the update announcement on the official website, Chapter 49, Version 1.04 Update. The Relic Hunter profession goes live. The first test of Apocalyptic Wasteland version 1.04 has officially launched the new profession Relic Hunter. Background introduction. In pursuit of peace and stability for the shelter, leader Su Chen bravely ventured into the ruins of North Zay City for exploration. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed by a hostile faction, the Paladin Corps. The astute and valiant leader engaged in a battle of wits with the enemy, during which he, alongside Commander Su Xiaoyu, rescued the wilderness hunter Zhou Long, who had been captured for slave trade. After being betrayed by his comrades, this wilderness hunter found himself despondent and mentally shattered. The compassionate leader offered him refuge. In gratitude, Zhou Long resolved to contribute to the Star Shelter, willingly taking on the role of mentor for the relic hunters. Upon delving deeper into the North Zay ruins, the leader uncovered that a mysterious force, the Genesis beings, was conducting a nefarious experiment, this being the root cause of the spreading contaminated zones. Nonetheless, many secrets within the North Zay ruins remain to be uncovered. Details of version 1.04, 1. Comprehensive scene optimization has been implemented, including the addition of a high-end player residential area. Details. The player residential area is currently not for sale. Players may see Commander Su Xiaoyu in the mission hall for rental arrangements. 2. A new long-term mission has been added, vegetable cultivation, planning for disaster fortress type 2. Details. Please visit the mission hall to claim it. 3. A new NPC has been introduced, Commander Su Xiaoyu of the Star Shelter. Details. She is the sister of leader Su Chen, referred to as the little angel of the shelter. Beware of angering her, lest you be expelled from the shelter, resulting in the loss of your account. 4. A new vocational mentor has been added, Relic Hunter Zhou Long. Overview of Relic Hunters. In the wilderness plains, there exists a unique group of individuals who traverse various perilous ruins in search of treasures left behind by the old world. They are agile, skilled in assassination, and capable of delivering lethal blows. They are the assassins lurking in the shadows. Cunning hunters often appear as their prey. When I reveal my fangs, you shall embrace death. Zhou Long. Initial skills. Mastery of hand-to-hand combat, mastery of daggers, mastery of archery, acute senses, mutant plant identification, and gathering. Vocational characteristics. Capable of physical augmentation and can coexist with the mechanic profession. Main sub. Vocational direction. Assassin. Thief. Note. Energy points can be utilized to learn skills from the mentor. 5. An equipment identification system has been added. Details. Equipment obtained in the wild can be identified at the weapons merchant. Xiao Jia, by paying with energy points. 6. New or detection and extraction missions have been introduced. Details. The mountains behind the shelter are rich in mineral resources. Players providing leads will receive generous rewards. 7. New monster scene illustrations have been added. Cave ecosystem zone. Monster compendium. Canine kissed bat, a mutated bat residing in caves, active at night and fond of blood. Image, monster level, LV10-20, normal, LV20-60, elite, LV60-90, commander. LV100, Bat King, dropped items. bat wings, bat fangs, biological crystals, skills, blood-sucking, paralytic toxin, sonar detection, spotted giant python, a massive mutated python that preys on canine-kissed bats, lurking in dark corners. Image, monster level, same as above, normal. Elite, commander, dropped items, snake gallbladder, poisonous fangs, venom sacs, snake skin, biological crystals, skills, death coil, venom spray, burrowing giant lizard, a swift cold-blooded predator with heightened aggression post-mutation. Its teeth harbor corrosive toxins. Image, monster level, same as above, normal. Elite, commander, dropped items, giant lizard skin, giant lizard bones, biological crystals, skills, bite, thermal sensation detection, savage charge. 8. A new unknown scene has been added. Details. As a highly flexible simulation game, we shall refrain from spoiling the unknown scenes. Players may explore them at their leisure. The update time is set for 48 hours. Upon completion of the update, first test players will receive a compensation of 10 energy points. Official team announcement. Dear players, the first test of Apocalyptic Wasteland has been successfully underway for a month. Thanks to the enthusiastic participation of the first test players, the foundational testing content has been largely completed. Recently, the production team has received numerous items sent by fans, including blades, whetstones, and knife oils, which has deeply touched us. We would like to remind everyone to remain calm. The production team has been working tirelessly, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and we hope to complete testing soon and open the second round of content testing at the earliest. To this end, the company has invested heavily in purchasing servers and optimizing versions, significantly enhancing the intelligence of game NPCs and the freedom of scene exploration. If you encounter wild NPCs in the field, please do not panic. You may first report the situation to the leader, which could randomly trigger hidden missions. Vehicles, costumes, and advanced equipment crafting are in preparation, so please be patient. Haste will not yield results. If the testing of version 0.04 proceeds smoothly, we will shortly initiate the second round of recruitment for the first test, with specific numbers and times to be announced on the official website. Finally, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your support and affection. May you enjoy your gaming experience and strive diligently. The Apocalyptic Wasteland production team. After the announcement was released, players who had long been on standby began to refresh the comments fervently. News, Dragon Throne. The background story lacks sincerity. It's merely over 200 words, and the plot is somewhat cliché, too conventional. Will there be an official novel in the future? Indeed, too superficial, poor rating. May I ask the official if I can write fanfiction for this game? Administrator Chingu. SS, Chara. Is the new profession an assassin? Marvelous. The ability to serve as a secondary profession is incredibly cool, though it seems a bit taxing. Wow, has the dungeon finally opened? But why can't I open the images on my phone? The monsters in the images are terrifying. How on earth did they pass the review? May I ask the official if these monsters are edible? Will their poison attributes cause health loss? It seems the officials have grand ambitions, aiming to create highly random intelligent AI and scene simulations. I am eagerly looking forward to it. By the way, the server has been running for over a month. Did it break down? Prompting the purchase of a new server? I understand the reasoning, but when will the second test commence? Does anyone know the official address? Please send it to me. I wish to send some local specialties to the officials. Hey, planner, are you there? Hurry up and initiate the second test. Groundhog scream. Damn, 2 days of updates. I can't take it anymore. Catch. I have serious doubts that the production team is off celebrating at a club during the update. As Su Chen chuckled while perusing the comments, the spark chip suddenly alerted him. Host, Zhou has awakened. Chapter 50. The Synthesizer. Are there extraordinary beings? Upon arriving at the entrance of the vocational transition hall, Su Chen approached warmly, patting Zhou newly installed mechanical arm. Old Zhou, you've finally awakened. How is the surgery? Quite successful, I presume. You are now a healthy man. Zhou, with a vacant expression, gazed at the scene before him, his voice hoarse as he inquired. Those people. In the square, Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia were tossing players aside like garbage, piling them against the wall. Su Chen glanced back nonchalantly and replied. They are preparing to expand the shelter. Some of my subordinates are a bit of an inconvenience, but you needn't worry about them. They'll be fine in a couple of days. Zhou eyes twitched. I'm not worried about them. That's good, Su Chen smiled. This is my shelter. You'll be staying here from now on. Additionally, please assist in training my subordinates. Zhou was filled with confusion and wished to ask more. But Su Chen did not afford him the opportunity. Come, let me introduce you. This is our shelter's mechanic mentor, Daoist Xuanji. You will be colleagues from now on. Daoist will familiarize you with the workflow. Having said that, ignoring the dazed Zhou, Su Chen gestured for Xuanji to enter and arranged for 10 barrels of lubricant to be utilized for psychological counseling for Zhou. After ensuring Zhou was settled, Su Chen left with his hands behind his back. Arriving at the shelter's perimeter, he exerted force beneath his feet, leaping up and grasping the wall's crevice, skillfully climbing upward. with one hand supporting himself atop the wall. He effortlessly vaulted over the 3-meter-high barrier. Not bad. Zhou Long's combat skills and reflexes are quite practical, Su Chen complimented as he made his way to find Su Xiaoyu in the mountains behind. With body enhancements and data infusion, he had perfected the E-tier mechanic skills and relic hunter skills. If he were to darken his limbs, he could easily reach E-tier. Observing Su Chen vanish beyond the wall, Xuanji's eyes gleamed with realization. He has grown stronger. Zhou Long felt a twinge of apprehension towards the nearby immortal, but could no longer suppress the questions swirling in his mind. Thus he spoke up, Taoist, who exactly is Su Chen? His subordinates seem rather peculiar. Xian Gizi turned to him, her expression impassive, and stated, I have only been here for a month, and my knowledge is quite limited. Before Zhou Long could respond, she continued, you are fated to cross paths with our sect. Would you be willing to forsake your corporeal suffering to attain the path of eternal life? Upon finding Su Xiaoyu practicing her swordplay in the back mountain, Su Chen called out, Xiaoyu, come over and take a break. After she approached, he smiled and remarked, those who achieve eternal life possess mechanical bodies, which, after all, cannot compare to human form. I have found you a new mentor. Are you referring to Zhou Long? Su Xiaoyu inquired, but he is only at E-ranked. Su Chen nodded, indeed. Although his power is modest, his combat skills and wilderness survival experience are extensive, making him more suitable in certain aspects than the Eternals. Oh, very well. Follow me. Let us not practice for the next couple of days. Help me set up the shelter. Leading Su Xiaoyu to the entrance of the shelter, Su Chen retrieved specially crafted metal plates from his storage watch, adorned with intricate electronic circuitry. Together, they began laying them down from the entrance inward. Inside the shelter, Xiao Huang and Xiao Jiao were demolishing dilapidated buildings, discarding the debris outside. Apart from the vegetable garden cultivated by Dreaming Flower, the rest of the area was being rapidly flattened. Brother, what are these metal plates for? Su Xiaoyu asked as she pried open the fixed nails beneath. Su Chen stepped firmly on a metal plate and replied, they are for capturing robots. Oh. Su Xiaoyu was perplexed but did not press further. As noon approached, Su Chen took out food and headed to the transfer hall to find Zhou Long. That moment, old Zhou's face was solemn, neither sad nor happy, resembling a student who had just finished a lecture. Noticing his emotional stability, Su Chen approached and asked, how are you, old Zhou? You should join me from now on. Zhou Long acknowledged with a silent nod, do I have any choice? From Xian Gizi's narrative, he felt a genuine fear towards Su Chen. This enigmatic youth had not only captured an Eternal of B rank, but had also enslaved it. He had also summoned a group of indestructible subordinates from somewhere. That moment, Su Chen's image resembled that of a legendary dark deity in Zhou Long's mind. Ha ha, then we shall be one family. Su Chen laughed, come, let us eat. He offered Ken biscuits, inviting Su Xiaoyu and Zhou Long to partake. Taoist, would you care for a biscuit? Xian Gizi, with an unchanging expression, produced a bucket of lubricant, stating, I have long since ceased eating. I merely require simple maintenance. As it spoke, it unscrewed the metal cap of its throat tube and began pouring oil inside. Zhou Long stared at this scene in a daze, mechanically picking up a biscuit to eat. Su Chen paid no mind, enjoying a pleasant meal with Su Xiaoyu. By the way, may I ask you something? Su Chen swallowed a piece of canned meat and inquired, do you know of a girl? Around 17 or 18, with blue hair? She was seen in Blackwater Town, and according to Bai Ying, she is a creature of the Genesis Biological Company. Zhou Long shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Xian Gizi then tightened the screw cap on its throat before responding. She is an envoy of the Genesis Biological Company, a hybrid known by the codename Blue Dolphin. A hybrid. Su Xiaoyu recalled Zhou Long mentioning that Bai Ying was also a hybrid. Observing Xian Gizi's silence, Zhou Long felt compelled to contribute something useful to avoid being subjected to Su Chen's terrifying experiments. He harbored suspicions that those who could resurrect were merely Su Chen's test subjects. A hybrid is a being that combines certain traits of animals with humans, endowing humans with unique animal abilities. Rumors in the wasteland suggested that Bai Ying had successfully matched genes with a falcon. Acquiring keen eyesight and synchronized breathing abilities, he could see places beyond the reach of human sight, possess night vision, and exhibit extraordinary endurance under synchronized breathing. Su Chen was astonished. Can human and animal genes truly match? Is there no risk of turning into a monster? Xian Gizi elaborated. It is not about merging with animal genes but rather extracting certain mitochondria, endoplasmic reticula, and nuclei from animal cells and injecting them into humans with genetic agents, significantly enhancing their genetic strength compared to ordinary individuals. To a certain extent, their cells can combine with these specialized components, thus acquiring animal-like abilities. However, the blue dolphin is not synthesized from ordinary animals, but rather from mutated marine creatures. Su Chen marveled. Is this the source of supernatural abilities? Xian Gizi replied solemnly, such inhumane experiments have a very low success rate. Those who fail to synthesize are akin to mutated monsters. Moreover, the genetic makeup of mutated organisms is nearly impossible to succeed. In the wasteland, only the Genesis Biological Company and Light Island have a higher success rate. However, the hybrids from Light Island can no longer be classified as humans. They bear little resemblance to monsters. Zhou Long concurred, the genetic agents from the Genesis Biological Company are widely recognized as the best. Albeit the most expensive, this was the first time Zhou Long had heard of Light Island. Reflecting on the bizarre abilities of the blue dolphin and based on her codename, he speculated that she likely possessed a unique ability akin to echolocation. Su Chen inquired, "So, are there truly extraordinary beings in the wasteland?" "Indeed," Zhou Long asserted confidently, glancing instinctively at the players huddled outside. "Perhaps so," Xian Gizi added, its tone somewhat hesitant. Previously, it might not have believed in the existence of extraordinary beings. But after witnessing Su Chen's capabilities, it felt uncertain. "Daoist, if you were to encounter the blue dolphin, who would prevail?" Su Chen asked, curiosity etched on his face. Without hesitation, Xian Gizi responded, "I would lose 2 machines, and she would escape severely wounded." 50-50? This implied that the blue dolphin was likely of B or B rank. Concluding this in his mind, Su Chen felt a slight sense of relief. At the very least, the shelter still had 2 B rank machines. After finishing their meal, Su Chen clapped his hands. "Now, let me outline the future development plans for the shelter." Leading them outside, he pointed to a cleared area. "This will serve as old Zhou's residence." With a flick of his finger, dark particles swiftly converged, and a tightly integrated alloy house materialized in mere seconds. Zhou Long's eyes bulged in astonishment, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long while. Xian Gizi's eyes sparked with arcs of electricity, and metallic plates around its crown pulsated rhythmically. Both turned to Su Chen, exclaiming, "You still claim you are not an extraordinary being?" Surprisingly, Su Xiaoyu remained the calmest. Her eyes filled with awe and respect for her brother amidst the astonishment. Chapter 51. The Eternal Ones are insufficient alloy houses rose from the ground, arranged neatly on either side of the shelter. Totaling 32-story buildings, at the forefront of the Resurrection Square, there was also a row of small garage-like units prepared for players to set up stalls, naturally, for a rental fee. After completing these tasks, Su Chen installed electronic locks on each door. He then took Su Xiaoyu to the task hall, handing her a set of chip keys. "Here, you will manage these keys. Each has a designated number. When my subordinates wish to rent a room, inform them of the price based on this. Their reputation points and energy points must meet these criteria." Su Chen meticulously explained the rental process. Then, pointing to a nearby electronic screen, he said, "This displays the tasks for expanding the shelter in the future." Su Xiaoyu examined the screen closely, which listed various tasks. Chop down trees 300 meters beyond the walls. Level the land on the southern side. Excavate the foundation for the base. Su Chen handed her a storage watch, saying, "It contains clothing from the old world. You will temporarily oversee it. You can open a clothing store next to the task hall." With prices clearly marked on the clothing, Su Xiaoyu diligently noted everything down and retrieved a beautiful dress from the storage watch. "However," she remarked, "wearing this would hinder my combat abilities." Su Chen chuckled. "No need to worry. They won't mind." The players' fervor for game skins and costumes was beyond comprehension. Even if the clothing was disposable, it was enough to entice them to spend extravagantly. Su Chen glanced at another display screen, which listed 10 player IDs. The top player, Wildboar Peppa, had a reputation score of 103, having completed 10 of the outer wall construction tasks single-handedly, seemingly moving bricks since the game's inception. Participating in construction tasks yielded a certain amount of reputation points as rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen took out 2 flamboyant garments and snapped several photos, uploading the images to the bottom of the display screen. Next to it, the attributes were displayed: exquisite fashion, quality, elite, purple, special effect, dust resistance. Note: special item, reputation exclusive fashion, non-droppable and non-tradable once bound. I refuse to believe this won't ignite their enthusiasm for brick-laying. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He could allow players to wear plain shorts. But he also had ways to alter their costume appearances. All it required was obtaining the data of the clothing and binding it to the players with an equipment binding card. Even if they died and reformed, the clothing would remain unchanged. The only caveat was that it would require a bit more dark particles. However, as the players' levels grew, the experience points, dark particles, deducted upon death would not cost Su Chen a single dime. After completing these arrangements, he instructed Su Xiaoyu to familiarize herself with the rental environment and proceeded to the trading hall, handing over various items including storage watches, mechanical prosthetics, crystal energy guns, and tungsten steel alloy daggers to Xiao Jia, instructing it to attach attribute chips to each weapon. These were comparatively advanced items, with most being rare, blue equipment. Aside from the exorbitant price, there is also a stipulation that a certain level of prestige must be attained for purchase. Among these, the most expensive is a basic mech suit, Survivor Type 6 exoskeleton mech, quality, premium, green, head, 120-meter early warning device, night vision apparatus, titanium alloy protective visor. Right arm, grenade main cannon, attack power 1100 to 2200. Striking range 211 meters. Left arm, elbow blade tungsten alloy knife, attack power 1200-3200. Legs, shock absorbing hydraulic system, running speed 70 kilometers. Body defense 3000. Profession, mech engineer. Level, LV1 mech engineer, LV1 mech driving skill. Prestige points, 1000. Mech skills, none. Remarks, crafted by the Starlight Sanctuary, premium mechs can be enhanced and upgraded. Su Chen purchased only one set, expending 25,000 dark particles. The marked selling price is 100,000 energy points. The metallic exterior exudes a robust presence, and its imposing design appears far more dazzling than the first Iron Man suit, undoubtedly a coveted piece of equipment for players. It is prominently displayed in the weapons shop, intended to instill envy in the hearts of players and ignite their fervor for grinding. Indeed, the Hunter class equipment should be restocked. Feeling insufficient, Su Chen exchanged additional dark particles for some advanced bows and daggers. That should suffice. Housing, costumes, premium gear, mechs. Su Chen could already foresee the enthusiasm that players would exhibit upon logging in. Only through their dedication could the construction of the new fortress progress expeditiously. According to Su Chen's plans, the old site, enclosed by walls, is situated at the innermost part. Once the outer area is cleared, further facilities must be added, such as a vehicle parking lot, industrial zone, planting area, and mech charging stations, distinguishing between the inner city and outer city. Once completed, the overall area would not be significantly smaller than Blackwater Town. Yes, that should be about right. Su Chen clapped his hands and stepped outside, muttering, will the leader of the mechanized sect truly have the ability to foresee the future? It has been over a month. Why have the Immortals not come to seek out the secrets? The robots in the sanctuary are running low. Upon returning to his new home in the alloy house, he stored away all provisions and tidied up some simple furniture. Just as he was about to eat, a thunderous roar erupted from the ominous clouds that had lingered all day. A torrential downpour ensued. The wilds were enveloped in a curtain of rain. The parched earth, which had been dry for over a month, was fervently quenched. Outside Blackwater Town, a tall figure cloaked in a mantle approached the entrance through the downpour. The guards, clad in tattered raincoats, huddled in the corners, their eyes betraying a mix of fear and curiosity. 3 individuals dressed in paladin uniforms awaited in the rain. Taoist, the white team is waiting for you at the town hall. One knight, slightly apprehensive, stepped forward to make contact. Unmeasurable celestial master, an electronic synthesized voice emanated from beneath the cloak, lead the way. Only after they vanished from sight did a few guards dare to whisper among themselves. Is this the immortal? Terrifying indeed. Did you not notice its feet? Those are mechanical legs. The white team returned injured last time. I heard they nearly perished. Indeed, it is said that over a dozen knights died. The ruins are truly frightening. What could the immortal want with the white team? Who knows? This is all classified, but the mission to investigate the contamination zone has been rescinded. In the ruins of Beja City, 2 entirely black mechanical dogs roamed near the former epidemic control center where the white eagle battled the octopus monster. Their heads were cuboidal, with red dots blinking at the position of their eyes as sensors. Their tails stood erect, emitting a beeping sound akin to radio waves. Occasionally, deranged individuals would emerge, and their back casings would spring open to reveal a gaping black gun barrel. Few the sound of a suppressed gunshot echoed, accurately blowing apart the head of a deranged individual. As the rain fell, the mechanical dog seemed to receive a command, pausing briefly before swiftly departing towards the ruins. Chapter 52. Workers, the spirit of labor. 2 days later, the incessant downpour had finally ceased. The sun shone fiercely in the aftermath of the rain. In 5 minutes, players would log in. Zhou Lung stood in the class change hall, gazing at the resurrection square. Yesterday's torrential rain had scattered the piled corpses, leaving them strewn about like a mass grave. Su Chen stood not far from the entrance of the task hall, his expression calm, showing no inclination to address the situation. Moments later, Zhou Long was horrified to see the corpses, which had lain silent for 2 days, begin to rise from the mud. The once tranquil sanctuary quickly became a cacophony. Oh, they're back? Finally online. Oh, for heaven's sake, can you not spam the chat? Damn. Why am I covered in mud? So filthy. Should I die once to respawn? What the hell? How did I die? I remember lying in a pit when I logged off. Wow. Is this the new version's optimized scenery? It's stunning. The production team truly put in the effort. Bats Cave Dungeon Group forming, level 35 and above, combat power 300 to join. Big shot. I have a 3 Gatling gun. Can I join? Looking for 2 melee tanks with 6 rocket launchers to lead, priority for those with 5 defense sets. Selling mech shell materials, half a pound for 20 energy points. M&M self-destructing robots. Successfully crafted 3, selling cheap. Collecting energy points, 1 for 0.5, instant checkout for the support fund. Those around Zhou Long conversed in a frenzy, their words incomprehensible to him. Some even scooped up the sewage on the ground to drink, acting as if they had lost their minds. After a brief observance, they eagerly dashed towards the class change hall. Zhou Long felt his scalp tingle, instinctively taking a couple of steps back, even feeling an urge to draw his weapon and fire. Stay calm. Such a minor scene should not cause panic. According to what the Taoist said, they won't attack you and will even show you respect, Xian Jizi remarked in a composed tone. Zhou Long swallowed hard, forcing down his rising fear, and inched closer to Xian Jizi. They're coming at us, damn. Have these handicapped individuals fitted prosthetics? Ah, the leader is merciful. Otherwise, this fellow would have perished long ago. He still seems to be mute. How does he change classes? I'd love to disassemble his hand. I could exchange it for a lot of energy points. The system warns me not to harm him. Zhou Long felt completely overwhelmed. Under the merciless scrutiny of the players, his throat dried up, and his mind went blank. Xian Jizi remained relatively calm, recalling his initial appearance and feeling significantly more dignified than Zhou Long in this situation. After a moment, Zhou Long cast a pleading glance. Only then did Xian Jizi speak. He is the ruins hunter mentor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long finally grasped the situation, clearing his throat and rasping. Do you wish to change to ruins hunter? As soon as he voiced the question, the crowd before him ceased their clamor. 2 seconds later, they erupted into animated discussion once more. I received a system prompt. I'm somewhat torn. This mentor looks a bit dull, and I'm unsure about this profession. Regardless, I plan to take it as a secondary profession. The mechanic class is too costly. This guy isn't teammute after all. Mentor, I want to change classes and learn skills. Seeing that these individuals genuinely listened to him, Zhou Long finally regained his composure. Following Xian Jizi's guidance, he began to lead the players in their class change. In the task hall, Su Xiaoyu adopted a stern demeanor, striving to appear formidable as she spoke in a deep voice. Residential area housing, 2,000 energy points per month for residency rights. Stall area storefronts, 2,500 energy points per month for usage rights. The crowd before her immediately erupted in discontent, pounding their chests and wailing. What the hell? This dog of a planner is a joke. I can't afford the rent. I might as well set up a stall in the square. There are so many tasks. I'll have to grind hard to afford housing. Oh, I died. This prestige outfit is so dazzling. And it's permanent. Only 10 pieces? How infuriating. Are there any all-nighters available? Let us go. I'm skipping work tomorrow. I'm going to grind this damn game to pieces. Throughout the sanctuary, players' exclamations and cries echoed. Near the inner side of the rental area, there was a garden growing some mutated flowers and plants. Scattered wooden stakes and barbed wire formed a simple enclosure. Dreaming Flower anxiously dug a water channel in the mud, diverting the accumulated water away. Covered in muck, she remained oblivious to her state. It was only when she uncovered a tender green seedling that a smile broke across her face. Thank goodness, all is well. At that moment, a voice resonated from not far away. Mengchi, oh Mengchi, la 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 la, sweet gourmet, approached, bouncing along with a wriggling snake vine seedling in hand. Little Ming, there are many new tasks in the task hall. Shall we grind together? Dreaming Flower shook her head. There's too much water. I need to remove it, or the seedlings will drown. Sweet Gourmet licked the snake vine seedling and replied, all right then, I'll go do some tasks first. Dreaming Flower furrowed her brow. What are you eating? Sweet Gourmet cheerfully responded. This thing becomes toxic when it grows, but when it's a seedling, it can be sucked like spicy strips. It's delicious. Do you want to try? Dreaming Flower hesitated. I don't like spicy food. Will it still survive? Sweet Gourmet wrinkled her nose. All right, there are plenty of these. The glutton will eat dozens in a day before stopping. Never mind, I won't speak with you any longer. I am off to work hard. Farewell. Task. Constructing Disaster 2 Type Fortress. Expand. Task 1. Clear 10 trees within the marked area and level the ground. Task 2. Dig a 10 by 10 cubic foundation at Site 1. Task 3. Search for metal. Acquire foundation supports at the small smelting furnace, and transport them to Site 3. Sweetie glanced at the task panel while making her way toward the designated task location. Upon arrival, she beheld a metal plaque inscribed with Disaster 2 Type Fortress Construction Zone 1. Beneath it, a line of small print read, Damage sign, deduct 1,000 energy points, reputation-100. After some contemplation, Sweetie decided that searching for metal would be quite troublesome. So she resolved to complete the task of chopping down trees first. Following the system's marked instructions, she arrived at the location. Looking up, she spotted a 3-meter-wide metal support adorned with a banner. When constructing, prioritize efficiency. If you are not diligent in transporting bricks, the leader will have issues with you. Moreover, similar banners were visible at the distant task locations. Improper construction leads to the leader shedding tears. Do not be a bystander. We are all brick movers. Construction relies on all of us. The leader's happiness depends on everyone. Sweetie appeared bewildered. What on earth are these bizarre slogans? Has the planner's mind gone awry? Within the shelter, Su Chen observed the players' actions through the spark chip. A series of reward measures proved effective. The players were driven mad by the allure of new equipment. Construction efficiency surged. Aside from a few dozen players who ventured into the Batcaves, the rest joined the throng dedicated to fortress construction. After taking a refreshing sip of water, Su Chen remarked with a smile, "Ah, the life of a leader is so simple and monotonous." Chapter 53. Construction Efficiency, Gold Farming Team 2 weeks later, in the residential area of the Starry Shelter. Bang, bang, bang. Minter, open the door, please. I want to learn skills. Zhou Long lay on his bed, his eyes hollow and dark-circled. He turned to glance at the old clock on the wall. 23:59. Listening to the incessant banging from downstairs, a crimson hue gradually crept into his gaze. It's been half a month. How have I endured this time? He longed to roar at the top of his lungs. However, it was futile. A week prior, as Zhou Long grew increasingly adept at his tasks, he managed to cope with them rather easily. Eventually, he discovered that these individuals worked tirelessly well into the night, digging, hauling metal plates, and clearing surrounding monsters. Unlike the mindless slaves who required a whip to spur them on, the leader had not commanded these individuals, yet they displayed astonishing work efficiency. The area surrounding the shelter had undergone a significant transformation. Not only were weeds and trees cleared away, but a foundation was also taking shape. Zhou Long felt that even 500 slaves could not have achieved such a monumental task in such a short time. As more and more individuals learned the relic hunter skills, Zhou Long found himself increasingly occupied. These people simply disregarded whether he had slept or not. Regardless of day or night, they rarely rested and were remarkably energetic. Whenever they felt the urge to learn a skill, they would come seeking Zhou Long. Especially after the exposure of his residence, they would even bang on his door. Zhou Long had not had a good night's sleep in half a month. Were it not for his genetic modifications, he felt he might have succumbed to exhaustion. Minter, if you don't open the door, I will unleash a self-destructing robot. Hearing the shouts downstairs, Zhou Long sighed heavily and, with dark circles under his eyes, rose from bed. He recalled what Xianjizi had said about these individuals exhibiting psychological abnormalities. Perhaps they really would resort to throwing bombs at his home. Upon opening the door, Zhou Long bellowed in anger. Are you all monsters? Do you not need to sleep? Ah. A few players at the entrance displayed expressions of astonishment as they began to fervently discuss among themselves. Hey, the NPC interaction mechanism has indeed improved significantly after the version update. Look, he can still get angry. He is agitated. Minter, you look a bit haggard. I have a mouse whip that can help you recover. Only 20 energy points. What do you say? Sleep. That would hinder my skill acquisition. You, an NPC, still need to sleep? Hurry and go to the job transfer hall. And thus it began anew. Zhou Long felt a throbbing at his temples, the suppressed rage surging towards his forehead. He could not comprehend what these individuals were saying. Ultimately, his arms fell limply to his sides, and he numbly followed the throng of players to the job transfer hall to assist them. Nearby, Xianjizi leisurely held a bucket of lubricant, occasionally taking a swig. The number of players seeking his services had dwindled significantly. Nearly 100 players had completed their basic mechanic skills. Moreover, the Immortals did not require sleep. This was quite advantageous. After learning their skills, the players trickled out, engaging in lively discussions. The relic hunter skills are quite useful. Indeed, the combat skills are impressive. I can take down a heartless one in hand-to-hand combat without a gun. Saving money. There's also plant identification, which allows you to know information about certain plants and exchange energy points at the task called. I heard that the elite team is farming elite monsters in the Batcaves. And they are nearly level 50. Brothers, I'm logging off. Staying up late is harmful to health. Staying up late is bad for health, but you're pulling an all-nighter, aren't you? Huh, that makes sense. Let us go. Time to haul bricks. The voices faded into the distance as Zhou Long, bewildered, glanced at Xianjizi and said, Taoist, I can hardly endure this any longer. Xianjizi replied calmly, your resolve is unstable. Consider it a tempering of your will. Once they have all completed their skills, they will cease to bother you. He pointed to the experimental platform in the job transfer hall, where you can rest. Zhou Long nodded, his expression one of utter despair, before turning and stepping onto the platform. Observing his departure, Xianjizi took out his notes and recorded. The new hunters do not appear to be specifically assigned by Su Chen. They seem to be normal humans for now. However, under the torment of these oddities, they might become abnormal. Is this a method of experimentation by Su Chen? Further research is warranted. After experiencing the inconveniences brought about by physical exhaustion, Zhou Long might be inclined to consider the Immortals' abandonment of physical suffering. If given the opportunity, he could attempt to develop them into disciples of the church. However, do I still have a chance to leave the shelter? Su Chen has recently asked me 8 times about the seer abilities of the church. He seems quite eager for the church to send someone. I hope the seer can predict the dangers of this place, and that they do not send immortals to their demise. Research notes on the oddities. They seem to possess the ability to replicate. Not only can they swiftly grasp the basic skills of mechanics, but they also exhibit similar replication effects for the combat skills of relic hunters. This is quite alarming. Unless witnessed firsthand, I would never believe that within just 1.5 months, Su Chen has managed to create a battalion of nearly 100 F-rank gene warriors without any failed modifications. If the other forces in the wasteland do not detect this promptly, these individuals could grow to an exceedingly terrifying extent in a short period. Fortunately, the number of these oddities is limited. Even though their destructive power is formidable, they are not yet a significant threat. As dawn broke, the revival square began to bustle with activity. Time for breakfast? Roasted rat, spicy bat soup, python skewers, lizard tongue strips in a rented storefront. A vendor called Rice Barrel shouted loudly while manning the grill. Above his stall, the sign read, Rice Barrel Wild Game Restaurant, complete with an official certification. A wooden board at the entrance proclaimed, high prices paid for the corpses of rats, bats, and snakes. Next to him, several other shops displayed various materials, with players haggling over prices inside. Soon after, a group of 5, led by the trickster monk, emerged from outside the shelter. They were all clad in exquisite gear, their armor and weapons adorned with over 5 enhancement stripes. Wow, the elite team has arrived. Rice Barrel and a few other shopkeepers rushed forward excitedly. Monk, how many corpses did you collect today? I'll take them all. Breakfast is on the house, elite. Do you have any materials for mechanical arm enhancements? I'd like to buy some. Can you sell me some lizard skin? Wow, Monk, you've reached level 50? The trickster monk and his companions were besieged with inquiries. The other 4 had IDs glowing a deep red, very conspicuous, while the trickster monk's ID had turned light yellowed. Tonight's haul was impressive. They had obtained 2 biological crystals. Here, place the goods here. Feel free to pick what you like, and keep the prices in mind. No tricks. The 5 retrieved a plethora of corpses, materials, and other items from their storage watches, dumping them onto the ground. Other players eagerly rushed forward to select items. Some players hauling bricks in the square looked on enviously. Wow, the gold farming team is incredibly lucrative. They managed to gather so many materials in just one night. I'm envious. I want to join the gold farming team too. Save it. Their gear alone costs upwards of 100,000 in cash. I heard that the spicy strip boss spent tens of thousands to buy energy points. Indeed, the energy point exchange rate is rising, now at 1 to 1.2. Damn. 1 energy point for just over 2? If I haul bricks for a day, wouldn't I earn more than working a regular job? Absolutely. During the initial testing, there were still wealthy players who hoarded energy points. Many large studios have already set their sights on this game. Once open beta begins, a flood of gold farming teams will surely arrive. It's likely that there will be plenty of wealthy players as well. We just need to shout 666 and we'll be fine. The official channels for recharging are not available, leaving players to seek purchases from each other. Isn't this a recipe for deception? What if someone absconds with the money? Are you truly Navi? With only 100 players in the initial test, unless you plan to abandon the game entirely, no one will be willing to team up or trade with you. However, the situation may differ during the public release. At the banquet restaurant, the enigmatic monk and his 4 companions sat at a table placing their orders. Banquet, bring us 100 skewers of snake meat, lightly poisoned, and 5 bowls of bat soup. Also lightly poisoned. Understood, replied the banquet, who then hurried off to fulfill their request. Lazy Noodle yawned, grumbling, I finish eating in the game, and then I have to log off and eat again. What a hassle. But the food in the game does have a unique flavor. Indeed, and it can even grant experience, added Maple Madman, rubbing his eyes. Have you all noticed that leveling up is becoming increasingly arduous? The enigmatic monk nodded. Isn't that the norm in games? The higher the level, the slower the progression. Grassland frowned, furrowed his brow. No, I have the distinct impression that the experience points have diminished. They haven't. I've meticulously compared the data, and there are no bugs, the enigmatic monk assured them. Just then, Banquet returned with the dishes and, with a sly grin, leaned into the group. Monk, I've recently stumbled upon something intriguing. Care to give it a try? Ewong no more retorted. Scram. Are you trying to have us test poison again? Banquet chuckled, turned around, and retrieved an iron tray bearing a dark, spiky object. This isn't poison. It's a new monster discovered yesterday in the Bat Cave. I had the leader identify it, and it's called the cave salamander. This creature's meat is incredibly delicious, and, it's a potent tonic, far more effective than that blue elixir. The group's expressions turned peculiar. Grassland frowned, glanced at his plain pants. You can take them off? Banquet waved his hand dismissively. I can't take them off. I tried cutting them with a knife, and even severed my intestines, yet they remained. Then what on earth are you suggesting? Hey, the key point is, the effects of this thing are long-lasting. Even after I log off, I still feel a surge of vitality, Banquet reminisced with a satisfied expression. It's amazing, truly amazing. Last night, I nearly shed my skin. The others looked on in disbelief. Are you serious? The food in the game retains its effects even after logging off? Banquet assured them, absolutely genuine. If it weren't for my familiarity with you, I wouldn't even consider selling it. The enigmatic monk pondered, in a fully immersive game, achieving such effects must be linked to neurological technology, considering that responses are induced through neural pathways. After a moment, he glanced at the iron tray and declared, I have achieved a state of purity. This holds no utility for me. Take it away. The others, initially intrigued, felt dissuaded by his words. After finishing breakfast, the enigmatic monk suggested, let's log off early to eat and rest, and we shall continue our grind tonight. The group exchanged farewells and swiftly logged off. 10 minutes later, Grassland frowned stealthily approached Banquet, saying, I want to try that thing. No ulterior motives, just curious if it really works. Banquet, grinning mischievously, shrugged. It's all gone. The monk just bought the last of it. Damn it. Grassland frown exclaimed angrily. That monk? I'm going to log off and find him for a duel. Watching the figure retreat, Banquet pondered, could it be he's off to engage in a duel? Then he noticed Ewong no more also approaching Chapter 54. Players under attack at 5 in the afternoon. The gold farming team logged on punctually, except for the enigmatic monk. Where's the monk? Why hasn't he arrived? Maple Madman inquired, puzzled. Grassland frown cursed, I just called him. That lazy monk is out gallivanting and won't be online for another half hour. Ewong no more exclaimed in surprise, is it really effective? As they conversed, they arrived at Banquet's shop, where they were greeted by a sign that read, don't be a quick shooter. Let your partner's relatives leave in awe, and when they depart, they 1T be able to walk straight. Salamander Tonic, 100 Energy, new promotional offer. The group stared in bewilderment. Ewong no more remarked. Banquet truly is a marketing genius. Before long, the enigmatic monk appeared, looking rather disheveled. His teammates teased him lightly before instructing Banquet to reserve a bowl of tonic for him, and they set off towards the back mountain. Upon reaching the Bat Cave, they found that most players were focused on grinding reputation, leaving relatively few engaged in dungeon runs. Given the nighttime dangers, they found the cave deserted except for themselves. Grassland frown, clad in 6 defensive gear, dashed ahead to draw out monsters. After luring out 3 to 5 bats, Ewong no more and Lazy Noodle took the front line, absorbing the attacks. Meanwhile, the enigmatic monk aimed a rocket launcher from the rear, while Maple Madman unleashed a barrage with a Gatling gun. The 5 worked in perfect harmony, dispatching the mutated bats in about 5 minutes. After gathering materials and administering healing, they pressed deeper into the cave. They had attempted to use flamethrowers before, but the results were lackluster. The bats would not approach when attacked with fire. Due to the presence of a muck swamp ahead, they continued along the stone wall to hunt monsters. About 500 meters from the Bat Cave, the group concealed themselves in the underbrush, observing the movements ahead. ITS them. Iron Crown Taoist, White Eagle noted, his eyes glinting a faint yellow as he addressed the towering immortal beside him. I can see them, came the electronic synthesized voice from the latter's cloak. Did you sense the energy fluctuations from the Xuanzang Taoist? No, half a month prior, Iron Crown Taoist received intel from Blackwater Town about the disappearance of Xuanzang Taoist, which had persisted for over a month. Upon relaying this information back to the mechanical church, the leader issued a peculiar directive. No need to search for Xuanzang. He poses no threat. Iron Crown Taoist felt a slight relief upon receiving the order. However, shortly thereafter, the Paladin Order reported that a suspected immortal entity was located in the northern contamination zone. Iron Crown Taoist then traveled to Blackwater Town to establish contact. Based on White Eagle's description, he concluded that the immortal entity was indeed one of his senior brother Xuanzang's forms. After relaying this information back to the sect, he awaited further instructions from the leader but received none. Once White Eagle recovered from his injuries, Iron Crown Taoist invited him to investigate further. Following their previous setback, White Eagle had been harshly reprimanded by the Order's officer during a team meeting. He was tasked with gathering information in Blackwater Town to ascertain whether the figure from future technology would return for trade. To this end, White Eagle apprehended a series of related individuals, including Oldley, Jackal, and some shop personnel frequented by Su Chen. Investigations revealed that Zhao Shi had been seen near the candy store prior to his paralysis. Consequently, Zhao Kuan suspected the individual to be the culprit. Following a directive from the town mayor for a thorough investigation, even Zhou Lung's information was unearthed, as the teammates who had betrayed him were captured 3 days prior upon arriving in Blackwater Town. Despite interrogation, no one had any information on Su Chen. From this direction, they estimated they were still about 20 kilometers from their target location. White Eagle turned and asked, should we avoid them? Iron Crown Taoist stood. Indifferent, no need for trouble. I shall capture them to lead the way. With that, he lifted his hood, revealing a mechanical head resembling a domed cover. From the sleeves of his robe, robust mechanical arms unfolded. transforming into leaf-like appendages, glistening with flashing metal chips. Iron-crowned Taoist strode forward, rapidly advancing towards the cave entrance. Inside the cave, the enigmatic monk was engaged in a fierce battle with monsters when he suddenly felt tremors beneath his feet. Turning to look, he saw a towering robot blocking the cave entrance, casting a shadow over the 5 of them. What the hell? Hulk armor? Grassland frowned gasped. Before the others could react, the robot swung its mechanical arm, and dozens of electronic chips accurately landed at their feet. Zzz. Blue electric arcs flickered, paralyzing the 5, causing their weapons to drop and rendering them defenseless. Both Maple Madman and Ewong no more collapsed into the muck pit, dragged under by the monsters. The remaining 3 were seized by Iron-crowned Taoist and marched out of the cave. Having finished his meal, Su Chen was reviewing his dark particle balance. The wild monsters in the Bat Cave yielded relatively high-tier dark particles, allowing players to absorb them at an exponential rate. Seeing their diligent efforts to level up, Su Chen felt compelled not to lag too far behind, adjusting the extraction ratio to a 60-40 split. This change enabled him to harvest around 6,000 dark particles daily, especially since most players were focused on grinding reputation and not leveling up in earnest. Over the course of 2 weeks, he amassed around 100,000 dark particles, nearly sufficient for half a low-tier dark particle field. What a delight! Just as he was preparing to wash up and sleep, Zhou approached, looking weary. Leader, I want to. Before he could finish, Su Chen interrupted. Oh dear, Lao Zhou, you seem a tad worn out. Be sure to rest adequately. Don't overwork yourself to the point of exhaustion. Here, have a sip of this fruit and vegetable juice. Zhou accepted the cup, took a deep breath, and continued. I want to go out for a bit. I'm worried about Xiaoshui. Su Chen smiled brightly. You could share the address with me, and I can send someone to bring your daughter over. Zhou expression darkened, and he fell silent. His trust in Su Chen was still insufficient. Even though Su Chen had kept his word and helped him install a prosthetic limb, and despite the apparent safety of the star shelter. As all nearby monsters had been cleared away, Zhou remained uncertain about Su Chen's true intentions and background. He was reluctant to bring his daughter to the shelter, especially since it was still a contaminated zone. Even Xuanzong dared not escape without permission, and Zhou certainly did not wish to cross boundaries. He even harbored suspicions that the prosthetics contained miniature explosives installed by Su Chen, ready to obliterate him into smithereens should he stray beyond the designated control range. Very well, old Zhou. Once my subordinates complete their training, should you wish to depart, I shall not detain you. Su Chen spoke earnestly. I have always been a man of my word. Zhou eyes glimmered faintly as he replied in a low voice. Thank you. After all, we have endured hardships together. Su Chen patted him on the shoulder. As he watched Zhou retreating figure, Su Chen's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The sanctuary was currently ill-suited for exposure to powerful factions. Even if Zhou were to be spared, certain precautions must be taken. System, can players respawn outside your coverage area while ensuring they do not disconnect? The Fire Seed chip responded. A mobile dark particle chip can be utilized, provided that an information source transmitter is established. We are currently lacking gravity stone materials. Just as Su Chen was about to inquire further, the Fire Seed chip suddenly interjected. Host, there is an emergency. 5 players have come under attack. Su Chen's heart sank, and he immediately accessed the Fire Seed chip for information. Connecting his consciousness to the perspective of the trickster monk, he recognized the assailants. Raising an eyebrow, they have finally arrived. Chapter 55. Do you know Garen? Behind the starry sanctuary, Iron Crown tossed the 3 captured individuals onto the ground, extending his mechanical arm to retract the electroshock chips that had adhered to them. The trickster monk and his companions regained their ability to move. What in the world is happening? Why couldn't we move just now? The grassland above exclaimed in bewilderment. The trickster monk speculated, it seems we triggered a hidden storyline. Caught in a cutscene. Suddenly, Spicy Stick pointed at the nearby White Eagle, saying, Hey, I recognize this guy. He was part of the hostile faction during the Rescue Leader event. The trickster monk surveyed the surroundings and declared, Brothers, we have struck gold. This is a pivotal plot trigger. Nice. The 3 exclaimed in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement. Iron Crown? White Eagle. The 10 Knight team members were thoroughly bewildered. One member whispered. White team, are these individuals failed experiments? They seem a bit off. Before White Eagle could respond, the grassland above retorted, Shut it, you dimwit. Your whole family is messed up. The trio understood the situation clearly. After all, they were adversaries and were likely doomed. Once the cutscene concluded, they should be able to commence the mission. However, being mocked by NPCs was intolerable. Indeed, just then, a system prompt appeared before them simultaneously. Ding. You have triggered a hidden quest, the espionage of hostile forces. Quest reward, 1,000 energy points. Quest objective, lure the enemy into the sanctuary. The leader has gathered personnel and set up an ambush. Accept decline. The 3 rejoiced and promptly clicked accept. That moment, White Eagle's expression hardened, and he drew a dagger, swiftly plunging it into the grassland above's thigh. Blood spurted forth as he coldly declared, "Stop pretending. Answer the questions honestly, and I can grant you a swift end." After speaking, he realized the anticipated cries of agony did not ensue. The opponent maintained an unusually calm demeanor, defiantly retorting, "Go ahead. Strike harder. If I flinch, consider it a loss for me." White Eagle was momentarily taken aback, instinctively withdrawing the dagger to inspect it. The blood on it clearly indicated he had inflicted a wound. With a swift thrust, he stabbed again, yet still no reaction. Clenching his jaw, White Eagle fixated on the opponent's expression, stabbing relentlessly for over a dozen times. The leg was nearly severed, blood pooling around them. Yet, it bore no fruit. The grassland above continued to taunt, "Yes, that's right, quicker. It feels good. If you're my brother, then strike harder." White Eagle was incensed. "Who the hell are you calling brother?" Undeterred, he prepared to switch to another target for interrogation. Iron Crown interjected, "Infinite deities, hold on. These individuals appear to lack pain perception and cannot be coerced through conventional means." With that, Iron Crown flipped his mechanical arm, deploying a red bulbous electronic device, from which a slender metallic wire extended. He pressed it against Spicy Stick's head, slowly inserting it into his temple. Holding the bulb, he coldly inquired, "Are you acquainted with a person named Garen?" "Garen?" The three were momentarily stunned. What the hell? Have we stumbled into the wrong scene? Did this game acquire the copyright for League of Legends heroes? Perhaps not. It could merely be a name similarity. The trio chattered among themselves, entirely ignoring Iron Crown's inquiry. The latter's eyes crackled with electric sparks, the red bulb glowing ominously. The voltage stimulated the neural pathways, inflicting excruciating agony. He doubted anyone could withstand it. In the aftermath, even if the person were revived, they would be rendered a fool. Indeed, Spicy Stick began to convulse, frothing at the mouth, appearing utterly deranged. Iron Crown gradually reduced the voltage, believing the subject had surrendered. However, Spicy Stick wiped his mouth, his face alight with exhilaration, exclaiming, "What is this? It feels amazing." Observing his ecstasy, the trickster monk couldn't help but inquire, "Really? How exhilarating is it?" "More delightful than any dream I've had." Spicy Stick eagerly turned to Iron Crown. "Hurry, Hulk, give me another hit." The trickster monk also expressed eagerness. "How about you give me a turn?" Iron Crown's eyes emitted a fierce electric glow. Crackling like before with the trickster monk, White Eagle could no longer contain himself, drawing his gun and aiming it at the grassland above's head. "You have one last chance. Will you speak or not?" The grassland above pondered. If he died, would that count as mission failure? He contemplated before asserting, "Garen, yes, I know him." Indeed. White Eagle internally sighed with relief. They were still afraid of death. "Tell us about his background. Is he affiliated with your group?" "Background?" The grassland above began to elaborate. "He hails from the Valoran continent, known as the Dalmatian Power. He has a sister named Lux." Spicy Stick added. "He has two buddies, Zhao Xian and Jarvan IV, the trickster monk interjected. "He also has a nickname, Bush Garen, and is quite adept at spinning. He wields a great sword and can unleash devastating blows." "Exactly, a full combo with QWER can obliterate squishies." "You're talking nonsense. It doesn't even require a flash." "Shut up. I'm a Master Garen in this region. You think you know better? What do you know? Do you think he is without a flash? I ignite, and with Ghostblade activated. Where do you think you'll run? Trash. A Master game without ignite. No teleport. You're just talking big. This is called understanding. You don't know anything. Are you dissatisfied? Let's 1v1. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. If I lose, you call me daddy. Two insufferable fools, I'll teach you a lesson. What in the world is happening?" White Eagle's face contorted in frustration, feeling as though a swarm of mutated flies buzzed incessantly in his ears. Meanwhile, Iron Crown's eyes flickered with electric sparks, seemingly analyzing the information embedded in their discourse. As the three were on the verge of brawling, White Eagle had no choice but to interject, "Everyone, cease this at once." The trio turned in unison, shouting angrily, "Mind your own business." Bang. White Eagle, unable to endure further, fired a shot. The grassland above collapsed lifelessly. "Come on, say something." White Eagle's temper flared, shouting, "Speak up. Still think you're invincible? Do you believe I want to take you down right now?" Just after his outburst, a chilling gasp echoed from behind. White Eagle glanced down to see the body he had just shot dissipating into dust. This bizarre phenomenon sent a shiver down his spine, recalling that night in Lionheart Town. Puffed. Iron Crown's head emitted a visible plume of white smoke. White Eagle jumped in surprise, hurriedly asking, "Daoist, are you all right?" Iron Crown mechanically replied, "I require maintenance." With that, it retrieved a canister of coolant from its backpack. flipping open a panel on its crown, extending its arm to accurately pour the entire contents into the cavity atop its head. The trickster monk muttered, "What kind of game setting is this?" Just like the trickster, robots enjoy oil? Iron Crown's eyes blazed red, seizing the trickster monk by the throat and coldly demanding, "Have you encountered the trickster?" Ah, 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 ah. The trickster monk refrained from struggling, attempting to speak but failing to produce sound. White Eagle rushed forward, Taoist, calm down, calm down. Iron Crown's eyes slowly dimmed, its mechanical fingers loosening slightly as it coldly uttered a single word. Speak. The trickster monk grinned and grimaced, twisting his neck, responding begrudgingly. Yes, I've seen him, right here in the sanctuary. What sanctuary? Clarify. What is your connection to the trickster? The Starry Sanctuary, of course. Connection? The trickster is our class transfer mentor. A dedicated mentor? Yes, the three of us are. Along with around 70 to 80 others. What does he teach you? Mechanic skills, of course. Goodness, you're so bothersome. This cutscene dialogue is excessively long. After a barrage of inquiries, Iron Crown was now certain of the trickster's connection to these individuals. Meanwhile, White Eagle, upon hearing that they were disciples of the trickster, revealed a wary expression, subtly distancing himself from Iron Crown. The legacy of the Mechanic Church stemmed from the old world, where disciples referred to one another as brothers. Those fortunate enough to be guided by them were considered their apprentices. The eerie imagery of the recent deaths, coupled with the peculiar resurrection phenomenon witnessed in Lionheart Town, had begun to intertwine in his mind. The White Eagle has begun to harbor suspicions that these individuals may be the latest batch of immortals experimented upon by the Mechanical Church. If that is indeed the case, then he finds himself in grave danger. He urges the Taoist priest to seek out Zwanzizi. The Iron Crown emits a synthetic tone, its demeanor now devoid of the previous indifference. The trickster monk breathes a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Finally, we can commence the mission." A mission? This utterance sends a shiver down the spine of the White Eagle. He forces a smile and says, "Taoist priest, since someone has already offered to guide me, I shall not linger any longer. Thank you for your assistance." The Iron Crown does not insist on his company. However, the trickster monk objects, "Hey, don't leave, let us have some fun together." The spicy strip prince eagerly adds, "White hair, now that you're here, why not join us at the shelter?" Observing Iron Crown's gaze upon him, the White Eagle feels a surge of danger and retreats, forcing a smile. "No, I just remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. Having just slain one of your companions, and now you invite me as a guest? I wouldn't trust you for a moment." The White Eagle's hand instinctively reaches for his weapon as he faces the Iron Crown. Swiftly retreating with his team, the Iron Crown inquires, "Did Zwanzizi mention that we need to keep them?" "No," the spicy strip prince instinctively replies, only to quickly amend, "But keeping them might be fine. Perhaps the Taoist priest could finish them off with a single burst." Buzz, the White Eagle has already mounted his motorcycle, making a hasty escape. A flicker of uncertainty flashes in the Iron Crown's eyes, yet it hesitates to pursue. It is plagued by too many questions and wishes only to hasten to Zwanzizi. Come, Iron Canister, the shelter lies just ahead. Master Zwanzizi awaits inside, the trickster monk enthusiastically states, exchanging a knowing glance with the spicy strip prince, both of whom wear sly smiles. Although the Iron Crown harbors doubts, it deduces from the biological energy fluctuations that these individuals possess strength around F grade, and even if besieged, it could likely escape unscathed. Upon reaching the entrance of the shelter, it immediately spots Zwanzizi standing motionless in the center. "Master!" the Iron Crown calls out from outside the door, but Zwanzizi does not respond. As it prepares to activate its scanning module to assess Zwanzizi's condition, two other machines emerge from either side of the entrance. One of which says, "Junior brother, do come in." Seeing Zwanzizi and the two machines unharmed, it dismisses its concerns and steps forward. A sound echoes as it steps onto the metal plate. Concealed behind Zwanzizi, Su Chen smiles. Beep, signal source of the machine captured ZZZ. In an instant, the Iron Crown is enveloped in electric arcs, its eyes flashing red. The trickster monk and the spicy strip prince beside it are rendered paralyzed. Collapsing to the ground, a warning tone resonates. Unknown virus intrusion. The Iron Crown's eyes dim, and it stands still, no longer responsive. Su Chen swiftly steps forward, following the system prompt to extract the Iron Crown's biological chip. As he removes the energy block, the Fire Seed chip suddenly warns, "Host, it also carries a source biological chip." However, Su Chen is momentarily taken aback. This implies that, like Zwanzizi, it cannot be resurrected within the Mechanical Church. Ordinarily, if Zwanzizi lost contact, the Mechanical Church would dispatch personnel for investigation, at least exhibiting some self-preservation instinct, and would not carry a source biological chip. Yet, the Iron Crown arrived alone, clutching its most vital chip. This defies logic. Considering the leader of the Mechanical Church, who possesses the most formidable computational power in the wasteland, Such a fundamental error seems unlikely. What, then, is the true intent of their leader? Su Chen furrows his brow in contemplation. The Iron Crown's actions appear to be nothing short of a sacrificial offering. First, we must take it to the class change hall to decrypt the chip data, Su Chen instructs. Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia step forward to lift the Iron Crown's body. Proceeding toward the class change hall, meanwhile, the trickster monk and his companions receive a system notification. Ding, congratulations! The mission of the hostile faction spy has been completed. Reward, 1,000 energy points. Upon seeing the energy points credited, the trio erupts in cheers. As they disperse the curious onlookers, Su Chen approaches Wanzizi, holding the Iron Crown source biological chip energy block, and states, "Your junior brother also carries a source biological chip. If it were not for its own foolishness, it could only be that your leader sent it to its demise." With that, he relinquishes control over Zwanzizi and strides toward the class change hall. Zwanzizi's eyes flicker with chaotic code as he glances at Su Chen, silently following. Host, the biological chip data has been decrypted. Dark particles. 1-030-000. Upon hearing this prompt, Su Chen feels little joy. The mysterious leader, who can predict outcomes, casts a shadow over his thoughts. Arriving at the hall, Su Chen dons a smile and addresses Zwanzizi. "If your junior brother is willing to cooperate, I will spare its life. Furthermore, its possession of the source biological chip is highly illogical. Does your leader truly possess the ability to foresee? In the Star Shelter, it is far safer than in the wasteland. You practitioners of the Tao seek tranquility and nature. Do you not? This place boasts pristine mountains and rivers, along with a plethora of creatures far superior to immortals for your research. The lubricants here are unlike anything you could find elsewhere." Under Su Chen's relentless persuasion, Zwanzizi silently nods. "I shall attempt to persuade my junior brother." Fu Chan claps his hands, handing over the depleted biological chip module. "You two brothers must have much to discuss. I shall return later." With that, he confidently turns to leave. After all, these two immortals have already been compromised by the fire seed chip, their fates resting in his hands. Standing in contemplation for a long while, Zwanzizi reinstalls the chip into the Iron Crown's body, causing it to hum with energy, its eyes igniting with light. Its first instinct is to activate its weapon module, only to discover that its permissions have been locked. Raising its gaze to the figure of Zwanzizi before it, it asks, "Master, is that you?" Zwanzizi nods, his electronic synthesized voice carrying a tone of seriousness as he inquires, "Junior brother, why do you carry a source chip?" The Iron Crown's eyes shimmer momentarily. 2 months ago, I returned to the church to replace the data chip module. The leader instructed me to bring the source chip for data maintenance. Later, the leader dispatched me to Dawn City to transport particle conductors. Due to the low danger of the mission, the leader said there was no need to change chips. After you vanished for over a month in the Northsea ruins, I received intelligence from Blackwater Town and came to investigate. Zwanzizi listens in silence, then retrieves his cultivation journal, flipping through the records until his finger halts at an entry. Wasteland Year 3, Month 7, clear. The radiation index is elevated. Upon returning to the church for machine maintenance, the leader informed me that the other two machines had completed their upgrades and could load additional crystal energy modules. Due to the requirement for high computational capability with the new machines, the leader suggested carrying the source chip to maximize the potential of all three machines. On March 7th, just over 4 months ago, Xuanzi was oblivious to the fact that this period coincided with Su Chen's arrival in the wasteland. Chapter 57. The Surveillance of the Mechanical Dog. Upon returning to his residence, Su Chen sat alone in a chair, closing his eyes and remaining motionless for an extended time. One of the superpowers in the wasteland. The mechanical church, Su Chen had little faith that the leader of the opposing faction would commit such a grave blunder. Tai Guanzi, after all, was a B-rank immortal being, and his vigilance, honed over many years in the wasteland, far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. With Xuanzi's disappearance preceding their arrival, it was reckless for them to venture into such perilous territory without a means of retreat. Su Chen sensed that something was amiss. Perhaps, after Xuanzi's incident, that leader had foreseen some eventuality. Is there truly someone in this world capable of predicting future events with precision? Su Chen pondered, unable to grasp the concept, and thus turned to the fire seed chip for answers. The prophetic principles Xuanzi had mentioned could potentially manifest on a macro scale, yet human thought is fraught with uncertainty, making accurate predictions utterly unattainable. Sighing, Su Chen felt a weight in his heart. Rubbing his temples, he endeavored to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Regardless of whether they were indeed prophets, if they had sent someone to their demise, he would accept the offering. A smile crept across Su Chen's face as he cast aside all apprehensions. It was clear to him that, even if the leader harbored some ulterior motive, there was no need for fear if they did not mount a large-scale attack. Should complications arise in the future, he could simply abandon the shelter and flee to the depths of the mountains and forests, where, as long as he found a suitable dark matter energy magnetic field, he could make a triumphant return. However, Su Chen felt a growing pressure within. He realized that he needed to expedite the construction of the shelter and summon more players to join. Once his army of natural disasters was fully formed, all conspiracies would be rendered futile. Rising, he exited. Upon reaching the class transfer hall, he found two immortals deep in thought, having ceased their conversation. How did the discussion go, esteemed Taoists? Su Chen inquired with a smile. Tai Guanzi glanced at him, a blue, net-like glow passing through his eyes before he lowered his head. Xuanzi then spoke. Tai Guan has agreed to join the Starlight Shelter. Su Chen let out a hearty laugh and warmly patted Tai Guanzi's mechanical arm, declaring, in that case, we shall be family from now on. Tai Guanzi silently assessed the core energy block, now completely drained. Family indeed. Taoist Tai, did you come with Bai Ying? Do you happen to know if the Paladin Order has any significant movements? Upon hearing Su Chen's question, Tai Guanzi responded in a grave tone. A bounty has been placed on your head, and Blackwater Town is also searching for you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is the situation? Zhao Kuan suspects you are the one responsible for paralyzing his third SON. Su Chen was utterly bewildered. Who was Zhao Kuan, and who was his foolish son? Uncertain of what Xuanzi had communicated, Tai Guanzi complied and recounted the events occurring in Blackwater Town. At the end of his account, he pointed to Zhou Long, who had been eavesdropping nearby, stating, he too has been implicated, with his likeness displayed in the town square. His 5 teammates have also been captured. Zhou Long was astounded to find himself entangled in this predicament. Upon hearing that his teammates had been captured, his expression shifted dramatically as he hurried over, asking urgently, Zhang San and the others have been caught. Tai Guanzi regarded him briefly before ignoring him. After Su Chen gestured, he continued, I recall that one of the captors mentioned a Zhang San. When did this happen? Zhou Long pressed on point 3 days ago in the afternoon. They were apprehended during a town inspection. Zhou Long's complexion paled, and anxiety washed over him. Suddenly, with tears in his eyes, he turned to Su Chen and pleaded, Leader, I must return. Su Chen replied with indifference, the Paladin Order is searching for you, and Blackwater Town has issued a bounty. Do you intend to march to your death in the wilderness? I must go. Even if it means death. Zhou Long clenched his fists tightly. Clarify your intentions, or you shall not leave, Su Chen pronounced coldly. This time, Zhou Long did not hesitate. He poured forth his story without reservation. Zhou Long originally hailed from a concealed small gathering point. He had learned to hunt from the village's hunters and, upon reaching adulthood, ventured forth, even purchasing inferior gene agents in the black market. Fortunately, he survived the genetic modifications without succumbing. His teammate, Zhang San, had grown up alongside him, and they often supported their village. After Zhou Long's incident, Zhang San did not oppose the decision to sell Zhou Long. Yet Zhou Long believed that Zhang San had relatives in the village. Under his watch, the gathering point should remain safe for the time being. Now that Zhang San had been captured, there was a chance that the others might divulge the location of the gathering point. The thought of his fellow villagers being taken and sold into slavery filled Zhou Long with dread. Upon learning that the gathering point was in the opposite direction of the Starlight Shelter, approximately a day or two's journey away, Su Chen squinted and subtly signaled Xuanzi. Old Zhou, your current state is quite poor. You should rest for a while. Before Zhou Long could respond, Xuanzi had already stepped forward to restrain his arms. Su Chen swiftly produced a tranquilizer and expertly injected it into Zhou Long's neck. Let me go. Let me go. Leader, I beg you. I implore you. Save my daughter. Zhou Long's struggles gradually ceased as he succumbed to unconsciousness. After returning him to the laboratory, Su Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, System, how quickly can the particle signal transmitter be constructed? Host, have you discovered the material for the gravity stone? Su Chen was taken aback and glanced down at the prompt from the fire seed chip. There, a machine dog the size of an adult cat lay discarded, its body charred black. What is this? Su Chen asked Tai Guanzi. The latter responded, on my way here, I discovered it spying and captured it. Spying? Su Chen's heart sank. He had initially thought that the machine dog was a gift from Tai Guanzi. Do you know its origins? Xuanzi's eyes glimmered blue as she replied. It is a Recon 6 type mechanical dog. This model is quite common. The Intelligent Machine Nation, Future Technologies, and even the forces of Dawn City all possess factories capable of producing such devices. Tai Guanzi added, after being struck by me, it initiated a self-destruct sequence in its core chip, making it impossible to ascertain which faction it belongs to. Su Chen said, his expression relaxing. In that case, I shall take this for further study. Tai Guanzi nodded. Su Chen smiled and added, Taoist Tai, for the time being, please assist Taoist Xuanzi with the affairs of the shelter and familiarize yourself with the environment. With that, he produced several types of lubricating oil and handed them to Xuanzi, waving goodbye as he took the mechanical dog and departed. Once outside the class transfer hall, Su Chen's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. The mutations occurring in the BI's ruins had attracted the attention of multiple factions in such a short span of time. In addition to the mechanical church, the Paladin Order, and Blackwater Town. Now there was a machine dog surveilling the shelter. He silently cursed the Genesis Bio for their role in inciting these disturbances. If not for their meddling in the BI's ruins, they would not have drawn so many faction scrutiny. Su Chen felt increasingly cornered. If he continued to remain passive, he could not predict when enemies would come knocking. Upon returning to his residence, he utilized the ecological chamber to dismantle the machine DOG'd. In addition to a pile of electronic components, he discovered a gravity stone the size of a fist. In his hand, it felt surprisingly light, even lighter than ordinary alloy plates. Would this be sufficient? Retaining half of it would suffice to construct a small microparticle signal receiver, while the remainder could yield approximately 10 mobile launchers. Su Chen nodded, suddenly inquiring, "System, do you recognize the leader of the mechanical church?" The fire seed chip answered without hesitation. "All of my data derives from the information observed by the host." Su Chen reflected on this. Realizing the validity of the statement, the fire seed chip had not been aware of the information regarding the amalgamators. Otherwise, it would have provided relevant insights when confronted by Lan Tun and Bai Ying. First, arrange for Xiao Huang to produce the receiver and launchers, Su Chen instructed, lowering his head to contemplate his next steps. Chapter 58, Your Disciple, his heart unsteady. Bai Ying hurried back to Blackwater Town through the night, not daring to pause even for a moment. What would normally take over 3 days, he managed to accomplish by activating his biological crystal energy, returning to Blackwater Town before dawn, neglecting even his 10 subordinates. He was relieved to have escaped swiftly. Had he lingered, he might not have been fortunate enough to survive another shot from an immortal. Upon his return, he immediately sought out the intelligence officer of the Paladin Order, transmitting the information back to headquarters via radio. The edge of the BI's ruins. A new experimental base of the mechanical church has seemingly emerged, conservatively estimated to house 2 B-rank immortal beings, known as Xuanzi and Taiguanzi, along with at least 50 suspected F-rank immortals. Please be vigilant of the northern side and send reinforcements. After sending the telegram, Bai Ying exhaled deeply and turned to the nearby intelligence officer, asking, "Any recent news from headquarters?" "Captain Bai, Genesis Bio has publicly announced the development of a new biological prosthetic with regenerative capabilities and is seeking C-rank gene warriors to participate in trials. Successful initial trials will result in free prosthetics being offered." Bai Ying's mind immediately flashed back to the mutated octopus creature in the BI's ruins. However, why would Genesis Bio seek cooperation with external forces? They had sufficient genetically modified individuals internally to conduct trials. Anything else? The transport team from Dawn City was ambushed in the Songsha mountain range by an unknown faction, leading to the complete annihilation of the Gene Warrior squad escorting the transport convoy, with no evidence left at the scene. The city of Dawn harbors unilateral suspicions that our transport convoy has been hijacked and has deployed drones to conduct reconnaissance over our headquarters airspace. Upon hearing this, White Eagle could not help but exclaim, "Is the city of Dawn out of its mind? The Wild Plains and the Songsha area are separated by hundreds of kilometers, with the Dongqi ruins lying in between. An intermediate-level contaminated zone. Do we really need to venture that far?" The informant sighed. Indeed, there were our night squads operating near the Dongqi ruins at that time. Irritated, White Eagle brushed aside his bangs. The actions of the city of Dawn would undoubtedly divert much of headquarters' attention to countering this threat, leaving no personnel available for support here in BI's. Has there been any recent intelligence from Heishui Town? Any news regarding Galen? There is no significant information. However, Zhao Yu took a squad of guards out of town this morning, claiming to have leads on Galen, accompanied by Zhang San and others who were previously captured. White Eagle scoffed. That wastrel is surely bored of the town and has gone off hunting. Among Zhao Kuan's 3 sons, only the second possesses any skill. Zhao Yu and Zhao Shi are utter failures, too timid to even inject the second-generation gene serum. Only after confirming the lack of crucial information did White Eagle drag his weary form to rest. Host, the receiver and transmitter have been completed. In the morning, Su Chen was awakened by the ignition chip. After freshening up, he found breakfast prepared by Su Xiaoyu waiting on the table. Following the events of the last incident, the girl has become increasingly diligent in her training. Despite the time consumed by renting out properties to players, she seizes every opportunity to exercise. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen stretched his body. Last night, he had invested 500,000 dark particles to enhance his spinal region, firmly establishing his strength at E tier. The remaining internal organs and critical areas of his head would require approximately 2 million dark particles for reinforcement. His current account balance was just under 700,000, sufficient to exchange for some foundational materials for the fortress. System, are you serious about copying those Iron Crown skills? Su Chen gazed at the data provided by the ignition chip, somewhat taken aback. Lightning Strike Talisman, Gravity Talisman Array, Gasoline Combustion Talisman, Laser Particle Palm Talisman. The ignition chip responded. The weapon module system of the Iron Crown is inclined towards controlled explosions. Most of the heat weapons it utilizes require electronic components for detonation. Its principles are akin to grenades and precision demolitions. Yet its computational speed and operational mastery are vastly superior. Goodness, truly, it lives up to its heritage as part of the mechanical Taoist church. Technological talismans, who wouldn't he be intimidated? Su Chen began to grasp the style of the mechanical church. Even if a robotic swordsman were to appear, he would not be surprised. Upon entering the job transfer hall, he found no sign of the Xuanji brothers. Just as he was beginning to wonder, a commotion erupted from the Resurrection Square. Approaching, Su Chen was taken aback to see Xuanji removing the Iron Crown's head and casually tossing it into a nearby bucket. A crowd of players had gathered to watch. What the? Su Chen rushed over, prepared to inquire, only to see Xuanji skillfully reattaching the head to the Iron Crown. As soon as the head was secured, the Iron Crown's eyes flickered with arcs of electricity. Xuanji could not resist tapping its head, producing a crisp sound. Junior brother, I told you not to engage the computation module. Your transport module is not even half the size of mine. At this rate, your core reaction module will burn out. The Iron Crown turned its head stiffly and spoke in a stuttering synthesized voice. Brother, they are consuming mutated creatures. Yesterday, the dead are alive. Alive. Xuanji, exhibiting a surprisingly human-like gesture, raised a mechanical hand to support its head and shook it in disbelief. Junior brother, remain calm. Do you understand? After all these years of cultivation, have you turned into a dog? Listening to Xuanji's admonition, the Iron Crown barely managed to suppress its urge to activate the computation module, though steam continued to hiss from its head. Meanwhile, the surrounding players were pointing and chatting animatedly. Wow, that robot's head is smoking. It may not be as good-looking as Xuanji, but it's definitely massive. I heard the monk call it Iron Can. This dog planner truly is terrible at naming. No, don't you think this robot is just a big fool? It is so clumsy it walked right into the boss's trap. By the way, does the boss possess some kind of super ability? How can we learn the boss's skills? Haha, this is hilarious. Are you hearing Xuanji still lecturing it? It seems Xuanji used to crash frequently as well. Perhaps there were initial modeling bugs by the developers. It's much better now, even sunbathing to recharge. Upon hearing the players' discussions, the Iron Crown turned and asked, Brother, are they provoking us? What does it mean that you crashed? Who is this dog planner? What is the official bug? Xuanji raised both hands and began to strike. The clanging sounds echoed as he emitted an irate synthesized voice. Where do all these questions come from? No thinking. Don't compute. Did you hear me? The players burst into laughter. Haha, the two robots are fighting. Oh my, still calling each other brothers. This game is truly absurd. The dog planner's modeling is amusing, and the NPC interaction mechanism is improving. At that moment, Su Chen approached with a solemn expression, saying, Warriors, the Iron Crown has brought unfortunate news. The relic hunter Minter Zhoulong's hometown has been attacked and is currently awaiting rescue. The sanctuary is preparing to send personnel to assist Zhoulong. Any willing warriors should sign up at the mission hall. I will select the 5 bravest warriors to undertake this task. After he finished speaking, all players received a system notification. Ding, special mission, urgent rescue operation, mission rewards, 2,000 energy points, 500 reputation points, resurrection chip X3. All players in the square paused for a moment, then surged toward the mission hall in a frenzy. Let us go. For the Star Sanctuary, for the tribe, for the Alliance, for Nai-Z. Call me a meal bucket. He tossed his shovel aside and flopped down, logging off to make a phone call. A minute later, he got back up and dashed toward the mission hall. In under 2 minutes, players who had logged off to rest, including the cunning monk, quickly came online. Damn, I haven't even put on my clothes. Who cares? With such a mission reward, I must secure it. What even is a resurrection chip? I've never heard of it. 500 reputation points. It would take me half a month of grinding to earn that. The Iron Crown stared at the chaotic scene before it, and its eyes began to flicker with arcs of electricity again. Its synthesized voice stuttered, Madman? Mad? Seeing it about to overload again, Xuanji, exasperated, removed its head once more, tossing it into the bucket with a hissing sound of evaporating steam. Su Chen sauntered over, smiling. Taoist, your junior brother seems unable to withstand the pressure. His mind is unstable. He needs more practice. Xuanji rolled its eyes at him but chose to ignore his comment. Su Chen, unfazed, waved and headed to the job transfer hall to find Zhoulong. Meanwhile, he thought, System, has the pickup truck been repaired? It has been fully restored. Chapter 59. Players stepping out of the sanctuary upon arriving at the job transfer hall's laboratory. Su Chen found Zhoulong still unconscious. He suspected he might have administered too much sedative. Old Zhou, wake up. He approached and gently tapped Zhoulong's face to rouse him. Zhoulong groggily opened his eyes and, after a moment, abruptly sat up. Boss, Su Chen raised his hand to interrupt. No need to speak. The vehicle is prepared for you with 3 days' worth of supplies. Additionally, 5 more personnel will accompany you. Once you contact your daughter, return immediately. Yes, Zhoulong replied, his eyes reddening with emotion. Thank you. He had realized that the outside world was indeed less secure than the Star Sanctuary, especially after witnessing how effortlessly the boss subdued a B-tier immortal yesterday. Such prowess had elevated his regard for Su Chen to almost a reverent level. Su Chen smiled. Once you arrive, drive the vehicle back here and wait for me at the entrance. Zhou Long hurried off to start the vehicle. After filtering through the ignition chip, Su Chen selected 5 players and sent them a system notification. Moments later, the Cunning Monk, Grassland on Head, Spicy Sticklord, Maple Madman, and Iwang Wu Qian arrived before Su Chen. Grinning widely, these 5 were currently the highest-ranking players in the entire server. Except for Grassland on Head, who was only level 48, the other 4 had all surpassed level 50. Moreover, they were well-equipped and frequently teamed up. Displaying a strong synergy, the mission was merely a guise. Su Chen had already decided on the candidates. Seeing the excitement on the 5 faces, Su Chen spoke earnestly. You 5 are the bravest warriors of the sanctuary. As you venture out, you may face numerous dangers, including potential assaults by bandit groups. Dio, you have confidence in this rescue mission? Yes, they replied in unison. Grassland on Head muttered, how sea-liched. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued. Good. From here on, you will follow Mentor Zhou Long's commands. No acting independently or straying from the group. That understood. Simultaneously, a system notification popped up before each of the 5. Without hesitation, they clicked to accept. Su Chen continued, for the convenience of this operation, you are to use codenames when outside. Now, please choose a codename for yourselves that is easy to remember and not frivolous. Oh wow, we even have codenames. This is quite professional. One of them remarked. It seems this task is indeed quite intriguing. The 5 of them deliberated for a moment, and the trickster monk spoke first. I shall be known as Li Qing. The descendant of dragons. Su Chen twitched at the corner of his eye. It was too lengthy and simply wouldn't do. Then just call me Li Qing. It's easy to remember, and Wang Wuqian blurted out without hesitation. Yasuo. The Spicy Stick enthusiastically chimed in. Let us go with Spicy Stick then. Feng Fengzi declared, by Li Shouyue. Both the trickster monk and Iwang Wuqian cast him disdainful glances. After some contemplation, Su Chen prompted the last one again. Sighing, fine, we'll call you Green Hat. Once their code names were confirmed, Su Chen led them into the laboratory, stating, for your safety, we need to perform a minor surgical procedure on you. Come over. The one known as Green Hat immediately rushed forward. Exclaiming, I'll go first. He swiftly climbed onto the operating table, lying still with his limbs spread out. As Su Chen activated the robotic arms beside him, he instructed, turn over and lie flat. Once Green Hat complied, Su Chen produced a scalpel and made a precise incision at the back of his skull. The mechanical arm descended, picking up a thin black chip from a tray and implanting it at the junction of his skull and cervical spine. After applying a bit of ointment, Su Chen announced, all done, next. Performing surgery on players required no anesthesia and was completed in minutes. They curiously reached to touch their necks. The microparticle signal transmitter was implanted, and the signal reception was normal. Hearing the system's notification, Su Chen nodded slightly. The mechanic's human modification skills proved quite effective. Leading the 5 to the entrance of the shelter, he found Zhou Long anxiously waiting. Upon seeing the leader approach with the 5, a group of players rushed over to gawk. From his storage watch, Su Chen retrieved 5 circular metallic discs, distributing them one by one to the 5. The trickster monk took his, examining its properties with curiosity. Revival chip. Triggers upon death, allowing for revival at the spot, selecting a larger brain fragment for reconstitution. Incineration or obliteration of the body renders it unusable. Experience points are not deducted upon revival. Revival attempts remaining, 3-3. What the hell? This is an official revival coin, they exclaimed excitedly. Their joy was palpable, and those nearby, upon seeing the revival chip's properties, drooled with envy. Just by taking on a single task, they could acquire 3 revival coins. How I wish to have one. Su Chen's expression turned serious as he intoned, warriors, for the glory of the star shelter. Let us depart. Zhou Long hurriedly climbed into the vehicle, with the trickster monk claiming the front seat while the other 4 scrambled into the back, exuberantly waving their arms. The trickster monk leaned out of the window, boasting, hey, brothers, remember to catch my stream? Haha. Zhou Long started the vehicle, driving towards the shelter's exit. A mysterious light flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he turned to leave. He eagerly anticipated how the players would behave after departing the shelter. Hopefully, they would divert some attention. With a quiet sigh, Su Chen instructed the fire seed chip system, monitor Zhou Ling's every move. If he betrays us or is captured, immediately initiate the self-destruct protocol. Understood, host. Allowing the players to follow Zhou Long served 2 purposes, monitoring him and inciting chaos. By releasing Zhou Long, certain eyes would be drawn away, alleviating pressure from the shelter. Moreover, by pushing Zhou Long into the spotlight to attract fire, Su Chen could conceal himself even deeper. Should exposure occur, he could still push the immortal and the mechanic church into the forefront. The chip implanted in the player's brains functioned similarly to a mobile phone card, enabling the fire seed chip to achieve remote control via a receiver. The revival chip contained a certain quantity of dark particles, sufficient for them to reconstruct their bodies 3 times. Simultaneously, the revival chip also functioned as a miniature bomb. Should a player be captured, the self-destruct mechanism could be activated, killing them and allowing them to return to the shelter for revival. As for Zhoulong, a cold glint flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He would never risk exposing the secrets of the star shelter to save irrelevant individuals. The pickup truck gradually drove out of the shelter's vicinity. On the right side of the steering wheel, a rugged electronic display screen guided Zhoulong along the route. Unfamiliar with the paths in the mountains, he wouldn't have been able to exit without navigation. This was also the reason for the star shelter's concealment. Along the way, they occasionally encountered mutated monsters, prompting the players to fire wildly. A single deranged individual resulted in them tossing various explosives about, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Zhoulong advised them to conserve ammunition, which finally led to a temporary halt. By noon, the pickup truck emerged from the forest. Upon leaving the range of the fire seed chip's radiation, the navigation system immediately malfunctioned. Throughout the journey, the trickster monk and the others chattered incessantly while Zhoulong focused intently on the road, not paying them much mind. Upon entering familiar territory in the desolate plains, Zhoulong finally exhaled in relief. Wow, this landscape is far more beautiful than the shelter. Wow, we've been on the road for over 4 hours. The realistic scenery is incredible. It feels like a survival game. Which is delightful. Dog monk, weren't you live streaming? Wait, I was so busy enjoying the scenery that I forgot to stream. Just as he prepared to log off and adjust his streaming equipment, Zhoulong suddenly asked, I haven't asked your names yet. What do you call yourselves? The trickster monk promptly responded, Li Qing. The others followed suit with their respective code names. Zhoulong's brow furrowed in contemplation, though their names were somewhat peculiar. Such oddities were common in the wasteland, where many lacked proper names and only had code names. He was curious about where they came from and how they could revive, but he held back. Wary of probing too deeply, he feared that such inquiries might touch upon the core secrets of the star shelter, potentially leading to dire consequences for himself, or worse, transforming him into a mad, immortal creature like them. Having witnessed Su Chen's unpredictable methods, he dared not let his guard down. In reality, even if he did ask, he would glean little information. Players regarded him merely as an NPC. Would players seriously converse with an NPC in a game? For instance, if he asked, Little AI, where are you from? The NPC would respond, I live in your home. Why can you revive? Because this is a game. The disparity in information rendered normal communication impossible. The more one asked, the further off track it became. This was also why Su Chen felt at ease allowing players to roam free. Zhoulong was eager to press on and didn't stop for lunch. Along the way, they passed several collapsed buildings, prompting astonished reactions from the 5 players, who marveled at the impressive game design. During this time, the trickster monk logged off, adjusted his streaming equipment, and began broadcasting. The live stream displayed the trickster monk's perspective. Chapter 60. Show me your health bar, brothers. I'm here. Did you miss this handsome monk? Haha. The trickster monk successfully connected the stream, and a transparent screen appeared in his field of vision, displaying the content of his live chat. As a professional gaming content creator, the trickster monk had amassed over 1 million followers. When Wasteland Ruins began to gain popularity, he, as one of the notable strategy players during the initial testing phase, attracted another 100,000 followers. Just minutes into the stream, the number of viewers began to surge rapidly. Pigeon Spirit, do you still have the face to come back and see me? Dog Monk, playing games every day? Don't you know you're supposed to stream? Next time, definitely. As comments flew by, the trickster monk cheerfully engaged with his audience. Hey, brothers, this game is incredibly fun. I can't help it. The stream is affecting my gameplay. Today, I'm not going to stream, but take a look at this game's graphics and production quality. It blows all other trash games out of the water. I've currently accepted a special mission in the game and am on my way. Everyone should pay attention. This will serve as a guide for future public testing. Meanwhile, Zhoulong observed Li Qing in the passenger seat talking to himself like a lunatic. He suddenly recalled what Xianjizi had said. These individuals seemed to possess some mental deficiencies. Zhoulong instantly understood, and he felt a pang of pity for them, wondering what inhumane experiments they had undergone to end up like this. Within the shelter, Su Chen was able to view the trickster monk's livestream through the fireseed chip. Initially, to align with the ideologies of Blue Star players, a live stream signal source integration system had been intentionally added to attract more players to participate in the game testing. Suddenly, Zhoulong exclaimed, "Attention, there are people ahead." Several players quickly leaned out to look in the plains. 2 modified off-road vehicles were parked by the roadside, alongside 8 wilderness hunters taking a break. Zhoulong frowned slightly. He wished to avoid unnecessary confrontation and began to steer away. At that moment, the 5 players in the vehicle shouted loudly, "Hello, how are you? Shut up." Zhoulong quickly scolded. Do not greet strangers in the wilderness. They may attack at any moment. The 5 wore cheerful expressions, seemingly unconcerned. In the distance, the 8 hunters squatting on the ground smoking exchanged bewildered glances, one of them saying, "Boss, are they trying to provoke us? There should be 6 of them. Apart from the driver, they all look quite young. They must be from some gathering point. Get in the vehicle, pursue them." Zhou Long, through the rearview mirror, saw that the 2 off-road vehicles had already started up and were pursuing them. "Damn it!" With a sharp reprimand, Zhou Long drew his pistol, bracing for battle. The 5 companions wore expressions of exhilaration, exclaiming, "Are we really about to engage in combat?" Just as the words escaped their lips, the sound of submachine gun fire erupted from behind. "Ha ha, brothers, the fight has commenced." The trickster monk guffawed, retrieving a rocket launcher from his inventory, resting it against the car window. He turned to Zhou Long and said, "Hey, Minter, could you shift the car a bit? I'd like to give them a taste of my firepower." Zhou Long, on the verge of losing his temper, sensed a hint of madness in these individuals. Suddenly, he jerked the steering wheel, positioning the vehicle at an angle for precise targeting. The trickster monk activated his skill, shouting, "Take this!" Whoosh, boom! The rocket soared forth, striking an SUV with pinpoint accuracy. Amidst the violent explosion, it transformed into a fiery orb, ascending into the sky. "Oh yeah, did you see that, brothers? Wasn't he that spot on?" The trickster monk boasted, as the live chat flooded with praises. Meanwhile, the remaining SUV, unfazed, swiftly turned and fled. "What? They're escaping! Quick, chase after them!" cried La Tiaojun, who had just squeezed to the door but hadn't had the chance to fire his weapon. Zhou Long admonished, "Silence. Do not pursue a desperate enemy." "Damn it! This NPC is too cowardly," La Tiaojun retorted. Grassland above muttered, "Aren't we going to loot? They might drop gear." The others also appeared regretful. Zhou Long felt a chill in his heart. He recalled hearing from Xian Jizi that these individuals were highly aggressive. Initially, he believed they were merely monsters targeting the polluted zones, but he hadn't anticipated their ferocity toward their own kind. "Hey, look over there! A dog!" La Tiaojun suddenly shouted. The group hurriedly turned to see. The trickster monk analyzed. The scene features wildlife. Perhaps a pet system will be introduced later. The chat erupted with mockery. "Silly La Tiao, that's a wolf. Such ignorance is truly frightening." The streamer felt exasperated. "Quick, catch it and take its eggs." As they traversed various novel landscapes and encountered animals, the 5 clamored excitedly, appearing utterly inexperienced. Zhou Long's head throbbed. He couldn't comprehend where all this chatter was coming from, especially since he could barely understand most of what they were saying. Along the way, Zhou Long silently prayed not to encounter more wilderness hunters. He feared that any provocation could lead to unpredictable actions from the 5. Perhaps Zhou Long's prayers were answered, for they encountered no further mishaps until nightfall. Away from the polluted zones, the night felt relatively safe. Zhou Long was anxious to reunite with his daughter, pressing on through the night. La Tiaojun yawned and complained, "What kind of absurd task is this? We're just driving around." The trickster monk replied, "It's likely related to the game's narrative, for the sake of realism. The travel time is extended. We probably have some side quests along the way, but we've just been too engrossed in playing." Grassland above also yawned. "I can't take it anymore. I've been up all night gaming and need to catch some sleep. Call me when we reach the task location. Going offline won't cause the task to fail, right? Let me check." After confirming that logging off wouldn't result in a task failure, the trickster monk said, "Brothers, I'll keep the live stream running. If we reach the task location, the moderators will call me." Subsequently, the 5 logged off in succession, finally bringing about a serene silence. Yet, the stillness was almost complete. Even the sound of breathing had vanished. Li Qing, in the passenger seat, lay slumped with his eyes wide open, creating a somewhat eerie scene. Zhou Long began to doubt whether they had perished. 5 hours later, after navigating through a dense wilderness filled with twists and turns, the pickup truck halted before a village obscured by large boulders. As Zhou Long stepped out of the vehicle, someone behind a stone wall called out cautiously, "Who goes there?" "Wolf dog, it's me." "Zhou Long, Uncle Zhou?" A slender, dark-skinned youth emerged from behind the wall, his bare torso glistening in the dim light. His hair was unkempt, and his patched trousers barely covered him. Clutching a sharpened stick, he approached Zhou Long with a face full of astonishment. "Uncle Zhou, you've finally returned. The old village chief has been asking for you, and little Shui cries every day without sleeping." Upon entering, the boy's expression suddenly shifted to one of horror. "Uncle Zhou? Your leg, your arm?" Zhou Long, rarely displaying a smile, lifted his mechanical limb and replied, "What do you think? Isn't it cool? Much more powerful than flesh and blood." Seeing Zhou Long's relaxed demeanor, the boy managed to regain his composure and urgently asked, "Uncle Zhou, are you injured?" "Not at all. I simply upgraded to a stronger arm. This is called prosthetic modification. Ordinary people can't even dream of such a thing. This contraption is worth a fortune. One could trade it for 10 barrels of flour." "10 barrels? How long would that last? As the two spoke, the pickup truck door opened, and the trickster monk and the others exited one after another. Finally, we arrived. Where on earth is this? Are there any monsters around? Seeing the oddly dressed five, Wolf Dog displayed a wary demeanor. It's fine. These are my companions. Zhou reassured him. However, feeling uneasy, he whispered, don't talk to them. They've been subjected to human experimentation and have some issues with their minds. Just avoid provoking them. Please go inside and inform the villagers. Wolf Dog cast a sympathetic glance at the five before turning and running towards the village. Zhou then addressed the five. The villagers here are ordinary people. No shooting, understood? The five nodded in agreement, acknowledging his warning. They opened the trucks back and retrieved a few supplies originally prepared by Su Chen for the journey. Soon, the village was illuminated by the flickering light of oil lamps. Two torches flared to life, and a group of villagers surrounded a frail elder. Zhou kid, where the hell have you been these past few days? I thought you'd been devoured by beasts. Upon hearing the elder's scolding, a warm expression crossed Zhou stern face as he hurried forward, handing the box to a nearby villager and supporting the elder's arm. Village chief, I'm back. The surrounding villagers greeted him with joy, their faces lighting up. The elder touched the mechanical limb and, glancing down, sighed, child, you've endured much. Behind them, La Tiaojun and the others whispered among themselves. These people must be refugees. Look how emaciated they are. Their ribs are protruding. Indeed, many appear to be severely malnourished. Though they have no clothing. How will they survive in winter? Only the trickster monk grasped the situation, stating, this is likely the game's official backdrop. After all, it's a post-apocalyptic setting. The previously quiet chat began to surge with activity. Damn. The immersion is too intense. It's hard to watch. Indeed, I've never seen refugees before. I am shocked at how malnourished they can become. It's so real, so impactful. Suddenly, a special effect illuminated the live stream. Big-tailed wolf sent a large rocket. Monk, see if you can provide some food for these refugees. What a generous benefactor, the trickster monk exclaimed. Thank you for the gift. We're currently in a narrative sequence, but I'll inquire shortly. At that moment, the villagers also noticed the five. Seeing their peculiar attire, they appeared apprehensive, especially when they spotted Yi's formidable blade for an arm. No one dared to approach. Zhou explained, it's all right. They are my people. The elder nodded, acknowledging, since they're guests, please come in quickly. Wolf Dog, start a fire and bring down the rabbits from my rafters. Zhou hastily interjected, village chief, that's unnecessary. The trickster monk, sensing the moment was right, interjected, old man, we have food. He then produced a large, charred mutated bat from his inventory. La Tiaojun joined in, pulling out 2 roasted mutated rats. The others each presented skewers of roasted snakes, lizards, large sparrows, poisonous bees, fish, and groundhogs. They revealed a plethora of items, each one significantly larger than their normal counterparts. Although some were skinned and headless, it was evident that these weren't ordinary edibles. The trickster monk scratched his head, sheepishly saying, I didn't bring much. Just this. When they noticed the villagers' reluctance to partake, Grassland above picked up a roasted rat, took a crunchy bite, and remarked, why aren't you eating? It's really crispy and quite tasty. The villagers looked on in sheer terror, and the elder rolled his eyes and fainted. Zhou, exasperated, shouted, that is all contaminated mutated meat. Take it away. The 5 reluctantly stowed their food and began to eat among themselves. Brothers, it's not that we want to share. They just want to eat. It seems NPCs are programmed not to consume monster meat. I find it strange. Monsters can eat humans, so why can't humans eat monsters, right? Eating zombies? Forget it, that's too disgusting. I can't stomach it even if you fire rockets. Only a glutton could do that. Back when I was at a lower level, I saw someone being grabbed by a zombie, and he was so ruthless he bit the zombie back, eventually tearing its head off. Now that's hardcore. The trickster monk engaged with the chat, appearing to the villagers as a madman talking to himself. Although they were curious about the peculiar items he produced, they instinctively kept their distance from the 5. Zhou and the villagers entered the village, making considerable effort to revive the elder. Fortunately, the old man had weathered many storms and was not easily frightened. Within the lowly stone cottage, Zhou presented a vegetable juice to the elderly village chief. The old man glanced at it, his parched lips barely touching the liquid, and he remarked with a slight smirk, ah, the fragrance of vegetables is truly delightful. Observing the old man's nostalgic expression, the room was filled with the sound of swallowed saliva. Alas, I have grown old. Such a fine delicacy should not go to waste. Let it be saved for the children, he self-deprecatingly added. I boast to the children daily, yet I do not even know the taste of vegetables. How embarrassing. Zhou spoke softly, village chief, this place is no longer safe. I have returned to take Xiaoxue with me. The old chief paused, a hint of confusion flickering in his murky eyes. The others in the room also grew dim in their expressions. The young and able-bodied men capable of hunting in the village had either perished outside or had been captured by slave traders. Currently, only 2 or 3 slightly sturdier individuals remained to search for food. During Zhoulong's absence, the roots and bark of the trees surrounding the village had been stripped bare. The most precious item now was a dried wild rabbit hanging from the chief's rafters. Seeing the expressions of the villagers, Zhoulong felt his heart soften, and he resolutely declared, "I am working in a very safe place. I will first take a group back, and then I will return for you all." He had made up his mind that even if he had to kneel and plead with Su Chen, he would bring the villagers to safety. That moment, a gaunt old woman approached. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Zhou boy, where is my third son? Why hasn't he returned?" A surge of anger welled up within Zhoulong. It had been so long, and Zhang San had not come back. However, knowing Zhang San had been captured, he could not bear to reveal the truth and simply said, "Aunt Zhang, San has matters to attend to and is still in Heishui town dealing with some goods." "Oh, as long as he is fine, dear, you are the most capable in our village. Please look after things for us." After soothing the villagers, Zhoulong activated his prosthetic limb's light and hurried home. In the innermost low stone cottage, close to the mountain wall, Zhoulong tiptoed inside. A 7 or 8-year-old girl was curled up alone on a makeshift wooden bed, her frail, oval face smeared with dirt. And under the light, 2 clear trails of tears mingled with grime ran down her cheeks. Seemingly startled in her sleep, she twitched occasionally, her small mouth moving as if calling for her father. Though no sound escaped her lips, it seemed even in her dreams, she dared not speak loudly. Zhoulong's heart ached, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He reached out to touch his daughter's face, but hesitated. Afraid his mechanical hand might be too rough, and slowly withdrew it. Turning off the light of his prosthetic, Zhoulong sat in the darkness, guarding his daughter. At the village entrance, the 5 members of the trickster monks sat idly. Just then, they noticed the guard dog approaching. The one atop the grassland quickly stepped forward and asked, "Brother, where is Zhoulong?" The guard dog took a small step back in fear and whispered, "Uncle Zhou went to see Xiaoxue." "Who is Xiaoxue?" "She is Uncle Zhou's adopted daughter." The eyes of the 5 brightened. This must be their target. The trickster monk curiously inquired, "Adopted? Can you tell us why Zhoulong adopted a daughter?" He sensed that this NPC had approached them to trigger a quest, so he tried to extract more information. The guard dog thought for a moment, feeling that Uncle Zhou must be a good person to bring someone back to the village. "I heard from Grandpa Village Chief that Xiaoxue was discovered by Uncle Zhou at a gathering point. That time, during a snow disaster, Xiaoxue was just a few months old, cradled by a woman, trying to soothe her to sleep. And then she was handed over to another woman. They took turns soothing the child to sleep and exchanged her. Uncle Zhou witnessed that woman suffocating the exchanged child to death and then boiling her in a pot of scalding water. Unable to bear it, when Xiaoxue was nearly suffocated, Uncle Zhou traded her for a pack of biscuits. The village chief said that woman was Xiaoxue's mother, who went mad after consuming the meat in the pot and ran off into the snow to freeze to death. Uncle Zhou raised Xiaoxue alone, fostering her in the village and periodically brought food. He is a great hero of our village. Upon hearing the guard dog recount Xiaoxue's backstory in such a calm tone, the 5 trickster monks fell silent. Even the barrage of comments had quieted to a hush. Then, a comment floated by, "Brother Chen. Zhoulong is delivering supplies to the villagers. He must be afraid Xiaoxue will be eaten." Instantly, the comments surged. The implications were chilling. Tears are welling up. "Whoa, I'm crying and I'm going to cry myself to death tonight. I'm 1.80 meters tall, and I'm breaking down." The immersion was too strong. "I can't help it. I have something in my eye." Everyone began to post, tears welling up in the chat. The background stories of this game's NPCs are exceptionally well crafted. Is this what the apocalypse looks like? It's decided. When the public beta opens, I'll choose the Relic Hunter. I'm a fan of Zhoulong. The streamer must complete the quest and take Xiaoxue away, in no time. The comments were flooded with requests to take Xiaoxue away. The 5 trickster monks sniffled and rubbed their eyes furiously. Unfortunately, they did not possess tears. The Fire Seed chip deemed tear ducts unnecessary for players and had thus eliminated this feature. The trickster monk asked, "Then what do you usually eat?" The guard dog pointed towards the dark trees outside. "It just rained, and the bark and roots are quite fresh, although a bit bitter. 7 days ago, Uncle Lin was injured while hunting. He was bitten and his arm became infected, and the herbal ash was of no use. He left the village on his own and never returned. There are not many who can hunt in the village. So we can't get enough meat." He rushed forward excitedly. "Brother, I'm a relic hunter. I can hunt. Tell me, where are the most game in your area? You all eat normal wild beasts, right?" The trickster monk chimed in. "Yes, I may not have maxed out my skills, but catching a few rabbits is a piece of cake." The 5 eagerly dragged the guard dog outside. The trickster monk specifically reminded, "Just now, Zhoulong said no firearms are allowed. It's likely a special situation here, so we'll hunt with melee weapons." The 5 all nodded in agreement. That night, The mountains and forests outside the village were in chaos, a cacophony of sounds. The next day, when Zhou Long prepared to wake Xiaoxue, he suddenly caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. His expression changed, and he quickly drew his firearm, striding outside. The sight before him left him momentarily stunned. Under the dim light of dawn, a pile of beast carcasses lay heaped in the village clearing. Wolves, snakes, wild birds, chickens, marmots, wild boars. The blood had drenched the ground a deep crimson. At that moment, he saw Yi triumphantly lifting a crocodile with a long knife in his right hand, exclaiming, "Brothers, look what I've got! This should be enough for them to eat, right?" The guard dog squatted beside a pile of corpses, his gaze vacant. Zhou Long called out to him several times, but he remained unresponsive. When Zhou Long gently patted his head, the boy jolted awake, trembling violently. "Uncle Zhou, they finished off the wolf pack outside. They killed them all," Zhou Long reassured him. "It's all right. This is a good thing." Don't be anxious. The villagers, hearing the commotion, emerged from their stone cottages. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they stood frozen in shock. Suddenly, one individual rushed forward, kneeling on the ground, cradling a wild bird and weeping uncontrollably. "Food, food. We have food. We can survive the winter now." The villagers surged forward, kneeling on the ground, some crying, some laughing, tears and mucus mingling as they voiced their hoarse yet exhilarated sounds. The 5-member team stood at the village entrance, watching the villagers in a frenzied state. Rendered speechless, as dawn broke, the scene became clearer. These villagers were barely clothed, their eyes sunken, cheekbones protruding, limbs emaciated to the point of being mere skin and bones. With dark veins clearly visible on their necks and arms, it was difficult to grasp the impact of such a sight without witnessing it firsthand. In the live stream, those who tuned in that morning began to flood the comments with queries about what was happening. What is going on? Is this a disaster film? This is worse than the Black Continent refugees. New viewers, check the replay and make sure to have tissues ready. After watching the replay, the comments were once again filled with tearful expressions. As time passed, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 3 million. Gifts of all sizes began pouring in, urging the trickster monks to hunt more wild beasts for the villagers. Early in the morning, under the village chief's guidance, the villagers began to skin the animals. Lacking salt, they could only hang the meat to dry. Selecting the finest cuts, they set up a bonfire and a large iron pot in the clearing, starting to boil the meat for soup. The first pot of meat soup was ready. Several children, around 5 or 6 years old, approached with chipped black porcelain bowls. They handed the bowls to the 5, their voices bright and timid, saying, "Big brothers, thank you." The trickster monks hurriedly accepted the bowls. "Be careful not to burn yourselves." Looking up, they saw the villagers wearing kind smiles, their eyes filled with gratitude. One of the men from the grassland took a bowl, tilted his head back, and drank it down, exclaiming, "This is delicious. Thank you, little sister. Be careful not to get an internal injury, or you might end up in trouble." Another teased quietly. The man responded boldly, "What is there to be afraid of? It is nothing serious. It's just the atmosphere." The comments were filled with joy. "Haha, the green hat is getting into the character. Damn, this game experience is incredible. I'm so immersed just watching the stream." Does anyone know the address of the Apocalypse Wasteland Game Company? Please send it privately. I just want to see if they're slacking off. The modeling of those villagers must be exaggerated. If people were this starving, they'd have died long ago. Wow, this little sister-S modeling is so adorable. Have you not noticed? The adults are alarmingly emaciated, whereas the children, although appearing malnourished, do not exhibit such severity. The enigmatic monk gently ruffled the hair of a young boy, saying, "I have something to eat. Drink this soup." The boy swallowed and insisted that he would only take a sip if the monk did so first. After the boy tasted a mouthful, his eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious, even better than my mother's fingers." The monk's expression faltered momentarily, and he forced a smile, asking, "What did you just say?" The boy blinked innocently and replied, "I'm hungry. My mother used to let me suck on her fingers, and that was salty, which made me less hungry." The monk covered his mouth and turned his face away, remaining silent for a while. The atmosphere fell into a profound stillness once more. The villagers no longer regarded the 5-person team with fear. Little Snow awakened and affectionately embraced her father before running over to join a group of children, circling around the 5 adventurers with wide, innocent eyes filled with curiosity. The wolf dog and several young men looked on with admiration, peppering them with questions. Just as Zhou Long finished assisting the villagers, he turned to see Little Snow gleefully holding a self-destructing robot. Zhou Long's heart nearly stopped, and he rushed over to snatch the bomb away, glaring at the boy above him. The latter looked bewildered, asking, "Why are you staring at me? I didn't give it to him." The monk awkwardly interjected, "Oh dear, Lao Zhou, it has a controller, so don't worry. It won't explode." Just as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted at the village entrance. The pickup truck was obliterated, engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, the sound of revving engines filled the air as 3 heavily modified off-road vehicles blocked the village's entrance. A group of armed men, escorting a man clad in luxurious garments, advanced into the village. Zhou Long instinctively positioned himself in front of the children, feeling for the handgun at his waist. The man in fine clothing spat arrogantly, his eyes filled with deep disdain. His narrow eyes exuded a sinister malevolence that instilled palpable fear in those who beheld him. He cast a glance at Zhou Long, a sneer curling at his lips. Ah, this worthless cur is truly here. Behind him, 5 wretched individuals, their bodies battered and bloodied, were dragged forth and tossed onto the ground. They appear to have been tortured to the point of losing consciousness, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. Upon seeing Zhou Long, one man struggled to crawl forward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he weakly uttered, "Zhou cough, Brother Zhou. I am so sorry." Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the man's back was punctured, causing him to convulse briefly before falling still. "Sanzi!" Zhou Long roared in fury. The man in fine clothing waved his pistol dismissively, stating, "We've found the target. These worthless trash are of no use anymore." With that, he fired repeatedly, bang, 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 only stopping when the gun jammed, at which point he tossed it aside in boredom. Just as Zhou Long prepared to draw his weapon in anger, a man with prosthetic limbs appeared at his right side. Simultaneously, Zhao Yu smirked menacingly, saying, "If you dare to move, everyone here will perish." The guards raised their rifles, aiming at the villagers. Zhou Long hesitated, gritting his teeth. The villagers, stunned, instinctively shielded the children and retreated towards the depths of the village. An elderly woman let out an anguished cry, rushing toward Zhang San's lifeless body, collapsing upon it and repeatedly slapping his face. "My son, my dear son, speak to me." The man in fine clothing snatched the rifle from a nearby guard, exclaiming irritably, "Shut your mouth, old hag, and die." With that, gunfire erupted, and the frail woman fell lifeless in a pool of blood. All of this transpired within mere seconds. The enigmatic monk and his companions retreated to the innermost cave of the village. Pressing against the walls, upon their return, they were met with the sight of the elderly woman's lifeless body. "Damn it!" The man above roared in fury, ready to charge forward. The 5 players began to draw their weapons. Zhou Long shouted, "Stop," but the man above paid no heed. Zhou Long, in a fit of rage, seized him, asking, "Do you want them all to die?" The 5-person team glanced ahead. A total of 15 guards had raised their rifles, aiming directly at them. Additionally, a cold-faced man with prosthetic limbs stood beside the man in luxurious clothing, wielding a silver pistol. Should they all fire together, the villagers exposed to their gunfire would likely be doomed. The team exchanged glances with the trembling children behind them, remaining motionless. According to their mission details, they were obliged to follow Zhou Long's orders. However, at that moment, their motivations transcended mere duty. Zhou Long turned, coldly stating, "Zhao Yu, the person you seek is me. This does not concern anyone else." Zhao Yu, however, ignored him, his serpent-like gaze fixated on the man above, tauntingly saying, "Kid, you're quite brave." The man above raised an eyebrow, challenging, "If you have the guts, show me your health bar." Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" The man above was about to retort when Zhou Long interjected, coolly stating, "I will go with you." "Spare them." Zhao Yu's expression darkened. "Do you have the right to negotiate with me? Get lost." With that, he raised his gun and unhesitatingly fired at the man above. Bang, bang, bang. The man above was instantly riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before him. "Would you like to use a resurrection chip? 90s? Confirm cancel." The man above hesitated, realizing that if he resurrected now, he would likely be shot again. Meanwhile, the monk's chat was flooded with calls for vengeance. "Is it so suffocating to play a game? What if the mission fails? Get in there, damn it. Cowardly streamer, get in there. If you don't go in, I'm unfollowing. This Zhou Long NPC is way too cowardly. Monk, have you turned timid? They're practically on top of you." The chat erupted with indignation. The monk, however, remained unmoved. He had no time to log off and end the stream. Those who had not experienced this game could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. The young boy's presence felt incredibly real, indeed, a child of merely 5 or 6 years. Furthermore, he understood that the game was ruthlessly unforgiving. Once a monster perished, it did not respawn, and each lost soul bore a unique fate. An NPC's death could very well mean eternal death. It had been a long time since the monk had encountered such an immersive gaming experience. In the game, his own demise mattered little, but in that moment, he resolved that even if he lost all his fans, he must protect the children behind him, even if they were merely NPCs. Zhao Yu's face contorted into a sickly smile as he pointed at Zhou Long, commanding, "Now, shoot those 4 lads behind you." Zhou Long's eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth biting into his lip until it bled. After a brief pause, Zhao Yu fired 2 rounds into the mass of villagers. The cries of agony and the wails of children filled the air. Zhou Long abruptly turned, raising his weapon. The monk spoke up. "Lao Zhou, you need not act. We will handle this ourselves." With that, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger against his own temple. The remaining 3 followed suit without hesitation. After the gunshots rang out, all 4 lay motionless on the ground. "Oh ho!" Zhao Yu let out a maniacal shout, his eyes gleaming with a twisted exhilaration. How satisfying! Observing the terrified expressions of the villagers, the cries of the children, and the bloodied corpses on the ground, he grinned with delight. Moments later, he suppressed his laughter, twisting his neck in a grotesque manner, and cocked his head, asking, "Where is Galen?" Zhou Long fixed his gaze upon him, stating, "In the North Say contaminated zone." "Your response does not satisfy me," Zhao Yu hissed, casting a venomous glance at the villagers behind Zhou Long. Instinctively, Zhou Long attempted to block his view, hastily saying, "It's in the ruins of North Say. The exact location is well hidden. I cannot describe it." Oh? Zhao Yu's expression remained impassive, an air of menace surrounding him. "Then you shall all perish." With that, he turned and waved his hand, signaling his men to open fire. Zhou Long, driven by desperation, lunged forward, attempting to shield the villagers with his body. However, the gunfire did not erupt. The guards seemed utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily forgetting to pull the trigger. A voice from behind Zhou Long barked, "You worthless cur! Did I permit you to leave?" He fought against the urge to look back, his mind racing as he seized the opportunity to raise his weapon and fire. Bang, bang, bang. He felled 3 guards. But the others quickly regained their composure, pulling their triggers and unleashing a hail of bullets. Zhao Yu turned in shock, witnessing the 5 individuals who had seemingly been shot to pieces now standing unscathed. Out of nowhere, they brandished an array of weapons: Gatling guns, rocket launchers, automatic rifles, submachine guns, and one man wielding a long knife, charging forward with reckless abandon. The village, sheltered by towering rocks, erupted into chaos as gunfire rang out. The cacophony of gunfire echoed through the narrow space, debris and stray bullets flying in every direction. The 5-person team was consumed by a bloodlust. Death was merely a ticket to resurrection. They picked up their weapons and unleashed a relentless barrage, until the gunfire finally ceased. Amidst the swirling smoke, the enigmatic monk, eyes ablaze, caught sight of an off-road vehicle speeding away from the village entrance. The surrounding teammates have vanished. Lying on the ground are the mangled corpses of the guards. Zhou Long collapses at the village entrance, surrounded by a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. Abandoning his weapon, the sorcerer monk dashes into the cave with urgency. The ground is littered with bodies and blood. Staining the gravel path crimson, he begins to tremble. His entire body shakes violently. The deafening roar of cannon fire and gunshots fills his ears, rendering him temporarily deaf. The walls of the cave are splattered with blood. A sight that is painfully vivid. In the live stream, the barrage of comments has ceased, as over 20 million viewers witness the gruesome scene through the sorcerer monk's perspective. In that small corner, a man stands at the forefront, arms outstretched, shielding a small figure in his embrace, his back riddled with bullet holes. The sorcerer monk frantically pushes through the pile of bodies. Beneath the initial layer lies a slender woman, her head, back, and abdomen still warm, blood oozing from her wounds. Some of them have buried their heads, clinging desperately to a tiny child. Others lie atop the heap, using their bodies as shields against the bullets. The sorcerer monk suddenly halts, momentarily paralyzed by fear. Standing vacantly in place, a heart-wrenching, crystalline wail pierces the air, as if it descended from the heavens, echoing in the sorcerer monk's ears. A surge of fervor floods his heart. With all his might, he clears away the bodies, revealing small heads, eyes shut, wailing in despair. He wishes to speak, to utter 2 words: "Do not fear, do not fear." Yet, his throat feels constricted, silencing his voice. Helpless, he trembles as he extracts one small child after another from the pile. 1, 2, 3. He counts silently in his mind, a total of 12 children, the eldest being Xiaoxue, around 7 or 8 years old. The youngest has just turned 1, still bare-bottomed. Hearing their cries, the sorcerer monk forces a smile more grotesque than tears. Scanning the area, he fails to spot the little boy who had brought him soup. He turns and continues to search through the bodies. He notices a frail wolf dog, fear evident in its eyes. Yet it strains to spread its arms, guarding a gap in the pile of bodies. An unsightly bullet hole mars its head. The sorcerer monk's lips twitch, and finally, a whimper escapes his throat. He approaches, gently turning the wolf dog over. only to find that half its head has been blown apart by the explosive force of a bullet. A ghastly sight. In his peripheral vision, he catches sight of a tiny hand. So familiar, he recalls this little hand holding a porcelain bowl, with mud lodged in its thumb. The sorcerer monk rushes forward, prying away the woman's hands that cradle the child. Beneath her embrace lies a pool of crimson blood. A bullet has pierced her body, and the little boy has already ceased to breathe. No. The sorcerer monk collapses to the ground, broken and weeping. Yet, he cannot shed a single tear. Time drags on. And he feels a flicker of light at the corner of his eye in a daze. He sees the rocket gift effects in the live stream flashing furiously. The barrage of comments reads uniformly, "Save the children." At the entrance of the Star Sanctuary, Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia dash out. Xiao Jia extends a shield from his back, with Su Chen standing atop it, gripping his shoulder, eyes flashing with a wild murderous intent. "Host, please remain calm. Your presence there would be futile." The fire seed chip synthesized voice advises. Su Chen coldly retorts, "Rest assured, I am quite calm. You need to calculate the possible route that the SUV might have taken." "Host, is it necessary? The other party may have already issued a distress signal. I shall repeat myself. The route?" Comparing their direction of departure with Zhou Long's route data, the northern 3 o'clock direction is closest to Heishui town. Su Chen remains silent. Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia suddenly pivot, racing deeper into the mountains and forests. Chapter 61. What does candy taste like? On the desolate plains, a heavily modified SUV bursts forth from the forest. Zhao Yu sits in the passenger seat, his floral shirt stained with blood. A simple bandage wrapped around his left arm where he was shot. He wipes his neck, where a bullet grazed him. Lowly peasants, dog slaves. He curses furiously, his eyes wild as he kicks the car door. The stoic driver, with a half-remaining metal prosthetic for his right arm, appears somewhat pale. While driving, he activates the vehicle's radio signal transmitter. After running since morning, nearing noon, the green light on the transmitter finally illuminates, and he exhales heavily. "Young master, the distress signal has been sent." Zhao Yu's face darkens, his voice harsh. "Why did those 5 people come back to life?" The stoic driver shakes his head. "I do not know. I have never encountered such a situation. Even the mechanical army of the mechanical kingdom cannot revive in this manner." Excitement flickers in Zhao Yu's narrow eyes. "If we could capture them and uncover the secret of their revival, could I also?" He suddenly turns, "Tell my father to send the manor's private army, equipped with future technology capture devices. Hurry." The stoic driver complies, sending another telegram. Just as he prepares to report back to Zhao Yu, a blinding light suddenly flashes from the side. He turns to see 2 grenades trailing long tails, magnified in his vision boom. The grenades strike the front and side of the SUV, the shockwave lifting the entire vehicle 5 or 6 meters into the air. It crashes to the ground, rolling several times before it finally tips over, smoke billowing from the engine hood. The stoic driver, half of his body hanging out of the window, falls silent as a sharp piece of metal from the car door pierces through his abdomen. Protruding from his back, Zhao Yu, bloodied from shards of glass, his eyes wide with sheer terror, trembles as he crawls out of the vehicle. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. He vomits up clotted blood, weakly shrieking, "I'm injured. Help me!" Suddenly, his eyes widen in horror, his face contorting in panic. He sees, amidst the smoke of the explosion, 2 towering immortal beings striding towards him. One has a young man standing on his back, gazing at him with cold indifference. "Galen?" Zhao Yu recognizes his image. "My father is the mayor of Heishui town. He will be here soon. Don't kill me, or you're as good as dead. Spare me, and I promise to provide you with a manor in Heishui town. I didn't know you were with the mechanical church. It's all a misunderstanding." Zhao Yu hastens to plead. Sensing death approaching, the imposing immortal being looms before him, casting a shadow over him with overwhelming pressure. Su Chen's voice is cold. "I won't kill you." Zhao Yu's eyes flicker with wild joy. "Indeed, he dares not move against me." However, Su Chen's next words freeze the joy on his face. "It would be too merciful for you to die so easily. Some may regret not having the chance to end you themselves." Xiao Huang reaches out, ignoring Zhao Yu's screams entirely. He brutally twists Zhao Yu's limbs into grotesque positions, deftly retrieving the slender dagger from his waist and precisely puncturing his cheek to silence him. Zhao Yu's cries turn into low whimpers, his eyes glazing over as he nears unconsciousness. Su Chen retrieves a vial from his storage watch, handing it to Xiao Huang. "Do not let him die. He must remain conscious." Xiao Huang takes it, swiftly injecting the serum into Zhao Yu's neck. Striding away with Zhao Yu in tow, after covering some distance, Xiao Huang turns, transforming his arm into a cannon-like form. Aiming at the SUV, the grenade is fired, obliterating the SUV into a cloud of debris scattered across the ground. Su Chen does not look back, as he and the 2 immortal beings leisurely make their way into the distant forest. About half an hour after Su Chen's departure, A small drone hovers in the air above the SUV. Its camera clearly transmits the footage back to a certain location. Old Zhou Long, for heaven's sake. Is he dead or alive? The sorcerer monk clutches a medical kit against Zhou Long's abdomen, shouting frantically. Moments later, Zhou Long stirs awake, immediately glancing towards the innermost part of the village, struggling to rise, forcing his prosthetic limbs to support him as he limps towards Xiaoxue, embracing her. Oh, not fear. Do not fear. Daddy is here. Cough, cough. Blood stains his abdomen, and a bullet head is lodged at the connection of his right arm prosthetic. Despite blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he manages a strained smile, comforting the crying children. Li Qing. Those people must have adrenaline on them. Search for it. That moment, Zhou Lung notices an elderly village chief beneath the rubble of a collapsed stone house. Eyes wide open, smiling at him. Village chief. He rushes over, attempting to clear the debris. The village chief weakly says, "Child, I can't go on. Come here and listen to me for a moment." Zhou Long grits his teeth and bends down. "Are the children all right? I heard them crying." "Yes, they are all still alive." The village chief smiles sincerely, his face serene. "You know, reaching this age in this world is already enough of a blessing. The older I get, the more it feels like living in hell. For all these years, I've made the villagers bury the dead underground, forbidding them to eat, and some even complain. But they do not understand. Once the human heart has a crack, it can become part of hell, just like Xiaoshua's mother. I often boast to the children about a thing called candy, which is 100 times tastier than flour cakes. They do not believe me. Zhou, if you ever get the chance, you must let the children taste what candy is like." The elder generation speaks of a belief that those who have never tasted human flesh will find themselves in a new world upon death. A realm filled with an endless supply of candy. Before he could finish his words, the old village chief fell silent, a smile gracing his face, accompanied by a hint of yearning and anticipation. Zhou Long's tears fell like rain as he nodded solemnly. The enigmatic sorcerer rushed over with 3 silver metal syringes. "Is this what you need?" Zhou Long rose to accept them, saying, "Take the children outside. Get in the vehicle and be swift. This place is no longer safe." With that, he injected himself with one of the syringes. Moments later, his spirit revitalized significantly, and he picked up the 2 children as he made his way outside. He shattered the glass, exerting force with his prosthetic limb to open the car door. The sorcerer clumsily followed, cradling the 2 children as they placed a total of 12 children into 2 vehicles. Fortunately, the heavily modified vehicle had ample space within its compartment. Zhou Lung spat out a mouthful of blood, dismantled the wiring of the car's dashboard, and after several attempts, the engine finally roared to life. "You drive this vehicle, follow my lead." The sorcerer turned back to glance at the village. What about them? He wished to at least give the deceased a proper burial. Zhou Lung shook his head. "There's no time. Zhao Yu is still alive. Every second we delay increases the danger. Move." Gritting his teeth, the sorcerer retrieved all the self-destructing robots from his storage watch and scattered them on the ground. Under his control, they wobbled and dashed into the village. Turning back to the vehicle, once Zhou Long started the other off-road vehicle, he pressed the accelerator, driving into the jungle. After covering some distance, a series of explosions erupted behind them. The village, hidden behind the boulders, was completely buried under rubble. In the back seat, the previously crying children seemed startled into silence by the blasts, some of the older ones struggling to crawl towards the windows to look back. With quivering voices, they asked, "Big brother, where's my mommy?" The sorcerer's lips moved, yet no words escaped his mouth. He could only focus intently, avoiding a glance back. Though he could drive, this modified vehicle had its nuances, demanding his full concentration to adapt. Chapter 62. The agile robot Zhou Long gripped the steering wheel tightly. However, due to excessive blood loss, waves of dizziness assailed him. He bit his tongue in an attempt to rouse himself, only to find it numb and devoid of sensation, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He had no choice but to inject another dose of adrenaline into his arm. The dosage had surpassed his body's limits. Had it not been for his taut nerves, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. The children in the back seat wept, some to the point of hoarseness. Xiaoxue, the eldest among them, displayed remarkable maturity as she gently comforted the others. Suddenly, a tremor erupted from the ground ahead. All the children ceased their cries, their little eyes widening as 2 tall metallic figures emerged from the thicket. Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhou Lung beamed with joy. The appearance of this godlike figure signaled hope for the children's salvation. Unable to hold on any longer, he slumped sideways, his head crashing against the steering wheel. The vehicle veered off course when Xiao Jia hurried forward, pressing down on the hood with one hand. The sound of energy surging resonating as he gently intercepted the sea air. Su Chen leapt down from the figure's back, opened the car door, and glanced at the unconscious Zhou Long. Then, he turned to the children in the back seat, flashing a radiant smile. "Little friends, Uncle Zhou is injured. I will take him to receive treatment. You all must be good and not disturb him, all right? As he spoke, he moved Zhou Long to the passenger seat. The children in the back remained silent, yet their tears had ceased. Su Chen retrieved a large pack of cookies, fruit and vegetable juice, and protein bars from his storage watch. Xiao Shui, you are the big sister. Please distribute these to the others. Xiao Shui, bewildered, nodded and took the food, then worriedly asked, Brother, what about my dad? He is fine. He is just tired, Su Chen replied with a reassuring smile, swiftly restarting the car's engine. That moment, the sorcerer rushed over. Leader, you performed admirably. You are a brave warrior, Su Chen praised, handing him a package of food. Distribute these to the little ones, then follow me home. Understood. The sorcerer nodded earnestly and hurried away. Xiao Huang untied the ropes on the car's roof, securing the whimpering Zhao Yu tightly to it. The vehicle roared to life as Su Chen turned the wheel, driving into the jungle. The two immortal beings then strode towards another direction. System, how far are they? According to Xiao Jia's remote detection waves, less than 5 kilometers remain. How many people? 1 squadron, 10 vehicles, 50 personnel, equipped with heavy firepower modifications, in addition to 6 drones carrying armaments. Can the two immortal beings intercept them? If half of the weapon energy is consumed, it is feasible. Go ahead. Do not conserve energy. Did you not mention that the biological crystal energy converter can synergize with the energy of the immortal beings? Understood. Host, how far is it to the G324 red zone? Considering map inaccuracies, approximately 50 to 60 kilometers. Plan the route to G324. All right. Su Chen communicated with the fire seed chip within his mind. Meanwhile, the two immortal beings, who had been walking, suddenly turned their heads. They glanced in the direction Su Chen had departed. Their eye sockets exhibiting remarkable agility, entirely unlike the rigid behavior of AI programming. They displayed an extraordinarily human-like demeanor, bowing their heads in contemplation. Phase 1 testing. Compatibility 97. Excellent disposition. The torchbearer plan is ready to activate. The beings emitted incomprehensible murmurs, seemingly calculating and proclaiming something. Their synthesized electronic voices bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the fire seed chip. Then, both beings simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing at the sky behind them. 3 drones were approaching from the distance. Estimated energy consumption of the beings, 45.3. Probability of enemy elimination, 100. While emitting low-frequency vibrations, the two beings charged forward. The weapon energy modules activated. A deep, resonant hum blended with the sound of hydraulic legs. The drones had evidently detected them, the barrels igniting with flames. The two beings became extraordinarily agile, darting through the jungle as they effortlessly evaded the bullets fired from the drones. Xiao Huang leaped suddenly, both feet leaving the ground as he executed a flip to avoid the bullets aimed at his legs, while his head tilted slightly, allowing the heat wave generated by the bullet's passage to barely distort the air around him. The bullet grazed past his cheek without him flinching. Touching down, he made minimal noise, twisting his body to evade the bullets that shot towards his chest. As his mechanical arm lifted, it transformed into a cannon. In the ocular imaging system, 3 red boxes emerged within the attack range. Without engaging in precise targeting, the projectile was already fired before the red boxes could lock on. Simultaneously, Xiao Jia unleashed his own attack. Boom. 2 shells did not strike the drones directly. Instead, they collided mid-air between the 3 drones, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The blast engulfed the drones, obliterating them in an instant. This series of maneuvers was completed in under 10 seconds. Had Zuanjizi been present, he would have questioned whether these beings truly belonged to him. The execution of these beings had surpassed all limits. The auxiliary warning system within the beings operated with such precision that it seemed to lag behind their reactions. They moved with the grace of 2 martial arts masters. Exhibiting agility that eclipsed that of real humans, they executed the capabilities of a B-level fighter with nearly perfect efficiency. It is worth noting that Zuanjizi required 3 beings to achieve AB. After destroying the drones, the 2 beings did not linger, charging towards the approaching convoy. Subsequently, the 2 immortal beings, like tigers among sheep, unleashed a one-sided massacre. In less than 5 minutes, the battle concluded. 10 off-road vehicles, emitting thick smoke in the wilderness, had lost their power. Inside and outside the vehicles lay a multitude of moaning pursuers. Though none had perished, most were maimed and stripped of their ability to resist. A man, his legs severed and gaunt cheeks sunken, gazed in terror at the retreating forms of the 2 beings. He struggled to crawl towards a nearby vehicle, his body moving as if devoid of bones. Upon opening the door, he swiftly grasped the crystal energy communicator, pressed the switch, and exclaimed urgently, Mayor, we have encountered an attack by the Immortals. It's Zuanjizi. Moments later, a voice crackled from the communicator. Where is Zhao Yu? I have not seen him. Casualties? All vehicles are incapacitated, drones have crashed, and team members are maimed. A prolonged silence ensued from the communicator. before an oppressed roar of fury erupted, useless, 8 kilometers away from the battlefield. After the immortal beings had departed for quite some time, a stone's surface split open. Amidst the grinding of mechanical gears, a small mechanical beast, the size of a raccoon, assembled and swiftly darted away into the distance. In the afternoon, Su Chen proceeded along the designated route. In the back seat, the children, having finished their food, nestled together and fell asleep. Host, the pursuers have been neutralized. Good. Instruct Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia to provide cover on the way back. And be vigilant for any tailing. Su Chen acknowledged. They were nearing the G324 area. As they approached within 10 kilometers of the target site, the fire seed chip issued a warning. Host, a mid-tier dark matter energy magnetic field has been detected ahead. A smirk played on Su Chen's lips, his heart finally at ease. Chapter 63. The Second World. Our world. Su Chen arrived at the predetermined point before nightfall. Ahead lies a vast expanse of industrial ruin. The structures, predominantly single-story buildings of varying heights, have mostly collapsed. Various plants emerge from the cracked concrete, while walls and piles of rubble are entwined with verdant foliage, engulfing the entire area, aside from a few mud bricks. The site is barren. The industrial zone is rather chaotic, rendering vehicle access impossible. Su Chen parked the car outside the industrial area, in a relatively open space with sparse weeds. When the enigmatic monk approached to inquire, Su Chen replied, "Guard them well here. I will venture in for a moment." The monk nodded, drawing forth his weapon. The dense thicket was not as ominously tainted as one might expect. Occasionally, wild beasts could be spotted amidst the ruins. The absence of iron gates and the extraction of rebar from the concrete indicated that this place was frequently visited by wilderness hunters. With the biological waves provided by the fire seed chip, Su Chen proceeded with confidence. 15 minutes later, he arrived at a relatively spacious area within the ruins, roughly the size of 4 or 5 basketball courts. Besides the faintly discernible cracked concrete, there were no other fragments. It was a quintessential barren landscape. Dark matter energy extraction in progress. The fire seed chip signaled. Su Chen remained still for about a minute when the chip issued another alert. Approximately 6 million dark particles acquired. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Su Chen. Truly, this was a mid-tier dark particle magnetic field. With the dark particles he already possessed, the total had surpassed 7 million. This time, the construction of the fortress could progress more swiftly. Su Chen smiled faintly and turned to leave. That moment, the fire seed chip suddenly notified him. Host, there are abundant rare metal minerals underground. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that the fire seed chip would provide seemingly unrelated information. Metal minerals? Copper and iron, perhaps? No, it clarified. The underground contains substantial amounts of titanium and aluminum minerals, along with a small quantity of graphene sorcered. Not particularly common, Su Chen acknowledged. But why do you bring this to my attention? What use could these ores have? Metals smelted using new alloy formulas have a wide array of applications, such as mech skeletons, prosthetic materials, laser kinetic cannon barrels, floating vehicle bases, and spacecraft hulls, Su Chen interjected. So why haven't other factions come to mine them? This place is not a pollution zone. It's not overly hazardous. Can't they detect these minerals? The fire seed chip replied, they indeed cannot detect them. As the dark matter magnetic field formed here effectively isolates the detection of surface rare earth elements. Then how is it that you can detect them? Because I am a system with core computing power far superior to theirs. And my detection methods include, but are not limited to, the host's own dark particle energy. To simplify, I am the system. Su Chen. Your reasoning is sound. I cannot refute it. Well then, system, you're impressive. However, I am currently uninterested in mining or spacecraft construction unless your signal can reach this area. As he briskly walked out, the fire seed chip remarked, as long as the host successfully completes the second phase enhancement, coverage may be achievable, or the host can establish a microparticle signal endpoint here. Su Chen nodded, not considering that for now. If the day comes when it is necessary, you may remind me. Upon returning to the off-road vehicle, he started the engine and drove toward the star shelter. As he approached the edge of the pollution zone, he met up with Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia. A glance at the vehicle revealed no apparent damage, which relieved Su Chen. By the time they returned to the star shelter, dawn was approaching. As the 2 off-road vehicles entered the shelter, all players erupted in cheers as if welcoming heroes. Monk, splendid job. I watched the live stream. I didn't expect you to be so righteous. That part where you saved the children brought me to tears. Impressive, impressive. From now on, I shall be your devoted fan. The group led by Top of the Prairie approached, clapping the enigmatic monk on the shoulder, laughing together, welcome home. Though Su Chen maintained a stern expression, embodying the authority of a leader, the smile at the corner of his mouth was unmistakable. Su Xiaoyu was upset that her brother had left her behind again, but upon seeing the little head peeking from the vehicle curiously observing the crowd, her displeasure evaporated. Brother, where did you bring these children from? As Su Chen carefully lifted Zhou Leng from the car, he replied, they are refugees from old Zhou's village. Please take them to the back. Perhaps due to Su Xiaoyu's amiable demeanor, the children obediently followed her. The gathered players made silly faces and gestures to amuse the children. The 12 bewildered little ones, somewhat intimidated by this unfamiliar environment, huddled closely beside Xiao Shui, trailing after Su Xiaoyu. That moment, the 5-member team received a system notification. Congratulations! The emergency rescue mission has been completed. Rewards: 2,000 energy points, 500 reputation points, and 1 resurrection coin. Upon receiving their rewards, the 5-member team did not exhibit their usual excitement. Top of the prairie side, there are still many villagers left. He lowered his head, feeling guilty. If we hadn't caught so many prey, would we have left at dawn without encountering that rebellious NPC? Crazy Maple muttered. I panicked at that moment and failed to take out that boss with a single shot. Surrounding players gradually quieted. Their expressions somber. Spicy Strip noted the heavy atmosphere and attempted to lighten the mood, jokingly saying, "Are you brothers too engrossed? This is just a game." The enigmatic monk exhaled. Indeed, merely a game. Yet, for us, tirelessly grinding through tasks, what is it all for? Top of the Prairie grinned. I was dumped by my girlfriend, and since then, I've immersed myself in games, playing everything I could. Haha, perhaps I just don't want to face reality. But if I weren't lost in games, I might have succumbed to depression long ago. For me, gaming is akin to a second life. One mocked him. These hardcore gamers were all individuals who found it hard to detach from the virtual world. The enigmatic monk nodded. Those who did not participate in the initial test may not comprehend. Yet, I feel this game resembles a real world. The NPCs possess depth and personality. Someone in the crowd chimed in. Yes, it's like a second world. It is our world. Haha, indeed, our world. Su Chen entrusted Zhou Long to Xuanjizi and released Zhao Yu, who had lost a significant amount of blood, at the Resurrection Square. Then, accompanied by Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia, he drove away. Holy cow! As players recognized Zhao Yu's face, they gasped in unison. The leader is impressive. He even captured the villain boss. The 5-member team approached Zhao Yu with fierce expressions, ready to confront him. Damn it, I can't just let this scoundrel go unpunished. I need to make him pay. Don't rush. Let's toy with him. Who has a first aid kit? Treat him first. We don't want him to die. I think we could use him to lure zombies. That would be too kind. After so many villagers perished, I think we should give him a zombie mouse and let him experience a disembowelment. Oh dear, you are all too cruel. There are still many bats and snakes in the bat cave. The terror etched on Zhao Yu's face was palpable. Listening to the players' vile plans, a fleeting thought of self-harm crossed his mind. However, his character would never allow him to act on such impulses. Su Chen, hearing the low moans and cries from outside, sighed contentedly. Why provoke them? This is the 4th day of disaster. He exchanged for a barrel of optimized gene fluid and headed towards the dwelling of the 12 children. Ordinary individuals in the pollution zone, even if they refrained from consuming tainted food, would gradually suffer from mild contamination over time. The 12 children, with their frail constitutions, could not withstand the modifications brought by the gene agent. They could only be immersed in the liquid to gradually enhance their physiques. The next morning, Zhao Yu had vanished. Su Chen did not bother to observe how the players were faring. The scene was too distressing. Xuanjizi was quite busy, treating the gravely injured Zhou Long, while also overseeing his frequently overheating apprentice. Su Chen felt it necessary to alleviate some pressure from the Taoist. Thus he issued a full-frequency announcement. Apocalyptic Wasteland will undergo offline maintenance in 30 minutes. All players are requested to log off voluntarily. After the version update, the second round of testing registration will commence. Chapter 64, version 1.05 update. Second test player login. Once all players had logged off, Su Chen did not hasten to edit the version update announcement. He instructed Xiao Huang and Xiao Jia to remain vigilant while he exchanged a substantial amount of materials and facility components from the system for the planned fortress area. This included signal towers, biological crystal energy converters, solar power module clusters, prosthetic charging stations, long-range missile interception systems, level 8 shockwave defense materials, sentry tower anti-aircraft guns, water purification filter chips, and isolation panels for planting areas. Additionally, towards the inner city direction, he opened a separate large gate, designating a vast area for constructing several high-rise buildings. These spaces were intended for the 12 children to play and explore. He believed it prudent to limit their interactions with players to prevent them from developing peculiar notions, such as "we cannot die. We are not afraid of death." The accompanying facilities had yet to be fully conceptualized, and he would consider adding them in the future. Instruments for observation were also placed in the back mountain and high vantage points to monitor the shelter. If there are any onlookers, the alarm of the Ember chip will be triggered. Additionally, a complete set of components for 100 electric motorcycles and 30 electric off-road vehicles has been specially exchanged. These items are intended to unlock vehicle functionalities for the players, and the components will be swiftly assembled by Xiao Jia. Currently, the coverage of the Ember chip is sufficient, and Su Chen has decided to allow players to expand their exploratory range. which also serves as a precautionary measure. The deliberate choice of electric power is a means to control the travel distance, preventing them from straying too far. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen inquired, "System, can the resurrection point's location be expanded?" The host's acquired dark particles have already been stored at the outpost, and according to the current volume ratio, it can simultaneously shape the bodies of 20,000 individuals. Although the area of the square might be slightly smaller, there won't be that many needed. Su Chen waved his hand. Then let's reconfigure the location of the shelter's entrance to enlarge the resurrection square. After a series of expenditures, over 1.5 million dark particles had vanished. Next, he enhanced the internal organs, facial features, and skull, consuming another 2 million dark particles. Just as Su Chen was lamenting this loss, the Ember Chip suddenly announced, "Congratulations, host, for completing the first stage of physical enhancement. The inheritance column has been unlocked." Su Chen felt a flicker of surprise. Previously, when the Ember Chip was activated, the weapons, buildings, genes, and so forth had proven quite useful. However, upon opening the inheritance column, it appeared utterly vacant. Out of curiosity, he opened it to find a row of squares, with only the topmost square illuminated while the others remained grayed out, seemingly unlit. Inheritance, elementary mastery of dark energy, 1.5 million dark particles. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. After the activation of the Ember Chip and the mental connection to the Blue Star Network, he had deliberately searched for information on dark matter. Yet, the descriptions available online left him astounded. Scientific research indicates that dark matter is a theoretically ubiquitous and invisible substance within the universe, potentially constituting a significant part of cosmic matter, yet it does not belong to any known substances that form visible celestial bodies. Scientific speculation suggests that approximately 20 of the universe's matter is dark matter, while 75 is imbued with dark energy. Humanity has long been unable to observe or utilize this energy. Now, the information in the inheritance column indicated that Su Chen could master the use of elementary dark energy simply by exchanging for this inheritance. Though somewhat costly, after a brief internal calculation, Su Chen decisively chose to proceed with the exchange. Upon successful exchange, the host had now acquired the techniques for the elementary use of dark energy. Su Chen felt a slight tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, akin to an electric shock. Soon after, a somewhat clearer concept emerged in his mind. With a mere thought, his entire body transformed into a shade of obsidian, resembling a statue forged from black crystal. "So, this is how it is." Su Chen raised his hand and clenched his fist before him, a surge of enlightenment flooding his mind. The success of the first stage of enhancement had led to a qualitative change in the structure of his genetic cells. The most immediate sensation was an increase in strength in comparison to Su Xiaoyu's D-grade genetic enhancement. He believed he was now somewhat stronger than her. Furthermore, in his darkened state, the dark energy solidified the cells at the epidermis, rendering them exceptionally hard, similar to donning a layer of armor. As for durability, Su Chen felt that most handgun bullets would likely fail to penetrate. However, the impact of bullets would still inflict harm upon him. He would still be unable to withstand rifle fire and heavy artillery. Incredible, invincible. Su Chen exuberantly praised. It was well known that even a C-grade genetically enhanced physical body, like Bai Ying's, could not withstand bullets. System, how many dark particles are required for the second stage of enhancement? Approximately 1 million for each individual limb. To complete the full-body second stage enhancement, it would require a minimum of over 10 million? Glancing at his account balance, which stood at merely 2 million, Su Chen waved dismissively. "Forget I asked." That moment, Xianjizi approached from the class change hall. Originally, he intended to inquire about Zhoulong's condition, but from a distance, he spotted a gleaming black humanoid statue clad in Su Chen's clothing, moving about. Xianjizi's eyes instinctively flashed with blue light as he scanned the figure. Upon hearing the commotion, the black statue turned its head and said, "Dao Zhang, I happen to have something to discuss with you." "Su Chen?" Xianjizi tilted his head, his eyes flickering with static. "Oh, I forgot to deactivate it," Su Chen remarked before retracting the dark energy. Just as he was about to converse with Xianjizi, he noticed arcs of electricity sparking from the latter's eyes, and his head began to twitch uncontrollably. "Calm down, Dao Zhang, stay calm." Su Chen hurriedly approached, patting his head. With a puff, Xianjizi emitted a cloud of white smoke, his head drooping as he fell silent. "Great." Another system crashed. Su Chen helplessly spread his hands. The flaws of this immortal being were too significant. As it frequently malfunctioned, he opened Xianjizi's chest cavity to retrieve the energy block, reinstalled it, and delivered a punch to the area behind his ear. Upon rebooting, Xianjizi finally regained consciousness. He stared at Su Chen. "What exactly are you?" "Not anything in particular. You are the one who isn't anything." Su Chen retorted with irritation. "Stop pondering the futile. You won't comprehend it anyway, so why waste memory?" He then shifted the topic. "In a few days, I have a batch of subordinates arriving, and you and your junior brother will still be responsible for their class change tasks. By the way, your guild leader should still send someone to find you. Right? Noticing Su Chen's expectant expression, Xianjizi remained expressionless, staring at him in silence. Sigh. I just feel that the Starlight Shelter is exceptionally suitable for immortals to cultivate. There's no other intention, Su Chen awkwardly continued. To demonstrate my sincerity, I plan to construct an energy converter, which will allow you to supplement your energy without needing to bask in the sun daily. Also, I will increase your salary. How about 30 barrels of lubricant per month? After a moment of silence, Xianjizi replied, 60 barrels, or I will self-destruct. Stubborn. Why can't you see reason? If you self-destruct, I can still use your source chip to revive you. 35 barrels, that's the maximum. 50 barrels, and they must be of a unified brand. Just 35 barrels. Host, Xianjizi is attempting to initiate the self-destruct sequence. Hey, alright, let's settle at 40 barrels. Based on performance, whoever among you and Tai Guanzi recruits more disciples will receive an extra 10 barrels. Is that acceptable? My junior brother prefers the Durex brand. Well, your junior brother has better taste than you. Having settled matters with Xianjizi, Su Chen proceeded to visit Zhou Long. This fellow appeared to have an ironclad constitution. Arriving at his residence, he found him lying on the bed, chatting and laughing with Zhou Xiaoxue. Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhou Long turned and said, Xiaoxue, please go find Sister Xiaoyu. Your father and the leader have matters to discuss. Zhou Xiaoxue, understanding, nodded, and as she passed by Su Chen, she looked up and sweetly smiled. Thank you, leader brother, for saving my father. Su Chen smiled in return. Such a good girl. After Zhou Xiaoxue left, Zhou Long struggled to sit up. His wounds splitting open and beginning to ooze blood, he attempted to kneel before Su Chen. Leader, I deserve to die. I disclosed the outpost information to Zhao Yu. Su Chen's arm instantly transformed into a shade of black obsidian, effortlessly pinning him down, and he said flatly, lie down. Don't waste my medicine. Besides, Zhao Yu has already vanished from this world. Zhou Long, sweating profusely from the pain, lay back on the bed, his eyes filled with gratitude. Su Chen pondered for a moment and decided to enhance Zhou Long's strength. He spent 100,000 dark particles to exchange for a gene dissolution potion and another 200,000 for a D-grade quality gene potion. I have a batch of subordinates coming soon. You will still serve as their mentor. Su Chen produced the potions. Your previous inferior gene potion was too poor to withstand a higher level transformation. This potion, once injected, will dissolve the inferior cells within you. After that, you can inject this one to elevate your strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Long took the dissolution potion and injected it into himself. Soon, he began to tremble all over, sweating profusely as if he were a leaking balloon. Ugh! The agony of gene dissolution forced Zhou Long to emit suppressed cries. The process persisted for half an hour. Zhou Long expelled a mouthful of dark, clotted blood, lying on the bed as if utterly drained. The dissolution process also eradicated the pathogens within his body. Observing that he lacked the strength to continue, Su Chen assisted him in injecting the second potion. The gene modification process would strengthen the cells, benefiting his injury recovery. Zhou Long began to writhe in pain once more, while simultaneously feeling a surge of heat coursing through him, his strength rapidly increasing. The gene potions exchanged through the system, though somewhat painful during the modification process, were still far superior to those found in the wasteland. Higher-tier gene potions correspond to a closer alignment with human genetics, resulting in milder reaction symptoms. Initially, Su Xiaoyu's A-grade potion had completed modifications after merely a night's rest. Su Chen had intended to exchange for another potion to elevate her strength to C-grade. However, the TOA 002 required 2 million dark particles. Now that Su Chen was preparing for the second test, he could only temporarily abandon that plan. Upon returning to his residence, Su Chen routinely browsed the forum to check player feedback on the game before proceeding with a version update. Following the announcement of the second test, the forum had exploded. In less than a day, the number of posts had reached a staggering over 1 million, with views surpassing 100 million. Most content consisted of inquiries regarding the registration channels for the second test. Unable to see the trending posts, Su Chen checked the backend to review several posts from gaming strategy experts. Among them, the thread by the Trickster Monk garnered the highest attention, posted merely 2 hours ago. Hello everyone, I am your pigeon spirit, the Trickster Monk. The updates on Bilibili would be temporarily halted until the new version was released. During the last live task, I believe most of those who follow Wasteland Apocalypse tuned in. I must say, you are quite the paradox, expressing disdain while your actions betray you. Despite your cries of unfollowing, my follower count has surged by over 1 million. What sorcery is this? Smug.jpg. Setting aside other matters. Through the previous task, everyone could roughly grasp the game's astonishing immersion. Initially, I presumed it to be an adventure game, akin to Resident Evil, given its zombie-slaying premise. However, I soon discovered it to be a horror game that left me utterly terrified. The plethora of weapons and intriguing classes led me to believe it was an RPG. Yet, upon encountering base-building quests, I was compelled to classify it as a tower defense farming game. Following yesterday's task, I found myself once again humbled. The grandiose world design and the authentic emotional responses of NPCs are experiences I have never encountered before. This clearly showcases the ambitious vision of the developers, striving to create a super MMORPG reminiscent of a second virtual world. Had it not been for the official announcement regarding the receipt of razor blades, I might have suspected an alien invasion. Given the level of technological marvel on display, in any case, I am now an ardent devotee of Wasteland Apocalypse, to the point of losing my sanity over it. With the second test now underway, I eagerly anticipate the bewildered expressions of newcomers as they enter the game. As for triple likes, feel free to manage that as you see fit. This piece is not a guide. Lest I be accused of padding my word count, awaiting the official announcement, I take this opportunity to advertise. Acquire energy points at a rate of 1 to 1.5, and ensure you purchase all necessary prosthetic equipment before transitioning classes. Signing off the comments section below is predominantly filled with mockery directed at the emotional outpouring of the trickster monk during the previous live stream. Some have even turned his weeping scenes into gifs, mercilessly ridiculing him. The remainder consists of requests for support, pleas for good fortune, and absurd inquiries on how to secure a spot in the second test. After exiting the forum, Su Chen pondered for a moment before beginning to edit the update announcement. Wasteland Apocalypse First Test Version 1.05 Update. Second test registration now open. Background details. The rise of the Star Sanctuary has attracted the attention of certain factions within the Wasteland. The previous rescue mission has sparked animosity from hostile forces, prompting the leader to thoughtfully decide to recruit more survivor warriors to protect the sanctuary and construct a secure fortress. Version 1.05 Details. 1. The registration channel for the second round of testing is now open, with a registration period of 48 hours. Number of recruits, 2,000. Details. Registration will close in 2 days, and the list of players who qualify for the second test will be announced on the official website. 2. Added new industrial area equipment, large smelting furnace, signal tower, charging station. 3. Added regional communication devices, sanctuary communicator. Details. Available for purchase in the trading hall, communication range is within 100 kilometers of the Star Sanctuary. 4. Added city defense equipment. Note. Players may not use this without the permission of NPC leaders. 5. Added vehicles. E03 electric motorcycle, Explorer 6 electric off-road vehicle. Details. Full charge allows for a travel distance of 120 kilometers. Can be charged at charging stations in the parking area using energy points. 6. Added new NPC mentor, Rune Master, Iron Crown. Profession details. Disciple of the Eternal Enigma. Proficient in crafting technological runes using various electronic chips. Possesses formidable control and explosive capabilities in combat, and can even channel lightning based on weather conditions in later stages. Initial skills. Electric chip crafting, shock rune, gravity rune array, flame rune, freeze rune, dazzling rune, transition paths, thunder master. Controller. Profession characteristics. Can serve as a secondary profession, but cannot coexist with the mechanic profession. Note. Those who have transitioned to mechanic may purchase a respec card to erase the mechanic profession before transitioning. 7. Added new NPCs. 12 little stars. Details. 12 children rescued from the village of Minter Zhoulong. They are Zhou Xiaoxue, Zishu, Chonyo, Inhu, Xiaotu, Chunlong, Xiaolong, Wu Ma, Wei Yang, Shenho, Xiao Ying, Tianlang. Note. Cannot be attacked. Doing so will trigger a punishment mechanism, resulting in expulsion from the sanctuary. Feeding tasks. Mutated food is prohibited, as it leads to death. Food can be purchased from the trading hall or obtained by hunting beasts in the wild plains. Successful feeding rewards a small amount of reputation points. Official message. Dear players, after the dedicated cooperation and diligent research of our development team, we are thrilled to announce the commencement of the second round of game testing. To this end, the company has invested heavily in large servers, with a peak online count reaching 2,100 players. Applause. Wasteland Apocalypse advocates for a player-friendly experience. The official will not open any recharge channels, allowing you to become a master without spending money. Enjoy a relaxed and entertaining resource-gathering experience without any grind, freeing you from the burdens of excessive effort. The initial emergency rescue mission, in which players participated, yielded highly satisfactory results. The scene arrangement and the intelligent AI interaction system of NPCs have been evident in the outcomes. In the future, we will introduce more NPCs and Wasteland factions, each with a complete backstory and 100 realistic design. To authentically recreate the Wasteland environment without compromising players' exploration experience, we will not update information on unknown NPCs or scenes. Most NPCs have uniquely crafted backgrounds, meaning they cannot be revived in-game. When encountering new NPCs, you may attempt to communicate and uncover new quests. Lastly, as we enter the era of the second test, prepare your liver protection pills and immerse yourselves in the game. Wasteland Apocalypse Development Team. 1. The update time for this round is 24 hours. 2. Upon completion of the update, reputation ranking rewards will be distributed. 3. Rewards for first test players include the title, First Test Elite, Point 4. Game equipment upgrades. Players from both the first and second tests will receive free game pods from the official. After finishing the announcement, Su Chen reviewed it and clicked to publish. Simultaneously, he opened the registration channel on the official website's backend. Without checking the comments, Su Chen first inquired, "System, if I set up a factory in Blue Star, will it attract the attention of the officials?" The Fire Seed chip responded with unwavering certainty, "No. As long as everything is conducted legally through online registration, even if the officials investigate, they will be unable to discern the host's actions." Although somewhat puzzled, Su Chen felt reassured by the system's assurance. Through the internet, he acquired substantial funds and, under a virtual identity, purchased a factory and equipment in a gaming district, recruiting professional agents to register the company. After a hefty investment, within half a day, the management team and workers were on board, transporting equipment to the designated location. By nightfall, the factory had commenced operations, producing game pods. In reality, the game pod equipment is quite simple, lacking any black technology. It is merely designed to mislead players, as it is the Fire Seed chip that connects and summons. Production is swift, and the finished product should be ready for shipping by tomorrow. Operating day and night, there will be enough time within 3 to 7 days to deliver the game pods to players. By then, the login time for second test players can be confirmed. With this time frame, Zhou Lung's genetic modifications should be complete, and his injuries nearly healed, allowing him to return to work. System, the selection for the second test needs screening. At least 30 should be players from the life system, preferably those engaged in construction or agricultural industries in real life. Understood. Host. Originally, Su Chen planned to wait until the first batch of players had transitioned to professions with some development capabilities in the BI's ruins before proceeding with the second summoning. However, Zhao Yu's death raised concerns about an attack from Blackwater Town, necessitating an expedited construction of the fortress. The figure of 2,000 was derived from Su Chen's assessment based on the wild hunting speed and destructiveness of 100 players from the first test. This would ensure players would not run out of monsters to hunt while avoiding excessive consumption of dark particles. As for the 12 children, aside from Zhou Xiaoxue, the others lacked formal names, most being mere nicknames like the deceased wolf dogs. Su Chen chose to rename them after the 12 zodiac signs, symbolizing a new beginning. Having arranged everything, he glanced at the back end, noting that in such a short time, the registration count had already reached around 300,000 and was still climbing. The comments beneath the announcement were refreshing at an astonishing rate. "Unlucky elder, are you kidding me? Only 2,000? I am doomed. Heartfelt like always Sora. Official daddy, please let me be selected, I beg you." Professional 3-second man. Vehicles. Finally, we have vehicles, but why do they need charging? I want to break through the atmosphere. No chest but still fierce. A motorcycle? Is the night arriving? Tattooed individual. I want the hot comment, when the night bows his head, no vehicle can keep up. When the night falls, no hospital can save. 4 wheels carry life, 2 wheels carry soul, 1 wheel carries acrobatics, 3 wheels carry delivery. Anonymous. Is this a punk-style game? Why are their professions resembling those in Immortal cultivation MMORPGs? Will the officials ensure the art style remains consistent? Wind Whisper. Physics Buddhism, Chemistry Tao, Technology Proof of the Way is truly marvelous. Kudos to the planning team. Twisted Pain. We can't even spend money? Poor rating. Damn Jiangshan. A player-friendly approach? No grind? Planning team. I am already prepared to go to the hospital for more livers. Spicy Strip Guy. There are titles? Nice. Silly Time Space. May the Bodhisattva bless. May Jesus bless. May God bless. I would trade 20 years of my roommate's life for a second test qualification. Glass Shards. Official Father. Choose me. I am exceedingly active and have no fatigue. I guarantee I will be online 24 hours a day. Most of the comments are wishes, seeking qualifications for the second test. Su Chen browsed through for a while, then, with a thought, exited the official website and began to monitor the production progress of the Blue Star factory. The next day, the first 100 players logged in. Above everyone's SID, a striking orange title, First Test Elite, appeared. They began chattering excitedly. The Resurrection Square has expanded. There are so many materials over there. How wonderful. I don't have to worry about those from the second test competing with me for resources. Let us go. Let us check out the motorcycle. It should be affordable, right? In 7 or 8 days, the novices of the second test will arrive. Just thinking about it makes me exhilarated. Why do I feel like you're not being sincere? Are you planning to deceive the newcomers? Hey, everyone, how about we organize a welcome ceremony for the second test newbies? Oh, that is actually feasible. We can organize an event ourselves. As the discussion unfolded, everyone began to deliberate on how to conduct this welcome ceremony. Su Chen listened for a moment, silently mourning for the second test novices for 3 seconds. He then issued a system announcement. Ding! Congratulations to Wild Boar Peppa. Call me Rice Bucket. Sweet Foodie. 10 players have received Reputation Fashion rewards. Please proceed to the task hall to claim them. Upon receiving the system notification, the players rushed towards the task hall. Among the top 10 in reputation, 6 were female players. Their desire for fashion was such that they could outwork male players in gathering resources. After deducting the reputation points in the task hall, the 10 players successfully claimed their outfits, in a swirl of particles, their plain white attire transformed into splendid garments. The female outfit was a light green dress adorned with silver patterns and a skirt featuring starry designs, perfectly tailored to fit the body. The male outfit consisted of black clothing with a stylish hoodie, featuring a pattern of 2 interwoven mechanical guns on the chest, accompanied by a starry design above, and a hood that added a cool touch. As the saying goes, one is judged by their attire, much like a horse by its saddle, and a dog by its bell. Clad in these fashionable outfits, the players stood out remarkably against the backdrop of plain attire. Call Me Rice Bucket strutted around with an air of arrogance, hands behind his back, chuckling mischievously. The other players watched with envy, their eyes turning green with desire. Damn, it feels like I should take him down and snatch his gear. Unfortunately, it's bound, so it can't be dropped. I regret not grinding for reputation sooner. On another note, Su Chen noticed that Dreaming Flower immediately headed to the vegetable garden upon logging in. Without interacting with anyone at that moment, the seedlings in the garden had already borne green fruits. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the harvest would be visible. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen decided to venture to the back mountain in search of more mutated plants to decompose into seeds. Once the second test players logged in, there would be hands available to assist in planting. In the garden, Dreaming Flower was watering the seedlings when a voice suddenly came from behind. Sister, are you planting flowers? She turned around to see a little girl of about 7 or 8 standing outside the fence, nervously twisting her fingers and asking. Dreaming Flower was somewhat puzzled. The girl had no ID above her head, and she had never seen such a small NPC in the shelter. Nevertheless, she politely replied, "Hello, I'm completing the chief's task. They haven't grown yet, and I don't know what they are." "Who are you?" "I'm Zhou Xiaoxue. Are you helping Chief Brother plant things? Can I come help?" "You're Xiaoxue?" Dreaming Flower was somewhat surprised. She had heard Sweet Foodie talk about the last rescue mission, which had moved her deeply. "But do you know how to plant?" "I don't know, but I can learn. Can you teach me, sister?" Come on in." The two seemed to resonate with each other and chatted happily. Dreaming Flower, who usually wasn't very talkative, took a particular liking to Zhou Xiaoxue. "Why do you want to learn to plant flowers?" "I want to help Chief Brother with some tasks. He saved my father and provided us with food and shelter, so I want to thank him." "The chief seems very serious. Aren't you afraid of him?" "Not at all. Chief Brother is very nice." "Sister Xihua, why do you want to plant flowers?" "Because I love flowers. But I can't walk. I lie in bed every day and can't see flowers." Are you sick?" "Yes, I had a car accident and am paralyzed in bed every day. Playing games helps me forget the things that make me feel miserable." Zhou Xiaoxue seemed a bit confused, not fully understanding. Dreaming Flower smiled. It felt good to express her feelings in the game, even if the NPC couldn't comprehend them. She suddenly asked, "Xiaoxue, do you know about your mother?" Zhou Xiaoxue nodded. "The villagers told me. Mom wanted to eat me, but Dad saved me." Dreaming Flower quietly asked, "Then, do you hate her?" "No." Zhou Xiaoxue smiled brightly. "I just want to forget her. Forget that I ever had a mother." Dreaming Flower was taken aback, remaining silent for a while. "Sister, where's your mother?" "She ran away after I became paralyzed. Dad works on the construction site and takes care of me. It's really hard for him. I don't want to be a burden to Dad. I've tried to commit suicide twice but failed. Every time Dad holds me while crying. I hate that woman so much. I really hate her." "Oh, the village elder said that in the wasteland, one should forget those unhappy things. Otherwise, one will turn into a monster." I will also learn to start forgetting her." 2 days later, the registration channel closed. The number of applicants exceeded 10 million. After screening through the Ember chip, Su Chen published the list on the official website, also announcing the login time for the second test players. Those who received qualification numbers cheered and boasted in the comment section. "Oh yeah, I got my second test qualification number. I'm going to the temple to make a wish." Nice. "Here I come, wasteland. Ha ha ha. Why didn't I get drawn after sacrificing hundreds of paper figurine wives? I am done for." Those who didn't get drawn lamented in despair. 5 days later, all gaming pods were distributed. In the morning, Su Chen arrived at the Resurrection Square. The countdown to the second test player's login was 1 minute. He specifically instructed Zhuangzizi and others not to come here. If they couldn't withstand the excitement, they might experience system crashes or fainting at critical moments. The first test players had already gone to prepare a welcome ceremony for the second test newbies. As the time approached, with a slight mental movement, intricate spatial ripples suddenly appeared in the square. One by one, the plainly dressed figures materialized rapidly under the particle structure. A total of 2,000 players crowded closely together in the square, staring in astonishment at the vivid scene before them. "Welcome to Wasteland. This is the Star Shelter." All second test players received the system notification sound. Then, a buzzing chatter erupted in the square. Initially sparse, it quickly transformed into a cacophony of voices, Holy cow, this game is unbelievably realistic. So many people. Someone else going to get crushed. Can't this game avoid collisions? Ah, whose hand is that? My ears are about to explode. ISNT, they're a chat system. Where's the auto pathfinding? How do I open the map? Damn. Are you relatives of the developers? Not browsing the forum? How did you get a qualification number for the second test? This is exciting. It feels like entering a tourist attraction, filled with heads. Help, someone has been trampled to death here. So terrifying. Silly time traveler stood dumbfounded for a moment. Although he had seen many guides and images on the forum, the shock of entering the game was beyond words. He extended his palm, examining it, then tugged at his shorts, mumbling, damn, can't take this off. Just as he was about to attempt to reach behind a scratch, a sudden scream erupted from the crowd. Ah, the first test big shots have arrived. Everyone around him immediately stood on tiptoe to see the entrance. Silly time traveler turned his head and saw dozens of individuals clad in exquisite gear, wielding rifles and rocket launchers approaching. Their pale yellow IDs were extremely conspicuous. Beneath the ID, there was a striking orange title, First Test Elite. The foremost 10 were dressed in magnificent outfits, flanked by a neat row of motorcycles. With expressions of arrogant pride, they strode forth with determined steps, complemented by their shining titles and equipment. Among the first test crowd, someone whispered, "Hey, brothers, slow down. We must play our part well. Hee hee, look, these newbies are already stunned by our aura." Suddenly, a scream erupted from the crowd of newcomers. Wow, the first test star team. Yes, it's the big shots. Ah, I'm dead. Is that the one with the rocket launcher? The monk big shot? I'm your fan. Take a picture, quick, screenshot. Idol, I finally see my idol. They were drooling over the equipment of the first test players. Just as the first test players were reveling in their moment of glory, a surging tide of people rushed towards them. Dozens of individuals were surrounded by 2,000 spectators, pulling and dragging them, leaving the first test players bewildered. Damn. Who the hell just kicked me in the groin? Who stole my armor? I'm going to kill someone. Dante, snatch my gun. The first test players, stripped of their helmets and armor, found themselves in a chaotic and embarrassing situation, feeling as if they were being overwhelmed by a mob. Fortunately, they have undergone genetic modification, granting them strength several times greater than that of ordinary players. The cunning monk forcefully broke through, then produced a prepared loudspeaker, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, halt! If you wish to level up swiftly, lend me your ears." After several announcements, the chaos gradually subsided. Hush, do not speak. The esteemed player from the first test is here to guide us in leveling up. Silence, let us listen to what the great monk has to say. Could you please be quiet? Such childish behavior. As the players quieted down, the cunning monk declared, "As participants of the first test, we have prepared a welcoming ceremony. Those who wish to join us, follow along." He then indicated to a few individuals atop the grassland with a knowing glance. A few players from the first test emerged from the crowd, calling out, "Follow me," as they made their way outside the sanctuary. Most of the second test players, bewildered, followed the main group. The remaining players were either seasoned forum dwellers or casual players uninterested in combat and leveling. Look, the construction task location is within this area. Ahead lies Lionheart Town, which is also a monster spawn point. The fresh players of the second test gazed around in astonishment as they accompanied the first test players towards Lionheart Town. Upon entering the town, they found themselves in a relatively narrow alley, flanked by several enclosed houses and yards. A few first test players exchanged mischievous glances and shouted, "Welcome to Zombie Paradise." Boom, boom, boom. Several stone houses exploded from self-destructing robots. Ugh, roar, over 20 deranged monsters charged out, howling. Among them were massive mutated rats, pythons, and giant lizards. High-pitched screams pierced the air. A dozen second test newcomers dropped to the ground, motionless, likely disconnected from fright. Other players scrambled away in panic, crying for help. Yet, there were also notably brave players who, startled at first, exhibited a keen interest. "So, this is a deranged monster? I've heard their bites are quite potent. I've never lost a fight as long as I can speak. Damn it, these first test players startled me. I can't let this slide. I must scare them back. Wait, I heard that defeating monsters grants experience points. The first test players must have prepared these as ingredients for us. What are we waiting for? Let us feast." Approximately 100 second test newcomers charged forward, shrieking, and began gnawing on the monsters. The scene became intensely exhilarating. The first test players who had been watching in amusement suddenly found themselves retching. Ugh, how can these newbies be so brave? I'm genuinely impressed. Don't they feel any unease? I can't shake the feeling that I've been robbed. After days of hunting monsters, they've just come and snatched them away. At that moment, a voice of delight rang out from the crowd. A player sporting the title, Sand Sculpture Time and Space, exclaimed joyfully, I've bitten into a biological crystal. Ha ha ha. His front teeth were visibly damaged. The cunning monk and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Incredible. This is truly a wolf pack. Minutes later, the area was devoid of monsters. Some players, still craving more, approached the cunning monk and inquired, "Are there any more, esteemed ones? I'm so close to leveling up." "That's all. We only prepared these few snacks. Did you enjoy yourselves?" "It was fine, but not quite satisfying." Ugh, after summoning 2,000 players, Su Chen turned back to have a meal. He initially thought that the sudden appearance of mutated monsters would send the newcomers into a frenzy. Yet, as he observed, he lost his appetite. "System, are you sure these individuals aren't mentally unstable? They should be, perhaps, maybe not. There are no mental health issues listed in their profiles. They just have a penchant for intense gameplay." Su Chen retracted his thoughts, his expression turning somber. He suddenly felt that the mutated monsters surrounding the sanctuary might not be sufficient. Chapter 65. Fresh players of the second test, senior brother. "What is happening outside? Are the deranged monsters attacking?" Iron Crown turned to his companion, Zuanjizi, who was tightening the screws on his throat and pouring the remaining lubricant into an empty storage compartment at his chest. "If it's the deranged monsters, that would be fortunate." Iron Crown's eyes flickered, seemingly confused, and he glanced at the stains beneath his feet before saying, "Senior brother, you're maintaining too frequently. The lubricant is leaking." Zuanjizi quickly looked down and hurried back to the laboratory, activating the waste disposal system on an empty oil barrel. A stream of dirty oil gushed from Zuanjizi's waist, and moments later, his mechanism trembled. Releasing a satisfying hiss of hydraulic air, Zhou Lung observed with a grimace. Ever since arriving at the Star Sanctuary, he felt as if he were living in a dream. The mysterious, powerful, and cold image of the Immortals that circulated in the wasteland had crumbled spectacularly. Here was a dignified B-rank powerhouse, behaving daily like a drunken old man, albeit on lubricant. Casting a sidelong glance, he noticed Iron Crown pouring a slightly smaller bottle of clear lubricant down his throat. Gulp, 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 gone in 2 or 3 seconds. "Senior brother, I find this one quite effective, thick and smooth, though its duration is a bit short." Iron Crown appeared somewhat reluctant to part with it. The two brothers then began discussing which brand of lubricant was superior. Suddenly, a throng of individuals clad in white short garments entered from outside. The 3 transition mentors felt a simultaneous tightening in their chests. "Wow, so this is Zuanjizi? So cool. I want to become a mechanic." Iron Canister looked somewhat stunned, yet the Rune Master is powerful too. "Can I tap on his head? The Relic Hunter mentor is so manly. I can hardly contain myself." More and more players gathered around. Critiquing the 3 mentors with ruthless scrutiny, Zuanjizi quickly responded, his electronic synthesized voice providing a prompt. "Do you wish to transition to a mechanic?" Su Chen had mentioned that there are performance bonuses for recruiting disciples. Iron Crown and Zhou Lung also began questioning the players. When the players saw the system prompt appear before them and clicked confirm, they found they lacked sufficient energy points to transition. Prompting a hasty rush to the task hall, "Daoist, are these individuals similar to the previous batch?" Zhou Lung's face paled slightly. Zuanjizi replied gravely, "It appears so. The Star Sanctuary is truly terrifying outside the Resurrection Square." Scattered players curiously explored their surroundings. Without task guidance, most did not rush to undertake missions. A player titled, Strong Bald Scientist, squatted down, scooping a handful of soil, grinding it with his fingers, and licking some dust before muttering to himself. The soil structure type seems to be data collected from the Eastern Province. Though there is severe acidic and alkaline pollution, radioactive elements or heavy metal contamination cannot be ruled out. Clapping his hands, he stood up, instinctively reaching for his eyes, only to realize he had no glasses. Is it visual simulation or focal distance? I really miss my glasses. Muttering to himself, he scanned around, spotting a plant in the corner of the wall. Approaching, he uprooted it, inspecting it closely. The roots had numerous split branches, and the bark's texture resembled that of mugwort. The leaves were somewhat small, covered in fluff. How does it maintain photosynthesis? As he pondered, he slapped his forehead, remembering that this was a game, yet the data collection was quite meticulous. No wonder a few fellows in the dorm were so fixated on IT. Seems I need to re-evaluate this game. My previous notions were somewhat misguided. Besides, all names unique, this game is quite good. If the data in the game can be this detailed, perhaps I could conduct some inconvenient scientific experiments here. Just as he was lost in thought, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. "Hello, little newbie, what are you doing?" The strong bald scientist turned around to see a player with the title, "Call me Rice Bucket," and a light yellow ID, accompanied by the label, "First Test Elite," smiling at him. His attire was far more flamboyant than that of ordinary players, yet the strong bald scientist pretended not to notice and politely replied, "Hello, I'm studying the local flora. Can it be eaten, right?" Rice Bucket interjected. The strong bald scientist hesitated. "Can it be eaten?" It seems this grass shows signs of contamination. Rice Bucket waved his hand dismissively. Oh, in the early stages of this game. You level up primarily through eating. Little newbie, I see potential in you. You could become a culinary magnate like me who proves their worth through food. How about I take you along to level up? I'm not deformed. Aside from having slightly bowed legs, the strong bald scientist insisted, then touched the top of his head, and a little hair loss doesn't quite qualify as deformity. Oh, it's hardly a difference. Rice Bucket probed tentatively. You Haven T checked the forum guides, have you? The strong bald scientist replied, I usually browse papers on the Rope Academy's official website and have posted a few topics with classmates. So you're a top student, but lack gaming experience. Rice Bucket thought to himself, then asked, what's your major? Do you understand games well? I'm a civil engineering graduate student from Donghua University. IVE only played all names unique. Rice Bucket's eyes lit up, and he grabbed him. Come with me. Right now, during the first test, newbies start at a minimum price of 20 energy points per hour. I want to take advantage of you. Just help me taste a few snacks, and I'll take you along for free. The already frail body of the strong bald scientist could hardly resist the 50-level Rice Bucket. Pulled into the establishment, he felt a twinge of anger, ready to admonish the impolite behavior of his companion, when he caught sight of several bizarre, malformed corpses in the restaurant's kitchen. What on earth is this? The strong and bald engineer's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he hurried over, seizing a large bat to commence his examination, exclaiming in astonishment all the while. The glutton approached, snatching the mutated creature from his grasp and leisurely suggesting, Little novice, assist me by tasting a few items. This peculiar specimen is entirely yours to study. What do you say? The strong and bald engineer nodded eagerly. All right. Thus, the glutton produced a plethora of strange, mutated plants. Come now, sample them one by one. The primary focus is to discern their flavors, do you understand? Especially the spicy ones. Be sure to inform me of just how fiery they are. Consume them in small bites, as I must document the toxicity. Without further hesitation, the engineer complied with the glutton's request. Yet, after sampling only a few specimens, his complexion turned an alarming shade of green, froth escaped his lips, and his body disintegrated into a fine powder. Vanishing before their eyes, the glutton, armed with a small wooden board, recorded his observations while muttering, sour flavor, highly toxic, must dilute the dosage. On the mountain behind the shelter, he marched confidently at the forefront, followed closely by 5 novice testers. Now, each of you will owe me a modest 200 for the teaching fee, and I assure you, I shall not exploit you. Today, I will impart some invaluable tips for rapid leveling. The 5 novices nodded in agreement, exclaiming, you are truly benevolent. Some on the forums charge 300. Indeed, he is my idol. I aspire to undergo a dark transformation as well. Close combat is far cooler. What's the point of wielding a gun? He smiled, basking in the compliments of the novices. Arriving at the banks of the polluted river on the mountainside, he beckoned. Come here. The novice, adorned with a big-tailed wolf above his head, hurried over. With a swift motion, he brandished a particle blade, severing all 4 fingers of the novice's right hand. What are you doing? The big-tailed wolf exclaimed in bewilderment. He replied tersely, watch closely. He then plunged the novice's arm into the water. Moments later, a swarm of mutated fish surged forth, eagerly biting at the novice's arm. He yanked forcefully, pulling 4 or 5 fish from the water, which flopped helplessly on the ground. These fish, when slain, grant approximately 5 or 6 experience points each. With your one arm, you could fish twice. 2 arms and 2 legs enable you to fish 7 or 8 times. If you execute the operation skillfully, upon death, you might lose 10 experience points but could potentially catch 15 or 16 fish. Gaining 60 or 70 experience points, a few such attempts, and you shall surely level up. The novices were brimming with excitement. This was authentic knowledge. Employing this method for early leveling truly surpassed the drudgery of grinding. Thank you, you are remarkable. It's no wonder you are the pioneer of this first test, capable of devising such strategies. I comprehend now. Is there anything else? He glanced at the time, realizing their session was nearing its conclusion. If you wish for further instruction, additional fees will be required. Furthermore, the fish here cap at around level 20, yielding minimal experience thereafter. The novices hesitated, reflecting on the hour of instruction, much of which had been spent traversing the terrain. Feeling somewhat short-changed, unperturbed, he waved his hand dismissively and set off to guide the next group of novices.